gourd baby, 7 flowers on a single vine, undeterred by rain and wind, la 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 la. Wow! Accompanied by a resounding cry that soared to the heavens at the residence of the Xiao Clan, a brilliant spectrum of divine light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire valley. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, something appeared lush and vibrant, winding and spiraling, with contours both smooth and rugged, and faintly, a colorful gourd mountain could be discerned. I have once ridden atop the celestial emperor of the wilds. I have pointed the way for the spirit of the repairing heaven pavilion, the ancient gourd vine. I have established a comprehensive culinary compendium of the classic of mountains and seas. I have drawn the anlin, hammered the Utah, and even urinated within the immortal cauldron. He turned his back to the world, fishing alone through the ages, seated atop the imperial coffin, suppressing the ominous and the great terrors beneath the abyss. All for the sake of fishing for you in the river of time. Chapter 61. Do you desire strength? Within the secret realm of Dong Tian, Xiao Tian had already reached a realm unprecedented and unparalleled. His accumulation ample, and, endowed with fragments of the great Tao, his cultivation became significantly easier. Soon, his mind was tranquil and serene, devoid of joy or sorrow, with only an understanding of the bone inscriptions, immersed in a marvelous state of enlightenment, in harmony with the universe. With hands planting seedlings throughout the fields, he lowered his gaze to behold the heavens reflected in the water below. The purity of the 6 roots is the essence of the Tao. Retreating is, in fact, advancing. Of course, there were also the enhancing effects of the spirit flower's leaves aiding his enlightenment. Additionally, within the celestial realm of his brow, the spirit flower inhaled and exhaled divine light, actively assisting Xiao Tian in his cultivation. If it could not withstand the pressure, it would join him. The higher Xiao Tian's strength, the more profound the enlightenment effect, thus it would not draw his attention, continuing to nourish itself. It must be said that the spirit flower is quite extraordinary. No wonder it possesses the ability to transform all things, exhibiting remarkable intelligence and a profound understanding of the art of survival. The 7-colored divine light swayed, transforming into wisps of medicinal flower pollen that drifted out, circulating with Xiao Tian's vital essence throughout his being, imbued with a spirit of transformation, perfectly suited for use in the realm of spiritual transformation. Within Xiao Tian's body, various bone inscriptions arranged themselves into strands of divine light, which then transformed into runic radiance weaving through flesh and blood, penetrating his limbs and organs, tempered through countless trials, guided in myriad ways, harmonizing with the Tao, reshaping his form and evolving his spirit. Xiao Tian's demeanor was majestic, his heart as clear as a mirror. The external celestial realm automatically arranged itself into a divine halo, manifesting behind his head. He sat cross-legged, his brow radiating with violet divine light, resembling a piece of purple jade inscribed with the marks of the Tao. A small soul figure mirrored his posture, with its divine consciousness, the size of a thumb, nourished by formless energy, becoming increasingly plump, flowing abundantly, as strands of divine consciousness traversed his body, nourishing the flesh with divine essence, rendering his body crystalline and translucent, akin to divine sheep fat jade. In this moment, Xiao Tian resembled a seed of life, buried in the earth, sprouting and rooting vigorously, thriving upward, filled with a sense of rebirth and ethereality. A smile, akin to a ray of sunshine, naturally graced the corners of his lips, warmer than the morning light, reflecting his innermost essence at that moment, seeking the Tao at dawn, willing to perish by dusk. This was a manifestation of his joy, immersed in the ocean of the Tao. Every inch of his skin was fairer and more radiant than that of an unparalleled celestial maiden, occasionally adorned with ethereal divine light, surrounded by hazy rosy glow, ultimately enveloped in a blaze of golden radiance, rendering him as resplendent as golden crystal. Sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls resonated as Xiao Tian breathed, each breath seemingly transforming into swirling azure dragons and white tigers, battling fiercely in a grand contest, the clash of dragon and tiger echoing thunderously. Clang, clang. Within his body, it felt as if iron was being forged. That was the resonance of his limbs and bones harmonizing, trembling, as his muscles and skeleton transformed into divine iron, colliding with hammers, evolving and becoming stronger, composing a resonant melody of the Tao. Whoosh! His blood flowed like a mighty river, surging fiercely, akin to a lava stream, intensely heated. Had it not been for the formation composed of 28 long spears contributed by the white tiger suppressing him, the mountains, stones, and vegetation would have long transformed into molten rock. Upon every inch of Xiao Tian's body, a luminous membrane reappeared, resembling divine gold or crystal, exceedingly radiant. In the realm of blood circulation, he had already formed 2 layers of this membrane. Upon entering the realm of Dantian, he achieved 5 layers, and now having just entered the realm of spiritual transformation, he had formed 3 layers, and it was likely there would be more to come. These membranes were incredibly thin. Even 10 layers stacked together did not exceed 1 nanometer. However, each layer's firmness equaled the force of a full-powered strike from a powerful being in the realm of spiritual transformation, effectively layering 10 layers of armor upon his skin. Typically, a breakthrough into the realm of spiritual transformation would yield merely a single layer of divine light membrane. Even Shan Hai, in the original narrative, only produced a singular spirit light membrane upon his breakthrough. With this layer of membrane safeguarding his flesh and bones, his combat prowess, defense, and attack power will be significantly enhanced. The appearance of a single layer of membrane signified the birth of the body's spiritual essence. His flesh, skin, organs, and bones all possess spiritual essence, transforming into a spiritual body, thereby greatly enhancing his combat ability and entering a new realm. With a casual strike, every inch of his corporeal form seemed to unlock a treasure door, suffused with the radiance of spirit, undergoing a profound transformation. Clearly, upon Xiao Tian's breakthrough into the realm of spiritual transformation, he had already reached the first minor realm of this stage. His physical body had effortlessly attained spiritual resonance. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian felt that truly attaining divine resonance with the body was the proper way to unlock this realm. Xiao Tian opened his eyes, his black and white pupils clear and bright, more pristine than an infant's gaze. Upon closer inspection, his eyes sparkled like stars against the depth of night, mesmerizingly profound. He produced a crimson fruit, the size of an egg, which appeared crystal clear in his hand, more radiant than red agate. He opened his mouth and unceremoniously took a bite. The instant the crystalline skin of the fruit was breached, a rich, fragrant aroma surged forth, and the sweet, delectable juice made his taste buds dance with delight. The medicinal essence flowed through his organs, enveloping him, and the deliciousness nearly compelled him to swallow his tongue and fingers along with it. He recalled that this first sacred fruit not only had the power to transform one's essence, but also to prolong life, even reversing one's age, assisting Yi Fan, the ancient sacred body, in transcending the excruciating sea of hardships, allowing his ancient sacred body to cultivate. Xiao Tian was not concerned about regressing to childhood, for he was inherently different, possessing profound innate fragments of the great Tao within him, which would not be easily altered by the fruit's effects. Instead, it could nourish his essence, allowing him to further integrate with the innate talents of the gourd babies, enhancing the capabilities of his innate divine powers. His innate talent panel was not a one-time complete fusion, but rather an ongoing process that would gradually accept a more complete innate talent panel of the gourd babies as he matured. With one fruit consumed, Xiao Tian continued his research in the first stage of spiritual transformation, delving deep into the aspect of bodily spiritualization. If it was insufficient, he would persist. An hour later, yet another layer of crystalline spiritual membrane appeared upon his limbs, organs, and flesh. The size of a fist, resembling the sacred fruit of a pink jade doll, its gentle essence felt as if he had just sipped a glass of peach juice. An hour later, his physical vessel gained yet another layer of crystalline spiritual membrane. The size of a dragon's eye, the resplendent golden fruit resembled an artistic piece forged from pure gold. The golden fruit was placed into his mouth, where it was consumed entirely in one motion. As he gently chewed, the sweet flavor enveloped his senses, the juice akin to an exquisite nectar gliding down his throat. The fragrant aroma transformed into a palpable essence, causing every pore of his body to instantaneously expand, filling him with a serene comfort, as if he were bathing in a divine spring, ready to transcend to ethereal heights. The delectable pulp of this fruit morphed into golden vitality, swiftly coursing through his body. His skin shimmered with a golden sheen, radiating a celestial brilliance. Moreover, this fruit infused him with a profound medicinal power that surged into his third eye, nourishing his soul. The essence within his soul manifested as a shimmering golden lake, causing his spiritual self to swell in size. Another layer of ethereal light enveloped him. Subsequently, Xiao Tian consumed a crescent-shaped fruit, glistening with silver brilliance. This, too, added another layer of spiritual luminescence. Like a heart, the crimson fruit pulsated with life, brimming with vigor and vitality. Xiao Tian sensed the crimson essence within him surging forth, a torrent of energy flooding his being, while his heart radiated with dazzling brilliance. Intriguingly, as he sat in meditation, intangible diagrams of the Tao emerged, encircling him in an enigmatic aura. Xiao Tian felt as though he were on the verge of transcending into a celestial being, as yet another layer of spiritual light appeared. His limbs, bones, and internal organs radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an immortal glow. Among them was a fruit the size of an infant's fist, resembling a miniature sun, radiating a fervent warmth. Another fruit, shaped like a small cauldron, with a bronze hue, exuded an air of Taoist essence, shrouded in a mystical mist. There was another fruit resembling the vermilion bird, radiant like crimson clouds, intricately sculpted like a blood diamond, alive with the spirit of flight. The final fruit appeared akin to a bawa disc, a small, flat circle shimmering with blue light, adorned with 8 natural Taoist markings in pale gold. It seemed almost transparent, swirling with the profound mysteries of the Tao, enveloped in a soft mist, floating ethereally. In that moment, Xiao Tian found himself naturally suspended 3 feet above the ground, his physical form flawless and radiant. Vivid red blood coursed through him, flowing with a tricolored divine light. Small vermilion birds flitted around him like divine sparks, while ancient, graceful cauldrons floated between his pores, an intricate bawa diagram spun within his internal organs and skeletal structure. Xiao Tian harmonized the powers of 9 sacred fruits, transforming them into the essence of an immortal elixir. This phenomenon, occurring at a complete stage, embodied the existence of celestial medicine. Fragments of the Tao nourished Xiao Tian's primordial essence, integrating more fragments of the gourd-wielding source within him. The ethereal light surrounding his bones and physique expanded to 20 layers, ultimately merging into one, radiating a splendid array of crimson, azure, and violet hues. Rising to his feet, Xiao Tian raised his hand, and with a single powerful motion he pressed down into the void, causing the space to collapse beneath him. His physical form, a tricolored crystal, gleamed with purity, like a divine being ignited by eternal flames. Xiao Tian was uncertain of the extent to which his physical body had grown, yet logically deducing from his innate talent, he could effortlessly contend with the physical strength of those in the inscription realm. Thus, he boldly speculated that he had likely attained a level of physical strength reserved for the formidable practitioners of the array realm. He sensed that despite undergoing a transformation, he had yet to elevate his physical form to divine status. However, he had ascended to a level comparable to that of practitioners in the array realm during the stage of physical awakening. Theoretically, practitioners only achieve the utmost physical form prior to divine ascendance at the revered peak of their cultivation. Therefore, attaining divine status with one's body is indeed a formidable challenge. It is no wonder that such feats are seldom spoken of, for the shackles are immense, rendering it nearly impossible. Yet, Xiao Tian remained undeterred. He was unique and still believed it to be achievable. It had only been 2 days since then, and his breakthroughs were unfolding effortlessly, as the refinement of the sacred fruits posed little difficulty. In light of this, consuming the sacred fruits once more was essential, reminiscent of Yefan, who had consumed numerous ones to strengthen his foundation and enhance his physique. Xiao Tian was confident that his constitution was certainly not inferior to Yefan's ancient sacred body. The innate talents of the eldest gourd child alone boasted attributes, such as innate divine strength. He did not need to activate the full cycle of his essence. Merely opening the most mysterious lower dantians of his body sufficed. Furthermore, the innate talent of greater and lesser fulfillment would also aid in augmenting his physical form, enabling him to unleash its full potential, thus belonging to the realm of physical enhancement. Chapter 62. The Transformation of Flesh into Divinity. As the jade rabbit descends and the golden crow ascends, 5 days have swiftly passed. In the secluded realm where Xiao Tian meditates, ethereal clouds swirl and mist dances like rippling waters, bestowing immense benefits upon the surrounding flora. This is the essence he has cultivated. Ethereal rays of divine light envelop Xiao Tian, exhaling clouds and inhaling auspiciousness with each breath. The sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling resonate, as columns of dragon and tiger energy flow in and out through his nostrils. The thunderous roars of dragons and tigers have reached perfection. In his rhythmic breathing, it seems as if true dragons and white tigers are in slumber, producing a thunderous sound. This rhythm is a manifestation of his being, with dragons coiling and tigers crouching, swirling around him, lifting him off the ground as he sits cross-legged 3 feet in the air. Xiao Tian has reached the pinnacle of the first stage in the realm of spiritual transformation, where the flesh becomes spirit. To transcend further would indeed mean achieving the status of a true deity in the flesh. His corporeal form now radiates a trifold brilliance, with his flesh, blood, bones, and inner organs transformed to the utmost degree. His physical vessel has entered a realm comparable to that of a novice exalted being. where the transformation is paramount among mortals, be it in body, soul, or spiritual prowess. Yet, Xiao Tian, while in the phase of spiritual transformation, has relied on the consumption of elixirs and the continuous excavation of the latent potential within his corporeal form, augmented by the fragments of the gourd's primordial path, leading to his current achievements. It is no small feat, having expended 24 sacred fruits and 20 drops of the elixir of immortality. Alas, the elixir's little dragon has become quite emaciated, now only 30 centimeters in length. Xiao Tian had to reward it with some earth spirit milk and true water of Tai to soothe it. Now, Xiao Tian's stature has risen to 1 meter 81, with bright, piercing eyes that shine like stars, imbued with a certain spiritual essence. His long, flowing black hair glimmers with a crystalline sheen, suitable for crafting into magical artifacts. His entire being is pure and transcendent, resembling an innate deity walking among mortals. The realm of spiritual transformation consists of 3 major steps. The first, the transformation of the flesh into spirit. The second, the reconstitution of the true self. And the third, the nurturing of spirit in the 10 great caves. Each stage is steeped in profound mysteries, and no practitioner can claim flawless mastery of every aspect. For instance, the transformation of flesh into spirit serves as the foundation of the spiritual transformation realm. Yet this step has historically been one that can only be approached infinitely closely, with true completion being exceedingly rare, and achieving a perfect transformation would be truly terrifying. Presently, Xiao Tian finds himself having achieved a near-complete transformation of flesh into spirit. Or perhaps he has embarked on the journey towards completeness, when his corporeal form reaches a state akin to that of a fully realized, exalted being. Then he will have truly perfected the transformation of flesh into spirit. In this realm, even pure-blooded beings, the young of the 10 fiends, or true celestial offspring, find it difficult to attain this level of perfection. Of course, the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. Even a mere 92% or 98% can still allow for further cultivation and progression. For the majority of practitioners, the reality is that during this step, they strive to condense as much divine light as possible, purifying the flesh and refining the bones. Yet many fail to convert divine light into a protective spiritual membrane for every inch of their corporeal form, merely going through the motions of this cultivation process. The transformation of flesh into spirit. Xiao Tian sighed, realizing how youthfully naive he still is. What a remarkable transformation, were it not for his inherently unique constitution. Bolstered by the primordial gourd's attributes, reaching this stage would have been nearly impossible, let alone achieving divinity in the flesh. Nevertheless, he has not given up. One must hold on to dreams, for without them, what distinguishes one from a mere salted fish? Moreover, he has already accomplished enough, unprecedented in history. He contemplates the vastness of the cosmos, overwhelmed with emotion. How moving it is! To hear the Tao at dawn is enough to embrace death at dusk. Rising from his seat, Xiao Tian left behind layers of shed skin, fragments of bone, and powdered organs, all expelled through his pores. With a flick of his finger, a radiant white flame descended, instantly reducing these remnants to nothingness. It was time to seek out Shan Hai, to discover what surprises the bone of heaven's forbidden zone and the dual-eyed Shan Hai, along with the other members of the Rain Clan, had prepared for him. There is also a prodigious girl named Yu Zimo from the Rain Clan, reputed for her exceptional talent. With this breakthrough, all of his cave realms had expanded tenfold, causing a torrent of energy to surge within him, seemingly inexhaustible. He could engage in battle for 3 to 5 months without fatigue. As for himself, as he walks, a luminous moon envelopes him, a reflection of his serene mind, devoid of joy or sorrow. In moments of tranquility, he radiates this ethereal glow, yet when anger surges, the blood within him roars, transforming the serene moonlight into a blazing sun, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. With a flicker of his consciousness, Lu Hua departed. Now, representing the leader of the Deer Hunting Academy, while Chi Hua sought out Zhu Jian, who was still in the divine herb garden gathering spiritual herbs for him. Ultimately, he mounted Zhu Jian again, intent on honing his skills in the Bee King's Valley, with no time to waste. He must secure the hive and subdue the Golden Bee King. And he must also capture that azure dragon. It seems quite nourishing. He wished to bring it back to show his father. He recalled that in the original tale, Shan Hai became the Supreme One after discovering an ancient coffin in the central region of the 100 Broken Mountains, containing remnants of the OPMC tree's transformation, along with an altar that bore traces of the reincarnation weapon, the reincarnation disc, and a desiccated spring. If the opportunity arises, he could send Lu Hua to investigate. Only Lu Hua possesses the ability to traverse freely. Of course, this is contingent on being able to locate that region. The Bone of Heaven's Forbidden Zone is quite peculiar. A realm where desolation and prosperity coexist. Before his eyes lay an expanse of black earth, barren and lifeless, a veritable wasteland. Yet, occasionally a colossal tree, aptly named the Celestial Giant, would rise, thicker than any seen in the divine herb garden, towering into the clouds like a mountain, its branches resembling an ancient dragon coiling. With verdant foliage flourishing abundantly, vines entwined the entire desolate peak, creating a stark contrast between life and death, evoking a sense of eerie beauty. This bizarre juxtaposition rendered the Bone of Heaven's Forbidden Zone particularly otherworldly, infusing it with an inexplicable atmosphere of desolation and grandeur. Along the way, he overheard discussions suggesting that the Forbidden Zone had once been a barren wasteland, but following a celestial war against external foes. The blood of divine beings had nourished the land, giving rise to life and creating the current dichotomy. Upon his arrival, many were astonished, unable to discern his visage or form, obscured as he was by the radiant moonlight, which flowed like liquid but remained impenetrable. A towering bone monument, standing over 30 meters tall, rose at the entrance of the Bone of Heaven's Forbidden Zone, its purity akin to jade, having withstood the test of time while still emanating divine brilliance. Inscribed in dark red blood were the 4 characters, Bone of Heaven's Forbidden Zone. Approaching the monument, Xiao Tian learned that entering the Forbidden Zone was merely to seek the remnants of the divine bones left behind by fallen deities, known as the Heavenly Bones. He surmised that this very monument possessed the most spiritual essence. In the next moment, he placed both hands upon the monument, his form expanding beyond 50 meters, attempting to uproot the monument. The monument was exceedingly heavy, seemingly fused with the earth itself, inscribed with intricate patterns of the Tao, shining with a divine glow that resisted Xiao Tian's efforts. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Could he truly intend to remove this monumental boundary stone? It certainly appeared so. Heaven above, from whence did this being emerge, seemingly humanoid? They instinctively recoiled, whispering warnings to tread carefully lest they invite calamity. The crowd quickly dispersed, murmuring in hushed tones. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Tian succeeded, uprooting the external 30-meter-tall stone, which concealed over 70 meters of its length underground. The white bone heavenly steel towers at an impressive height of 108 meters, with a width of 36 meters and a breadth of 72 meters. Xiao Tian, unable to discern the precise material of this celestial monument, is nonetheless aware of its significant weight and the divine radiance it undoubtedly harbors within. Moments ago, as he attempted to uproot the steel, he perceived an ethereal hand effortlessly lifting it, pressing it down with a mere flick, anchoring it firmly in place. When the steel was enlarged to several hundred meters and cradled within Xiao Tian's grasp, the wondrous phenomena dissipated, returning its weight to a normal state. With a mere thought, it transformed into a fragment the size of a brick. Contemplating for a moment, he approached a nearby mountain, casually uprooted a section, and, with a swift stroke of his sword, cleaved it into a luminous plain. The strokes of his blade danced across the surface, inscribing the 4 characters Heavenly Bone Forbidden Zone, which encapsulated his profound understanding of the Tao, even etching a path mark of a negative xia, resembling a dragon, elegantly coiling atop the steel. Furthermore, he inscribed an ancient poem, unabashedly borrowing from the immortal poet Li Bai's Moon over the mountain pass, regardless of its appropriateness. For it brought him joy to express himself freely. The bright moon rises over the Tian Shan, amidst the vast sea of clouds. The long winds traverse thousands of miles, blowing past the Jade Gate Pass. The Han army descends the Baidang Road, while the Hu people gaze at the Qinghai Bay. This place, once a battlefield, sees no one returning. The watchman gazes at the border town, his yearning for home etched on his face. In this high tower on such a night, a sigh escapes, unbidden and idle. At that moment, the entire Heavenly Bone Forbidden Zone trembled. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tian, this region was indeed called the Jade Gate Pass. Long ago, there were incursions from foreign realms aiming to eradicate the descendants of the 7 kings, resulting in a devastating conflict with countless casualties, even among those of divine stature. As if sensing Xiao Tian's tribute and remembrance, the entire Forbidden Zone quivered slightly. Under the influence of the remarkable xie treasure technique, a terrifying battle scene unfurled across the sky, reminiscent of ancient imprints resurrected. The lowest combatants were those who had ignited the divine fire. The treasure bone steel in Xiao Tian's palm emitted a faint glow, as if formally acknowledging him, its weight dissipating entirely, becoming akin to an ordinary steel of over 200,000 pounds. Then, like raindrops, various imprints flew toward Xiao Tian, showering him with an array of top-tier treasure techniques without cost, such as the heaven-mending technique, the heaven-cutting technique, the 5 elements grand art, the vermilion bird technique, the white tiger technique, the black tortoise technique, the Pishio technique, and the dragon and phoenix harmonizing scripture. In a mere instant, Xiao Tian acquired over 100 secret techniques from both the human race and the ancient relics. The ancient deities were remarkably generous. Or perhaps it was the heavenly bone forbidden zone itself that exhibited such benevolence. In truth, he mused, the plethora of techniques might not be of use to him. In terms of quality, only a dozen were sufficiently excellent, most being mere fragments. He decided to make do with what he had, for they were gifts unearned. Perhaps these techniques could refine the remnants of the true dragon technique he had nurtured in the first cave heaven, originally derived from several techniques of true dragon descendants. Moreover, upon reaching the spirit transformation realm, he genuinely needed to delve deeper into various bone script techniques to broaden his knowledge and experience. Chapter 63. The one with the heavy eyes believed he had once again succeeded. Naturally, entry into the heavenly bone forbidden zone was imperative, for it contained heavenly bones that could aid the Xiao Clan's ancestral spirits in their transformation into the realm of the esteemed. The deeper one ventured into the forbidden zone, the denser the gray mist became, enveloping the desolate land. From a distance, the ground appeared littered with countless bones, a vast expanse where bone powder had transformed into fine white sand, accumulating in thick layers. The split-sky devil butterfly and the Bai-Fong divine bird had already plunged into the depths, while fire spirit and the 9-headed lion had also entered, opening the 9 cave heavens. Indeed, everything was different now as they stepped into a brand new world. Others remained unable to enter, forced to seek opportunities elsewhere. However, after 7 days of separation, the 7 sons of the deer and the 4 sons of mending heaven had all achieved breakthroughs into the 8 cave heavens. As long as they did not provoke pure-blooded ancient relics or powerful native beings, they faced little danger. In the brief span of 2 days, a fierce battle erupted. Fortunately, Fire Spirit owed a significant debt of gratitude to both Xiao Tian and Shi Hao, willing to lend her assistance. Xiao Tian's 6th child instructed by Fong and the split-sky devil butterfly to aid Shi Hao, and they truly found their moment to shine. Nonetheless, against the already transformed Shi, they could only provide meager support. Xiao Tian suspected that Shi had also reached the 10 cave heaven. Bolstered by the heavy eyes and the supreme bone, to not reach the 10 cave heaven would be a jest. He lacked the qualifications to contend with Shi Hao, for in the lower realms, the 10 cave heaven was legendary, while in the upper realms, the first generation virtually all resided in the 10 cave heaven. Otherwise, they would lack the qualifications to compete, facing annihilation instead. Buzz, like a radiant moon, Xiao Tian traversed the skies, entering the heavenly bone forbidden zone. Now, his physical form allowed him to soar effortlessly in the lower realms, traversing the void without relying on any techniques. He regarded the Rain Clan, the martial king's mansion, and the remnants of the 4 clans with utter disdain. Their schemes were merely a norm, as time progressed. Once the one with heavy eyes and Yu Zimo transcended into the spirit transformation realm, the advantage would shift to their side. In truth, that was already the case. For Xiao Tian was absent. Good brother, you are indeed exceptionally gifted, and you have brought me 2 pure-blooded mounts. This 9-headed lion was impressive, rivaling that of pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Shi radiated a divine 5-colored light, his tall figure adorned with a mane that danced wildly in the wind, embodying the innate heavy eyes and divine aptitude. In this moment, he resembled a peerless divine king descending upon the realm, single-handedly battling Shi Hao and 3 formidable ancient relics of the 9 cave heaven, leaving them in disarray, while still having the leisure to critique the situation. After being pummeled by Xiao Tian in the void divine realm, Shi felt a surge of motivation, redoubling his efforts and training. Coupled with the superior cultivation resources of the martial king's mansion compared to the Xiao Clan, his speed of breakthrough was rapid. Before reaching the 100-break mountain, he had already entered the 9 cave heaven. Then, guided by Yu Zimo's intuition, he entered the heavenly bone forbidden zone, acquiring a piece of heavenly bone along with other opportunities, and through immense struggle, broke into the 10 cave heaven. From that moment on, Shi felt invincible. He adopted a cat-and-mouse mentality, waiting for Li Xiaoyao, the one who had humiliated him in the void divine realm. To be frank, Shan Hai was currently too weak and had not transcended into the spirit transformation realm, rendering him inconsequential in Shi Yi's eyes. Even if a battle were to ensue, it would be within the same realm, allowing Shi Yi to defeat Shan Hai and illuminate the disparity between them. Thus, the one with heavy eyes, Shi Yi, exuded arrogance and pride. In the original narrative, if he had been determined to kill Shan Hai in the Hongguan Mountains, Shan Hai would have stood no chance. He had merely underestimated Shan Hai, who had lost his supreme bone at that time. Boom! Shan Hai, alongside the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, the Bijian Divine Bird, and the Nine-Headed Lion, launched a formidable assault. The confluence of the Swanee Divine Technique, the Lion's Roar, the Bijian Technique, and the Rift Sky Technique culminated in a cataclysmic spectacle, as if thunder had descended from the heavens, shaking the earth and shattering mountains, while celestial flames surged and the azure sky contorted. In the aftermath, Shi soared into the air, his dark hair billowing, eyes closed, radiating divine brilliance. With a resounding cry that echoed with vigor, he resembled a celestial deity, his presence commanding the very fabric of reality as he unleashed a torrent of five-color divine light that swept across all directions, obliterating every attack in its path. Such disdain. He fought with Shan Hai and the others with his eyes shut, exhibiting a blatant disregard for their presence, an unabashed dismissal. With a mere flick of his hand, two silver Pishio surged forth, crashing the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and the Bijian Divine Bird from the skies, sending them reeling, bloodied as scales, feathers, and plumage scattered like autumn leaves. Even the delicate wings of an ordinary butterfly were adorned with countless scales, akin to tiles meticulously arranged on a fragile roof. Interspersed with fine hair, the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and the Bijian Divine Bird exchanged glances, their expressions laden with bitterness. They should have exchanged techniques. Perhaps by sacrificing a portion of their flesh and blood, they could have enabled each other to breach the 10th heaven. They had witnessed Shan Hai's successful ascension to the 10th heaven, and that Xiao Tian was undoubtedly of the same caliber, alongside the enigmatic youth with the purple gold gourd from the upper realm. Moreover, they now faced the formidable Shi, who had reportedly seized Shan Hai's supreme bone. If they did not evolve soon, they would fall irretrievably behind these monstrous prodigies. Despite their aspirations to become the strongest beings, they were aware of some matters pertaining to the upper realm and harbored aspirations of ascending there. For their clan possessed ancestral grounds with teleportation arrays leading to the upper realm. The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly shimmered with runes, radiating a silver glow interwoven with streaks of black, dazzlingly beautiful. With a gentle flap of its wings, it released a beam of divine light toward Shi, only for him to casually deflect it, redirecting it to a nearby mountain peak, which was instantly cleaved into fragments the size of millstones, evoking terror. The Bijian Divine Bird was engulfed in blazing yellow and azure flames, a fierce conflagration. It exhaled a stream of fire, which was effortlessly repelled by Shi, incinerating a colossal blade of grass in the distance, reducing it to ash. Roar! The nine-headed lion unleashed its fury, each of its 9 heads enveloped in a divine aura, their roars threatening to rend the heavens and earth asunder. Yet, the multicolored divine light enveloped Shi, rendering him impervious to all attacks. He wielded the legendary ancient techniques of the lower realm, belonging to the 5-colored Vermilion Bird clan. Roar! Shan Hai activated the Paleo technique, bellowing in unison with the 9-headed lion, intending to create some trouble for Shi. My dear brother, you are still lacking. A few more years of cultivation are needed. The game has ended. I shall claim the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and Bijian Divine Bird, but I shall spare this solitary lion's head, lest others accuse me of bullying you, my brother. I owe you this, and thus, I shall repay you partially. I shall not harm you. I shall ride away upon your lion. Shi stood aloft, arms crossed behind his back, gazing down at Shan Hai, finally opening his eyes. His 4 eyes were withdrawn, revealing a pair of resplendent starry orbs. Shan Hai felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, hastily retrieving a handful of crystalline golden sand and filling his mouth with it, yearning for strength. Had he not been 3 years younger than Shi, he would have counted the age at which his supreme bone was extracted, when he was merely 8 months old. Thus, Shi was only 3 years his senior. Boom! At that moment, the runes of the heavenly bone forbidden zone trembled, and the heavens roared. A blazing sun emerged in the sky, its might uncontainable even within the legendary heavenly bone forbidden zone. This realm permitted only the contest of runic powers. Physical combat and artifacts were suppressed here, much like the divine herb garden, where only corporeal struggles were permitted. Similarly, Xiao Tian faced no restrictions here. He was recognized by the heavenly bone forbidden zone, akin to a key thrown into the cave of heavens. Naturally, Xiao would not demean himself by bullying Shi. Such actions were devoid of meaning. He had arrived just in time to take the small one under his wing. For this brother would be the one with whom he would engage most frequently in the future. After all, only Shi possessed the talent to accompany Xiao in battle. Whether in the upper realm, as a supreme being, or as an immortal king, future immortal emperor, others lack such potential. It is you, with a flash. Two azure bolts of lightning streaked through the sky as Shi manifested his heavy eyes. This time, he would discern the true appearance of this shameless rogue hiding in the shadows. Xiao, facing Shi's gaze, remained remarkably composed, now possessing a spiritually awakened body. What did it matter if Shi's talent was exceptional? He could not penetrate the tricolored light barrier enveloping Xiao, for his own talent surpassed Shi's. Four-eyed little thief, I grant you a singular opportunity to unleash your full power. Remember, you have but one chance. Should you fail, I shall seize something from you. Xiao voice was cold and unyielding. Open heavens, Shi bellowed, merging his four eyes into two, unleashing a blinding torrent of azure light, interwoven with terrifying azure patterns that adorned the void like eternal blue-gold stars. A suspenseful divine sound echoed, resonating with the essence of the heavens, as the azure runes unfurled as if to recreate the dawn of creation. Their brilliance akin to chaotic energy, surging forth to anchor Xiao in the void. Sever the heavens. Xiao recalled the fragmentary secret technique of the severing heavens he had acquired. The mystical imprint embedded itself in his heart as he recalled witnessing a powerful figure from the Severing Heavens sect employ this technique. His temples ignited with the convergence of heat and cold as the cave of heavens opened, instinctively channeling the Severing Heavens technique. A pair of gold and silver dragons surged from him, twisting and turning in the air, their heads meeting and tails intertwining, transforming into a colossal pair of gold and silver scissors. Snip! With a single cut, Shi's grand endeavor of opening the heavens was rendered naught, dissolving into a radiant shower of light. Chapter 64. Why must one covet another's bone? In truth, the heavy eye's ability to solidify the void was indeed formidable. With Liuhua absent, Xiao felt as though the form of his eldest brother borrowed some of Liuhua's innate capabilities, confirming that the unity of three bodies was essential to unlock his true, most potent combat form. As Shi observed this scene, he clenched his small fists, sensing that Xiao had also broken through to the spirit transformation realm. He remained unhurried, knowing he needed to deepen his foundation within the cave of heavens. Every realm forged the ultimate basis. Both Xiao and Shi were his seniors, and Shi understood well that the path of cultivation could not be rushed. Shi remained silent, his expression gravely serious, as if facing a formidable adversary. His entire being radiated with incandescent light, and with a resounding boom, 10 caves appeared behind him, arranged in a circle, slowly rotating. Within 5 of these caves resided beings of divine might. One cave housed a 5-colored peacock, spreading its wings and singing, shimmering with dazzling brilliance, powerful and awe-inspiring. Another cave contained a Pixiu, fierce and formidable, resembling a divine tiger with dragon horns, radiating a blinding light that pierced the eyes, roaring defiantly. The third cave held a golden rock, appearing as though cast from gold, its eyes electric, its body ablaze with golden light, reminiscent of a primeval deity re-emerging. The fourth cave was home to a divine spirit, bathed in thunder and gentle rain, wielding a scepter, an unparalleled being commanding the celestial phenomena, his words manifesting reality. Most intriguingly, Shi's fifth cave, shrouded in purple mist, harbored some terrifying existence, deliberately concealed by Shi, unwilling to reveal it to others. Xiao, however, was acutely aware that Shi's dual pupils could pierce through illusions. By deciphering the faint traces left by the Qilin in the mortal realm, he had grasped a portion of the Qilin's arcane techniques. Although these skills were incomplete, their potency was undeniably formidable, being a fragment of the 10 Fiends' Qilin techniques. It seemed that Shi was concealing this powerful art. Evidently, Shi had yet to acquire any of the celestial restoration techniques from the Pavilion of Celestial Restoration. For even those were not wholly intact, merely fragments mastered by the forsaken disciple, the Ghost Lord. It was no wonder he exhibited such arrogance and hubris. Indeed, the current Shi paled in comparison to this fellow, lacking in both mastery of arcane arts and cultivation. In fact, Shi reveled in the belief that he possessed the dual pupil technique and the supreme bone technique, while Shi had nothing to contend with him. He intended to suppress Shi openly, declaring to all that he, Shi, was blameless, and that his mother had not erred entirely. Within Xiao Tian's groin, the true dragon roared, its crimson radiance dazzling. Located at the Yin Xiao point, it seemed able to commune with the essence of the earth, linking the unknown realms and connecting to the roots of primordial paths, manifesting as a dragon vein, naturally suited to wield the true dragon techniques. It amalgamated the three ancient arts of Pu Lao, Swan and I, and Fu Shi, and having adapted to the pavilion of celestial restoration. Xiao Tian had already fused the first three techniques. The subsequent acquisitions were naturally subdued and assimilated. Later, he also obtained the Qi dragon techniques and integrated them as well. Recently, he received fragments of the Baxia technique, the Qi Wen technique, the Yi technique, and the Chao Feng technique. In the midst of battle, his first avatar engaged fiercely while his sixth and seventh avatars rested and contemplated, aiding him in merging the true dragon techniques. Although it was impossible to truly assemble a complete true dragon technique, the transformation into a fragment of it would still yield unparalleled might. With this in mind, he decided to use Shi to hone his evolving true dragon techniques. With a commanding roar, Xiao Tian unleashed the dragon roar technique, and from his mouth emerged a scarlet true dragon, its antlers resembling those of a deer, its head akin to a camel, eyes like those of a rabbit, neck like a serpent, abdomen like a clam, scales akin to fish, claws resembling those of an eagle, paws like those of tiger, and ears like those of an ox. Its back was adorned with 81,000 scales, embodying the essence of the number 99. Its voice resonated like a bronze bell. With whiskers at its mouth and a luminous pearl beneath its jaw, it bore reverse scales beneath its throat. The scarlet true dragon surged forth, expanding with the wind into a 100-foot-long divine dragon that coiled and twisted, baring its fangs and claws as it charged toward Shi. She gasped in astonishment. Was this the legendary technique of the ancient ferocious beast, the true dragon? How could he have attained it? In the next moment, he soared into the sky, a purple qilin materializing behind him. With a flurry of movement, he seemed to merge with the ethereal form of the qilin, trampling towards the scarlet true dragon. The purple qilin was colossal, resembling a small mountain, with the head of a lion, antlers of a deer, eyes of a tiger, body of a moose, scales of a dragon, and tail of an ox, its tails fur vividly resembling that of a dragon. Upon their collision, a thunderous roar erupted, the void reverberating as if the heavens themselves were about to shatter. Above the celestial bone forbidden zone, countless runes danced in a resplendent display, breathtakingly beautiful. This clash resulted in a stalemate, significantly boosting Shi's confidence. Xiao Tian, equally satisfied, observed how his collection of dragon seed techniques seamlessly contended with the qilin techniques Shi had captured with his dual pupils, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. The Dragon Claw technique. Xiao Tian unleashed the true dragon technique he had recently comprehended, extending his left hand, which transformed into a lifelike, massive claw composed of runes. Aimed directly at Shi. Shi's expression turned grave as he formed hand seals. A dense purple mist enveloped him, and a five-colored grinding disc materialized in his grasp. Rumbling ominously, his hands seemed to be pushing against a wheel of life and death, for the qilin was indeed the true master of the five elements. The formidable grinding disc, embodying the quintessence of the five elemental forces, successfully blocked the dragon claw. As the two forces collided, the resounding echoes of the earth rang out, and ultimately, they both dissipated into the void. The divine dragon tail. As Xiao Tian grew increasingly adept in battle, he comprehended yet another variant of the true dragon technique. Forming a massive, crimson dragon tail with his hands, its scales shimmering brightly as it surged toward Shi, the qilin crashed against the heavenly pillar. In the next instant, Shi emerged with the qilin's divine form, forming hand seals and launching himself upwards, the qilin's antlers radiating a dazzling purple light as they collided with the dragon tail. Resembling two ancient ferocious beasts locked in a fierce struggle, captivating all observers. Initially intending to swiftly conclude the battle, Xiao Tian realized that Shi served as an excellent sparring partner to refine his techniques. Thus, he remained calm and began to continuously evolve the true dragon techniques he had been nurturing. Shi, naturally, exerted his utmost effort, unwilling to relent even slightly. Simultaneously, his eyes shone with a brilliant blue light as he once again utilized the dual pupil technique to attack Xiao Tian. This time, a mystical pattern emerged on Xiao Tian's brow, and a resplendent purple celestial eye opened, unleashing a magnificent purple divine light akin to a celestial sword, piercing directly towards the dual pupil wielder's innate technique. causing both to vanish into nothingness simultaneously. This was still a result of Xiao Tian holding back, having consumed the sacred fruit. His mental acuity rivaled that of a powerful inscription master, far beyond what Shi could contend with. Shi was utterly astonished, having deemed Xiao Tian a lifelong adversary. This individual was terrifying, seemingly born to counter him. Though he possessed the dual pupils, the other party wielded a celestial eye. Just as he basked in his acquisition of the Qilin technique fragments, feeling invincible, the opponent revealed an ability to employ fragments of the true dragon technique as well. His dual pupils could discern that the other's true dragon technique was incomplete. However, his Qilin technique was likewise flawed, rendering their abilities evenly matched. Particularly, his dual pupils could not penetrate the aura surrounding the opponent, who was shrouded in three-colored light, enigmatic and inscrutable, making it impossible to perceive his true form. Their clashes intensified, though this was merely the dual pupil wielder's assumption. He exerted his full strength, summoning various techniques. The rain god technique causing a gentle downpour, while dark clouds loomed overhead, and thunder boomed with overwhelming might, radiant runes illuminating the scene. Xiao Tian formed seals, conjuring a purple-green gourd that whistled through the air, inhaling the myriad elements, effortlessly cleansing the sky of rain and thunderclouds. Shi unleashed his peacock divine king technique, a sweeping display of five-colored divine light. Yet Xiao Tian countered with the celestial restoration technique fragments, sealing the heavens and earth with a pristine, crystalline hand that struck down, reducing the five-colored divine light to mere fragments of runes scattered across the sky. Despite Shi's desperate attempts, employing every means at his disposal, he was unable to gain the upper hand against Xiao Tian. Every strike and technique was met with a corresponding counter from Xiao Tian. Heavenly Calamity Light. Shi had long believed that the Supreme Bone technique was unparalleled, and now, as a last resort, he unleashed it. The Supreme Bone on his chest radiated light, darkening the heavens as a shadowy divine light gathered above, an endless array of runes swirling as if forming a celestial eye, casting a terrifying calamity light down upon Xiao Tian as divine retribution. Even Severin technique. Xiao Tian's temples, the sun and moon caverns, appeared to transform into a blazing sun and a dark moon, heat and cold converging as the caverns opened. A gold and silver dragon surged forth from him, twisting and turning in the air, its heads clashing while their tails entwined, transforming into a colossal gold-and-silver pair of scissors that rose towards the heavens. With a sharp snap, the celestial light was instantaneously cleaved in two, including the swirling eye in the sky, all manifestations dissolving into the void, resulting in a dazzling rain of light. How could this be? How could you possibly break my supreme technique? The dual pupil wielder seemed on the verge of collapse, struggling to comprehend how Xiao Tian could shatter his invincible supreme technique. Xiao Tian remained speechless. The supreme technique merely pertained to supremacy, while his heaven-severing technique was a remnant of true immortal law. Why could it not be broken? Ignorance is truly terrifying. Moreover, as a dual pupil wielder, he appeared calm when his dual pupil technique was shattered. Yet when Shi's Supreme Bone technique was broken, he seemed utterly incapable of accepting it. What was he thinking? The current dual pupil wielder was profoundly ignorant, so much so that it bordered on foolishness and tragedy. However, those who are pitiable must also possess elements deserving of disdain, and those who are despicable must inevitably bear their own sorrows. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. She now resembles an ignorant jester, a frog at the bottom of a well, a gambler. The root of all this lies in ignorance. Shi's mother was ignorant, and so was she, completely unaware that the dual pupil talent is far rarer and possesses greater potential than the Supreme Bone. Aside from the ancient female dual pupil, in the upper realms of the 9 skies and 10 lands, amidst countless beings of the same era, not a single dual pupil wielder has been observed among so many first generations. It is evident that Shi has developed his dual pupil abilities very roughly. He is still far from achieving their true potential. Before encountering the ancient female dual pupil, he likely believed that the Supreme Bone's technique was the most formidable, relegating the dual pupil to merely an auxiliary talent. Sky Repairing Hand, Heaven Cutting Finger, Divine Dragon's Tail. Xiao Tian once again made his move, skillfully engaging in a battle of techniques. With each strike, Shi grew more unsettled, losing his composure. In terms of techniques, he found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the dual pupil wielder Shi felt a sharp pain in his chest as the Supreme Bone was directly penetrated by Xiao Tian, who had augmented it with the 6th child's divine abilities, attempting to extract it from him. The dual pupil's prowess is invincible. Why must I covet another's bone? This does not belong to you. I shall take it. Of course, if you have an excess of eyeballs and fancy the supreme bone, we may exchange. I shall take one. You choose. Xiao Tian declared coldly. Chapter 65. Has the dual pupil wielder ever regretted? Do you feel despair, an overwhelming desire to perish? In this moment, does the scene not seem familiar? Little Shihua was barely 8 months old, innocent and kind-hearted, with no choice but to have his supreme bone taken from him. Blood flowed from his chest, his face pale, his large eyes dazed, emitting cries of pain and lamentation. You must be his cousin, right? You were nearly 4 at that time. Xiao Tian's tone was indifferent. He acted according to his whims, taking pleasure in Shihua while harboring disdain for Shi, displaying an icy demeanor even at such a tender age. Shi remained silent, cornered by the dilemma posed by Xiao Tian. Lost in a trance as a scene from his dreams resurfaced vividly in his mind. He recalled with striking clarity the image of Shihua, who, upon losing his supreme bone, cried incessantly, tears streaming down his pallid face, his body curling into a ball on the cold extraction table, shivering uncontrollably, gradually losing consciousness in a small corner, still murmuring, "Mother." He was too young, such a fragile child. His last memories were but a fleeting sensation of being cradled by his mother, a warmth that was becoming increasingly obscured. Ultimately, he must have dreamt of lying once more in her embrace, blissfully warm, slowly succumbing to sleep. Brother, do not kill him. Sooner or later, we shall face each other in a life-and-death battle of equal realms. Just now, he showed me mercy, even if it was merely a condescending act from his lofty position. I shall extend him a similar grace. My bone is so useful. Let him use it for a few more years. And please, keep that supreme bone close to his heart. Shihua's dark eyes sparkled with an unprecedented determination as he gazed at Xiao Tian, expressing his sentiments with unwavering resolve. I understand. Xiao Tian spared the dual pupil wielder, just as she possessed his arrogance and determination, intending to wait for Shihua to elevate his cultivation and master the later stages. In 2 or 3 years, the significance of this would diminish, as the subsequent realms would, in theory, demand increasingly more time. Shihua also held his convictions. He wished to prove something to his ruthless cousin, who once had been called Big Brother in his innocent days, unaware that this brother conspired with his mother to seize his supreme bone. Thus, he sought to defeat Shi directly in their shared realm, demonstrating that the supreme bone was not as paramount as it seemed. Even if you took my bone, what difference would it make? Xiao Tian, too, was quite arrogant, dismissing the dual pupil wielder Shi as a rival, regarding his dual pupil with disdain. All he desired was the thrill of battle. With clarity of thought, Xiao Tian and Shihua departed, leaving behind the dual pupil wielder Shi, who lay ensnared in a massive handprint, 3 meters deep in the earth. Mother, have I erred? Did I bring about your demise? No, I am not wrong, nor can I be. In our duel of equal realms, I will not lose. Everyone believes you are mistaken, but I know you acted for my sake. I shall prove that your choices were right, defeating that child who returns to collect debts under the gaze of the multitude. She lay within the depths of the handprint, murmuring to himself, appearing almost mad. It was as though he were attempting to brainwash himself. Over the years, he had refrained from reminiscing about the past, yet the bone resided in his chest, forcing him to confront these memories incessantly. If only time could be reversed. This blow to the dual pupil wielder exceeded the previous encounter in the virtual divine realm. However, compared to Xiao Tian, the mysterious youth who had previously struck him, he feared losing to Shihua even more, for he could not afford such a defeat. Everyone assumed his cultivation was smooth sailing, unaware of the torment and nightmares he endured. Wishing he had refrained from speaking out, which led his mother to consider extracting the supreme bone, resulting in her demise. Regardless of what others claimed about his mother's cruelty, in Shi's memories, she was gentle. After all, he was but 4 years old when she passed. The sky-repairing technique and heaven-cutting technique were indeed formidable. Yet Xiao Tian possessed merely fragments of them. Following this, everyone dispersed to seek the heavenly bones, agreeing to meet outside, as time was of the essence. The opportune moment for acquiring treasures in the 100 Breaks Mountain had elapsed, and they were about to face the bloody trials imposed by the indigenous inhabitants. Xiao Tian, endowed with the heavenly eye and the key to the heavenly bone forbidden zone, found 6 heavenly bones within a mere 2 days. 5 belonged to powerful beings of the divine fire realm, while 1 belonged to a true One realm being. Xiao Tian speculated that there should be heavenly bones above the divine tier, yet for unknown reasons, they seemed to have vanished. The small bone tower atop Sherhua's hair indicated its willingness to take responsibility, having devoured any relatively strong heavenly bones to restore its vitality. During these 2 days, Xiao Tian, in the form of the sixth child, effortlessly completed his tasks, slaying a diminutive blue dragon of the inscription realm and tossing it into a replica of the cosmic bag. However, the seventh child faced some challenges. The seventh child employed a gourd to collect spiritual herbs and honeycombs from a valley. The golden bee queen of the array realm was nearly cleaved in two by the seventh child wielding the kitchen god's divine knife, almost losing its head before finally yielding and agreeing to follow the seventh child out of the 100 Breaks Mountain. Of course, it was ultimately Xiao Tian's potential that swayed the golden bee queen. This human, merely in the spirit transformation realm, had effortlessly captured her retinue of warrior bees, demonstrating overwhelming superiority. Following such an extraordinary prodigy, the future seemed exceedingly promising. Once subdued within the gourd, after receiving 10 drops of the true water of Tai Chi from Xiao Tian, the golden bee queen further solidified her choice, with a slap and a sweet reward. This was a skill Xiao Tian had gleaned from novels in his past life, now finally put to practical use. Boom! As the time approached, a series of thunderous roars erupted throughout the region housing the teleportation arrays of the 100 Breaks Mountain, shaking the entire miniature world enveloped by countless runes. The previously obstructive fog and walls of light that barred passage between various regions of the 100 Breaks Mountain dissipated, allowing free movement without reliance on specific teleportation arrays to traverse into other territories. The realm of Baiduan Mountain is exceedingly vast, originally segmented into numerous training zones primarily to prevent the assembly of formidable indigenous beings against intruders. However, the scenario has since transformed, with each opening of Baiduan Mountain. During the final 7 days, participants must endure the harrowing trials of the native hunts to survive until the passage to the outside world is unveiled. Moreover, the interconnected areas have converged the scattered prodigious youths and ancient relic offspring, inevitably leading to more brutal conflicts. "Sister, you must go first. I will delay them," a young boy implored, his visage earnest as he brandished a treasured sword while gazing at the approaching horde of colossal bat dragons. These bat dragons resembled gargantuan bats, magnified tenfold, akin to the pterosaurs of Earth, their strengths ranging from blood transformation to spirit manifestation, with the leader embodying the inscription realm. Once sealed within a runic array in a bottomless abyss, the connection of the regions has broken their confinement, allowing them to revel in this banquet of carnage, descending in swathes and emitting cries of exhilaration, reminiscent of hellish wails. Brother, a 15-year-old girl clad in azure armor, trembled in despair, unable to utter a sound, as every second was a matter of life or death. At that moment, as Xiao Tian's sixth avatar exited the Bee Queen Valley, he beheld the multitude of bat dragons and wasted no time. A gluttonous feast for the indigenous beasts, indeed. This shall also serve as my own banquet, he thought, eager to amass divine essence. The stronger he became, the greater his replenishment. Summoning a gourd resembling purple jade, adorned with intricate golden patterns, he unleashed a purple radiance that expanded from a grain size to a span of 30 feet, enveloping the hundreds of bat dragons that soared toward him. With no means of resistance, they were swiftly drawn into the gourd's depths, where they were refined into strands of divine essence. Only the last of the colossal silver bat dragons, witnessing this spectacle, attempted to flee in terror, but was met with a swift strike from Xiao Tian's sixth avatar, severing its wing before it too was ensnared within the gourd. Having escaped this calamity, the brother and sister exchanged a glance, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The sister, covering her mouth, dared not cry out, fearful of attracting the ferocious beasts. They would forever remember this moment, yet the peril was far from over. Their foremost concern was to survive and exit the Baiduan Mountain realm. "Brother, we must leave Baiduan Mountain alive. We promise to escape together," the girl said, wiping her tears with determination. "Agreed," the 16-year-old boy replied, his voice equally resolute. This was but a fleeting interlude for the fortunate siblings in Baiduan Mountain. In other realms, countless allies, partners, siblings had become mere sustenance for the natives. In truth, the current state of Baiduan Mountain was devoid of warmth, dominated instead by a chilling struggle for survival. A colossal ancient species, a silver leopard, emerged from a mist-laden valley, measuring over 300 meters in length and towering more than 200 meters high, its silver scales glimmering radiantly. Leaping forth like a legendary beast, it unleashed a thunderous roar that caused nearby hills to crumble. The aura of the inscription realm radiated outward for miles, summoning a host of spirit manifestation and below beasts to its side. Xiao Tian's sixth avatar, passing by, recognized the powerful roar of the silver leopard, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation, a remarkable ancient species of the inscription realm. In a heartbeat, he employed the Great Void technique, appearing near the leopard's forehead, drawing forth a divine fire weapon, a bronze spear, and thrusting it into the center of its brow. With a pained cry, the silver leopard fell. Its brain matter splattered. No inscription realm beast could survive such a fate. Xiao Tian collected the body of the inscription realm silver leopard, even after his three avatars separated. Its corporeal shell was comparable to a nascent sovereign. It was formidable enough to withstand a clash with a king-level powerhouse. The surrounding beasts, bewildered by the leopard's sudden demise, were left in a state of confusion. Xiao Tian mused, "This is akin to Zhou Badong hearing Wang Chongyang's distant call of reaching innate divinity." The reason Baiduan Mountain was renowned for allowing survival was the arduous challenges it posed, fraught with peril and an exceedingly high mortality rate. Historical records indicated that under 40% of talents emerge alive from these trials, with some estimates suggesting that of 100,000 entrants, merely around 10,000 would survive. Xiao Tian was aware that this time was particularly treacherous, with the Baiduan Mountain opening having accumulated an array of new king-level and sovereign-level powerhouses over the past 8 centuries, alongside some ancient entities. Most importantly, the arrival of monstrous prodigies would inevitably incite chaos, leading to even greater calamities and more fatalities. However, he reasoned, perhaps this was indeed a favorable moment. To conserve resources and accumulate strength, Xiao Tian's seventh avatar unleashed a massacre, wielding the Zhaoju knife. Unafraid, even in the face of formation realm adversaries, let alone those beneath it. Meanwhile, his sixth avatar moved with ethereal grace, brandishing the bronze spear, dispatching foes with stealth and precision. A booming roar akin to thunder caught his attention. A primordial black hound unleashed its wrath, shaking the mountains and sending boulders flying. Its furious cries shattering the air. In its rampage, blood splattered, claiming the lives of countless unfortunate talents, with the majority being of the human race. Yet, Xiao Tian's sixth avatar traversed the void, arriving just in time to merge with his spear, piercing the black hound's skull. With the aid of the great wishful technique, the spear thickened and obliterated its brain, ending the creature's reign of terror, vanishing before the eyes of the fleeing talents who were left in bewilderment. Unsure of what had transpired, the thrill of battle invigorated Xiao Tian. He felt an abundance of medicinal energy swelling within his essence, as if he had ingested a divine elixir effective even to sovereigns, though he could not absorb it all at once. In a region where the treasure divide resided, fierce winds howled and rocks soared through the air. Those who arrived seeking fortune faced devastating blows as a golden dragon-horned lion charged forth. Measuring over 400 meters in length and 300 meters in height, specifically hunting for pure-blooded ferocious beasts, it unleashed a torrent of radiant runic blades, severing dozens of human talents and ancient species in twain, their lifeless forms strewn about. In the next instant, the lion opened its cavernous maw, summoning a green vortex that consumed all corpses and the living alike, their screams echoing into the heavens. At that moment, Xiao Tian's seventh avatar deemed it time to intervene, summoning his gourd and locking onto the dragon-horned lion. "Come forth, let the revelries begin." The dragon-horned lion found itself ensnared within a terrifying vortex of purple mist, bound by chains of violet that rendered it akin to a mummy. No matter how fiercely it struggled, its efforts proved futile. It relinquished its attempts to unleash its divine powers, instead concentrating all its strength to resist the magical gourd wielded by Xiao Tian's seventh child. With a whoosh, a kitchen knife soared through the air, cleaving the dragon-horned lion's head, causing its body to sag as it instantaneously lost all vigor, ultimately being captured within the gourd. Outside the heavenly bone-forbidden zone, numerous ancient beings congregated, intent on seeking the progeny of primordial divine birds and pure-blood ferocious beasts. For them, the opening of the 100 Breaks Mountain represented a fortuitous opportunity. Acquiring the precious bones and blood of the corresponding bloodline offspring could potentially allow them to transcend their racial limitations. Even consuming the pure blood offspring of other species would yield substantial benefits. A golden-eyed beast, resembling a qilin with the head of a lion, the body of a leopard, and the tail of a crocodile, had just awakened from slumber and hastily arrived at the periphery of the treasure distribution cliff. Measuring approximately 18 meters in length and 15 meters in height, It boasted serpentine dragon horns and fearsome fangs, striking terror into all who beheld it. In the blink of an eye, it devoured a group of fleeing prodigies. Its gaping maw summoned a wave of azure, ensuring no talent could escape its clutches. This creature was one of the 10 recognized mounts from ancient times, akin to the 9-headed lion. The memories of the weak populace in the lower realms were fragmented, with their glorious recollections preserved only in ancient texts. Many deities once roamed the world in ancient times, yet their current fates remained shrouded in mystery, invisible to all. Xiao Tian was well aware that deities still existed in the lower realms, though they had concealed themselves. The stronger the being, the more horrific the truths they encountered. The exalted deities of the lower realms, in the eyes of some from the higher realms, were akin to divine elixirs, ripe for harvesting when the time was right. At that moment, the golden-eyed beast was viewed as a coveted prize by Xiao Tian's seventh child, having just captured one creature, only to find an even mightier ancient relic arriving at their doorstep. Simultaneously, chaos erupted outside the heavenly bone forbidden zone as a golden-winged pung bird appeared, its radiant wings unfurling to strike the heavens with unparalleled ferocity. It plunged into the heavenly bone forbidden zone, tearing through the gray mists in search of pure-blood ferocious beasts and fierce avian offspring. This golden-winged pung possessed a lineage no less formidable than the golden-winged chick that had been slain by the Rift Sky demonic butterfly and the Baifeng divine bird. Its cultivation had reached the level of a king in the array realm, and when it spread its wings, they spanned over 900 meters, casting a vast shadow wherever it flew. Little one, you take the others and leave. I shall confront this golden-winged pung. Xiao Tian's eldest child gazed upward at the golden-winged beast, his battle spirit ignited, and without looking back, he spoke to Shan Hai. Brother, be cautious. Shan Hai replied without hesitation, swiftly following the Fire Nation people to protect the remaining individuals as they exited the heavenly bone forbidden zone. With a mighty roar, Xiao Tian's form expanded rapidly, soaring skyward. His colossal figure, towering at 4,000 meters, wielded a silver divine sword in his left hand and a golden spiritual vine in his right. With a flourish, the spiritual vine shot forth like a serpentine creature, ensnaring one of the golden-winged pung's legs in an instant. The golden-winged pung, adorned in resplendent golden feathers that shimmered brilliantly, was incredibly swift. Yet, Xiao Tian's sudden assault left it no time to evade. Come forth, my treasure, he bellowed, causing a vast expanse of white clouds beside him to shatter. With a powerful tug, the golden-winged pung let out a cry of despair, flapping its wings in a frantic attempt to escape, only to be drawn closer. Slash! In the next moment, a silver flying sword measuring hundreds of meters descended, severing the colossal head of the pung with a resounding thud. The brilliant blood spewed forth like scarlet mist, which Xiao Tian meticulously collected using the mystical technique of the purple-green gourd, a fusion of the Sky Repair Pavilion's ritual and the gourd's essence. The remains were transformed into small yellow beans by the powers of the Rui, stored within a jade box provided by his clan, and casually deposited into the spatial realm of his Dantian. With his formidable physical prowess augmented by the innate abilities of his eldest child and 2 divine-grade treasures in hand, Xiao Tian found it effortless to vanquish the diminutive golden-winged pung, an absolute display of dominance. As Xiao Tian's massive form diminished slightly, now standing at 300 meters, he experienced little fatigue and began to sprint rapidly, embarking on a hunt. The 100 Breaks Mountain was rife with ferocious avian beasts. The first 2 months allowed prodigies to seek opportunities and grow swiftly, while the remaining month devolved into a deadly contest for survival. All around lay shattered peaks and devastated forests, the ground stained crimson with blood. The original inhabitants of the 100 Breaks Mountain included descendants of ferocious insects, ape-like creatures, various beasts and birds, as well as fierce plants and sentient stones, each voraciously devouring the strong from all races. This was their grand feast and opportunity. With remnants of crushed bones and dripping blood scattered about, he could hear the relentless crunching of feeding all around him, a cacophony of despair and brutality. A 300-meter-long silver crocodile pursued a black-clad girl and her sister in white. The black-clad girl, summoning all her strength, hurled her sister to safety. Yet she herself could not escape as the silver crocodile opened its gaping maw. With a swish, a 12-centimeter-long blood-red flying knife, guided by Xiao Tian's will, pierced the crocodile's skull, obliterating its brain. As Xiao Tian's immense figure passed, a golden spiritual vine, seemingly alive, coiled around the silver crocodile, whisking it away. Throughout, Xiao Tian never paused. The girl who had been flung away cried out in despair, "Sister, A serrated bird swooped down, its beak lined with sharp fangs. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian cleaved the 10-meter-long creature in two, its form dissolving into radiant light. While Xiao Tian hunted Shan Hai, the Bifong divine bird, the Rift Sky demonic butterfly, and the nine-headed lion were not idle. The three stealthily infiltrated the lairs of the powerful ancient relics, pilfering herbs and eggs. The Rift Sky demonic butterfly and the Bifong divine bird, driven by desperation to break through, exchanged innate bone inscriptions and were now gathering strength. The eggs of the lightning bird glimmered with silver brilliance, each the size of a grinding wheel, resembling flames of silver burning brightly, flashing with dazzling light. There were 3 eggs, which they smashed open and consumed, the nine-headed lion leaving no shell behind. It's even better when cooked, Shan Hai lamented. Indeed, but we have no time now. Eat quickly. Our next target is the nest of that golden-winged pong. I know its location, the Bifong divine bird stated. Good. The group swiftly devoured the snacks. Speaking of which, that Li Xiaoyao, after breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, was simply monstrous. He was even more terrifying than pure-blood ancient ferocious beasts, the Rift Sky demonic butterfly remarked. Indeed, I wonder if our leader has also broken through to the spirit transformation realm. How does he compare to Li Xiaoyao? The Bifong divine bird mused. I believe only the upper realm Yang Jian could stand against him, Shan Hai replied. This was because Shan Hai knew that the Li Xiaoyao of the Sky Repair Pavilion and the Xiao Tian of the Deer Hunting Academy were, in fact, the same person. Only the enigmatic first-generation youth Yang Jian, whose origins remained unknown, could pose a challenge. As for how Shan Hai acquired such extensive knowledge, it stemmed from the time he had captured Yun Shi and gleaned information from her. Meanwhile, Yun Shi gritted her teeth, vowing to break through to the spirit transformation realm and suppress Shan Hai. She, too, had ventured deep into the 100 Breaks Mountain, harboring the same intentions as Shan Hai and his companions. In truth, many prodigious beings had stealthily infiltrated the heart of the 100 Breaks Mountain, as the most perilous locations had become the safest havens. Certainly, as the adage goes, the older ginger is indeed spicier. The audacious and reckless prodigies who dared to intrude into the Beast King's forbidden domain were met with ambushes, fleeing desperately with no escape, neither to the heavens nor to the earth. Even the likes of Shan Hai encountered relentless pursuits from the 5-colored peacock and the iron-blooded ancient tree, leading to a tragic and harrowing ordeal. The pure-blooded ferocious beast, Pishio, finally made its appearance, cunning beyond measure. It is a genuine pure-blooded beast cub that has opened 10 heavenly portals, reputed to be an ancient ferocious beast that enters but does not exit, effortlessly evading a band of pursuing monkeys. Therefore, while Shan Hai may be regarded as the sole prodigy to unify the 10 heavenly portals in the original narrative, he is certainly not the only one in the lower realm to have achieved this feat meanwhile. Xiao Tian's eldest avatar rampaged through the land as if a great shaman traversing the primordial earth, believing no challenge could be overcome by sheer brute force alone. If any obstacle remained, it was merely a lack of full exertion. The medicinal herbs guarded by the ancient species of the inscription realm, which were forged from their own precious essence, could not possibly surpass their own inherent value. Of course, the swiftest slaughters were executed by Xiao Tian's 7th avatar, who dragged along one precious gourd after another, directly seizing any ferocious birds or beasts that dared to venture above the inscription realm. Occasionally, they would also capture unwitting groups of ferocious beasts in their wake. After 2 days of rampant destruction, the vociferous ancient species began to vanish one by one, as Xiao Tian's 3 avatars chased down the sounds, claiming them in waves. By the climax of the chaos, many prodigies realized that the ferocity of the indigenous creatures had significantly diminished. Some talented individuals, after slaying the transformation spirit realm beasts, discovered that the ferocious birds of the inscription realm seemed to have disappeared entirely. This revelation invigorated everyone, prompting them to unite and commence a counterattack. Those capable of entering 100 Break Mountain were predominantly prodigies who had opened 6 or more heavenly portals, and they seized every opportunity to rise in rebellion. The survivors were largely elites, with most having nearly opened 7 heavenly portals. Some even boldly chose to break through to the transformation spirit realm, prioritizing survival above all else. As for Hua Ling'er, accompanied by the 7 sons of the Deer Pursuit, the 4 sons of the Heaven Repair, the Tree People, the Silver-Blooded Giant, the 5-colored Wanbird, Da Hong, the Purple Martin, and the twin 3-eyed brothers, they lived rather carefree lives. The Emperor of the Fire Nation gifted Hua Ling'er a treasure carpet crafted from the hide of an ancient void beast, enabling her and her companions to traverse into the void and conceal themselves amidst the cosmos. Only beings sensitive to spatial energies, like the rift-cutting demon butterfly, could detect it, while ordinary beings remained blissfully unaware. Naturally, those with dual pupils could also see through the void beast skin carpet. Additionally, the five-colored lawn bird brought along a cloud-piercing vessel, forged from the precious bones of its powerful clan's revered ancestors, originally a pure-blooded five-colored lawn bird lineage, leaving behind formidable relics with profound heritage. Its five-colored light was exceedingly swift, eluding pursuit even from the inscription realm, thus spurred on by the restless fire cloud sparrow. And with Huolinger herself not being particularly well-behaved, they schemed to infiltrate the depths of Hundred Break Mountain. Indeed, these individuals succeeded, acquiring a wealth of spiritual fruits and stealthily ambushing several severely injured ancient species, enjoying both sustenance and drink. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's sixth avatar, having harvested the outer ancient species, also stealthily infiltrated the central region of Hundred Break Mountain, aiming for the silver peach trees guarded by the monkeys, 4 of them, each a quasi-saint medicinal herb. Legend speaks of a singular golden peach saint herb, older than the spirit-connecting divine flower. However, it ultimately perished during its rebirth, leaving behind 4 remnants sealed with the essence and imprint of the original golden saint peach tree. The most powerful faction within Hundred Break Mountain, the Divine Monkey Clan, just so happens to possess these 4 silver peach trees. The Monkey King of the Divine Monkey Clan is exceptionally formidable, likely embodying the bloodline of the ancient great ape, unrivaled in strength, having fought alone against 7 or 8 formidable sealed kings, wielding celestial magic to manipulate the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, Xiao Tian's eldest and 7th avatars employed various means to stealthily penetrate the depths of Hundred Break Mountain. The Divine Monkey Clan finds itself ensnared within Hundred Break Mountain, yielding no advancement. Preserving the 4 silver peaches for them would be a waste. Better for Xiao Tian to take them. The 4 silver peaches could be distributed as follows: 1 for Shan Hai, 1 for the goddess of war, 1 for the Xiao Clan, and 1 for Xiao Tian himself. The one designated for the goddess of war primarily serves to foster a connection and curry favor with her esteemed grandfather, an elder of the highest caliber among the top-tier powers in the realm. The Xiao Clan spirit, the Silver Mountain, is merely a sealed king-level powerhouse, and due to its unique nature, cannot be easily mobilized, thus establishing a good rapport with the Deer Pursuit Academy, which might eventually lead to a familial bond, would ensure the Xiao Clan receives proper care, an essential duty of Xiao Tian as a prodigy of the Xiao Clan. Of course, personal strength remains paramount. Therefore, efforts must be made to cultivate his sister into an 8 or even 9 heavenly portals, enabling her to mature and protect the Xiao Clan. As for Ling Tianho, assistance is required for his breakthrough into the Sealed King realm. Moreover, should the spirit of Silver Mountain achieve respectability, it would bear significant implications for the Xiao Clan. As for his father, Ling Tianho, a 6 portals inscription realm practitioner, alas, in the future, it would depend on whether Xiao Tian can create new pathways within the inscription realm and see if he can aid him. In the center of Hundred Break Mountain, the concentration of spiritual energy grows denser. Upon reaching the domain governed by the Monkey King, the atmosphere becomes suffused with ethereal essence, resembling mist. Strands of divine light dance like ribbons, entwining between the grand mountains and rivers, with breathtaking vistas of clouds and mists visible everywhere. Upon arriving at the 3,000-mile peach blossom source where the Monkey King resides, it transforms into a sanctuary, as if one were enveloped in a gentle drizzle of spiritual energy, shrouded in a veil of mist, converging into a circular lake of 10 miles at its center, composed of liquefied earthly spiritual essence enriched by the essence of the sun and moon, radiant and crystalline, resembling a brilliant moon, pure and flawless, captivating the heart and soul. Nestled within towering mountains, surrounded by endless ranges, fragrant peach blossom groves abound. Viewed from above, the small lake appears like a luminous pearl embedded within the wilderness. The embrace of mountains and water, the hidden pearl, the monkey's moon fetching, all signify the natural grandeur of divine creation. Should Xiao Tian acquire the renowned source, celestial technique from the era of the heavens, he would undoubtedly comprehend the wonders of this place. At the lakeside stand 4 resplendent silver peach trees, their trunks no thicker than a human wrist and standing a meter tall. From trunk to branches to leaves, they seem sculpted from fine silver, glowing brilliantly as if aflame. Each silver peach tree bears 3 peaches the size of an adult's fist, their silver-white exteriors shimmering with a faint golden divine radiance, appearing exquisite and delectable, intoxicating to the senses. Xiao Tian's sixth avatar stood boldly in the void, gazing at the four silver peach trees, yet none could perceive its presence, even the playful little monkeys by the lake. The elderly monkeys basking in the sun on the ground, and even the hidden monkey leaders lurking within the peach grove, all of whom were inscription realm powerhouses, failed to detect the trace of Xiao Tian's sixth avatar. There was no rush. First, the stage must be cleared. A confrontation with the Monkey King was inevitable. For now, it was essential to eliminate those obstructive ancient species at the Sealed King level or any old monsters lingering about. Observing a gaunt old wolf, emaciated to the point of skin and bones, measuring a mere 3 meters in length with a shoulder height of 70 centimeters. It appeared to be an ordinary tailless wolf. However, it was a Sealed King-level ancient creature. In an attempt to lure it away, Xiao Tian's seventh avatar tossed a distraction, only for the wolf to howl upon seeing a basin-sized scarlet lingji being plucked, causing the nearby mountain to shatter in response to its roar. And even the exposed protectors were sent flying, spitting blood. The irate, tailless old wolf, with eyes as vivid green as the sun itself, fixated intently on Zhu Qian, yearning to devour this purebred beastling, believing it would empower him to transcend to an even greater strength. This seemingly ordinary old wolf, having cultivated to such an extraordinary degree, possessed unparalleled insight. Should he consume Zhu Qian, he would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Alas, the seventh child had already set his sights upon him. Just as the old wolf conjured a tempest of black wind in a frenzied pursuit of Zhu Qian, the seventh child, leveraging the innate talents of the sixth child, managed to close the distance. The old wolf's caution arrived too late. The kitchen god's knife fell, and with a swift slice, the old wolf's head was cleaved in twain, the wound radiating brilliance, with not a drop of brain matter spilling forth. The kitchen lord's cleaver was extraordinarily sharp. Thus far, Xiao Tian had found nothing it could not sever, typically bisecting opponents with a single stroke, leaving wounds as smooth as a polished mirror. Even when confronting treasures of the True One realm, it remained equally unimpeded. The treasured gourd was summoned, emanating a resplendent purple divine light, its brilliance intertwined with golden patterns. As purple mist surged forth, enveloping the wolf's carcass and drawing it into the gourd. The array realm? Merely trivial. Observing this spectacle from afar, Zhu Qian's initial resentment and stubbornness evaporated entirely. It was utterly terrifying. This progenitor from the upper realm was not to be trifled with. Perhaps he could become a mount for him, a chance opportunity indeed. Beyond the 3,000 miles of peach blossom woods, I knew you would come. To covet the sacred herbs is to court death. Wishing to emulate your forebears by offering yourselves as mere snacks? You forsake the path to heaven and invade the gates of hell. None shall escape. The Monkey King, radiating golden light, his fur sleek and shimmering like strands of golden calamity, was in a furious temper. With a mighty leap, he soared over 900 meters, wielding a golden spear as if it were a colossal club, hurling it toward a magic bull of crimson brilliance, resembling a divine spirit of heavenly jade. This formidable fire demon bull of the Array realm was a sight Xiao Tian had encountered before, yet this one was even mightier. Spanning over 300 meters in length and towering 200 meters high, engulfed in terrifying fire, reaching heights of over 1,000 meters, turning the earth beneath into a torrent of flowing magma. The bull's horns gleamed like phoenix blood-red gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance. With a thunderous roar, the bull charged, colliding with the golden spear. The clash resonated like the shattering of heaven and earth. The bull's legs buckled, nearly collapsing as it coughed up blood, sending magma splattering high into the air. At that moment, Xiao Tian's sixth child, traversing the void, seized a peach tree, while his first child stealthily pilfered a substantial amount of monkey spirit brew. Meanwhile, the seventh child capitalized on the chaos to ransack the fire demon bull's lair, acquiring 2 chunks of divine-grade material, the Blood Jade King, and a 5,000-year-old fire peony. Suddenly, a 5-colored peacock emerged, its radiant plumes flashing with brilliance, darting toward the silver peach tree with intentions akin to those of Xiao Tian's sixth child. Seeking death, the Monkey King bellowed, shattering the clouds above, commanding a colossal, colorful bird, a descendant of the 5-colored fierce avian from the classic of mountains and seas, swinging the golden spear with the swiftness of a shooting star toward the 5-colored peacock. The 5-colored peacock's tail feathers glimmered with divine light, unleashing a barrage of attacks. As if 1,000 swords were unleashed, forged from its own plumes, transforming into divine swords of various hues to obstruct the Monkey King's advance. The sixth child lay in wait, and as the five-colored peacock charged toward the silver peach, distracted by the Monkey King, he seized the opportunity to strike, thrusting a bronze spear directly into the peacock's skull. The resulting force was terrifying, augmented by the size of the first child's rui, causing the spear to thicken and obliterate the peacock's brain into a pulpy mass. The sixth child's innate divine abilities were employed as an assassin, delivering a lethal blow with impeccable precision, a testament to Xiao Tian's mastery. Indeed, even when his three bodies were separated, each possessed a corporeal form rivaling that of quasi-supreme beings, even surpassing the five-colored peacock's physical prowess. Furthermore, the bronze spear, despite having lost a third of its length, remained remarkably sharp, a divine weapon in its own right. The sixth child promptly stowed the peacock's carcass within the gourd and vanished into the void. The enraged monkey, having lost the silver peach, recalled the recent thief who not only pilfered his precious fruit, but also vanquished the five-colored peacock. His innate divine vision allowed him to see everything clearly. The only frustration was that the foe had slipped into the void, eluding any trace or aura to be tracked. Chapter 68, Pillaging the Water Curtain Cave. It's him, hiding in the shadows, having reunited with Fire Spirit and the others. Sure Hao, the Bai Fong divine bird, and the Rift Sky demon butterfly recognized the assailant as the suspected progenitor Yang Jian from the upper realm. Let's first steal the monkey spirit brew you discovered. This place is too perilous. We shall return later to act opportunistically, Sure Hao suggested. In the distance, someone had successfully acquired the silver peach, further inciting the indigenous powerhouses to unite in a bid to seize the silver peach tree. A crimson light surged skyward, resembling celestial maidens scattering flowers, as a towering blood-red ancient tree erupted from the ground. Initially intending to infiltrate, it was thwarted by array patterns, forced to reveal itself, as its subterranean evasion abilities proved inadequate. Each root, akin to the Blood Jade King's refinement, shimmered with brilliant red light. Hundreds of luminous roots simultaneously lunging toward the Monkey King, while a few tendrils, resembling coiling dragons, slithered toward the silver peach tree. The Iron Blood Ancient Tree, a descendant of fierce botanical species, possessed innate intelligence and a temperament as ferocious as that of the monkey, being fiercely combative and immensely powerful. Its entire form shimmered like a divine artifact, with its sharp roots, branches, and leaves aglow, casting forth endless blood-colored and golden runes imprinted in the void. Possessing innate powers of gold, wood, and earth, it was a formidable presence. Many ancient relics avoided provoking it in battles of the same realm. The Monkey King, consumed by fury, commanded the colorful giant bird beneath him to screech, unleashing a devastating attack that cleaved the earth, severing the encroaching roots. The ancient parrot's innate divine ability manifested as a verbal blade. Infuriated, the Iron Blood Ancient Tree uprooted itself, transforming its roots into two massive feet, resembling a resurrected blood-colored demon, as its blood-red branches, ablaze with brilliance, lashed out like divine whips, shattering towering peaks and reducing vast forests to ash, sweeping away blood-colored ruins, sending boulders flying and fracturing the heavens. The Monkey King roared incessantly, wielding the golden spear like a windmill, impenetrable and adorned with blue stars, while the sky above sparkled as if a myriad of stars swayed, transforming into a celestial meteor shower. With each collision, branches of the Iron Blood Ancient Tree splintered and scattered, illustrating the Monkey King's formidable prowess, as he maintained a firm upper hand while simultaneously assaulting the fire demon bull below. Another ancient species emerged to join the fray, this silver-spiked beast with a dragon-like head, a hedgehog's body, and a crocodile's tail surged forth from the distant river. Upon its arrival, a shimmering silver light revealed runes, with 3-meter-long silver spikes resembling long spears aimed at the Monkey King. The power of these spikes was even more formidable than the branches of the Iron Blood Ancient Tree, their glimmering azure tips instilling a chill even in Xiao Tian's formidable physique, certain to breach his defenses under the enhancement of the runes. Where the golden-winged Great Pung and the Black Hound? What the five-colored peacock? We had agreed to act in unison. Why do they not come? Inquired the spiked beast. The five-colored peacock was slain by a mysterious powerhouse, and the silver peach tree was seized, the fire demon bull replied angrily. Could it be those ancient, unyielding beings who have intervened? The thorn beast exclaimed with a hint of anger. The golden-winged roc and the black hound ventured to the periphery in search of prey, having agreed to act in unison, yet they have yet to make their appearance. The iron-blooded ancient tree also voiced its thoughts. They were all acquainted, having met long ago and established a time to strike. Their conspiracy against the silver peach tree had been in the works for quite some time, with the intent to jointly eliminate the Monkey King, the tyrant who had lorded over them. The demise of the Black Hound was rather abrupt, having been slain by the sixth child's spear. As for the golden-winged roc, its arrogance led to its downfall, as it was overwhelmed by the combined might of the first child and two divine artifacts from the realm of divine fire, which, alongside its crushing innate talents, utterly obliterated it. These formidable beings, located deep within the 100 Break Mountains, a million miles from the surface, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. After all, those capable of reaching this place possessed powerful escape artifacts, enabling them to traverse vast distances of hundreds of thousands of miles. Their speed rivaled, or even surpassed, that of the ancient relics within array formations. Thus, news of their demise had yet to reach the outside world, likely taking another day or two to circulate. Meanwhile, Shan Hai and the Fire Spirits group had procured 19 5,000-year-old lion's mane mushrooms, flourishing upon the trunk of the Monkey King's brewing tree. Each one was translucent and suffused with spiritual energy, having absorbed the fragrance of the monkey wine, undoubtedly representing the pinnacle of medicinal materials. As for the monkey wine itself, it was crafted from dozens of rare spiritual herbs, each over 3,000 years old, such as the red jade fire orchid, lion's mane mushroom, black crystal lotus, silver peach quasi-holy medicine, snow jade ginseng, golden banana, and fiery serpent vine, all of which were exceptionally precious, rivaling the worth of a few silver peaches. They discovered 2 barrels sealed within the trunk of a special millennium-old spiritual oak. Xiao Tian, in his first child form, also found 2 barrels outside. However, in his sixth child form, he unearthed 3 barrels hidden at the bottom of the Pearl Spirit Lake. Even more valuable, as they were prepared by the Monkey King for a breakthrough in realm, discovered by his sixth child form. With such an abundance of spiritual wine, gifting half a barrel of the monkey wine he found to his grandfather, Lord Ling Tian, would be sufficient to gradually enhance his innate quality and help him break through to the array formation realm. As for his father, Xiao Feng, there was no rush. He would take his time. His mother, merely at the spirit transformation realm, had greater potential, and for Xiao Tian, the lower the strength of his closest kin, the more he could assist them at this juncture. In the outside world, the Monkey King remained unaware that the formations he had laid out were rendered utterly ineffective against the sixth child, who had taken all the treasures. Not only the monkey wine, but also the 5 silver peaches he had previously harvested and preserved, remnants left by the Monkey King. These silver peach sacred medicines flower every 50 years, bear fruit every 50 years, and require another 50 years to mature. Over the years, the Monkey King had managed to stockpile some reserves, even having surplus for brewing. Additionally, Xiao Tian discovered 31 spiritual herbs that were over 3,000 years old, undoubtedly intended for his next brewing endeavor. There were also various spiritual fruits and herbs under 3,000 years, totaling over 130 varieties, all regarded as the Monkey King's everyday snacks. What a treasure trove! This time, everything fell into Xiao Tian's hands, far more expedient than his arduous quest for medicinal materials. Aside from a journey to the Divine Medicine Garden, this haul proved to be the most bountiful. In high spirits, Xiao Tian, in his sixth child form, casually refined some monkey wine using a jade gourd he had forged, pouring it into his mouth. The monkey wine, crystal clear and amber in hue, flowed into his mouth, exuding a rich fragrance, with a delightful sweetness and a hint of sourness, complemented by the refreshing essence characteristic of fruit wines. Approximately 1 gourd contained a liter, and his fair cheeks began to flush, enveloped in divine radiance and vitality, as he exhaled a glow that illuminated the air around him. Breathing in the purest essence of medicinal spirit, Xiao Tian activated the runes within, swiftly refining the wine into accumulated energy, feeling rather good. Yet it seemed he had reached a standstill at the first stage of the spirit transformation realm. His physical body had become spiritual. It appeared he would need to wait until he could reforge his path in this lifetime to continue his cultivation. Achieving divinity with a mortal body was an arduous task. Attaining the theoretical pinnacle of a spiritual body was already commendable, comparable to the perfection of a revered being's physical form, and he was quite content with that. In the outside world, circumstances took a turn as a palm-sized flower, magpie, emerged. Though a mundane avian species, it had cultivated its powers to become a formidable entity at the array formation level, possessing profound cultivation and having lived for over a millennium, regarded as an ancient monster. The old magpie appeared, rapidly enlarging, its wings spanning over 1,000 meters, resembling a black demonic roc, suddenly filling the skies above the Monkey King's domain. It extended its dark golden claws, swooping down to seize the silver peach tree. Simultaneously, an ancient blue serpent surged forth from the peach grove, resembling the old wolf. Emaciated and frail, its bloodline nearly extinguished, its days numbered. "It is you. How can you still be alive?" The Monkey King exclaimed in astonishment. This old azure serpent was the master of the blue serpent, exceptionally powerful, having once been an ancient relic. It was only thanks to the earth spirit milk that it had survived for several more centuries. "If you do not perish, how can I find peace?" The old azure serpent's voice was hoarse, filled with a murderous intent. At last, with so many array formation realm kings arriving to seize the silver peach tree, even the Monkey King felt a sense of pressure. Xiao Tian, in his seventh child form, instructed Zhu Qian to take advantage of the chaos. The latter summoned an ancient talisman, igniting it with its blood, unleashing a surge of divine power and forming a spherical shield to envelop a sacred medicine before hastily retreating. "Return that to me." However, the Monkey King was far too powerful, employing the law of heaven and earth, unleashing a thunderous roar, swallowing the clouds from miles away into its maw, causing Zhu Qian to rapidly retreat, nearly consumed whole by the Monkey King. At that moment, Xiao Tian's seven-child form produced the precious gourd, intercepting the silver peach and Zhu Qian mid-flight. Thanks to the assistance of Zhu Qian's talisman power, it was drawn in willingly, allowing for a successful interception. "Very well, you may live a while longer. I shall settle the score with you all in due time." The Monkey King roared in fury, having truly lost a silver peach tree to the audacious youth. The Monkey King, now driven to madness, resolved to devour all incoming prodigies to solidify his path to supremacy. Concurrently, as Zhu Qian took action, Yanxi could no longer restrain herself, wielding a golden horn. She obliterated the Monkey King's talisman, seizing a silver peach and attempting to flee. Not only that, but Shi also made an appearance, his dual pupils glowing with a strange divine energy, momentarily tearing apart the formations laid by the Monkey King to seize the last silver peach. Simultaneously, a pristine white pelvis materialized at his chest, palm-sized and forged from the bones of a Pai Xiao, could be termed a treasure basin. A phantom of a Pai Xiao emerged, its jaws agape, releasing a dazzling aura as it attempted to capture the silver peach tree into the treasure basin. However, just then, a streak of escape light shot forth. Shi Hao had made his move. He had obtained a precious, divine-level, shrinking talisman from the Rain clan, swiftly dashing forward. Using the towering Celestial King weapon, the small bone tower, as a makeshift battering ram against the bone vessel. Consequently, the pelvis was devoured whole by the small tower. As for the silver peach tree, it was directly collected into Xiao Tian's replica of the universe bag, which was also an invaluable artifact of the Rain clan. Sure, he was filled with rage, his gaze cold. In the final moments, he managed to seize a silver peach, retreating without looking back. But could he truly succeed? Chapter 69. The Despicable and Shameless Rise to Power. In truth, Xiao Tian held great expectations. If the dual-pupil individual were to completely succumb to darkness, how formidable would they become, evolving along the path of a villain? Would they surpass the original storyline? Xiao Tian, in his sixth-child form, swiftly snatched the silver peach that the dual-pupil individual had just acquired, so swift that the latter could scarcely discern the act. This demonstrated the profound intricacies of the sixth child's innate abilities. Before the dual-pupil individual, he pilfered the fruit without leaving a morsel for them. Ah, how I loathe this! The dual-eyed stone emitted a furious roar, resonant and full of vigor, exuding an innate martial prowess. Clad in a pristine white robe, he appeared as immaculate as freshly fallen snow, his beauty akin to that of jade, radiating an air of supreme confidence. Normally composed and refined, he now transformed into a feral beast, incessantly howling as he fled, shaking the very mountains and forests around him with the profound force of his sound waves, instilling a sense of dread in all who heard it. Xiao Tian's sixth brother shook his head, pondering the possibility that this youth might have been driven to madness by the provocation. Fortunately, the Monkey King was currently preoccupied and had no time for these youngsters. Otherwise, the sheer volume of Stone's voice would undoubtedly have invited pursuit. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's eldest brother remained silent. Observing the peach tree he had wrested from the humanoid mother beast, Yunxi, one peach was missing, and the tree bore the marks of a bite. A segment of its trunk severed and taken away in haste. The girl possessed a piece of a white, jade holy horn, capable of dismantling any formation beneath the level of a revered master. Xiao Tian acknowledged that he had shown leniency, yet he never anticipated such audacity from her. He directed his gaze toward stone, contemplating whether this could be the fabled gradual transformation into stone, or perhaps a bear-like metamorphosis. A group of prodigies was in full retreat, having abandoned all 4 peach trees. It was only logical to surmise that once the Monkey King extricated himself, he would surely go into a frenzy. Now was the time to flee, lest they face dire consequences. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian's 3 incarnations did not vacate the area. He intended to claim every ancient species present, particularly the king-level ones. Merging into one, Xiao Tian transformed into a diminutive figure, traversing the void before plunging into the ear of the fire-breathing demon bull, wielding a cleaver with the intent to rupture its eardrum and penetrate its brain. What is this? Come out. The fire-breathing demon bull, engaged in combat with the Monkey King, suddenly convulsed in terror, shaking its head violently. Flames erupting from its body as it sought to incinerate the intruder lodged within its ear. Yet, Xiao Tian resembled an indomitable insect, akin to the fearsome god-slaying worm. No larger than a thumb, its body adorned with minute golden scales resembling a diminutive dragon, devoid of horns, with fangs capable of effortlessly shattering treasures. Surely, such a terrifying entity must have existed in the era of perfection. The cleaver in Xiao Tian's grasp served as its teeth, while his corporeal form was akin to a masterfully tempered treasure, impervious to the flames of the fireball. In an instant, he penetrated its brain, causing a splatter of its cerebral matter to be collected into the treasure gourd. The brain of the fire-breathing demon bull, once a delicacy, could be stewed with spiritual herbs such as qianma, goji berries, ginger, and red dates, yielding restorative benefits for the mind. Outside, a tremendous rumble reverberated as the fire-breathing demon bull struggled momentarily before collapsing, its body succumbing to the earth with a thunderous crash that sent magma soaring hundreds of meters high, leaving the primal bone structure intact. Its brain had been hollowed out. One might question Xiao Tian's character, but his prowess with the blade was beyond reproach. The eldest and 6th brothers combined their abilities along with the cleaver, delivering a devastating blow that was both despicable and shameless. However, as the saying goes, to the victor belong the spoils. Had the fire-breathing demon bull survived, Xiao Tian would have undoubtedly repeated his actions. Moreover, he had already identified his next target, the ancient species known as the spike beast. A piercing scream, reminiscent of the fire-breathing demon bulls, echoed as the spike beast followed suit, swiftly meeting its demise. Sensing imminent danger, the old magpie and the ancient blue dragon prepared to flee. Yet, Xiao Tian had already set his sights on the blue dragon, an ancient creature, dismissing the magpie as old, small, and nearly featherless, unworthy of his attention. With a swift movement, Xiao Tian traversed the void, his form rapidly enlarging. Just as the blue dragon believed it had escaped, it was oblivious to the towering figure of Xiao Tian, standing over 4,000 meters tall, his massive hand descending to capture it. With a single stroke of the cleaver, he severed its head, blood gushing forth, and in the next moment, both the corpse and the head were whisked away by the purple-gold gourd hovering above him. The iron-blooded ancient tree, terrified, fled, cursing the Monkey King for erecting barriers that confined the earth. Xiao Tian's hand descended, as effortlessly as a grown man uprooting a blade of grass, commanding, "Do not resist. Offer your soul imprint and accompany me to safeguard the village as a guardian spirit. Should you disobey, I shall cleave you." Xiao Tian held a keen interest in the iron-blooded ancient tree, showing no intention of letting it escape. "I am willing to submit." The iron-blooded ancient tree pondered for a moment before yielding, its reasoning being that it could not fathom the boy's strength. Though he appeared merely as an outsider, how could he possess such formidable power, especially when his aura was merely that of the spirit transformation realm? Perhaps the boy's greatest strength lay in his physical form. Even if the tree's entire being resembled a treasure, it could not breach his palm's defense. Consequently, in astonishment, the iron-blooded ancient tree willingly chose to follow this prodigious human youth to witness the outside world. "Whoever you are, die." The Monkey King roared in fury, certain that the first silver peach tree had been stolen by this very individual, just as the 5-colored peacock had been dispatched by him. In an instant, Xiao Tian's form shrank, leaping onto the back of the Monkey King's mount, the ancient parrot. The cleaver carved a path, plunging into its skull, swiftly bringing about its demise. The mountains trembled as the divine monkey unleashed its formidable power, its body massive like a mountain, towering against the sky. Its roar echoed for thousands of miles, shaking the earth, causing the elite of 100 Break Mountain to tremble in fear. Bold individuals dared to glance back, witnessing a colossal Monkey King, radiating blinding golden light. Rampaging forth. The Monkey King was indeed powerful, nearing the realm of revered masters, an apex existence among king-level beings. Regrettably, it was too headstrong to submit, and Xiao Tian could not confront it directly, for he was no match. Thus, he resorted to underhanded tactics, leveraging his innate abilities to infiltrate the Monkey King's body, extracting its organs. Even as it prepared to self-destruct rather than yield, Xiao Tian seized the divine chef's knife, collecting the monkey's brain, thereby concluding its illustrious reign of invincibility. Xiao Tian refrained from killing the monkey, understanding that once the pupa demon tree was reborn, this place would be destroyed, with the strong becoming sustenance for the powerful. The pupa demon tree sowed its seeds everywhere, proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. He also preserved its primal bone structure, which held no value for him. But the law of heaven and earth it contained was more complete than the one he had acquired from Stony. He believed his father would greatly appreciate this gift. As Xiao Tian inexplicably felt that Xiao Feng would find the primal bone's inherent techniques intriguing, particularly the law of heaven and earth and the three-headed six-arm technique. However, the Monkey King's primal techniques were incomplete. His three-headed six-arm technique was merely a dual-headed four-arm version, while the law of heaven and earth was the most comprehensive, with the least complete being the Fire-Eye Golden Eye. For Xiao Tian, this was of little concern. His size-altering abilities surpassed the law of heaven and earth in intricacy, and he possessed the Heavenly Eye. In the future, he might very well acquire the innate source panel of the second-gore child, with abilities such as the 1,000-mile eye and the wind-following ear. Next, Xiao Tian kindly assisted in retrieving the remains of the fire-breathing demon bull and the Monkey King. The Monkey King's corpse was swiftly refined into divine essence by him. As for the golden spear left by the Monkey King, it was forged from the divine materials he had painstakingly collected. This small world was unfriendly to its indigenous inhabitants, who lacked the qualifications to enter various regions and could only seize the spoils from those who ventured in. Perhaps there was an intent to lure the natives into slaughtering the incoming outsiders, a brutal and merciless survival of the fittest. One flower magpie escaped, its whereabouts unknown. It was impossible to locate it within the confines of 100 Break Mountain, which was, after all, a small world. Subsequently, Xiao Tian fused the 6th and 7th incarnations to seek the site of the pupa demon tree's rebirth, as the original narrative suggested that it was once associated with the reincarnation disc of the immortal king. Wa returned to reunite with Shi Hao and the others, ensuring that no one would suspect him of being involved in the changes occurring at the center of Baiduan Mountain. At this moment, it was imperative to act with discernment, embracing the tempest when necessary, yet exercising caution when required. Upon locating Shi Hao and his companions, he prepared a nourishing stew composed of 10 avian and 9 beast components, sourced from the remnants of formidable creatures within the divine herb garden, each possessing potent bloodlines. This was artfully combined with parts of 10 spiritual herbs, including their flowers and leaves, as brilliant lights surged skyward, an intoxicating aroma wafted from the cauldron, where the various ingredients melded seamlessly, resulting in a broth so rich and translucent that ethereal wisps of divine radiance danced about. This concoction was a veritable elixir capable of aiding individuals in breaking through their limits and fortifying their foundational energies. For most beings, a mere bowl would be overwhelming, igniting their vitality and evoking roars akin to the cries of legendary beasts. The monkey wine was even more formidable. Shi Hao, in a generous spirit, shared 2 barrels, each containing 10 jugs, with Huolinger, while also offering a jug for everyone to sample. Ultimately, even the sealers could manage but 2 small cups before succumbing to inebriation, drifting into a deep slumber. In the end, those who accompanied Huolinger, as well as the 4 sons of Tian Bu, the 7 sons of Zhulu, the Great Redbird, and the Tree People, all succumbed to intoxication. The opening of Baiduan Mountain was imminent, and many prodigies sought the warmth of companionship, reluctant to separate. For lurking nearby were numerous ferocious beasts of the Inscription Realm and Spirit Transformation Realm, not to mention an ancient entity of the Formation Realm that had yet to perish. The Monkey Clan was also in a frenzy, with 4 Inscription Realm monkey leaders leading a pack to hunt the incoming young geniuses. Xiao Tian paid little heed to these matters, preferring to maintain a low profile and prevent others from uncovering the truth of the events transpiring deep within Baiduan Mountain. After savoring half the pot of stew, he left the remainder for Shi Hao to accumulate strength, as it bore little significance for him. The 2 drank the monkey wine directly from the barrel. 1 barrel could fill 52 cups, and they downed it in one go, remaining lively and unaffected. In the original narrative, Shan Hai had only just achieved the 9 caverns heaven upon leaving Baiduan Mountain, yet now he had reached the 10 caverns heaven. As for Hua Ling and the 9-headed lion, they ultimately failed to break through the 10 caverns heaven, succumbing to drunkenness and snoring loudly. In the following chapter, Xiao Tian patiently awaited the opening of Baiduan Mountain while refining the essence of the divine Monkey King. He planned to further hone his abilities, refining the essence within the gourd, and consume 9 sacred fruits, aiming to transcend into the next stage of corporeal spiritual evolution. With the enhancement of 4 golden sacred fruits, his mental prowess had already reached a level comparable to that of an inscription realm expert. He intended to consume several more of these golden fruits to assist in his cultivation of the second stage of the spirit transformation realm. Xiao Tian's 6 and 7 wild bodies scoured the territory of the Monkey King, eventually uncovering a unique space deep within the earth, where an ancient coffin lay at the center, its material unknown, housing only cracked pieces of flesh adorned with scales, the origin of which remained a mystery. Following this, they discovered a skeletal altar, hexagonal in shape, albeit with one corner destroyed. It was indeed empty, lacking any sign of the reincarnation plate. Xiao Tian surmised that if such a treasure existed, it would have long been claimed by the OPMC tree. Everything here felt peculiar, prompting him to quietly retreat. He wished to avoid entanglements with certain individuals, believing he could grow stronger by remaining hidden and avoiding unnecessary risks. The next day, those who awoke from their drunken stupor found themselves significantly strengthened, with the bloodlines of the sky-splitting demon butterfly and by Fong divine bird attaining a purity of 90%, qualifying them as pure-blood fierce beast offspring. After all, if the parents of pure-blood fierce beast offspring were not of the same lineage, their progeny would inevitably exhibit mixed blood traits, unable to attain true purity, although they had yet to break through the 10 caverns heaven. Both the Bai Fong divine bird and the sky-splitting demon butterfly now glimpsed hope. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's 6 wild body successfully acquired the spatial techniques of the sky-splitting demon butterfly and the fire techniques of the Bai Fong divine bird. Zhu Qian, possessing 85% pure blood, wore a despondent expression, seemingly abandoned, having not seen the enigmatic initial Yang Jian from the upper realm for a prolonged period. He had instead been mingling with Shan Hai and the others. Of course, he had fought Shan Hai, losing a leg in the process, but fortunately, last night's grand feast not only replenished his physical losses, but also resulted in some advancement. At present, all 3 of Xiao Tian's bodies were engaged in cultivation, refining the essence of the divine Monkey King while awaiting the passage of time until the connection between Baiduan Mountain and the outside world would open. In contrast to the original narrative, which featured a death rate exceeding 80%, the surviving prodigies now constituted a formidable 50%, all thanks to Xiao Tian's 3 bodies, which had hunted a multitude of ancient creatures of inscription realm and above. The sealing experts from the Martial King's manor had perished, leaving only a few young individuals behind. Among the Rain clan, only the dual-pupil individual and Yu Zimo remained, with the others having perished. Xiao Tian was somewhat surprised as he glanced over. Yu Zimo had developed impressively. Should they meet again, he could consider her as a potential maid. This was the mindset of someone in a position of power. Ancient emperors often indulged in such practices, and he too wished to experience it. As for Yu Zimo's modest talent, her ability to foresee the future was quite remarkable. He pondered if he could cultivate her further and guide her onto the right path. Due to Xiao Tian's presence, some shifts in the narrative occurred, allowing her to achieve the 9 caverns heaven within Baiduan Mountain. And it seemed she had garnered substantial rewards. Yu Zimo stood beside the dual pupil stone at the entrance of the passage, glaring angrily at Xiao Tian's Dewa body. Shan Hai and the others. Stone remained silent, growing increasingly sullen. With the assistance of Yu Zimo's talents, he had delved deeper into Baiduan Mountain over the last 2 days, capitalizing on opportunities to slay a severely weakened flower magpie, securing its body. However, what could be extracted from a bird the size of a palm? In the original narrative, when the dual pupil emerged, he too bore a corpse, having slain an ancient creature, the old blue flood dragon, heavily injured by the divine Monkey King. Xiao Tian's Dewa body remained indifferent, glancing at Yu Zimo as she looked over. He smirked slightly, winking at her and throwing a flirtatious glance. His intentions were merely born of boredom, observing the 16-year-old Yu Zimo, who was already exquisitely formed. Stretching lazily with perfect curves and a slender waist, her raven hair framing a face adorned with a seductive beauty mark, elicited a playful urge within him. What a shameless rogue! Yu Zimo seethed with indignation. This individual was formidable, Even her cousin, the dual pupil stone E, had been bested by him, and she felt powerless to retaliate, only able to scowl in frustration and turn away. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's body remained unfazed, considering it a mere diversion, while he continued to scrutinize Yu Zimo, passing the time. As for Shan Hai, he naturally engaged in playful banter with Huolinger, seeking to curry favor with her and leverage the authority of the Fire Emperor to evade trouble. After all, he could act with impunity within by Duan Mountain, but outside, the ancient creatures he had devoured were backed by formidable old foes, presenting significant dangers. Rest assured, my master has also arrived. I will ensure he stands with the Zhu Lu Academy. Indeed, my grandfather has also come and will stand with the Zhu Lu Academy. The sky-splitting demon butterfly and by Fong Divine Bird immediately chimed in. As for Shan Hai and Xiao Tian's body, the ancient creatures following them also voiced their intent to summon their elders for support. Whether they were silver blood giants, tree people, nine-headed lions, or the Triuni brothers, they had all reaped substantial rewards, each backed by powerful clans, with at least one king-level expert to safeguard their paths, more formidable than the Xiao Clan. Fear not. I can also lend assistance, Zhu Qian said earnestly. One must be cautious in dealings. Reliance on others can be perilous. As for the loss of a leg, it was a result of a fair confrontation with Shan Hai, who upon his defeat promised to provide a jar of monkey wine, thus ensuring the integrity of their contest. Ultimately, Zhu Qian was vanquished, thoroughly subdued by Shan Hai, leading it to question the very essence of its existence as a beast. Is this what its grandfather meant by claiming that the human race is feeble? A grand deception, at a mere 14 years of age. Why must it endure such deceit from an elder? Had it not reacted swiftly during the incident in the Divine Herb Garden and pleaded for mercy, it would have perished. As for the enmity with Shan Hai, the members of the four great clans have all been annihilated, utterly obliterated. As they prepared to depart, the four sons of the Patching Heaven Pavilion and the seven from the pursuing Deer Academy were promptly captured. Xiao Tian and Shan Hai transformed their appearances into that of some followers of the fallen fire spirit, successfully blending into the crowd. This was indeed the correct approach. Xiao Tian even imparted the precious techniques he acquired from the Monkey King to Shan Hai, enhancing the seamlessness of his transformation skills. After all, these were merely minor techniques. Teaching them to Shan Hai posed no significant risk. Sooner or later, he would obtain even more refined techniques from Mao Qiu, whose bloodline purity surpassed that of the Monkey King, alongside a superior original cultivation level. The duo's art of transformation was further perfected, morphing them into two dashing youths clad in leather armor, wielding swords and daggers. How marvelous! Now we can proceed. Follow me. With my father's protection, no one dares to trouble the Fire Nation. Huolinger raised her smooth chin, hands on her hips, speaking with a hint of arrogance. Having attained the rare ninth heaven, surpassing even the eighth heaven of phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, she was assured that upon her return, her standing would be significantly elevated within the Fire Emperor's court, and more resources for cultivation would be directed towards her. She was destined to become a treasured gem of the Fire Nation, lavished with adoration. Indeed, as the Fire Nation's entourage made their way back through the passage, the Fire Emperor, unable to contain his excitement, waved his hand, summoning a brilliant glow that enveloped Huolinger, bringing her to his side. Good, very good, he exclaimed, his laughter echoing as it dispersed the clouds around them. Seated in his golden divine carriage, drawn by 18 ancient beasts, fiery red unicorns floating amidst a sea of clouds, he was filled with immense satisfaction upon witnessing his beloved daughter Huolinger's cultivation level, leading him to laugh heartily, shaking the very air around him. Nine heads, you have done exceptionally well. We shall return to the clan immediately to prepare for the pure blood trial. You truly are my remarkable grandson, exclaimed a towering elder, radiating golden light, his golden hair reminiscent of a lion king, as he gazed at the nine-headed lion with unrestrained joy. Similarly, the master of the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, a graceful beauty clad in a flowing black gown, whose true form was a swallowtail butterfly, a powerful ancient race, felt overwhelming delight upon sensing the purity of the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly's bloodline had intensified, her exquisite features glowing with joy. Good child, you have not disappointed me. Let us depart before discussing anything further. The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly wished to express her newfound status as someone else's cherished beast, even receiving the unwelcome name of Big Butterfly. However, she understood that this was not the time for such discussions, as it could lead to trouble for Xiao Tian. Her master would take time to comprehend just how extraordinary that young man truly was. Likewise, the aloof by Fong Divine Bird was taken under the wing of an equally pleased elder, who said nothing, despite having been subdued and renamed as Big Bird. He had resisted, but alas, his efforts were in vain. For Xiao Tian, in his idle moments, would seize the opportunity when encountering ordinary ancient race prey and command, "Go, Big Bird." Of course, he would occasionally call out, "Go, Big Butterfly." Such occurrences were plentiful. Some rejoiced while others lamented. In the West Ridge Beast Mountain, a white tiger roared to the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming surge of golden energy that obliterated a distant mountain. His most cherished grandson, possessing the purest bloodline, had not survived. A gigantic spider, resembling a small mountain, also roared in despair. A descendant of a powerful bloodline from the demon spirit lake had similarly failed to emerge alive. A progeny far superior to the little white tiger. The Rain tribe's seer, enveloped in a dazzling divine radiance, exuded an aura of mystery, yet he remained utterly silent, emanating immense pressure that weighed heavily on those around him, clearly affected by a setback. Unbeknownst to anyone, a prominent horn protruded from his head, as within the passage. He had been ambushed by a mysterious figure, knocked unconscious, and his prize flower magpie had been stolen, only to be disdainfully returned to him. His formidable physique allowed him to regain consciousness in less than half a minute, but upon awakening, he had grown even more somber. Did I not see that Rain tribes assure he has horns? Could this signify a rebirth, a transformation? What a young hero he was, with flowing black hair and eyes like cold lightning, transcendent and ethereal, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. The elder of the three-eyed clan was in high spirits, as two of his clan's prodigies had reached the eighth heaven and survived their ordeal in the 100 Broken Mountains. He felt satisfied, having the leisure to observe others. When his third eye caught sight of Shi, he could not help but mutter a remark. Soon, numerous powerful individuals with eye techniques turned their gazes toward Shi, each bearing peculiar expressions, struggling to suppress their amusement. The elder of the three-eyed clan was rather mischievous. Surely they could not be expected to feign sincerity and proclaim that the seer was grand and imposing, with the grace of a dragon or phoenix. Chapter 71, The Totem Dance. When Uzimo beheld her great-grandfather, she immediately burst into tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom. In a soft voice, she began recounting the experiences of the Rain tribe's entrance into the Patching Heaven Pavilion, detailing how the mysterious youth from the Void Divine Realm and the rascally child had turned the 100 Broken Mountains upside down, arriving with pots and pans, seeking a feast of flesh and treasure. The members of the Rain tribe were furious, yet they found no opportunity for retaliation, for unbeknownst to them, the people from the Patching Heaven Pavilion had already departed. This time, the sacrificial spirit Gourdvine had personally sent a Gourdvine to guide them. Xiao Tian and Shi Hao had long stealthily slipped to Elder Tao Yu's side. To the sacrificial spirit Gourdvine, the golden gourd in Elder Tao Yu's hand was its positioning coordinate, and it brought them back to the Patching Heaven Pavilion. As for the Kuan, Li Ming, and Yuan clans, the elders were lamenting, each one striking their chests in frustration, filled with impotent rage. They had been utterly annihilated. Among the hundreds of sealers and prodigies that had entered, not a single one had emerged. These four clans were more formidable than the Xiao Clan. Although none had been conferred kingship by the Stone Emperor, there were still several formidable figures within their ranks. At the Martial King's residence, silence reigned. The news brought back by the Martial King's prodigies indicated that the child from the Void Divine Realm had shown them mercy. However, those sent to assist the Rain tribe in their ambush against the mysterious youth from the Void Divine Realm had all perished. Fortunately, they heeded the words of the rascal from the Void Divine Realm and did not provoke that individual, allowing them to survive. Within the brilliantly radiant passage, everyone stood upon a leaf as verdant light shimmered and the passage opened. In less than a moment, they reached their destination, only to discover they stood upon a tender sprout brought by the sacrificial spirit Gourdvine, now returned to the Patching Heaven Pavilion. Situated in the ancient garden where the venerable Gourdvine practiced in seclusion, the higher-ups of the Patching Heaven Pavilion were startled. A gathering of elders and supreme elders hurried over, their eyes filled with anticipation. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Xiao Tian released the four sons of the Patching Heaven Pavilion. This generation, the elders of the Patching Heaven Pavilion had only cultivated these four promising disciples, while the Pursuing Deer Academy boasted 7, truly a sign of decline. As the four appeared, all the elders instinctively turned their gazes toward them, and upon seeing them, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. 4 exceptional prodigies who had attained the 8th heaven. It was known that in the lower realms, for a human to reach the 8th heaven was extraordinarily rare. For instance, in the original tale, among the Xiao Clan's population of over 100 million, only one, Xiao Tian, had emerged. Apart from the elders, it appears that everyone else has dispersed, leaving only these two young ones behind. At this moment, the aged voice of the spirit of the gourd vine resounded, commanding, comply with the decree. All present dared not delay. The old men promptly bowed in reverence to the spirit, ushering the four youths who had returned from 100 Mountain to depart hastily. They could at least inquire about the events that transpired there from the four sons of heaven mending. The four elders, Tao Yi, Elder Han, Patriarch Lei, and Elder Lu, fixed their eager gazes upon Xiao Tian and Shi Hao, fervently wishing to ascertain whether they had procured the fountain of eternal youth. Even the leader of the pavilion of heaven mending had made an appearance. He was an elder with the hope of attaining the revered realm in his lifetime, exuding a natural aura of serenity akin to that of a transcendent being, possessing an air of mystique. Now, you two young ones may speak. Why the urgency to flee? For Lord Spirit, to directly escort us back would entail significant energy expenditure, detrimental to his vitality. Tao Yi initiated the conversation. No waities. At that moment, the spirit once more spoke. The upper echelons of the pavilion were quite delighted, for the previous spirit had been nearly mute for a decade. Appearing as if on the verge of eternal rest, Xiao Tian remained relatively silent. Upon returning, standing upon the tender leaves of the gourd vine, he sensed that the spirit was in a satisfactory state, capable of sprouting new leaves, a promising sign indeed. He produced a jade cauldron containing the broth infused with divine essence from the 10 weapons he had previously simmered. Subsequently, he added some liquefied essence of heaven and earth collected from the monkey's Pure Land Lake. It is worth noting that he had utilized the gourd to transport a significant portion of the spiritual liquid from the lake, leaving some for the monkeys, demonstrating his benevolence. Then, Xiao Tian began to concoct a nourishing hot pot using the broth as a base, incorporating Tai True Water, Earth Spirit Milk, a drop of the fountain of eternal youth, monkey wine, and some sand from the fountain of eternal youth. This pot of restorative soup was intended for the spirit, not for human consumption. Master of the pavilion, esteemed elders, please present the rare spiritual materials you have collected. I wish to heal our esteemed spirit, Xiao Tian proclaimed. At this, the pavilion leader and the elders, previously lost in astonishment, regained their composure. Their beards trembled, and the leader could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His voice wavering, "What are you intending to do? Please do not ruin these heavenly treasures." They had witnessed an abundance of remarkable items, leaving them in a daze, feeling as if they had aged significantly. Meanwhile, the nearby young rascal maintained his composure. Listen to him, the spirit of the gourd vine interjected once more. It sensed the essence of the Tao. Every step of Xiao Tian's soup preparation was imbued with aesthetic beauty, harmonizing with the principles of the Tao. The pavilion leader and the four elders, disregarding their astonishment, hurriedly retrieved various materials from their storage artifacts, fragments of divine metal, medicinal herbs aged over 5,000 years, and flesh of ancient creatures from the formation realm, among others. The 5 elders prayed earnestly, then presented an array of spiritual treasures brimming with life force, including purple spirit spring and primal treasure bones. The pavilion leader cautiously extracted a piece of desiccated black flesh, exuding an aura of immortal divine power. This is quite good, Xiao Tian remarked, swiftly taking it with a kitchen knife. In that instant of contact, the flesh seemed to transform into an ordinary slab of cured meat. Unremarkable. What is this black meat? Shi Hao inquired, curious. It is a piece of true divine flesh. The pavilion leader replied gravely. Next, Elder Lu produced a mound of soil, azure in hue, known as blue spirit soil, rich in life force. Patriarch Lei Mu Yin produced a drop of lightning liquid, born from destruction, yet nurturing new life, reputed to assist in rebirth. What is this? Xiao Tian asked, his expression impassive as he gazed at the considerable mound in the distance. That is excrement from a dragon earthworm during its transformation into a revered being. I obtained it at the cost of my life 200 years ago, Elder Han boasted, stroking his beard with pride. Take it away. Xiao Tian's hand, gripping the Stove King's knife, trembled slightly. He felt the divine blade warm momentarily, then shot a blank look at Elder Han, uttering, Shi Hao, who had been squatting beside the large black pot, gazing at the dark concoction and swallowing hard, upon hearing Elder Han's words, could not suppress his laughter, rolling on the ground in amusement. Heavens, what rubbish have these old men collected over hundreds of years? The other 4 elders cast peculiar glances at the still, smug Elder Han, their silence speaking volumes. Elder Han's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He wanted to argue that it was only natural for the gourd vine to absorb waste, yet ultimately held his tongue. Xiao Tian, expressionless, pushed some items aside. Selecting a few, and just when everyone thought he was about to use them, he produced a storage bag and began to collect items for himself. Shan Hai also retrieved a storage bag, proudly tossing it about, pulling out some eternal youth soil and a drop of the fountain of eternal youth. Then stuffed the bag into his pocket. The earlier elders, it seemed, possessed no storage bags, but only various treasure cauldrons and boxes, and their limited spatial capacity indicated a lack of wealth. Xiao Tian realized why the storage treasures of Xiao Clan were so modest in space. It appeared that the illustrious pavilion of heaven mending had fallen into such poverty. What do you intend to do? Patriarchulai, Vixt, questioned. For now on, you five are forbidden from speaking, the spirit of the gourd vine interjected sternly. Xiao Tian ignored him and casually retrieved a white bone slab, brandishing the kitchen knife to begin scraping. Throughout this process, he felt the slab tremble, yet it dared not resist. Scraping some bone powder into the broth, an instant later, the entire concoction erupted in radiant light. Fortunately, this was the domain of the spirit, and the anomaly was immediately quelled and sealed. Xiao Tian had long suspected this to be an artifact surpassing that of a celestial treasure, and now it was evident that it was truly extraordinary. Last night, he tossed in a few peach leaves, covered the pot, and simmered for 10 minutes, during which he imparted a rather embarrassing soup dance to Shan Hai, leading him to circle the large black pot while performing peculiar movements, inspired by the Shan Hai Jing culinary repertoire, calling it the totem dance. Xiao Tian knew that in the myths of Huaxia, totems were akin to the spirit, serving to safeguard humanity's peace. With limbs in unison, Xiao Tian and Shan Hai clapped their hands and stomped their feet, creating a rhythmic cadence through the repetitive motions, augmented by shouts or the striking of stones and sticks, giving birth to the most primal form of dance. In an instant, the two seemed to resonate with the Tao, harmonizing with the spirit, drawing down mysterious power that fused into the broth. The five elders of the pavilion watched in utter astonishment, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Among them, the leader was over 700 years old, and the others were 500 to 600, experienced and learned, yet they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Were these two young ones truly from some ancient, savage tribe? 15 minutes later, both Xiao Tian and Shan Hai felt fatigued. Xiao Tian was relatively well, while Shan Hai was utterly spent, nearly unable to stand. The intensity of the dance had been overwhelming, each movement seemingly wielding the essence of the Tao, exceedingly arduous, surpassing even the challenges faced in the center of the divine medicine garden at 100 Break Mountain. However, Shan Hai was filled with joy, sensing that he had gained something extraordinary. His entire being felt as if it had undergone a cleansing and elevation, though the exact extent of his benefits would require him to fully recover from his exhaustion before he could truly appreciate it. Xiao Tian also sensed a subtle elevation in his state, a warm sensation enveloping him from within, as the powers of the sacred fruit and the elixir of immortality stored within his body were once again stirred into activity. Behold, the specially crafted essence-replenishing soup, courtesy of Li Xiaoyao. Master, please indulge. With a mighty shout, Xiao Tian abruptly lifted the lid of the silver cauldron, unleashing a radiant six-colored divine light that soared towards the heavens, its intense brilliance compelling everyone to open their eyes wide. The fragrant aroma of the broth was so intoxicating that it left Shan Hai drooling uncontrollably. He was not alone in this reaction. The five elderly figures from the Butian Pavilion also found themselves unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Chapter 72. The Gourd Child on a Vine. The spirit gourd vine unfurled its tendrils, reaching into the steaming broth without fear, and soon, the entire pot was consumed entirely. During this process, the once dry and withered form of the spirit gourd began to emit wisps of six-colored divine radiance. As it inhaled the essence of heaven and earth, streams of the essence of the sun, moon, and stars were drawn downwards, under the bright sky. The Butian Pavilion was enveloped in a cascade of spiritual energy from the heavens, the essence of the sun and moon, and the power of the stars converged upon it, clearly indicating the revival of its condition. Most fundamentally, its lifespan was instantly extended by 300 years, at the very least ensuring it would not perish. Further absorption would likely yield even greater benefits. A tender shoot gradually sprouted from the root of the gourd vine, measuring merely an inch in length, resplendent in its emerald hue and brimming with vitality. A spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Tian's heart, prompting him to leap lightly. Surrounding his body, a stunning scarlet radiance swirled, transforming into a crystalline red gourd shell that enveloped him, allowing him to momentarily dangle from the tender vine of the spirit gourd. What? Brother, why have you turned into a gourd? Sure Hao gazed at the resplendent scarlet and purple-hued gourd, his mouth watering uncontrollably, clearly yearning for it. Xiao Tian's current state was profoundly mystical. He could hear the teachings of the gourd vine's spirit and witness fragments of stories from its past, recounting its journey from a small gourd vine to one that had weathered the vicissitudes of time. This experience was incredibly profound, primarily due to the teachings imparted by the spirit gourd vine, deepening Xiao Tian's understanding of bone patterns, particularly concerning the laws of the Repair Pavilion and the art of repairing the heavens. He had once again received a portion of the inheritance from the spirit, indicating that his mastery of the art had surpassed even that of Gue Yi, a former disciple of the Upper Realm Bution sect. Ultimately, Xiao Tian remained in seclusion, showing no signs of awakening in the near term. Sure Hao rushed off to check on Xiao Qingfeng and Mao Qiu, needing to prepare himself as he intended to enter the Bution Pavilion Scripture Pavilion for rigorous training. As he exited the small courtyard where the spirit gourd vine resided, he encountered Gue Yi, which startled him into hastily returning the sword. Without further ado, he received a sound thrashing, after which the elder remarked it was for his own good. The broken sword was not required, and the elder gracefully departed, merely advising him not to pursue breakthroughs in the immediate future, but to focus on refining his realm. For instance, Xiao Tian was currently refining his realm, and this experience served as the most perfect opportunity for such refinement. He could directly draw from the bone patterns of the spirit. Even though his innate talent was exceptional, he remained somewhat weak, and certain flaws were inevitable, necessitating further polishing. Bathed in the starlight, he felt nourished, as if various exalted beings were aiding his cultivation. The spirit gourd also reaped significant benefits. Through the endless mist, it faintly perceived a distant sight, a chaotic miasma boiling forth, clouds swirling in vibrant hues, with purple energy coiling around a seemingly endless mountain range, resembling the spine of the heavens. The closer one observed, the more insignificantly small one felt. At the mountain's base grew a gourd vine, spiraling and entwining the entire mountain, resembling a primordial dragon winding through the peaks, its skin akin to ancient azure scales. Heavy and majestic, each leaf appeared to cradle 3,000 worlds, countless stars shimmering and innumerable microcosms rising and falling. Merely glimpsing this sight, imbued with enigmatic Tao rhythms, was sufficient to reignite his divine flame, even allowing him to surpass his former realm and step into the true singularity. May it be that he succeeds. For in the future, not only would the Bution Pavilion face calamity, but the lower realm's 8 domains would also be treated as a medicinal garden, ripe for harvesting divine herbs. As for Xiao Tian's 6 children form, he remained low-key. Indeed, the female war goddess awaited him in Duankong City, along with the old master of the Bution Pavilion, Yu Fengxiang. Xiao Tian requested to return to the Xiao Clan first, to which both the war goddess and Yu Fengxiang expressed their willingness to visit, resulting in their swift traversal of space under Yu Fengxiang's guidance, covering over 180,000 miles in mere minutes to arrive at the Xiao Clan. Yu Fengxiang, clad in a white robe with hair as white as snow, yet a visage of youthful vigor, was an elder of over 800 years, though he did not appear old. However, the loss of his daughter and son-in-law on the battlefield had left him with a heavy heart, and the death of his wife during seclusion had shattered his spirit. That day had dealt him a tremendous blow, leading to the snow-white hair that proclaimed his sorrow, leaving only his precious granddaughter, Yumerin. Grandfather, upon reaching the Xiao Clan, if there are any shortcomings in hospitality, I ask for your forgiveness, Xiao Tian. In his 6 children form, spoke politely. After all, with Yu Fengxiang's formidable power, only the leaders of the top forces in the lower realms could be considered as equals. Even if he visited the Stone Kingdom or the Fire Kingdom, the Stone Emperor and the Fire Emperor would personally receive and host him. You need not be so formal. Just act naturally. As for me, I shall simply enjoy tea with your grandfather, play some chess, and discuss the Tao, Yu Fengxiang replied, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he looked at Xiao Tian. 10 cave heavens. This lad openly acknowledged it. Xiao Tian's unique constitution allowed Yu Fengxiang to perceive only the external 6 cave heavens, remaining oblivious to the internal ones. He had long recognized Xiao Tian's extraordinary nature, and upon learning the truth from his granddaughter, he could no longer remain idle, and came personally. What was his purpose in entering the 100 Broken Mountains? He was genuinely concerned that Xiao Tian might perish within, which would be a tremendous loss. The elder's current philosophy was that since Xiao Tian possessed such talent, he should remain at the Zulu Academy, where he would provide resources and training methods, hoping for an early marriage to the female war goddess, so he could embrace grandchildren. Thus, he hastily came, taking on the role of protector. Naturally, others from different factions harbored no suspicions, as the female war goddess was in the 100 Broken Mountains. This old madman had long declared that should anything happen to her, he would not spare his life, and all beings connected to her would have to brace for his wrath. Many factions understood the situation regarding the female war goddess. She was the last hope of the Yu family, and they dared not provoke her, even the fierce beasts of the ancient divine mountains or the forbidden lands of Xiling. Firstly, while the female war goddess's talent was decent, her achievements were limited. At most, she could attain the status of a venerable one, potentially remaining a king of formations for her entire life. Secondly, there was no need to provoke an old madman who had already lost half of his sanity. He was not one to make idle threats, and should he resort to ambushes, no faction could withstand his frenzied retaliation. In recent years, the female war goddess had been challenging the younger generation across the Shushan realm, honing her path. Despite being a transcendent beauty, she had gained a notorious reputation, managing to remain safe due to many factions' reluctance to engage her, often feeling a headache at her mere presence. For instance, in the original storyline, when the Repair Pavilion sought disciples, she had boldly ridden a 5-colored phoenix to recruit unruly children, an act tantamount to slapping the elders in the face. Yet, the elder refused to intervene, and the younger generation was also unwilling to involve themselves, for they simply could not afford to provoke her. Mai, starting tomorrow, you shall undertake the recultivation of the blood-transcending realm within the region of the virtual divine realm. In that domain, any practitioner who enters will revert to the state of the blood-transcending period, which is perfectly suited for you to revisit this stage of cultivation. At the very least, you must elevate your physical form to a weight exceeding 90,000 pounds, or even reach 100,000 pounds. This is the proper application of the virtual divine realm. This realm is divided into several areas: the blood-transcending realm, the cave heaven realm, the spirit transformation realm, the inscription realm, the array realm, and the venerable realm. Each of these areas can assist individuals in cultivating the corresponding paths of that realm. This knowledge was gleaned by Xiao Tian from ancient secrets he uncovered in the Heavenly Bone Forbidden Zone. While it is indeed possible to cultivate using the virtual divine realm, one must possess the requisite abilities, as the treasures required for such endeavors are exceedingly precious. Not all factions would be willing to expend them. The higher the realm, the greater the cost of recultivation. Such resources are best reserved for true prodigies, as their effectiveness will be significantly enhanced, yielding far greater rewards. However, the manifestation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures necessitates the consumption of essence crystals, which will rely on the support of the esteemed director. Xiao Tian, with his 6 companions, held the hand of the female war goddess, gazing at her with warmth, and said earnestly, "Rest assured, Xiao Mei is the esteemed senior sister of the Deer Hunting Academy, and her cultivation resources are ample." Yu Fengxiang stroked his beard, his eyes lighting up as he grasped the situation. It seemed this young man had made considerable gains and was preparing to assist the female war goddess in her recultivation of the blood-transcending realm, perhaps even the cave heaven realm. Yet, he pondered the current state of this young man and the nature of his divine powers, as he could not fully perceive his cultivation level. It appeared that this young man was brimming with brilliance. He still sensed a formidable strength within him, as if he had become a genius who had unlocked 8 cave heavens. The more extraordinary he seemed, the more unreal it felt. The female war goddess had grown accustomed to Xiao Tian's brazen demeanor. It was futile to resist his attempts to hold her hand, for he was relentless in his pursuit. It was pivotal that Xiao Tian was handsome, talented, and possessed extraordinary combat prowess, and he had even confided in her that he had already entered the spirit transformation realm. The only point of vexation for the female war goddess was Xiao Tian's youth. However, he was on the cusp of turning 13, which marked a significant milestone. In the great wilderness, children are considered adults at 13, and in some rugged villages, one might even come of age at 12, taking wives and bearing children. Xiao Tian also intended for his mother to undergo a similar recultivation, for he possessed the resources. The earthly spirit milk may not hold great significance for him, but for those of lesser aptitude, it is far more valuable than the true water of Tai or the fountain of youth. The true water of Tai is primarily beneficial for refining tools and elixirs, which ordinary individuals cannot hope to refine. The fountain of youth mainly rejuvenates one's physical essence, allowing for a transformation, but it still falls short in some respects. Nonetheless, the rejuvenation of one's essence and the restoration of youth inherently contribute to the enhancement of one's aptitude. As beings age, if they cannot break through, their innate essence will gradually wither, and their potential will be depleted. Of course, The true potency of the earthly spirit milk lies in its capacity to facilitate the transformation of the blood-transcending realm. Its effectiveness diminishes after transcending this stage. It appears that Xiao Tian's younger sister, Xiao Suner, might also experience advancement, even if she were to attain a revered status in the lower realms. Perhaps even ascend to divinity. She would be capable of safeguarding the family. Xiao Tian held modest expectations for her. He merely required her to exert a respectable influence in the lower realms. Upon his return, Xiao Tian encountered a series of red lights, his leopard hound catching his scent and bounding towards him joyously, reminiscent of a playful husky. Over the years, it too had unlocked 5 cave heavens, demonstrating commendable talent. The Silver Dragon Gorge, where the Xiao Clan resided, lay nestled within the boundless Kangmang mountain range, surrounded by towering peaks and deep ravines that stretched into the horizon. The mountains standing majestically. A waterfall over 3,000 meters in length cascaded down the rear mountain, resembling a silver dragon diving from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to a stampede of beasts. Thus, the name Silver Dragon Gorge came to be. Recently, Dukeling Tian had remained within the clan, engaging in no activities, instead sitting cross-legged atop the Silver Dragon Waterfall's cliff and gazing into the distance. The Deer Hunting Academy had sent word that his grandson had ventured to the 100 Severed Mountains, claiming he was not worried would be a lie. However, today, he sensed a powerful presence deliberately releasing an aura, prompting him to look toward the valley's entrance, where he naturally spotted Xiao Tian and his companions approaching. Chapter 73. Put me down at once. Dukeling Tian was overjoyed, suppressing his exuberance as a pair of 5-colored divine wings unfurled from his back, propelling him toward the valley's entrance. Grandfather, Xiao Tian exclaimed with delight. He had been cherished by the old man since childhood. For his sake, Xiaoling frequently risked his life to hunt ancient creatures to ensure his foundation in cultivation was solid. Beneath his feet, a green staircase materialized, and he ascended it, racing toward his grandfather. This was a technique he acquired beyond the heavenly bone forbidden zone, known as the ninefold ascension to heaven, originally intended for offensive maneuvers against enemies. Akin to the Qilin step, Xiao Tian repurposed it to impress his grandfather, believing he would appreciate such divine-level secret techniques. As Xiao Tian charged forward, it felt as though he intended to embrace Dukeling Tian. However, he suddenly expanded in size, towering over his grandfather by 2 heads, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. Dukeling Tian was momentarily taken aback, his face darkening like the bottom of a pot. This mischievous boy remained unchanged. Having confirmed their connection through eye contact, he knew this was undoubtedly his beloved grandson. Put me down at once. Dukeling Tian bellowed, his expression stormy. Xiao Tian quickly set Dukeling Tian down, seizing the opportunity to draw forth a primal treasure bone, diverting the old man's attention. Grandfather, look, I have acquired the treasure technique of the ancient creature, the Jilin dragon. Dukeling Tian, indeed, was captivated by the shift in focus. The Jilin, one of the 9 sons of a true dragon, is known for its fire-extinguishing and disaster-warding abilities. Grandfather, don't just admire the Jilin treasure bone. Allow me to introduce you. This is the director of the Deer Hunting Academy, the female war goddess, Yumarin, and she is also your granddaughter-in-law. Xiao Tian introduced with enthusiasm. Dukeling Tian trembled at Xiao Tian's words, nearly losing his balance in the air. Had he heard correctly? This rascal was claiming that the director of the Repair Pavilion had arrived. A figure of such stature, a revered being of the great wilderness, had come to the Xiao Clan. Not even during the clan's most glorious days had any revered being deigned to visit, as they deemed them unworthy. Yu Fengxiang, the academy's director, had arrived without a formal welcome. Dukeling Tian promptly abandoned Xiao Tian and swiftly descended to the ground, hastening toward her with fervor. Please, there's no need for formality. We are of the same generation. That boy addresses me as grandfather, and you are his true grandfather. So let us proceed as if I were merely an ordinary old man, much like the grandfather of Xiao Mei. Yu Fengxiang spoke with warmth and approachability, exuding none of the aloofness of a powerful figure. Dukeling Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him, despite being a Duke-level powerhouse. If he had visited the Deer Hunting Academy, he would likely have been received by an elder of the Inscription Realm at most, while the venerable elder of the Array Realm would not have made an appearance, let alone the director. Now, with the director of the Deer Hunting Academy personally visiting the Xiao Clan and displaying such casual demeanor, it was evident that she was supportive of Xiao Tian's relationship with the female war goddess, Yumarin. This was splendid news. A union between the Xiao Clan and the Deer Hunting Academy would indeed signify a substantial alliance. The foundation of the Deer Hunting Academy was no less than that of an ancient nation, ranking among the foremost powers of the great wilderness. Excellent, excellent. I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality. Please bear with us. Allow me to escort you, Dukeling Tian said courteously. Very well. The old director, Yu Fengxiang, nodded slightly in agreement. And as for you, Xiao Mei, the female war goddess and one of the leading figures of the younger generation, your name is renowned. May I address you as Xiao Mei? Dukeling Tian inquired, his gaze lingering on the female war goddess, growing increasingly satisfied as he assessed her character and how she interacted with his grandson, Xiao Tian. Hello, Grandpa Xiao, you may call me Xiao Mei. The female war goddess courteously declared. Very well, haha. As a token of our first encounter, I bestow upon you this precious Chulong bone as a gift. Ling Tianho bellowed with laughter. His grandson bore an uncanny resemblance to him, managing to pursue a woman of such exceptional caliber at such a tender age. His heart swelled with joy, feeling truly gratified. The female war goddess gazed at the Chulong bone, which shimmered like a sapphire the size of a bowl, and immediately attempted to decline. Grandpa Xiao, this gift is far too precious. She had heard Xiao Tian boast about slaying an ancient pure-blood Chulong, and now it seemed that his claims were indeed true. Haha, no need for such modesty, just accept it, Ling Tianho generously insisted. This lad will surely master the Chulong treasure arts and pass them down to the Xiao clan. Moreover, with the female war goddess becoming his future wife, it is all the more fitting. There is no loss in this exchange. Thank you, Grandpa Xiao, the female war goddess, Yumerin, replied, gracefully bowing slightly. The Chulong treasure arts, along with the Baihu treasure arts that Xiao Tian would bring back for her, were both forms of treasure arts she greatly admired. Grandfather, you entertain the headmaster with tea, chess, and philosophical discussions. I shall take Mimi on a little tour to meet my father and mother. Xiao Tian said as he approached Ling Tianho, taking the female war goddess's hand. We must be off now, Grandpa. Here, take this, the elder headmaster said, waving his hand. From his sleeve flew a jade cauldron, which gently landed in Xiao Tian's grasp. Upon inspection, Xiao Tian realized it contained a substantial amount of essence stones, the currency of the virtual divine realm. These stones could be absorbed for cultivation or used for future resources. Next, Xiao Tian, accompanied by the female war goddess, met his parents. After exchanging pleasantries, they encountered a spirited little girl, Xiao Suner. At the age of 7, she stood at a height of 1 meter and 35 centimeters. Dressed in a silver dress, her demeanor cool and frosty, akin to a snow lotus blooming upon an icy mountain. Active and enthusiastic about cultivation, her slender figure resembled a willow branch, easily grasped in one hand. Her long, flowing hair was casually tied with a white silk ribbon, cascading down to her waist. On her delicate wrists dangled 2 tiny silver bells, treasures gifted to her by Xiao Tian before his departure. These had been obtained during his trials in the 10,000 Great Mountains, from the ancient pure-blood jadebird's nest. Ling Tianho had remarked that at the very least, they were protective charms refined by experts of the formation realm. Alas, the bells had now fallen into the hands of an ancient creature, signifying that their original owner was likely in grave danger. Xiao Suner, at the blood mobilization stage, wore a serious expression, her forehead glistening with sweat as she diligently practiced the Xiao Clan's spirit summoning arts, which were commendable for body refinement. She had already attained a strength of 5,000 pounds, a testament to the hardships she had endured. Upon seeing the little girl, the female war goddess couldn't help but reminisce about her own childhood. Although her talent surpassed that of Xiao Suner, she too had faced many struggles. Stubborn and competitive from a young age, she often challenged the other children at the academy, leading them to avoid her. Suner, come here and take a break. Your brother has something wonderful for you. I assure you will love it, Xiao Tian called out. Brother, you have returned. Xiao Xun exclaimed, straining under the weight of a 5,000-pound cauldron while simultaneously practicing her spirit summoning arts. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's voice, her face lit up with joy. Yet she hesitated to set down the cauldron. Could you wait just a moment longer? Very well, Xiao Tian replied, resigned. This little girl was indeed quite stubborn. With her talent peaking at the 7th cavern realm, why work so hard? She could effortlessly succeed, yet she chose to exert herself. This tenacity was precisely what Xiao Tian believed would enable her to remain in the lower realm to protect the Xiao clan. She was indeed a fierce warrior. Brother, who is that beautiful sister? Xiao Suner inquired, her delicate face reflecting curiosity, though her voice trembled slightly, indicating her prolonged exertion. I am your future sister-in-law, Suner. Be cautious. My name is Yumerin. Take care not to speak too much. You might hurt yourself, the female war goddess replied urgently, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Such was the character of the female war goddess, cold on the outside, yet warm within, dignified and composed, kind-hearted and generous. Although it was their first meeting and she had a mischievous side, she had encountered many worse characters during her time in the Great Wilderness, including some expelled from the academy. Thus, Xiao Tian, overall, seemed rather commendable. In this world, might and strength were revered above all. Powerful men attracted many women, and procreation was a matter of great significance for the continuation of their lineage. The strong live lives of greater luxury than ancient emperors. This was the reality of the Great Wilderness. Given the female war goddess' character, she perceived Xiao Tian favorably, especially since he had kept his word by vanquishing the arrogant little white tiger and presenting its primal bone to her. Such a young man earned her gradual respect. Most importantly, Xiao Tian had now reached the spirit transformation realm, making him even more formidable. Admiring strength was the prevailing mindset in the Great Wilderness, transcending gender. The notion of pursuing love with a poor boy was ill-suited for survival in this harsh realm. Every moment posed a danger, and even a prominent family like the Xiaos could be annihilated by a deranged elder passing through. Is that truly the female war goddess, Yumarin? Xiao Suner exclaimed with excitement. She knew her brother had gone to study at the academy, and it was possible he might not return for 3 to 5 years. This was particularly true for those with exceptional talent. For average disciples, it was not unusual to be absent for 8, 10, or even 20 years. The Great Wilderness was too distant for long journeys. Only upon achieving the spirit transformation realm could one qualify to return home. After all, both the Bu Tian Pavilion and the Academy required disciples to reach at least the spirit transformation realm before allowing them to traverse the Great Wilderness for training. For Xiao Tian, breaking through to the spirit transformation realm might be relatively easy, but most disciples needed to remain in the cavern realm for over 5 years. Thus, Xiao Suner was well aware of certain matters regarding the academy, knowing that the current master sister was none other than the female war goddess, Yumarin. She had also heard tales of her brother's exploits in the virtual divine realm, where he had flirted with the war goddess, having spent time there herself and hearing many stories about mischievous youths. However, those who spoke disparagingly claimed that her brother, Xiao Tian, was likely to have entered the Baiduan mountain range due to his commendable talent upon joining the academy. Now, it seemed her brother had accomplished something incredible by bringing the female war goddess home. Yes, it is I. Do not be overly excited. Take care to avoid injury. Calm yourself and regulate your breathing while practicing our family's techniques, the female war goddess instructed promptly. It was evident that Xiao Suner was thrilled, yet she adhered to her normal cultivation routine, maintaining her composure and steadying her breath. A silver radiance emanated from her, drawing in the essence of the heavens and earth to refine her body. As the time came, the female war goddess gently lifted the bronze cauldron with one hand. Now is an opportune moment. Brother will assist you with a body refinement baptism. Xiao Tian observed Xiao Xunia, noting that she was nearing her physical limits and indeed suitable for the baptism. Thus, he took out a jade vial containing 3 drops of earth essence milk, intending to proceed slowly, nurturing and aiding the little girl in establishing her foundation. Once she was attended to, he would assist the female war goddess in her cultivation within the virtual divine realm, where the profound benefits of training would directly enhance both her physical body and spirit in perfect synchrony. Once upon a time, the celestial king brought forth the realm of illusion, not merely for the purpose of allowing mortals to engage in battle, but rather to facilitate the profound refinement of each realm. This is the ultimate application of its essence. Very well, brother, I shall heed your counsel, said Xiao Suner as she accepted the jade vial, uncorked it, and drank deeply. Each drop of the earth spirit milk was the size of fingertip, glistening in a silvery hue, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that seemed to promise a transformation of the very soul. Xiao Tian produced an unused jade cauldron, which expanded to a diameter of 1.5 meters. He then retrieved a lotus flower of white jade, large enough to resemble a basin. This lotus, naturally a precious treasure, was placed into the cauldron, where it grew to match the bottom's dimensions. Next, Xiao Tian filled the cauldron with pure land spiritual liquid, poured in a basin of earth spirit milk, added 3 drops of Tai True water, a cup of monkey wine, and a leaf of the spirit communication divine flower. Casting a glance at the curious war goddess Yumarin and his sister Xiao Suner, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and began to perform the ritual, as though compelled by an unseen force. Indeed, this was a secret technique recorded in the culinary scriptures of the Shan Hai Jing. Capable of nurturing fierce beasts and enhancing their qualities, ensuring that when they were slaughtered, the meat would be of a superior grade, more delectable. However, viewed from another perspective, it could also assist living beings in refining their bodies and enhancing their potential. Xiao Tian commenced a shamanic dance around the jade cauldron, suspecting that this was a legacy of the witch clan, for there were no incantations, only movements, and they were rather uninhibited. The truth was, he felt a tinge of embarrassment in his heart. At this juncture, he could only focus on his own tasks and let others speak as they wished. He felt no shame, it was others who should feel ashamed. To transform a seemingly disgraceful act into something sacred was the mark of a true master. Moreover, the sensation he received from his great doll indicated that performing such a dance resonated with the Tao, enhancing one's essence. Why not invite the two of them to join him? A solo dance of embarrassment could be transformed into an art form if others joined in. Suddenly inspired, Xiao Tian imparted the 12 movements of the shamanic dance to the two women, informing them that it was a primordial human legacy he had acquired from Baiduan Mountain, and that there were benefits to be gained from it. The two women were skeptical, but ultimately decided to learn. Thus, Xiao Tian led the way, with the two women following suit, and they began their shamanic dance around the jade cauldron. Initially awkward, they soon found their rhythm as they witnessed Xiao Tian's captivating movements. His demeanor both alluring and dignified, prompting them to take the exercise more seriously. Observing their transformation, Xiao Tian felt a swell of pride. Surely, he had succeeded in this endeavor, and he increasingly regarded himself as a genius, lamenting the absence of compliments showered upon him. 10 minutes later, the medicinal concoction for Xiao Suner began to radiate a dazzling brilliance, though the roof of the great hall obscured its celestial light. Multicolored rays shimmered, only to be swiftly absorbed back, weaving through the dancing figures of the two women. Xiao Suner had long since collapsed from exhaustion, unable to move even a finger, while the war goddess, panting heavily and drenched in fragrant sweat, continued to persevere. Each movement felt unbearably heavy, and she had come to believe in the unparalleled efficacy of the secret technique. These simple motions resonated with the universal Tao, seemingly imbued with profound power. "It is complete," Xiao Tian announced, prompting the war goddess Yumarin's legs to weaken, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. She had reached her limit. This peculiar dance was most taxing on one's stamina, rendering her bone inscriptions less useful. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tian supported her slender waist, exclaiming, "You've worked hard, my dear." Then, with a swift motion, he extended his other arm, grasping his sister and lifting her effortlessly, tossing her into the jade cauldron. In an instant, her garments vanished, a result of the beastly transformation art. Turning away from the cauldron, he instructed the war goddess, "My dear, for the next part, you shall keep watch here and drink from the contents of this jade vial." He presented her with the monkey wine, a cup that would quench her thirst, alleviate her fatigue, and nourish her weakened body to restore her vitality. The war goddess, trusting him completely, noted that the contents of the jade cup appeared to be a rare treasure. Just the scent was enough to intoxicate her. She brought the cup to her vibrant red lips and drank deeply. Instantly, she seemed to be enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, radiantly beautiful and ethereal, her body aglow with divine light. The monkey wine, infused with the essence of the silver peach, was indeed a supreme tonic, brimming with benefits and great fortitude. Otherwise, the monkeys serving the Monkey King would not exhibit such formidable strength, each one vigorous and robust, their fur gleaming with a golden luster, akin to fantastical beasts. "I shall visit my grandfathers and bring them some monkey wine. You should refrain from drinking too much. One misstep, and you might find yourself inebriated," Xiao Tian remarked. "At Baiduan Mountain, the sealers can down 2 cups without a second thought. This is no jest." "Very well, go ahead. I shall keep watch here," replied the war goddess, her gaze toward Xiao Tian growing increasingly tender, akin to how one would look at a beloved partner. Deep within, she felt a warmth. This young lad, only 12 years of age, exhibited such thoughtfulness, it was rather delightful. Meanwhile, Xiao Suner had succumbed to a mysterious state within the cauldron, enveloped in a cocoon of divine light, seated upon the lotus seat, resembling a precious lotus heart. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian made his way to his parents' chamber. After a moment's pause, he retrieved 10 jars of monkey wine, but more importantly, he prepared to pass down the Dragon Phoenix harmonization technique to his father. Though he felt a twinge of embarrassment, he understood it was essential, as this technique was particularly suited for couples and was the only complete method he had acquired. He could not ascertain its efficacy without first allowing his father to practice. Initially, Xiao Feng was irritated by Xiao Tian's interruption, perceiving it as a disturbance to his mood. However, upon noticing the jars of wine and the mysterious technique being passed down, claimed to be a secret from Baiduan Mountain, his interest was piqued. After learning it, his face flushed with excitement. He earnestly declared, "I shall practice this technique, but you must not speak of it indiscriminately, nor share it with others. There is no need for embarrassment. All of this is for the sake of cultivation. Your mother and I shall also partake in the monkey wine. I suppose you do possess some conscience after all." Xiao Feng appeared resolute and dignified, embodying a sense of righteousness. Seeing Xiao Tian's astonishment, he discerned a glimmer of reverent light in his father's demeanor. Yet the next moment, he was at a loss for words, nearly choking on his own emotions, as he sensed that his father's current state bore a striking resemblance to how he would deceive others. Thus, Xiao Tian bid farewell to Xiao Feng, contemplating the daylight and hoping his father wouldn't conceive another daughter. Perhaps a third child could be a brother instead. However, with the dragon-phoenix harmonization technique, the prospect of a third child seemed challenging. What am I even thinking about? He mused. Is this any of my concern? Onward he went. Xiao Tian produced 2 more jars of wine and made his way to his grandfather's residence. Upon arrival, he discovered the 2 of them engaged in a game of chess beneath a magnolia tree. Throughout their match, Yu Fengxiang occasionally offered guidance to Ling Tianhou. Although they appeared to be playing chess, they were in truth engaged in a philosophical discourse, one guiding the other. "Grandfather, Grandpa, behold the treasures I have brought for you. Enjoy them as you converse," Xiao Tian proclaimed, presenting 2 jade bowls and pouring the amber-hued, translucent monkey wine into them. The moment it was served, the valley was filled with the exquisite aroma of fine wine. "This is monkey wine," Yu Fengxiang remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. He was well-versed in the world of fine things and had tasted many delights, including monkey wine. This particular brew is unique. It is crafted from quasi-holy herbs combined with dozens of rare spiritual medicines. The Monkey King who brews this wine possesses the strength to single-handedly confront 7 or 8 ancient royal beasts, and he is always at an advantage. Xiao Tian elaborated. That monkey is notoriously unruly and fiercely independent. In the original tale, he even dared to provoke the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor, quite possibly, had already ascended to the realm of divine fire, undoubtedly more than a mere venerable figure. In this regard, the Emperor of the Stone Kingdom is also quite similar. Following this, Xiao Tian naturally accompanied the 2 elderly gentlemen for a while, recounting tales of Baiduanshan, selectively sharing what he could. After the passage of 10 hours, Xiao Tian's father, his countenance radiant with joy, arrived to announce that dinner was ready. Even though cultivators above the cave heaven realm often disregard the necessity of meals, hosting a feast to welcome guests and wash away the dust of travel holds intrinsic significance as a gesture of hospitality. Thus, the timing of the meal was of little consequence. Dining in the dead of night was merely another form of indulgence for cultivators. "I wonder how my sister is faring with her transformation?" Xiao Tian inquired. "Your mother went to check on her," Xiao Feng replied sternly. Xiao Feng harbored a profound fear of the elderly patriarch, Ling Tianhou, always feeling like a soldier under inspection in his presence. Xiao Tian silently sighed, lamenting that among the children of the old man, Xiao Feng had already borne the brunt of the pressure with his considerable talent. Should he pause for a moment of silent tribute for his father, then take a moment of schadenfreude? "Father, do not blame your unfilial son. I simply cannot help myself." Xiao Tian chuckled, gazing up at the night sky, where the moon shone resplendently. The moonlight danced gracefully upon the water's surface, mingling with the gentle breeze. The female warrior, Yu Meiren, had donned a new azure dress, her slender waist gently accentuated by cerulean ribbon, her dark hair tousled by the wind, exuding a softness that contrasted with her usual martial demeanor. She remained breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a blooming azure lotus, standing in splendid isolation, much like an orchid hidden in a secluded valley. Accompanying her was the transformed Xiao Suner, who had just completed her metamorphosis, gaining an impressive 30,000 gene in strength. Xiao Suner, filled with exuberance, had been playing with the cauldron in the courtyard for a while, while the female warrior imparted to her the secrets of the Tungsha treasure technique, a method attuned to the path of body refinement, capable of enhancing physical resilience. Chapter 75. The Peach Blossoms Blooming Brightly. Naturally, Xiao Tian's mother, Duan Jiao, had come along as well. Behind her, maidservants had prepared a jade table and chairs, for the family had originally used simple tables and cushions. However, as Xiao Tian developed a preference for sitting at a round table, Xiao Feng took it upon himself to forge a set for them. A variety of exquisite dishes were served, all hastily prepared during the hour Xiao Tian had stepped away. As each dish was unveiled, A burst of ethereal brilliance filled the air, and the tantalizing aroma of the food wafted enticingly, stirring appetites. Dishes such as braised fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, and lobster with garlic were among the 12 culinary delights on display, all crafted from ancient and spiritual ingredients. Even Yu Fengxiang was left in awe. While he had tasted such ingredients before, witnessing them presented in such abundance was a rarity, particularly for the Xiao Clan standards. Accompanied by monkey wine and a final dish of honey-roasted meat, along with a platter of spirit fruits over a millennium old, this feast was unparalleled. Each guest found themselves unable to resist the sumptuous offerings, engrossed in the meal without a thought for conversation. Such a banquet, especially one prepared by Xiao Tian, was truly a divine culinary experience. Xiao Suner savored a morsel of roasted meat and a peach, before her curiosity led her to sneak a sip of monkey wine, resulting in her promptly succumbing to slumber. The young girl, as transformation had reached a significant milestone. She was still young, brimming with potential for further evolution, and there was no need to rush. Yumeirun, the female warrior, also glowed with vitality after the feast, her divine essence flowing effortlessly, manifesting as serpents and multicolored deer. The multicolored deer were venerated spirits from the Deer Hunting Academy, belonging to beings of the esteemed realm. Ultimately, she radiated an aura reminiscent of pristine jade, appearing pure and untouched, like an ethereal blossom on the verge of blooming. This was the sacred inheritance of the Deer Hunting Academy, the imperial way of gold and jade. Legend has it that the founder of the Deer Hunting Academy was once a human emperor, and the multicolored deer were descendants of the cherished beasts of that emperor. After indulging in the feast, Xiao Tian's father, bearing a similarly inebriated Duanjiao, departed. As for Ling Tianho, having benefited from the teachings of a revered elder and feasted on such exquisite delicacies, he found himself inspired and thus chose to meditate on the spot, embarking on cultivation. Xiao Tian first escorted Xiao Suner back to her room, noting her remarkable gains, as she had undergone a profound transformation. Now on par with the original narrative of Xiao Tian, easily capable of opening the 8 cave heavens, with diligent effort and fortune, she might even unlock the 9th cave heaven in the future. Xiao Tian personally guided her to her chamber, encouraging her to rest peacefully. Meanwhile, Yu Fengxiang felt a sense of fulfillment tonight, having feasted generously and imbibed copiously, settling into a meditative posture upon the cliffside, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Ultimately, only the female warrior, Yumeirun, remained, whom Xiao Tian directly carried away. The next task was to assist her in her transformation, utilizing the unique properties of a void divine realm to help her reconstruct her foundation and ascend to the blood-moving and cave heaven realms. At 6 o'clock the following morning, the female warrior awakened to find herself nestled in a soft bed, resting in Xiao Tian's embrace, her head cushioned on his arm. Fortunately, both were still clothed. "Awake, are we? It is time to enter the void divine realm. I must bless your transformation, so we must not delay," Xiao Tian stated. "All right," replied the female warrior, her character assertive and decisive as she sat up, her long black hair cascading to her waist, smooth and glossy, each strand shimmering with vitality. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focus lay in the moment she rose, her imposing physique akin to 2 majestic mountains, exuding an overwhelming presence that could dominate the world, reminiscent of ancient lunar rabbits poised to leap into existence, fierce and untamed. Or like 2 resplendent full moons threatening to pierce the tumultuous sea, illuminating the landscape. "Wait," Xiao Tian suddenly interjected. "What is it?" The female warrior, Yumeirun, queried, puzzled. "A kiss," Xiao Tian proclaimed, and as he spoke he pressed his lips to hers, breaking the contact before she could fully comprehend the moment. "All right, we can set off now," Xiao Tian declared, closing his eyes. "Still so mischievous." Yumeirun smiled gently, closing her eyes. A capable man's mischief was merely a charm. She connected with the ethereal void divine realm, instantly entering the initial passage of the realm, the blood-moving area. Upon arrival, she found Xiao Tian already awaiting her. Without wasting time, they proceeded to the blood-moving area within the void divine realm, a domain belonging to the Xiao Clan, where the inhabitants recognized Xiao Tian and promptly arranged a quiet room for him to assist the female warrior in her cultivation. The process was akin to the body refinement he had conducted with Xiao Suner. To bring treasures into the void divine realm necessitated the expenditure of corresponding essence, which was abundantly supplied by the elder Yu Fengxiang. After a somewhat embarrassing ritual dance led by Xiao Tian, they entered the jade cauldron to commence the body refinement. A notable advantage of the body refinement in the void divine realm was that it required no disrobing. The female warrior, already in the blood-moving realm with a strength of 89,000 gene, easily transcended to 94,000 gene after this round of transformation. Xiao Clan, however, found this insufficient. Once her metamorphosis concluded, he filled a bath with a substantial amount of earth spirit milk, which he had previously used, as it held no enhancement for his superior talent. Next, Xiao Tian produced a quasi-saint medicinal peach for the female warrior to consume, adding a cup of Tai True water and a jar of monkey brew to the earth spirit milk, performing a singular dance akin to a divine ritual, further facilitating her transformation. This transformation endured for 3 days and nights. Outside, many were curious about the female warrior's prolonged absence in the void divine realm, speculating on the nature of her activities with Xiao Tian. Only the Bird Lord and the Elder of Essence sensed that someone had stirred the rules of the void divine realm. Nonetheless, all of this remained within the permissible bounds of the realm's regulations, and they chose not to intervene. In the present moment, the female war goddess, transformed within the jade cauldron, sits gracefully atop a lotus platform, enveloped in a crystalline cocoon of divine radiance for 3 consecutive days and nights. Suddenly, a crackling sound resonates as the luminous cocoon shatters, releasing an overwhelming aura akin to a celestial butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, or a resplendent peacock breaking free from its egg. Threads of divine light swirl, and the remnants of the cocoon dissolve into myriad starlit flecks, penetrating into the essence of the war goddess. A force of 100,000 pounds. This formidable energy is familiar to Xiao Tian. The transformation has succeeded. His arcane ritual could only be employed twice. Beyond that, it would prove detrimental, harming the essence and potential of living beings, as well as the succulent quality of their hearts. Ahem, have I digressed? The war goddess slowly opens her eyes and rises from the bathing tub. This metamorphosis is so thorough that even the garments formed by the rules of the illusory realm have been absorbed. Her eyes, bright and radiant, sparkle with brilliance. Her graceful swan-like neck enchanting, resembling a lotus emerging from water, pure and otherworldly, embodying the wisdom of the universe, transcending the mundane world. Her skin glistens like jade, her flowing black hair dances, her eyes gleam like black gemstones, and her elegantly arched brows enhance the most alluring curves known to the world. With delicate and snowy contours that could rival a devil's physique and an angel's visage, capable of enchanting all beings. As if a celestial maiden has descended into the mortal realm. The moonlight bathes the mountains, and clear springs flow over stones. The peach blossoms bloom vibrantly, their beauty radiant. A half-acre square pond opens to the sky. Xiao Tian cannot help but murmur, his gaze transfixed, inspiration surging within him. The war goddess, Yumerin, awakens, assessing her state without a hint of panic, for such a response is alien to her character. She casts a sidelong glance at Xiao Tian, and her familiar set of magical armor materializes, enveloping her flawless form. All right, I'm back to my senses, you fool, little rascal. I must depart the illusory realm. You remain here. Once more, she shoots a glance at Xiao Tian, her voice ethereal, akin to pearls cascading upon a jade plate, melodious and enchanting. With that, the war goddess gradually vanishes, exiting the illusory realm, her consciousness returning to her corporeal form. Xiao Tian hastily retrieves his jade cauldron and the vital earth spirit lotus, which aids in transformation, enhancing the effect alongside the earth spirit milk. This treasure, born from the roots of the earth spirit milk, possesses a spiritual connection, akin to the true water of Tai and the fountain of youth, each brimming with the essence of sacrificial spirits. However, with Xiao Tian, its prospects shine ever brighter, a manifestation of its destiny. After leaving the illusory realm, the war goddess, Yumerin, eagerly rushes outside to test her newfound physical prowess, having received a tremendous boon. In truth, the elite forces of the upper realms possess methods to enhance the physical strength of cultivators during their blood transformation stage, utilizing various body-tempering elixirs, such as the golden body liquid from the supplementing heaven sect and the diamond liquid from the western heaven sect. Following purification, one could attain an indestructible body, raising the upper limit of their blood transformation stage, achieving a force of 100,000 pounds, relying on their diligent cultivation to reach such heights. However, the boon bestowed upon the war goddess by Xiao Tian is far more profound, a transformation at the very essence, elevating her innate potential. For the first time, Yumerin feels an overwhelming joy as she realizes her strength has exponentially increased, her reconstruction of the blood transformation stage enhancing her overall combat prowess by more than double. Now, she could suppress her former self within 10 rounds. Such an incredible metamorphosis leaves her eagerly anticipating the enhancements following her reconstruction in the Cave Heaven realm. She rushes off to boast to her grandfather, embodying the exuberance of a 17-year-old blossoming maiden. Previously, she had imposed strict expectations upon herself, burdening herself with the weight of becoming the future successor of the supplementing Heaven Pavilion, leading to immense pressure and anxiety as she sought to gather disciples. Xiao Tian rises from his bed, shrugging in resignation as he gazes at the rapidly disappearing figure of the war goddess, reminiscent of his sister following her own transformation yesterday. The little one could undergo another metamorphosis, easily surpassing 90,000 pounds, although reaching 100,000 may prove challenging. Xiao Tian does not hold excessively high expectations for her. Achieving divinity in the future would suffice, at which point he could assist her with any serendipitous talents or treasures he encounters. What to do now? To visit the spirit of the Silver Mountain ancestor, the guardian deity of the Xiao Clan. In terms of lineage, even if Xiao Tian's great-grandfather were to return, he would still address the ancestor as such. Mountain and stone spirits tend to possess longevity, and if a mountain deity exists, they may receive protection in the unseen realm, even facilitating communication. Chapter 76, The Great Filial Sun. Passing through a splendid city, amidst the divine blue woods, the divine blue trees stand tall, their branches lush and their leaves a celestial azure, reminiscent of maple leaves, remaining unchanged throughout the seasons, even their blossoms exuding a dreamlike pale blue hue with white cores. The trunks and branches appear as if sculpted from blue crystal, radiant and dazzling. The Silver Mountain of the Spirit stands at a mere 800 meters high, yet it towers majestically, exuding a grandeur that eclipses even the nearby 3,000-meter peaks. A waterfall, over 3,000 meters in length, cascades from the rear, resembling a silver dragon diving downwards, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it plunges into a pool, transforming into a river that flows past the Silver Mountain spirit. Ancestor, I have come to see you. Behold what treasures I bring. Xiao Tian exclaims, producing a piece of celestial bone belonging to the Basya, obtained from the forbidden zone of celestial bones. This fragment is undoubtedly a remnant of the most refined essence left behind after the fall of a divine fire realm, imbued with divine patterns and some Basya techniques. The Shan Hai Jing records that the Basya, also known as the Baishi dragon turtle, is one of the 6 sons of the dragon in ancient Han mythology, an auspicious beast resembling a turtle with a dragon's head and a serpent's tail, often utilized for bearing heavy objects, making it suitable for soup preparation, enhancing vitality, and strengthening the body. Ancient peoples erected monumental stone tablets on the Basya's back to honor deceased emperors and sages, relying on its divine power to ensure their legacies endure for millennia. It's you, little monkey, you've returned. The familiar voice of the ancient spirit of Silver Mountain resonates. I've heard your voice from afar, disturbing my peaceful dreams. The spirit, fond of calling Xiao Tian little monkey due to his mischievous childhood, would often find him here, sitting atop the spirit while cultivating, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Ancestor, I truly have something wonderful for you this time. Don't regret it. Xiao Tian hastens to the foot of the mountain, where the Silver Mountain is covered with a layer of soil, adorned with verdant grass, flourishing trees, and blooming flowers, rendering it unrecognizable as a spiritual mountain. As he speaks, he retrieves a golden, celestial bone from his cave, its size comparable to a grinding disc, easily held in his hand. For the Basya's true form is far more colossal, making this piece relatively small. Today, the celestial bone appears oval, likely resembling a frontal bone, with a bowl-sized cavity on its side and surrounding cracks, marking the fatal wound that led to its fall. With a whoosh, a silvery figure emerges from the Silver Mountain, radiating brilliance surpassing even the moon above. It is the spirit of Silver Mountain, whom Xiao Tian has only encountered once before in his childhood when the spirit came to relieve itself and playfully swatted him on the rear. This time marks their second meeting. The being is an elderly figure with hair and beard as white as snow, casually tied with a wooden stick, garbed in a silver robe and leaning on a silver cane. Upon first seeing him, Xiao Tian perceives a resemblance to the earth god in his imagination. He had envisioned the mountain deity as a robust figure over 3 meters tall, clad in silver armor, wielding a mountain-splitting axe or a guardian trident. To play the role of a child well, he had even expressed his true thoughts while being playfully smacked, eliciting hearty laughter from the spirit of Silver Mountain, who then refrained from further chastising him. The celestial bone swiftly flies into the hands of the spirit of Silver Mountain, who is taken aback. The Basya is a rare and formidable creature, perfectly aligned with the existence of mountain and stone spirits. After all, the Basya is not merely a stone bearer. It is not uncommon for it to carry an island or a mountain forward, being a primordial relic inclined towards the elements of earth, water, and metal. Little monkey, you have been a great help to me this time. By merging this piece of heavenly bone, I, your ancestor, may well aspire to reach the realm of the esteemed ones, and perhaps even catch a glimpse of the divine realm in the future. The spirit of the white silver mountain did not hesitate to receive the gifts brought by Xiao Tian, stroking its beard and speaking with a sense of leisurely satisfaction. Ancestor, it is truly wonderful if this can assist you. However, I am not well versed in the cultivation methods of the spirit lineage and cannot offer much aid. Xiao Tian candidly admitted, this divine bone is sufficient. My foundation is ample. Your Xiao Clan, with a population exceeding 100 million, possesses enough sacrificial strength. What I lack is merely a few fortuitous encounters. The spirit of the white silver mountain smiled benignly, surprised at how quickly this little monkey could be of assistance to it. When Xiao Tian broke through to the strength of 100,000 pounds in the blood-moving realm during his childhood, it sensed that this child was exceptional. After his breakthrough to the 10 heavenly caverns, it was certain that as long as Xiao Tian did not fall midway, he would undoubtedly mature and surpass the esteemed realm. Breaking free from all constraints, his potential should rightfully reach the divine. The spirit lineage's methods differ significantly from conventional cultivation systems. In the past, it had even contacted Xiao Lingzi, advising him not to let Xiao Tian run amok, but to focus on his cultivation to prevent premature demise. Unfortunately, this little monkey had always been too mischievous and uncontrollable, gifted beyond measure, and ultimately, it had to let things unfold naturally. Ancestor, I also have some spirit soil and divine soil to present to you. Xiao Tian produced some soil from the spirit herb garden, along with a bag of divine soil soaked in the elixir of immortality. Where did you acquire such treasures? Have you emptied the elixir of immortality from the divine herb garden? The spirit of the white silver mountain gasped in astonishment, staring blankly at Xiao Tian, unable to believe it. Having lived for at least 3,000 years and being able to communicate with nearby mountain spirits and flora, it knew much, including the Hunter-Break Mountain and some of the good things within. However, it had never asked Xiao Tian to bring anything back, even when it heard that Hunter-Break Mountain was about to open. Yet this time, it seemed that its opportunity had arrived. No esteemed one could hinder its path, and it could now explore the mountain god realm. I shall accept these gifts. Little Tian, you have grown. Rest assured, as long as I live, I will always protect the Xiao Clan. This was a promise I once made to your great-grandfather when the Xiao Clan numbered less than 1,000. Time has transformed the world, and I have remained in my current realm for nearly 2,000 years, never expecting that this little child would lead me to the next level. However, I believe your future path will far exceed my own. The spirit of the white silver mountain expressed with a sense of nostalgia. Thus, the spirit entered seclusion to strive for the esteemed realm. With the divine-level cultivation resources provided by Xiao Tian and its own accumulation proving sufficient, Xiao Tian bid farewell to the spirit and departed from the valley's sacred ground. 5 days later, next, he would assist his mother in establishing her foundation, utilizing the elixir of immortality to elevate her aptitude to the level of 89,000 pounds. He had done his utmost. His mother, Duan Jiao, had too poor talent, only managing a foundation of over 60,000 pounds in the blood-moving realm. Her potential akin to that of his father. As for his father, he would wait until he obtained more treasures before addressing that. For now, his own cultivation was of utmost importance. Given his father's talent of merely 6 heavenly caverns, even granting him another 10 years would not see him break through to the formation realm. As Xiao Tian pondered this, he caught sight of his father's fiery gaze. Surely he could not hear him, right? How terrifying to frighten oneself. Father, I have a gift for you. I defeated it myself. Xiao Tian presented the corpse of a blue dragon, sealing it within a jade box using his innate divine power, preserving its primal treasure bones intact. Tossing it into Xiao Feng's arms caused the latter to stumble, nearly falling to the ground, while Xiao Tian had already turned and fled. He wished to say, Father, you cannot defeat me now, but he refrained, conveying the message in a more subtle manner. After all, he had not handed over a corpse of a fire demon bull at the formation realm level to his father. Wasn't that rather tactful? Without comparison, there is no harm. Recently, Duan Jiao had regained over a decade of youth, her blood-moving realm re-established, and her potential enhanced. Initially, she had aimed to break through to 6 heavenly caverns. Now, with her foundational potential improved, she wished to attempt re-establishing herself in the heavenly cavern realm. As for embracing the blue dragon's corpse, she laughed heartily. feeling proud of her son's accomplishments, while Xiao Feng merely rolled his eyes. No one understands a child better than their mother. Of course, she knew what that mischievous child was trying to convey, but regrettably, Xiao Feng, being a blockhead, had not grasped the underlying meaning. She chose not to expose it, allowing Xiao Feng to come to his own realization. Xiao Tian arrived at the valley and encountered the old dean, Yu Fengxiang. He released the iron blood ancient tree, saying, "From now on, you shall cultivate in this valley, simultaneously protecting our Xiao clan. There is no need for you to provoke others. Simply act when someone comes to challenge." Upon its emergence, the iron blood ancient tree was astounded by the thinness of the world's spiritual essence outside. Here, in the ancestral land of the Xiao clan, the spiritual energy was far richer than beyond. Thus, it was no wonder that talent from outside could break through at least 2 minor realms, such as opening 2 heavenly caverns, as long as they survived. When my cultivation reaches fruition, I will naturally aid you. With your talent, you may only achieve the esteemed realm at best, Xiao Tian remarked to the iron blood ancient tree in a calm tone. Yu Fengxiang was genuinely stunned. What he witnessed was an iron blood ancient tree of the formation realm, subdued by this young lad. Seeing its docile demeanor, he could hardly imagine that this was the iron blood ancient tree, known for its fierce temperament and relentless combativeness. Now, the fate of the iron blood ancient tree rested entirely in Xiao Tian's hands. The once valiant Monkey King had been refined into divine essence, and all its peers vying for dominance in 100 Break Mountain had transformed into corpses, lying within Xiao Tian's heavenly cavern. Who could know the tribulations the iron blood ancient tree had endured? It had narrowly escaped being harvested as a spirit herb for soup. What terrified it the most, compelling its willing submission, was Xiao Tian's cultivation. He had merely reached the divine transformation realm, yet his talent was astonishing. The 100 Break Mountain range was said to possess a more sophisticated realm system than the outside world, where above the esteemed realm lay the divine fire, true unity, and celestial God, fragments of wisdom left behind by the ancients. It could not fathom how far Xiao Tian would traverse in the future, yet it chose to continue its allegiance. Feeling no regret, "Rest assured, young master, unless I perish, I will never allow the Xiao clan to suffer from external invasions," the iron blood ancient tree vowed immediately. "And you, come forth as well. Follow the iron blood ancient tree to learn. Your talent is commendable, but your combat prowess is lacking." Xiao Tian also released the Bai Shui spirit vine, which, being born alongside the true water of Tai Yi, possessed even greater talent than the iron blood ancient tree. Yet its combat ability was quite mediocre, and it had been easily deceived by the Rain clan into submission. Keeping these 2 beings with him served little purpose. It would be better to leave them with the Xiao clan. Chapter 77, Fishing Vine. At that moment, Ling Tianho arrived. He had already reached the formation realm. A true transformation, thanks to a silver peach gifted by Xiao Tian, coupled with a monkey wine, a feast of primordial relics, and guidance from Yu Fengxiang, solidifying his place in the formation realm. "Grandfather, you have broken through. That is wonderful. Allow me to introduce you. These 2 will remain in the Xiao clan, serving as its foundation. The Bai Shui spirit vine possesses great talent, but lacks wisdom. It's best to wait for the spirit ancestor to conclude his seclusion and provide guidance personally. The iron blood ancient tree, a battle-hardened king of 100 Break Mountain, can stand alone," Xiao Tian stated. Ling Tianho felt a shiver run down his spine. This young man had concealed such remarkable treasures. He had captured a living array king from the Baiduan mountain world. Such an extraordinary feat was beyond his reach, even after having broken through to the array realm. In that moment, Ling Tianho truly felt the weight of age upon him, despite having consumed a quasi-saint herb, the silver peach, which extended his lifespan by 2,500 years. He could not shake the sense of melancholy that enveloped him. Furthermore, with a breakthrough into the array realm, his lifespan could exceed 5,000 years. One must admit, the quasi-saint herbs of the perfect era contained an abundance of immortal essence, theoretically comparable to the medicinal kings of the Zhetian era, where a single medicinal king could only extend life by a few hundred years. Of course, the array realm could be likened to the dragon transformation secret realm of the Zhetian period, which granted a maximum lifespan of merely 1,000 years. Nonetheless, longevity did not guarantee survival until one's natural demise, for the dangers of the vast wilderness loomed large. After a week's stay, Xiao Tian bid farewell to his family and prepared to embark on his journey to the Zhulu Academy to commence his arduous cultivation. During this time, he also assisted Xiao Suner in undergoing a proper baptism, employing the blood of ancient relics from the array realm, with the process personally overseen by Yu Fengxiang. The baptism lasted 4 days, resulting in a significant enhancement of Xiao Sun'er's physical prowess, elevating her strength to an astonishing 60,000 jin. With some diligent cultivation, surpassing 80,000 jin would pose no challenge for her. Moreover, given her youth, Xiao Tian planned to administer the baptism once more when she reached 8 or 9 years of age. This time, Xiao Sun'er was also taken to the Zhilu Academy, where the rich atmosphere of cultivation would be most conducive for the stubborn young girl's development. Even though Xiao Tian was not particularly impressed by her innate talent, after the baptism, she undeniably possessed the potential to open the 8 heavenly caverns, catching the eye of the female warrior, Yu Marin. Her character naturally inclined towards scouting talents for the Zhilu Academy, and she was well aware that Xiao Sun'er could undergo another baptism, potentially pushing her strength beyond 90,000 jin in the bloodline realm, surpassing her previous capabilities. Accompanying her elder brother and sister-in-law, Xiao Sun'er was quite content. Children of the vast wilderness mature quickly, and having been immersed in the brilliance of the prodigious Xiao Tian since childhood, she harbored a resilient spirit, showing no resistance to attending the Zhilu Academy. Rather, she was eager to embrace the opportunity. As for Xiao Tian's father's transformation, he had his own plans, and there was no urgency. His father, a mere inscription realm cultivator, had countless nuances to explore at every level. The chubby Qiao Yusheng, in the array realm, had inscribed the third killing formation of the world within himself, embarking on a path of cultivation comparable to those who had reached the late stage of the 3 immortal energies. Thus, if Xiao Tian desired to enhance his father's combat prowess, he could easily suppress his grandfather, Ling Tianhou, within the same realm, allowing him to gain some well-deserved recognition. As the saying goes, the new waves of the Yangtze River push the old waves ahead, while the old waves are washed ashore. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's 1st and 7th avatars were still in seclusion, and the longer they remained, the greater the rewards. Stepping out from the spatial passage, Xiao Sun'er was taken away by the female warrior. Upon arriving at the Zhilu Academy, Xiao Tian immediately commenced his rigorous training, beginning at the Academy's Dao Tower. He could not help but marvel at how the seemingly modest Zhilu Academy in the lower realm housed a scripture pavilion that was far more intimidating than that of the Batian Pavilion, possessing an aura as grand as that of the lay ancestor. However, it was regrettably more renowned than substantive. The guardian of the Dao Tower was an array realm king, exuding the essence of scholarly wisdom, reminiscent of an elderly professor. Having resolved to delve deeply into his studies for the sake of his future cultivation, Xiao Tian approached his studies with utmost seriousness. Starting from the very first jade slip at the entrance, he intended to read through each volume systematically, confident that he would uncover the knowledge he sought. Ghost Elder had advised Sure Hao that he was progressing too rapidly in his cultivation. Reflecting on this, Xiao Tian pondered whether he should also take a moment to steady himself now that he had reached the spirit transformation realm. Cultivation cannot be rushed. He was destined to enter the world of the 3,000 Dao flowers, brimming with opportunities that even the likes of Xiao Liuzi and the 10 Crown Kings sought to enter, deliberately suppressing their own realms. Xiao Tian believed it was an inevitable checkpoint. Thus, he fully settled into a tranquil state, immersing himself within the realm of bone texts, absorbing wisdom from the past. Although it may sound unflattering to say he was merely borrowing the insights of others, one could also frame it as standing upon the shoulders of giants, enabling him to see further into the horizon. The flashes of wisdom from those who came before him were meticulously recorded here, and he recognized the necessity of studying them. Day by day, Xiao Tian resided within the Dao Tower of the Zhilu Academy, undisturbed by any inquiries regarding his progress. Meanwhile, his 1st and 7th avatars were visualizing fragments of the Dao from ancient sacrificial spirits, each fragment saving him considerable time in arduous practice and experience. Before long, a month had swiftly passed. During this period, whenever Xiao Tian made a breakthrough, he felt a warm current flowing from the depths of his essence, resonating through his meridians in harmony with his comprehension of the scriptures. Such gains were indeed gratifying. This was the true path of cultivation, humble, cautious, and devout. Another month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yu Fengxiang visited once, observing Xiao Tian in a state of rapt concentration, and was immensely pleased. Not only did he possess exceptional talent, but he was also capable of maintaining focus to lay a solid foundation. How many young people could achieve such a feat? Cultivation is a monotonous endeavor. Even geniuses must toil and sweat if they wish to stay ahead, lest they be overtaken in due time. While Xiao Tian cultivated in the Dao Tower, His surroundings were enveloped by the bone text composed of divine radiance, which flowed gently around him. The essence of his being surged as the divine bone text coursed through his limbs and bones, invigorating him. Although he appeared to be reading, it felt as though he had consumed a potent restorative, filling him with vitality, as if bone flame were ablaze upon him without producing any heat. As 2 more months passed, the divine radiance enveloped Xiao Tian, warming him as he refined the myriad bone texts, integrating them into his very essence. It was as if the foundational structure of his innate talent as a gourd child had been constructed, and now he required intricate details of the bone text to embellish and enrich it, rendering it ever more perfect. The rhythm of the Tao flowed within him, and the medicinal power and potential stored in his body were being unearthed. He could sense a further enhancement in the strength of his physical vessel. Over the course of 4 months, he thoroughly studied the more than 300 types of bone texts collected by the Zhulu Academy. Some of these texts could be completed in merely an hour, while others required several days. Regardless, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Henceforth, his cultivation of bone text techniques would proceed more smoothly. His progress in the spirit transformation realm had indeed advanced. He had reached a level comparable to that of an early-stage venerable in terms of physical refinement, and now he could be considered akin to a mid-stage venerable's physical vessel. This was primarily attributable to the efforts within the Repair Pavilion. Xiao Tian's individual gourd avatar had completed its cultivation. At present, the strength of his solitary gourd avatar's physical vessel was on par with that of an early-stage venerable. Within the Repair Pavilion, the once withered leaves of the ancient gourd vine began to regain their verdant hue, radiating divine brilliance. The gourd vine took on a crystalline transparency, and 2 precious gourds swayed upon it, one displaying a crimson-purple hue and the other a cerulean tone, emitting a harmonious light akin to the resonant sounds of the Tao, with a faint hint of chaotic energy materializing. Above, the bright moon hung high, pure and flawless, its radiant light shimmering, as the power of the lunar essence descended to envelop the entire gourd vine. Eventually, the sun emerged in the night sky, illuminating the heavens alongside the moon, as streams of solar essence were drawn in, transforming into a golden river cascading downwards. With a rustling sound, the transformation was not yet complete. Beams of starlight from beyond the realms were also drawn down, casting brilliant rays upon the leaves of the sacrificial gourd vine. Elder sacrifice, do take care. We wouldn't want to frighten off those with ulterior motives. We must invite the worthy into the trap. Xiao Tian spoke anxiously. Rest assured, my young friend, I am fully aware of the situation. I shall safeguard your path until your cultivation surpasses mine. You may henceforth refer to me as brother, for the term senior feels rather distant. The ancient voice of the spirit gourd vine resonated in Xiao Tian's ear. After this transformation, the spirit gourd vine had come to realize that Xiao Tian was truly exceptional. Inherently close to it, imbued with an aura of ancient wisdom, boundless vastness, and majestic Tao rhythm. Even a mere glimpse of an anomaly was sufficient for it to undergo a rebirth. To it, Xiao Tian had become even more significant than the pavilion of mending heaven. It could not perish yet. It was compelled to aid Xiao Tian's growth within its finite power, believing it had witnessed the primordial roots of the gourd vine, and that Xiao Tian might very well be the reincarnation of those roots. As a descendant of the gourd vine, its mission to help Xiao Tian flourish was paramount. As if, in its twilight moments, Xiao Tian had arrived at the pavilion of mending heaven, assisting it in rebirth, reigniting the divine flame, and unveiling the path ahead. The true One realm, the authentic divine realm, lay just before it, waiting to be pierced. However, it was not yet time for a breakthrough. It had already conspired with Xiao Tian to eliminate a number of formidable foes, using them as a source of blood and flesh elixirs. Of course, the blood and flesh elixirs were resources intended to aid Xiao Tian's cultivation, while for it, they would serve no significant purpose in the long run. At that moment, the surrounding heavens and earth trembled, an array of runes filling the sky, enveloping the entire pavilion of mending heaven in a vibrant aura of life. From a distance, beams of solar and lunar light pierced through heaven and earth, a magnificent spectacle that astonished the vast wilderness for countless miles. This old wretch was clearly at the end of its lifespan, vitality spilling forth uncontrollably. Despite the awe-inspiring aura and celestial phenomena, it was merely a facade. In a distant location on the ancient divine mountain, a figure bathed in resplendent golden light radiated divine brilliance, resembling a deity traversing the mortal realm, exuding overwhelming terror. Filling the sky, its golden, demonic eyes turned toward the direction of the pavilion of mending heaven, murmuring to itself. In another direction, a colossal and ferocious bird, shrouded in a maelstrom of dark mist, advanced with a thunderous roar, its massive form dwarfing the distant mountain silhouettes. Its eyes resembled two blood-red suns rising from the horizon, gradually enlarging, akin to two blood-colored lakes embedded in the firmament. The crimson radiance seemed to dye the pavilion of mending heaven in a sanguine hue, exuding a violent and bloody malice that was unapologetically evident. Regrettably, they merely observed, unwilling to act directly. The devouring sky sparrow. Xiao Tian's tone was frosty. This monstrous bird must be dealt with this time. Do not worry, my young friend. This devouring sky sparrow has committed countless atrocities. If it dares to approach this time, it shall be the first to be slain, and its blood and flesh shall forge the ultimate foundation for you, the spirit gourd vine declared with unwavering confidence. It harbored no doubt regarding Xiao Tian's potential. To protect him in its lifetime was both an honor and a rare opportunity. There were 3 other figures deeply concealed, and it had now become clear that a total of 5 revered beings wished for its swift demise. In that case, I shall accept all they have. The spirit gourd vine conveyed to Xiao Tian. Brother, I have a suggestion. You should feign death once to see if any of those 5 fools can't resist rushing in to meet their end. Xiao Tian proposed. He was aware that in the original narrative, the spirit gourd vine had employed this tactic, successfully luring a formidable enemy to its doom. Since it had worked in the original story, this plan was undoubtedly feasible. To be honest, my young friend, I had the same intention. The spirit gourd vine revealed without reservation. Ah! Xiao Tian laughed heartily as he dangled from the gourd vine, reminiscent of a gourd in a whimsical animated tale. Similarly, the spirit gourd vine chuckled, its ancient voice a sound only Xiao Tian could discern, as if the two were not a gourd and a human, but rather 2 cunning fox spirits. The pavilion of mending heaven faced dire straits, for various reasons. The art of mending the heavens, its foundational technique, had not been passed down, and the ancient ancestor of the spirit was trapped in a prolonged slumber. The pavilion now teetered on the brink of life and death, its facade strong, yet fundamentally weak. The fall from being a top-tier power was merely a minor issue. It was a stark reality recognized by all high-ranking officials. The revival of the spirit gourd vine was of utmost importance. Presently, the overwhelming vitality it exuded filled everyone with elation. The higher-ups of the pavilion wept tears of joy. Shan Hai rushed over, elated by the commotion, certain that Xiao Tian's retreat would soon conclude. He envied him, convinced that he had reaped immense benefits, wishing he could transform into a gourd and hang from the spirit gourd vine. The ancient spirit, having guarded the pavilion since ancient times, was a treasure trove of knowledge, having mastered countless techniques. In recent days, Shan Hai had been diligently cultivating beneath the gourd vine, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, infused with the essence of the sun and moon, and the power of divinity, all conducive to enlightenment. Recently, he had been researching the Kunpeng technique, attempting to merge the golden-winged Great Peng and the azure sky Peng methods. Xiao Tian had slain a golden-winged Great Peng King on 100 Break Mountain, offering its precious bones to Shan Hai. Having witnessed the might of Xiao Tian's fusion of the true dragon technique, Shan Hai was deeply envious. He had long desired to do the same. In the original narrative, he too had attempted to merge the azure sky Peng and golden-winged Great Peng techniques, yielding significant gains. Xiao Tian did not hasten to depart. He simply hung from a gourd vine to continue his cultivation, which aided his enlightenment. This vine now resembled a celestial tear, intricately carved from green gold, radiating a harmonious light, with strands of solar and lunar power being drawn in, transforming into dewdrops, lush and glistening. The life force here fell naturally, akin to ethereal mist, creating an otherworldly paradise. The old vine even sprouted new shoots, resembling emeralds, shimmering magnificently. Great Spirit, please guide me. Shan Hai exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to embrace a segment of the gourd vine, resembling a humanoid gourd, his large eyes sparkling with purity and hope. Brother, please assist him by imparting some wisdom. He seeks a piece of the spiritual bones of the Great Peng from your pavilion, Xiao Tian conveyed telepathically. This was a skill he had just begun to master, enabling direct communication with the spirit gourd vine, especially since he had recently awakened to enlightenment. The spirit gourd vine readily acquiesced. Very well, my young friend. That golden bone is indeed extraordinary, rivaling the foundational techniques of the pavilion. It belongs to a powerful descendant of the Kunpeng, having entered the revered realm. A millennium ago, it wreaked havoc near the pavilion, devouring lives, until I vanquished it. Rest assured, brother, I shall find time to cultivate. Xiao Tian acknowledged the spirit gourd vine's intent. He did not mention that he had already gleaned insights from the spirit regarding this technique. Hanging from the gourd vine, it could sense the vastness and antiquity within him, while Xiao Tian could capture fragments of the Tao principles the spirit had learned. Following this, the spirit guided Shan Hai in his cultivation, and a month swiftly elapsed. During this time, Xiao Tian also delved into the Kunping technique, collaborating with Shan Hai for verification alongside the spirit's guidance, leading to rapid progress. They explored all avian techniques of the pavilion, drawing connections to perfect the Kunping technique. Within his dantian, a small Kunping emerged. This magical creature adorned with golden wings and covered in black Tao patterns. Xiao Tian recognized that this was merely a nascent form, its development akin to the remnants of the true dragon technique he had nurtured. Furthermore, both were embryonic forms of two techniques, possessing immense potential for growth due to the depth of their understanding still being shallow. He and Shan Hai were both too weak to truly perfect it. Their understanding was merely superficial. Fortunately, with the precious bone of the Kunpeng descendant in their possession, it is no wonder that the sacrificial spirit claimed it was no less effective than the treasures of the Buzhangshan Pavilion. This greatly aided the two in their attempts to deduce the Kunpeng treasure art. If they were to refine it in this manner, perhaps they could eventually attain true immortality and gradually perfect the Kunpeng treasure art, for they possessed such potential. Of course, Xiao Tian understood that he would soon acquire the authentic Kunpeng treasure art. For now, studying the remnants was merely a means to facilitate a deeper comprehension of the true art in the future. After more than a month of interaction, the sacrificial spirit gourd vine was profoundly impressed. It was to be expected that Xiao Tian had exceptional talent and comprehension, yet Shan Hai, this little fellow, was nothing short of a prodigy in terms of insight. It was the first time the sacrificial spirit gourd vine had encountered such a remarkable creature since ancient times. The layout began, and recently, the master of the Buzhangshan Pavilion and several high-ranking officials wore troubled expressions. They had been informed by the sacrificial spirit that it was nearing its end, urging them to make plans. Upon learning the grim reality, the high-ranking officials of the Buzhangshan Pavilion understood that a great calamity was inevitable and prepared to relocate their disciples. Naturally, the sacrificial spirit gourd vine was aware of the relocation route. When the time came, it could easily extend a gourd leaf to provide support, ensuring that the relocated disciples would not fall victim to ambushes. This layout primarily aimed to exploit the Buzhangshan Pavilion's sense of insecurity, conveying to some observant individuals that the old sacrificial spirit gourd vine was failing and that the Buzhangshan Pavilion had already begun relocating its disciples. Recently, 3 months prior to Xiao Tian's seclusion, the dual-eyed one, Shan Hai, had discovered the path to the ancient sacred courtyard of the Buzhangshan Pavilion. Embarking on the journey toward it, the dual-eyed one now sought to grow even stronger, practicing diligently to surpass Xiao Tian while fearing being outdone by Shan Hai. One day, the female war goddess, accompanied by Xiao Tian's 6 avatars and a dozen disciples, arrived at the Buzhangshan Pavilion for a discussion. Naturally, Xiao Tian's 6 avatars would accompany him. As a great battle loomed, only by merging into one could he unleash his utmost power. As for Xiao Clan, still not at the cave realm and engrossed in rigorous training, she had been taken under the wing of the old dean for personal guidance. The old dean aimed to solidify his bond with the prodigious Xiao Tian, also recognizing Xiao Clan as a potential asset. Among those brought along were the 7 stags, and the 4 sons of the Buzhangshan Pavilion could hold their ground for a while. As for the future development of the Xiao Clan, Xiao Tian did not intend to exert excessive control. If he wished, he could easily have the Xiao Clan dominate one of the 8 domains in the lower realms, ascending to the role of emperor. However, this exchange was merely a minor skirmish. The 4 sons of the Buzhangshan Pavilion and the 7 stags had become close allies, having fought together on the 100 Breaks Mountain and shared moments of revelry. Unfortunately, the 4 sons of the Buzhangshan Pavilion had long been relocated as future seed disciples. The only unexpected element was a young man named Tuoba Chuan, hailing from the Tuoba clan, who harbored significant grievances against the Buzhangshan Pavilion, as the clan's sacrificial spirit had been slain by that of the pavilion. When he arrived, he rode upon an ancient breed, a golden-eyed, dragon-horned lion. The female war goddess did not intervene, and Xiao Tian's 6 avatars tacitly allowed it, as he would be delivering vital resources to Shan Hai. Tuoba Chuan had also traversed the 100 Breaks Mountain, and his clan was far more powerful than the Xiao Clan, having survived that ordeal. He had reached the 8th cave realm, which emboldened his arrogance. Upon his arrival, his mount, the golden-eyed, dragon-horned lion, had already wounded many disciples of the Buzhangshan Pavilion. When the female war goddess, Umeiren, arrived, she naturally drew the attention of the sequestered master sister, Xiao, from the Buzhangshan Pavilion. The high-ranking officials and some trustworthy loyal elders were preoccupied, unable to attend to the female war goddess, leaving Xiao to keep an eye on her. Xiao also held the title of the White Lotus Fairy, favoring a pristine white dress that gave her an ethereal appearance. Her black hair was styled in a lofty cloud bun, resembling a lotus emerging from water, standing gracefully with an aura of purity and refinement. Her skin as delicate as snow, and her dark eyes twinkling like stars. She approached like a floating cloud, landing gracefully at the edge of the chasm where the talented disciples trained. Beautiful sister, you remain unchanged, now that you have a beloved. Can't you just stay in the Stag Academy, enjoying a blissful romance? Summer Yuha smiled brightly, being well acquainted with the female war goddess. The two were rivals, yet maintained a cordial relationship. The female war goddess, Umeiren, adorned in snug golden armor that shimmered brilliantly, stood tall, taller than Xiao by half a head. With grand aspirations and a striking demeanor, her impressive figure and flawless curves commanded attention, unparalleled by any. What nonsense! As cultivators, becoming stronger through battle is of utmost importance. Matters of the heart should not be frivolously spoken of. The female war goddess replied, slightly blushing yet resolute. Xiao, somewhat resigned, acknowledged that this dear sister's character was indeed forthright. To pursue her, one would need the audacity and tenacity of someone like Xiao Tian. As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at Xiao Tian, only to find him scrutinizing her intently. Little man, what are you staring at? I'm not your type. So don't get any ideas, Xiao teased, seeking to provoke a reaction from the female war goddess. Xiao Tian, if you manage to win over Sister Xia, we could both marry you, the female war goddess declared, taking the initiative to grasp Xiao Tian's hand straightforwardly. Xiao. This was quintessential of the female war goddess. She was certain that her counterpart genuinely believed that. Xiao Tian, without further comment, offered a warm smile. Xiao was not to his liking. At that moment, Sure Hao hurried over, witnessing someone flaunting their strength in the talented disciples' camp and injuring many. Enraged, he promptly knocked Tuoba Chuan unconscious and roasted his mount, the golden-eyed dragon-horned lion, on the spot. The female war goddess and Xiao Tian paid no heed. Tuoba Chuan, with his 8th cave realm talent, was indeed formidable, and his family had provided him with an ancient breed which made him arrogant. He sought to deliberately injure the disciples of the Buzhangshan Pavilion under the pretense of sparring, clearly harboring personal vendettas that displeased many. The animosity between the Tuoba clan and the Buzhangshan Pavilion had nothing to do with them. Although the Stag Academy and the Buzhangshan Pavilion were competitors, they maintained a good rapport, as both were sect-based powers, unlike family-based factions. Mutual support was the key to survival. In the original plot, as the Buzhangshan Pavilion faced catastrophe, the Stag Academy dispatched 2 powerful elders to restrain Yu Fengxiang and prevent him from intervening. Tuoba Chuan remained unconscious for roughly 5 minutes before awakening to find his mount roasted, filled with grief and rage. He rallied his fellow disciples, eager to incite greater discord. Xiao Tian's 6 avatars stepped forward, addressing Tuoba Chuan. Tuoba Chuan, your clan's grievances with the Buzhangshan Pavilion should not be brought into the friendly exchange between the Stag Academy and the Buzhangshan Pavilion. Refrain from harboring ill intentions. Your actions have been excessively aggressive, using the guise of sparring to break others' bones and leave them with internal injuries. You must humbly accept the consequences of your failures. This is all of your own making. Upon seeing Xiao Tian's 6 avatars, Tuoba Chuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. This individual was a true powerhouse. He had been thoroughly beaten by everyone from the Stag Academy. After his emergence from the 100 Breaks Mountain, he had been laid up in bed for over 3 months, recovering from injuries sustained from a mere flick of Xiao Tian's finger. Yes, Tuoba Chuan replied, submissively resembling a grandson. He dared not utter threats. The alliance between the Xiao Clan and the Stag Academy was not something the Tuoba clan could provoke. The recent surreptitious relocation of seed disciples from the Buzhangshan Pavilion had leaked, and his heavy-handedness was merely a test. The results of the trial have now emerged, revealing that some promising talents from the Butian Pavilion's genius camp are indeed no longer within the academy. In ancient times, the Tuoba clan was extraordinarily powerful, aspiring to establish their own nation. Their sacrificial spirits ascended to divinity, and the clan's esteemed elders wielded immense power. However, due to the nefarious deeds of their sacrificial spirits, they were ultimately vanquished by the ancient gourd vine of the Butian Pavilion. With the fall of their sacrificial spirits, the clan's formidable enemies seized the opportunity to strike. resulting in the demise of 3 esteemed elders before the foes were repelled. From that point onward, the clan suffered a significant decline, embarking on a downward trajectory. Consequently, the enmity runs deep. Brother Xiao, allow me to treat you to some roasted meat. We are all acquaintances here, so please, no need for formality. Shan Hai said as he stepped forward, presenting a platter of finely sliced roasted meat. He then warmly invited Xiao and the female war goddess to partake, displaying an amiable disposition and a knack for social finesse. How stingy. Just give me half a portion. I want to eat my fill, the female war goddess exclaimed, eyeing the exquisite cuts of meat on the plate as she turned towards Shan Hai with a carefree demeanor. I want half as well, smiled Xiao Tian, the sixth child. Shan Hai felt tears welling up. This pair was truly insatiable. He was aware of Xiao Tian's identity. After all, he possessed 2 bodies. One had gone to the Zhulu Academy, likely drawn by the female war goddess, while the other remained at the Butian Pavilion, diligently cultivating on the gourd vine, even more industriously than Shan Hai himself. He too coveted such enchanting techniques and discreetly sought guidance from Xiao Tian, only to be informed that it was a matter of innate talent, akin to his own supreme bone, which filled Shan Hai with envy. Do you seem a bit reluctant? The female war goddess, her brows arched in displeasure, remarked, perceiving the hesitation in this young lad. Ultimately, he begrudgingly sliced half of a roasted, golden-eyed dragon-horned lion and presented it, before promptly taking the remaining half and making a hasty retreat. This is utterly unfair. He knew that Xiao Tian would not hold it against him, yet he still had to consider his sister-in-law's feelings. Just at that moment, a flash of crimson light illuminated the scene, and Shan Hai's platter of roasted meat was snatched away. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered it was the work of Huolinger. This time, Huolinger had reaped the most significant benefits. She had achieved the 9th heaven and qualified to enter the ancestral grounds for cultivation, further awakening the ancestral blood within her. She had also acquired the powerful national secret technique of the Fire Nation, the Zhuke Mystique. Upon her emergence, she had smoothly attained the 10th heaven, compensating for the deficiencies of her previous bloodline stage and achieving a constant extreme state of 100,000 pounds. For her, the Fire Emperor had expended considerable rare materials and tapped into the resources of the Fire Nation, for she was indeed deserving. After reaching 100,000 pounds in the bloodline stage, every increment, even if merely 100 pounds, represented a qualitative transformation. After spending over 5 months in transformation, the Fire Emperor had returned Huolinger to the Butian Pavilion, perhaps believing it to be her fateful place of fortune. Huolinger and Shan Hai were rivals, and their encounters were always marked by conflict. This time, with her greatly enhanced strength and ancestral bloodline awakening, she nibbled on roasted meat while running, consuming it at a remarkable pace. In the face of Shan Hai's desperate gaze, the roasted meat diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Shan Hai manifested a pair of Kunping wings behind him and pursued with all his might, while Huolinger sprouted a pair of dazzling Zhuke wings, matching his speed, to the extent that he could not catch up to her. After all, her Zhuke wings were genuine, possibly a divine law. For Huolinger was a direct descendant of the royal bloodline of the 7 kings, an innate noble. Before long, the female war goddess noticed this development, her astonishment palpable. Huolinger had indeed grown significantly stronger. Recently, with Xiao Tian's assistance, the female war goddess had also recultivated her heaven's domain and had only just achieved the 9th heaven. She had eagerly come to the Butian Pavilion, primarily seeking to spar with Xiao. However, upon arriving at the Butian Pavilion, she sensed that the atmosphere was off, differing from her previous visits. Despite hearing that the sacrificial spirits of the Butian Pavilion had revived, she did not truly feel the vibrancy of life. Instead, an ominous sensation lingered. Next, the female war goddess generously shared the meat with Xiao and Xiao Tian while observing the clash between Shan Hai and Huolinger. The more she watched, the more astonished she became. Huolinger truly possessed the qualifications to contend with Shan Hai and even seemed to hold a slight advantage in their battle of techniques. Huolinger has indeed become much stronger. It is truly remarkable. The Fire Emperor has a worthy successor. Xiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. Xiao Tian and the female war goddess perceived even more, but refrained from voicing it. The revelations were simply too astonishing, akin to Shan Hai's attainment of the 10th heaven. A matter the 4 sons of Butian and others vowed not to discuss lightly. Just as the female war goddess was eager to engage and her combat spirit surged, a violent tremor shook the ground, an occurrence that should have been impossible in the ancient sanctum where the Butian Pavilion resided. Yet, it was indeed happening. A tremendous upheaval struck the Butian Pavilion, nearly tearing it asunder as black fissures snaked across the terrain, resembling ferocious serpents rampaging forth in all directions. Yet, emerald green networks spread out, binding the crumbling ground of the Bution Pavilion together. These were the roots of the sacrificial spirits. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, let me oblige you, intoned the ancient voice of the sacrificial spirit gourdvine. From one of its segments, brilliant green light burst forth, and a forked vine, akin to a jade war spear, pierced through the head of a colossal entity, spilling five-colored blood, radiant and blinding, cascading down in a gruesome display that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. The being that was slain resembled an angel, adorned with a pair of immaculate wings that extended to obscure the sky, measuring over 1,000 meters in span. Each feather shimmered with resplendent brilliance, yet at that moment, it was stained with five-colored blood, evoking a sense of profound melancholy. In the end, the victor would reign as king while the vanquished would be deemed outlaws. This was a mature spirit king clan elder, enveloped in a halo of sacred light, towering at an impressive height of 300 meters. With a pair of pristine wings sprouting from his back and luxurious golden hair flowing like a cascade. His locks were interspersed with purple jade dragon horns, exuding an aura of unassailable nobility, and his visage was so strikingly handsome that it bordered on the ethereal. A silver vertical eye adorned his forehead, crackling with silver lightning. Yet he lay lifeless, having been slain by the sacrificial spirit gourdvine on the spot. With a swish, another emerald gourd leaf transformed into a celestial canopy, enveloping the corpse and transporting it back to the Bution Pavilion. This battle concluded with decisive swiftness. Fear not, all is proceeding according to plan. At present, I shall either achieve enlightenment or ascend to new heights. Originally, I would have descended into enlightenment, but now, it is different. I possess a 90% certainty of breaking through to the true One realm, the ancient sacrificial spirit gourdvine conveyed to Xiao Tian. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Tian felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He could now rest easy, after expending so much effort, even performing the humiliating witch dance. The sacrificial spirit gourdvine's demise would be an immense loss. With no worries to hold him back, he can now boldly and freely slay enemies and seize resources. Simultaneously, the sacrificial spirit gourdvine radiated with light, a resplendent green aura shooting skyward as the avian entity rapidly burned and was refined, its flesh, blood, bones, and organs gradually transforming into ethereal wisps of divine brilliance, ultimately coalescing into 49 droplets of the most primal essence. 49 droplets of dazzling divine essence were cradled by a gourd leaf and presented before Xiao Tian. Brother, are you certain you do not wish to store these as nourishment for your breakthrough? Xiao Tian inquired once more. No need. I am currently immensely powerful and in excellent condition. Of course, those malicious beings may suspect I am merely experiencing a fleeting moment of brilliance, the final flare before my demise. I must give them that impression, for it will compel them to act, hastening my enlightenment and striving to seize my Tao seed. The sacrificial spirit gourdvine replied, its tone steady and its voice, though aged, resonating with the wisdom that comes with experience. 2 more chapters remain. Chapter 80. The initial form of the Kunpeng divine technique. Xiao Tian no longer held back, knowing that in the future, as he grew stronger, he would repay the gourdvine. This was essentially an early investment on its part. Moreover, the character of this ancient gourdvine is undoubtedly commendable. In honor of the promise made by its former master, it has steadfastly guarded the pavilion of heaven's restoration since ancient times. This is indeed a rare treasure. A hand emerged from the gourd transformed by Xiao Tian, grasping a purple crystal gourd adorned with intricate golden patterns, effortlessly harmonizing with the Tao, as it directly absorbed 49 drops of divine essence from the revered beings. The trap has been set. Now it is merely a matter of inviting the esteemed guests into the snare. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the pavilion of heaven's restoration were engulfed in profound sorrow, discreetly relocating their disciples. The old gourdvine remained remarkably calm. Otherwise, those cautious individuals would merely observe from a distance, unwilling to take action. One must wonder about that old fellow. What exactly is his story? Centuries ago, he appeared to be on the brink of death, yet he managed to ensnare an old friend from the West Ridge. Now, he presents himself in a state of rebirth, and those who doubted him have met their demise. A voice, bathed in golden light and traversing a radiant path, echoed from 100,000 miles away, filled with an overwhelming power and a tone of bitter resentment. I maintain my original stance. That old fellow is merely posturing, a force that waxes and wanes. I do not believe he can reignite the divine flame. A colossal, dark-hued beast resembling a demonic avian emerged, shrouded in a veil of ominous black mist, its blood-red eyes staining the desolate earth nearby. Reflecting in the heavens through the obscuring fog, in the realm of the sky, a blood-colored haze enveloped the area, with a pair of emerald eyes that flickered like ghostly flames, captivating all who gazed upon them. They were enormous, akin to sprawling green lawns, with verdant light pulsating amidst the blood mist. If we are to venture forth, let us unite and compete for the divine seeds, each relying on our own prowess. The creature was drenched in crimson, its head resembling that of a saber-toothed tiger, with fearsome tusks and a body akin to a blazing inferno bull. It sported a pair of sharp, upward-curving horns, and its fiery mane resembled that of a hedgehog, every strand sharp and brilliant, radiating a resplendent crimson akin to blood jade, perpetually wreathed in a sinister aura. Additionally, it possessed a pair of blood-red demonic wings, resembling two sheets of fiery crimson clouds, vast and formidable. When they unfurled, the sound of roaring winds and thunder echoed, intertwining with crimson lightning, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Simultaneously, other terrifying beings of comparable power were also gazing towards the pavilion of heaven's restoration, departing without lingering further. On this occasion, an unfortunate soul believed the sacrificial spirit was merely a facade, attempting to seize the gourd, only to be ensnared upon the gourd vine and offer his blood as tribute. Now, these dread entities remain perplexed. What truly lies behind that ancient gourd vine in the pavilion of heaven's restoration? Outside, the exchange competition between the Deer Hunting Academy and the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration reached its conclusion. The female war goddess needed to return and relay the events that had transpired at the pavilion to her grandfather for his judgment. Xiao Tian's sixth avatar, however, did not return, citing the need to remain and discuss the remnants of the Kunpeng divine arts with Shan Hai. As the Deer Hunting Academy also possessed a wealth of avian divine arts, Xiao Tian's sixth avatar had indeed mastered many and achieved profound understanding, showcasing them to the female war goddess, successfully persuading her to return home. The current situation at the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration was perilous, and it was unwise for her to linger, as the impending war against the sects was on the verge of eruption. In the following period, tranquility seemed to reign supreme. A month passed. Xiao Tian's eldest avatar was refining the embryonic form of his true dragon divine art. Even though he had developed some scattered techniques, he was still far from mastering the authentic true dragon divine art and needed to continue his progression and refinement. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's seventh avatar was cultivating the arts of heaven's restoration and heaven's severance, which were among the most advanced incomplete techniques he had acquired from the heavenly bone forbidden zone. As for Xiao Tian's sixth avatar, he recently collaborated with Shan Hai to validate the Kunpeng divine arts, openly imparting some of the Deer Hunting Academy's techniques related to avian beings to Shan Hai in exchange for equally valuable arts. Regarding this matter, Xiao Tian's sixth avatar had previously inquired of the female war goddess, Yumerin, who stated that aside from the Academy's secret arts, other techniques were inconsequential. If they would benefit Xiao Tian's cultivation, she believed her grandfather would wholeheartedly support it. One could say that Xiao Tian was exceedingly busy, wholeheartedly engrossed in seclusion, enhancing his foundational bone inscriptions, mastery of divine arts, and enriching his cultivation base. The location of Xiao Tian's sixth avatar as cultivation was within the middle cavity cave heaven, where an immeasurable sea roared tumultuously, waves striking the heavens in a boundless expanse, as the Kuan fish traversed the ocean, roaming the vastness of the northern sea, devouring the universe in all directions. The Dapeng soared to the heavens, rising to 90,000 miles, akin to clouds hanging low in the sky, showcasing countless phenomena, turning the world upside down, traveling north at dawn and sinking into the twilight. Remarkably, the evolution of the embryonic form of the Kunpeng divine art had entered the right trajectory, especially after acquiring a bone from the descendants of the Kunpeng, which provided tremendous assistance and served as a guiding principle. Thus far, the potency of the Kunpeng divine art had surpassed all other arts Xiao Tian was cultivating, emerging as the most formidable technique he possessed. Following this was the true dragon divine art, from which the Pu Lao technique was obtained through a system checkpoint, representing a pure-blooded Pu Lao, highly refined and comparable to the bone of the Kunpeng descendant from the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration. Next was the art of Heaven's Restoration, whose completeness exceeded that of Heaven's Severance. Following that was the heaven-splitting demonic butterfly divine art, which progressed rapidly due to the innate talent of the seventh avatar. Subsequently, there were the divine arts of Bai Zhe and the Eo beast. As for the divine art of the Bai Fong divine bird, its power could not be enhanced until the essence of the fourth avatar of the Gourd Child was obtained. It is believed that Shi Hao's evolution of the Kunpeng divine art was nearing completion, and he would likely attempt to evolve the embryonic form of the true dragon divine art next. Having witnessed Xiao Tian's scattered techniques of the true dragon divine art in the heavenly bone forbidden zone, when Shi Hao emerged from his seclusion, he found that Xiao Tian was preparing to roast the lazy second bald-headed fellow he had intended to bring back. This fellow, once a revered being, had techniques worth examining, particularly the five-colored peacock divine art, which piqued his interest. Perhaps one day, he could elevate the five-color divine light to a level comparable to the 10 fiends' divine arts. Ultimately, the second bald-headed fellow capitulated, offering up a divine art. Failure to contribute would result in him being roasted. Shi Hao was oblivious to his background, while Xiao Tian cared little for such matters. What was this peacock divine art and the five-color divine light? This fellow was a peacock. Shi Hao gazed at the second bald-headed fellow, whose sparse feathers revealed that he was a five-colored peacock. Truly astonishing. Ah, you clever second bald-headed fellow. Hiding your true identity so deeply and unwilling to share your divine arts with everyone, spending your days merely indulging in food. How many spiritual herbs have you pilfered from the pavilion of heaven's restoration? You ignore the abundance of spiritual herbs in the 100-Break Mountain and come here to wreak havoc on our pavilion. Shi Hao immediately spoke with righteous indignation, all the while cleaning pots and sharpening knives. Stop. I am willing to share a portion of my divine art with you. The second bald-headed fellow looked skyward, on the verge of tears. Once, he had been handsome and charming, a veritable paragon who captivated countless maidens, now reduced to the plight of two gluttons. Fortunately, that butcher chef was in seclusion. Otherwise, the danger would have escalated. Simultaneously, Shi Hao also discovered that after the awakening of the hairy ball in Xiao Tian's eldest avatar, it had assisted him in a rebirth, and the divine arts had already manifested. Its unparalleled divine arts could soon continue to be researched. Xiao Tian believed that by gathering the 4 divine monkey bloodline arts, he could also derive something remarkable. It has been over 6 months since departing from 100-Break Mountain. Everyone had digested the benefits they gained from a mountain. Xiao Tian's eldest avatar and Shi Hao's younger brother visited, accompanied by a large red bird, tree spirit, silver blood giant, and 5-colored phoenix. They heard that the 9-headed lion had opened 9 heavenly realms and ventured into the ancestral land's secret realm. The evolutionary destination of the legendary clan was said to be the indomitable diamond lion, requiring the unity of all 9 heads. However, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar dismissed this notion, believing that forging one's own path, transforming 9 heads into 10, surpassing the diamond lion, was the true Tao. Of course, he merely mused on this, as it was exceedingly difficult. The 9-headed lion lacked such extraordinary talent. As for the fiery bird, the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly ventured to the Deer Academy, where the forces behind them wished to arrange for their ascension to the upper realm for training. However, both were rather reluctant to comply, as the upper realm was fraught with peril. The mere thought of the ancient Yang Jian, who wielded a gourd in the 100 Mountain, instilled a sense of dread, leading them to perceive that venturing to the upper realm would be tantamount to courting death. As for Zhu Qian, it fell abandoned. Thus, these beings settled within the pavilion of mending heaven, patiently honing their skills, occasionally serving as sparring partners for Xiao Tian and Shi Hao, primarily to test their precious techniques. And so, 2 months elapsed. Upon emerging from seclusion, Shi Hao was overwhelmed with melancholy as he bid farewell to several senior brothers and sisters from the pavilion of mending heaven. Unbeknownst to him, the truth eluded his grasp. He believed that the spirit of the gourd was on the brink of death, and the number of disciples in the pavilion dwindled as many were transferred away in batches. Initially, he thought he had healed the spirit, only to find it proclaiming that its lifespan had reached its end and it was to transcend. Deeply saddened, Shi Hao retrieved his cherished 2 silver peaches and 5 drops of the eternal spring to extend the spirit's life, a testament to his pure-hearted nature. Such was the charisma of the child of the world, treating others with sincerity, thereby earning genuine affection in return. Naturally, the spirit of the gourd would refuse such offers, which only endeared it further to Shi Hao. It conferred with Xiao Tian, pondering whether, after vanquishing their formidable foes, it could share some divine essence from their slain adversaries with Shi Hao. Xiao Tian suggested that if the entities were not human-shaped, they ought not be directly refined. Rather, stewing the meat would be far more delectable, and he proposed distributing portions of heads and entrails to Shan Hai, eliciting a chuckle from the spirit of the gourd. Another month and a half passed. Subsequently, Shan Hai humbly followed old Liu to practice the Great Rock method, continuing to refine the embryonic form of his compendium technique. While learning the art of thunder from Thunder Ancestor Mu Yin to enhance his embryonic form of the true dragon technique. Thunder Ancestor Mu Yin took great delight in mentoring Shan Hai, even seizing the opportunity during thunderstorms to collect thunder tribulation liquid, assisting Shan Hai in his thunder cultivation and helping him grasp the next stage of the profound truth behind destruction and rebirth. Xiao Tian, equally eager, anticipated that once this plan reached fruition, he could have the spirit of the gourd refine the thunder tribulation liquid for him. At this moment, his goal was to harness the power of thunder to temper his physical shell to experience the might of thunder firsthand. Not only would this aid his mastery of thunder techniques, but it would also propel him further in the realm of corporeal spirit manifestation in the first phase of the transformation into the spirit realm. Each individual has their own path. Shan Hai's future opportunities were already fated. With his mindset, he would undoubtedly embark on the path of the 10 caves and one unity in this lifetime. In the realm of cave heavens, Xiao Tian acknowledged that he had relied entirely on deep blue enhancements and the innate talents of the gourd boy to open so many caves. Now, having entered the realm of spirit transformation, he too must carve out his own unprecedented path in the realm of corporeal spirit manifestation, striving to surpass others in this domain. After a fortnight, Thunder Ancestor Mu Yin finally awaited a stormy day. Chapter 81, Deep Blue Enhancements. Thunder rumbled with might, causing all beings to tremble. Silver serpents danced across the heavens, tearing through the darkness and illuminating the pitch-black earth. A torrential downpour cascaded down, enveloping the world in a misty haze. As the sky and earth seemed to merge under the curtain of rain, thunder roared, with lightning as thick as a thigh raging and wreaking havoc, piercing through heaven and earth. Such terrifying thunder would likely reduce any ordinary spirit transformation practitioner struck by it to mere ash. This was Xiao Tian's first time observing the thunder of this world with such scrutiny. He sensed that the lightning here was far more formidable than in his past life, likely due to the thicker and more expansive cloud layers, which naturally carried a more immense current. As the heavy rain began to lessen and the thunderclouds churned, the fierce potency of the lightning waned. Thunder Ancestor seized Shan Hai and soared into the sky in search of thunder tribulation liquid. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, embodying his three forms in unity, transcended the void, soaring through the skies and diving into a smaller patch of thunderclouds, gradually acclimating himself and first testing a smaller bolt of lightning. The spirit of the gourd remained ever vigilant, prepared to guide him, recognizing the inherent danger. When it learned of Xiao Tian's intention to utilize the thunder to refine his body for the first phase of spirit transformation, it was astonished by his reckless endeavors. However, having just acquired 49 drops of divine essence from the esteemed ones, even if he granted Shan Hai 5 drops to accompany Thunder Ancestor in perilous pursuits, it hoped he would exercise caution and glean some benefits. Xiao Tian was unaware of Mu Yan's and Shan Hai's experiences or their current conditions. He only knew that as he surged into the clouds, a thunderous clap reverberated, causing his head to ring incessantly. Fortunately, he had sealed his ear canals with runes, allowing him to endure. Soon after, he was engulfed by a dazzling burst of lightning, as thick as his arm, weaving through the layers of dark clouds, crackling and enveloping Xiao Tian, only to vanish as swiftly as it had appeared. Xiao Tian felt the searing brilliance envelop him, the power of thunder coursing through his body as if it sought to incinerate him, leaving him tingling and in pain. Yet, he found it bearable. This bolt of thunder lacked the potency to harm his corporeal form. Seizing the moment, Xiao Tian refined a drop of divine essence from the esteemed ones. Onward, Xiao Tian began seeking larger clouds, knowing that thunderstorms arrived and departed at will, and he needed to pursue them. At last, he discovered another area of thunder eruption. In the next moment, as if a lightning rod, he was ensnared by twisting electric serpents, shimmering like silver branches, wrapping around him in a dazzling display, akin to chains of silver order converging from all directions. In the destruction lay the birth of a new level of power, and Xiao Tian felt compelled to personally experience the obliteration and explosion of thunder to grasp the life force concealed within. The spirit flower of communication, nestled within Xiao Tian's brow cave heaven, promptly released some pollen to assist him in comprehending the path. Otherwise, he might resort to plucking its leaves. And it had no doubt that he would. Bathed in thunder, Xiao Tian felt as if every inch of his being were about to be torn asunder. The force was overwhelming, and his body began to char, with lightning erupting from his 7 orifices. Swiftly, he communicated with the 7 wondrous gourd, absorbing yet another drop of divine essence from the esteemed ones. His corporeal form rivaled that of a mid-tier esteemed one, possessing far greater resilience than Thunder Ancestor Mu Yan, who was coughing blood from afar after being struck by lightning. This old man was indeed obstinate, risking his life to gather Thunder Tribulation liquid for Shan Hai. It must be said that whenever one feels despair over this world, filled with fallen beings, traitors, the selfish, and those who abandon their principles, there are still individuals who inspire respect. It is because of such people that one discovers hope. Some perseverance is essential, not for any other reason, but for family and these most cherished souls. Senior, Shan Hai exclaimed, filled with urgency and moved to tears, recognizing the immense difficulty of the situation. The peril was great, and the risk of being reduced to ash loomed large. How could he ever repay such kindness? Shan Hai soared into the sky once more, unfurling his Kunping wings and swiftly reaching Mu Yan's side, producing a precious drop of divine essence bestowed by Xiao Tian, which he offered to the blood-coughing Thunder Ancestor, whose blood crackled with lightning. This is far too precious, Thunder Ancestor Mu Yan protested. You needn't. I'll perish immediately. Shan Hai raised the jade vial, ready to shatter it. Good child, hand it over. Mu Yan relented, having been struck by lightning and fallen from the clouds, granting him the chance to converse with Shan Hai. Accepting the vial, he consumed its contents, feeling the vital essence surge within him, the divine essence of the esteemed ones mending his limbs and meridians. Along with other benefits, he would need to explore gradually. Thunder Tribulation liquid was exceedingly rare, even more so than this divine essence of the esteemed ones. Ultimately, Thunder Ancestor's cracked form began to mend, his charred skin recovering as he plunged back into the depths of the clouds. This time, after enduring the Thunder-S assault, he discovered a pool, shrouded in mist and vapor, flowing like water, exuding a terrifying vitality, yet remaining elusive to approach. Mu Yan, enduring the peril of near death, approached the pool and extracted some of the misty, radiant essence into a jade vial. His previous endeavor had taken him a century to gather just a single drop of the Thunder Calamity liquid, achieved by collecting strands of the radiant essence from a pool. During this endeavor, he discovered a remarkable phenomenon. While treasure artifacts were obliterated by the thunder, ordinary jade vials remained unscathed. This was an invaluable insight gleaned from his experience in harvesting the Thunder Calamity liquid. Had Xiao Tian been privy to his musings, he might have quipped, "Jade does not conduct electricity." Of course, in such a world, this notion is rather unscientific. This time, nourished by a drop of the essence of a venerable entity within him, Thunder Ancestor Mu Yan was still struck by lightning, his flesh torn and bones exposed. Despite the excruciating pain and the looming threat of annihilation, he successfully collected enough Thunder Calamity liquid for 2 drops and hurried back. However, as Thunder Ancestor Mu Yan staggered toward the surface, he seemed to glimpse a humanoid flash of lightning. Yes, Mu Yan was convinced he had witnessed a fearsome humanoid lightning, which terrified him to the point of tumbling down from the sky. Thankfully, he was rescued by Shan Hai, who had been poised to welcome him back. With a prepared cup of monkey wine, Shan Hai offered it to Thunder Ancestor Mu Yan. This time, Mu Yan truly received a worthy return for his efforts. The treasures Shan Hai presented were rare and exquisite, experiences he might never encounter again in his lifetime. After taking a breath, he eagerly exclaimed, "I just saw a thunder pool. It turns out that's the source of the Thunder Calamity liquid. I had never encountered anything like it before. It's all about capturing those strands of vital essence amidst the endless thunder." Furthermore, it seemed that in my attempt to collect the Thunder Calamity liquid, I had touched upon some forbidden boundary. I just witnessed the humanoid lightning, a fierce and destructive force. Mu Yan felt a swell of pride within. This experience had brought him closer to the threshold of the venerable realm, finally unveiling the source of the Thunder Calamity liquid. With his accumulated knowledge, he believed he had gathered enough for 2 drops this time. Shan Hai listened in astonishment, filled with yearning, wishing to seize all the Thunder Calamity liquid from the pool Mu Yan had described. Meanwhile, the humanoid lightning mentioned by Elder Mu Yan plunged into the thunder pool, having just consumed 20 drops of the essence of a venerable entity. Achieving an unprecedented level in a particular aspect of cultivation allowed one to encounter extraordinary phenomena. Xiao Tian, utilizing the power of thunder to refine his body, instinctively sensed the vitality he sought within the thunder, leading to a transformation in his mastery of thunderous energy. Subsequently, he sensed the existence of the thunder pool and rushed over. One thing Xiao Tian was certain of was that the experience of the thunder pool varied, depending on the cultivation level. Otherwise, he would have long been reduced to ash. The universe adheres to rules, nurturing creation, and it requires cultivators to possess the qualifications to approach such forces. Xiao Tian, at this moment, possessed that very qualification. In the first step of the spirit transformation realm, he had advanced far beyond his predecessors. Now, immersed in the thunder calamity liquid, he quickly retrieved his ordinary jade vial. For no other means of collection seemed effective. Even treasured artifacts could not carry it away. The thunder pool was quite small, merely half a foot square, approximately 16 centimeters. From a distance, it appeared grand and ancient, yet upon closer inspection, its size was modest. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to manipulate size, allowing him to leap directly into it. No one could deter his resolve to bathe in the thunder calamity liquid. He was entirely unclothed, and any clothing would have been futile. The material of the thunder pool was unknown, smooth to the touch, exuding a sense of the passage of time and the weight of antiquity. The small pool, with its ancient stone walls marred by time, imparted a profound and overwhelming presence. Xiao Tian plunged into the pool, greedily absorbing the swirling, thunderous energy, which flowed into his body, brimming with unimaginable creation. The thunder calamity liquid sparkled brilliantly, radiant and dazzling, as the auspicious essence coursed through him with every breath, penetrating his very being with its refreshing aroma. Legend has it that when heaven and earth reach their primordial state, they can nurture treasures of extraordinary quality. The thunder calamity liquid is a divine treasure born from the thunder, emerging from destruction and embodying the essence of creation. It is said to be one of the rarest treasures in existence. And ordinary individuals can only hope to capture the scintillating essence that spills forth from the thunder pool amidst the thunder. Surrounding the thunder pool were thunderous waterfalls acting as guardians, preventing cultivators from approaching the ultimate rules of heaven and earth in certain realms. Should one dare to venture too close, they would be obliterated by the endless thunderous walls. Xiao Tian felt a hint of frustration. Was it possible that his current achievements were merely a result of his innate talent, rather than his diligence? Certainly not. All he had achieved stemmed from his arduous training. He pondered, could the gourd of the seventh child absorb the liquid from the thunder pool? Just then, Xiao Tian realized that the gourd could indeed devour the thunder, refining everything within. The entire thunder pool quickly diminished, having originally been a cube with sides measuring 16 centimeters. In the end, the thunder pool was completely consumed by the gourd, leading Xiao Tian to believe that his gourd would undergo a significant transformation. For instance, should his physical body reach the level comparable to that of an early venerable entity, the sturdiness of his gourd would elevate to the mid-level of venerable beings, surpassing even his own physical strength. Now, its robustness had risen to the late venerable level. It was likely that if he could fuse with the thunder pool, the gourd's strength would ascend to yet another tier. Chapter 82. The old gourd vine is exhausted. This aligns with the properties of treasured artifacts, as their durability is determined by the materials used in their crafting. For example, during the era of Zhetian, Yi Fan's all-encompassing materia cauldron, even at his weakest, could not be shattered by entities 2 realms above him. The more resilient and robust the gourd, the more can withstand impacts and grow, embodying the essence of a mature and sensible companion treasure. O treasure, precious gourd, you are destined to become an innate spiritual treasure. Xiao Tian stored away the treasured gourd and utilized the sixth child's innate talent to vanish from his location, returning to the pavilion of heaven repair. The outside world was perilous, with venerable monsters occasionally peering towards the pavilion. He could not afford to be reckless. It was prudent to gather resources, bide his time, and establish a solid foundation. Even though Xiao Tian's physical form had nearly burned away from being struck and transformed into humanoid lightning, he was fortunate to have the continuous nourishment of the essence of venerable entities. Despite his charred flesh and broken bones, his ribs shattered, and his internal organs almost cooked through, the nourishing effects of the thunder calamity liquid revitalized him. His body rapidly reassembled, like a shattered porcelain piece restored to its original state, and even his nearly overcooked internal organs were reborn, becoming more translucent. The powdered remains of his bones and organs were expelled as impurities through his pores. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard of the pavilion of heaven repair, where the spirit was enshrined, Xiao Tian found that his injuries had healed to 90%. Without hesitation, he manifested the gourd's runes and hung them upon the sacred gourd vine. This would allow the divine essence of the spirit to bring him tranquility, facilitating a subtle transformation that would enhance both his cultivation speed and efficacy. Having consumed a copious amount of Thunder Calamity liquid and bathed in it, the benefits were undoubtedly substantial. Sure, Hao had only acquired 2 drops of the Thunder Calamity liquid, but had already reaped tremendous rewards. Xiao Tian entered seclusion, enveloped in red and blue hues, as the purple essence of the Thunder Calamity liquid surrounded him, nourishing every inch of his being. A vibrant vitality radiated from him, flourishing and thriving, infused with a mysterious power of evolution. Upon Xiao Tian's figure, a resplendent aura of 7 hues surged into the heavens, illuminating the entire sacred ground of the spirit-offering gourd vine. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, a gourd vine, lush and vibrant, wound its way gracefully, its contours both intricate and elusive. Subsequently, a chaotic mist seethed, with clouds billowing and hues of purple intertwining, stretching endlessly for 30,000 miles, revealing a mountain that seemed to pierce the very sky, its sheer vastness rendering one insignificantly small upon closer inspection. At the mountain's base grew a gourd vine, spiraling around the entire peak, akin to an ancient dragon coiling majestically, its bark resembling deep azure scales, ancient, substantial, and awe-inspiring. Each leaf appeared to cradle 3,000 worlds, with countless stars twinkling and infinitesimal realms rising and falling. The boundless chaotic energy roiled, shrouded in a hazy white mist, obscuring all visibility. Yet, even a mere whisper of Taoist resonance brought immense benefit to the spirit-offering gourd vine, filling it with ecstatic joy. Hastily, it concealed the extraordinary phenomena to avoid startling the nearby fish. It sensed that if this continued, it might serve as Xiao Tian's protector for an extended duration, making transcendence seem a distant thought. Crack, clang. The sounds echoed from within Xiao Tian, as if iron were being forged, his entire skeleton resonating in rhythmic harmony, undergoing a transformative process akin to smithing, producing a cacophony reminiscent of metal colliding. During this metamorphosis, profound runes emerged from the depths of Xiao Tian's essence, imprinting themselves upon his bones, while various symbols occasionally seeped outward, flowing like water through his organs and veins. Sure Hao possessed the original truths that greatly aided his cultivation, allowing him to gradually comprehend and delve deeper. In contrast, Xiao Tian was endowed with the gourd baby talent, enabling him to slowly excavate and grasp profound insights, and undoubtedly, he believed his achievements were solely through diligent effort. This gourd baby talent acted like a guiding thread, intricately weaving and enriching the bone inscriptions Xiao Tian had realized. He sat cross-legged within the evolving gourd, his divine form radiating with a timeless and formidable energy. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Tian began to perceive faint echoes of Taoist chants emanating from within, reminiscent of someone reciting scriptures, appearing and disappearing, at times distant and at others near, imparting a sense of clarity and tranquility to his spirit. Throughout this process, the ancient spirit-offering gourd vine naturally inhaled and exhaled, causing fluctuations in the atmosphere of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion's courtyard, absorbing wisps of celestial essence and stellar energy. The ancient spirit remained composed and unhurried, knowing it could not break through at present. It felt a sense of fearless resolve, pondering why its adversaries had yet to assail. With its net already cast, if they did not come soon, it would struggle to contain its burgeoning power. Thus, it decided to utilize its surplus energy to aid Xiao Tian in refining his physique. Under the influence of divine energy and the liquid of thunder tribulation, Xiao Tian's internal realm expanded rapidly as if the very heavens were being forged anew. His third eye gleamed with brilliance. Even though he had yet to cultivate to the second stage of spirit transformation, his mental avatar underwent a qualitative metamorphosis, achieving a mental strength comparable to that of formidable array masters. Xiao Tian now felt a profound sense of clarity. His consciousness was unclouded, and his soul and body resonated harmoniously, radiating brilliance and tranquility. After enduring such a baptism, his corporeal form, recently elevated to the mid-stage of a venerable, found itself but a step away from the late stage, and with a period of refinement, a breakthrough was inevitable. He felt a flicker of hope for his initial ambition of achieving divinity through his flesh. Simultaneously, his soul experienced a purification. The thunder tribulation liquid being unfathomably mysterious and containing the essence of creation, propelling his transformation into a new realm. Furthermore, The embryonic form of his true dragon treasure technique was further perfected, enabling the true dragon to manipulate clouds and rain, commanding thunder. Now merely a facet of his divine abilities. Given Xiao Tian's current nascent stage, even the barest semblance of these powers sufficed for his application. The remnants of the true dragon treasure technique he had nurtured reached an astonishing level within the realm of thunder. The dragon, capable of both grand and subtle transformations, could summon clouds and mist or soar through the cosmos while concealing itself within the waves. The gourd baby talent resonated harmoniously with the dragon, significantly enhancing the embryonic form of the true dragon treasure technique. Thus, each time Xiao Tian ascended, the awakening of his gourd baby talent within his essence facilitated a deeper comprehension of treasure techniques. Now, he could even refine the techniques he had mastered to a greater extent. A month swiftly passed. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Xiao Tian had not only ventured into a new domain of thunder-based techniques, but had also gained a more profound grasp of the divine abilities of the three gourd babies, wielding them with newfound freedom. For instance, the technique of the sky-splitting demon butterfly, once formidable and on par with any ancient relic technique, underwent a radical transformation during Xiao Tian's retreat, evolving into a completely new treasure technique. Originally, the sky-splitting demon butterfly was predominantly black, adorned with vibrant hues of blue, purple, red, yellow, orange, and green, resembling a resplendent rainbow in the sky. Now, it had grown significantly larger, its wings akin to those of colorful phoenix, edged in silver, and its tail resembling a swallow's, shining with a dazzling silver brilliance, reminiscent of a great pair of silver scissors. Xiao Tian initially intended to personally explore and evolve the gourd baby talent techniques. However, it appeared more prudent to commence the evolution from the foundation of the sky-splitting demon butterfly technique, just as it was now. Moreover, the heavenly restoration teachings and the celestial severance teachings, both involving spatial techniques, diverged only in their evolutionary directions. Heaven and earth, heaven representing the firmament and earth denoting the ground, were fundamentally intertwined with the concept of space. Although these two supreme sects of the upper realms were arch-rivals, their methodologies displayed a remarkable degree of compatibility. This realization stemmed from Xiao Tian's acquisition of certain esoteric secrets from both sections. Today, bolstered by the gourd baby's sixth talent, many of the flaws in his treasure techniques were rectified. However, whether the evolutionary direction aligned with the original heavenly restoration or celestial severance techniques remained uncertain to Xiao Tian. Furthermore, even the embryonic form of the Kunping treasure technique had been significantly refined by the gourd baby's seventh talent, aligning with themes of the sun, moon, and devouring, thus enhancing its congruity. Lastly, the treasure technique heaven-swallowing gourd, a fusion of the spirit offering law and the seventh gourd baby's talent, emerged. As for the other techniques Xiao Tian had acquired, such as the five-colored peacock technique, he had also obtained elements from both the 100 Severing Mountains five-colored peacock and the second child's. Combining these, the severely incomplete five elements grand method from the everlasting mountain found within the heavenly bone forbidden zone was nurtured within an external realm. Additionally, he possessed separate external realms for the Bai Zhe treasure technique and the Yi-Beast treasure technique. The divine bird treasure technique of the Bai Feng occupied another external realm. These constituted the principal treasure techniques Xiao Tian currently commanded. His primary focus lay in the true dragon, Kunpeng, and sky-splitting demon butterfly, and he even contemplated integrating the fragmented heavenly restoration and celestial severance techniques into the evolving sky-splitting demon butterfly method. These three techniques resonated harmoniously with the gourd baby talent, allowing for occasional enhancements. Young friend, you have awakened. Due to my influence, the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion has long been preparing for contingencies, spending decades establishing 7 strongholds. Currently, 3 of these strongholds are under surveillance, and I require your assistance, for only you possess the capability to aid us. The spirit-offering gourd vine understood all too well how formidable Xiao Tian was. His terrifying physical form could decimate vast swathes of adversaries beneath the venerable rank, rendering him nearly invincible. I shall create a modest portal to transport you there. What transpires thereafter is entirely up to you, spoke the spirit gourd vine. Their intention to ensnare formidable adversaries necessitates enduring trials. Launching an assault on the 3 strongholds of the Celestial Pavilion is indeed a test, a means to gauge whether the spirit gourd vine will intervene. Chapter 83. The 3 gourd warriors unite. The spirit gourd vine, undoubtedly, could not take action directly. However, it was in an exceptionally robust state, with the divine fire reignited. As a being of divine flame, it could seamlessly and discreetly transport Xiao Tian to the lower realms without drawing any attention. Ultimately, Xiao Tian was divided into three, each fragment suspended upon the spirit gourd vine, and he was dispatched to the three strongholds of the Celestial Pavilion. His appearance had already transformed into that of Elder Han from the Celestial Pavilion, Elder Lu from the Scripture Repository, and Elder Tao from the Mountain Guardian. Should any powerful entity observe, Xiao Tian need not fear, for the spirit remained vigilant, ready to render assistance. His transformation was chiefly to conceal his true identity, as his original form was far too extraordinary, attracting undue attention. This operation prioritized swiftness. He would employ his most formidable divine abilities and most of his hidden cards for a lightning-fast strike, avoiding any direct confrontation or ostentation. The first stronghold lay deep within the ancient wilderness, nestled in a secluded canyon. Here, astonishingly, 10 elders of the inscription realm were stationed alongside a formidable array master. Is this the true foundation of the Celestial Pavilion? These array masters and inscription experts were remarkably youthful, barely in their 50s or 30s, with boundless potential ahead of them, while only the seasoned veterans remained within the Celestial Pavilion. Moreover, the disciples sent here were all capable of opening 7 celestial realms, with even 2 among them reaching the 8th. This suggests that the arrangements at the other 7 strongholds are likely similar, each housing the elite seeds of the Celestial Pavilion. The hopes for its future resurgence. It is perplexing how a stronghold concealed within deep mountains and forests, surrounded by a bone script array, could be discovered. The form sent to this location was that of Xiao Tian's eldest avatar. He indeed sensed the emergence of powerful beings within the forest, ancient progenitors, with 2 of them belonging to the array master level. Additionally, there were over 30 aberrant beasts of the inscription realm and a horde of over 1,000 savage beasts, encompassing both the spirit transformation and celestial realm, and even blood-moving realm beasts, drawn together as a tide by the Beast King. Furthermore, a powerful array master avian king lurked nearby, leaving no hope for the Celestial Pavilion elders and disciples stationed at this stronghold. With no time for hesitation, Xiao Tian wielded a crimson willow leaf flying knife, a divine weapon. He transformed it to the size of a thumb, utilizing the 6th gourd's innate talent to divert attention into the void, concealing his form as he commenced a relentless slaughter. He infiltrated their auditory senses, spinning within their minds, deliberately employing the brain's capabilities merged with the talent of the 7th gourd and the spirit gourd vine's divine arts to extract and refine their brains into divine essence. He aimed to instill a sense of confusion among these fierce avian beasts, leaving them bewildered as to the nature of their assailant, beginning with those of the inscription realm. A terrified cry escaped the ancient progenitor, the azure scale leopard, before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This seemed to signal an ominous fate. Subsequently, many inscription realm ferocious avian beasts met their demise, unaware of how they perished, their deaths shrouded in enigma, as if an unseen malevolent entity harvested their lives. Upon inspection by an ancient progenitor, the 7-colored python ox, it was found that the brains of the deceased had been completely hollowed out. The 7-colored python ox, possessing the body of a python and the head of an ox, was a descendant of the ancient ferocious beasts, the 7-colored celestial python and the Kuei ox. Another beast king, the fire lin deer, approached, its name revealing its ancient lineage. A furious cry erupted from the hidden 3-legged fire crow, taken aback by the sudden assault. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian's strikes were too uncanny, and as he delved deeper into the understanding of the gourd's talents, aided by the abilities of the other 2 gourds, he became increasingly adept in his execution. Even the terrifying presence of the Monkey King could not withstand his onslaught, let alone this 3-legged fire crow. As anticipated, amidst cries of terror, its brain was swiftly excavated. Xiao Tian's palm expanded to match the size of its head, delivering a fatal blow. After eliminating the old crow, Xiao Tian deftly collected its remains and advanced toward the 2 other array master beast kings. The fire lin deer, sensing danger, fled without a moment's hesitation. Yet, Xiao Tian had already enlarged himself to tower above, casting a massive hand that crushed it in a group of unfortunate avian beasts in a mere pulp. As for the fleeing ancient progenitor, the 7-colored python ox, Xiao Tian summoned his divine weapon, the golden vine rope, ensnaring it tightly. The 7-colored python ox struggled fiercely, its cultivation evident, and given a moment, it could certainly break free. Xiao Tian would not grant such an opportunity. His other hand yanked it closer, while 2 arms emerged from behind, wielding a silver peachwood sword for a decisive strike. Simultaneously, he seized the lin deer, reducing it to mush in close combat. The physical form of Xiao Tian's eldest avatar was at the initial stage of the venerable realm, augmented by the eldest Gourd's divine abilities, rendering its terrifying strength insurmountable for the Fire deer. This was also a unique domain of the eldest Gourd's talent, enhancing physical form and strength in a manner that utterly dominated. Having accomplished all this, Xiao Tian invoked the evolved spirit gourd technique, the celestial swallowing gourd, to consume and refine all the corpses, including the mush. The entire process was executed within 5 minutes, executed with decisive efficiency. These ferocious avian beasts have been summoned by the Qiongqi to test the spirit gourd vine of the celestial pavilion. Little did they realize that the spirit had not intervened. And yet the matter was resolved in such a short span. On the side of the 7th gourd, the stronghold was situated within an unremarkable barbarian village, surrounded by towering mountains, serene lakes, and sturdy pine forests, seemingly mundane. Yet this was a stronghold of the celestial pavilion, now under scrutiny. There were 3 array masters present, leaving the celestial pavilion members with no chance of survival. Additionally, over 30 inscription realm adversaries and more than 100 spirit transformation realm foes were involved. This was undoubtedly an operation orchestrated by forces with enmity toward the celestial pavilion, an ambitious endeavor aimed at those largely dwelling in the celestial realm, employing spirit transformation realm cultivators to exert overwhelming pressure. When would they strike? The moment the question left the speaker's lips, the array master found his eyes bulging in horror. Meeting a swift demise as a brick inscribed with the words Heavenly Bone Forbidden Zone was forcefully thrust into his brain, capable of sealing his physical power. The 7th gourd, leveraging the abilities of the eldest and 6th gourds, swiftly eliminated the 3 array masters. Compared to ancient progenitors, humans were far more fragile. Subsequently, he summoned the treasure gourd, hovering just above his head. The gourd's mouth opened automatically, and as it lowered slightly, a momentary burst of purple mist emerged, resembling a miniature black hole. Golden light and purple brilliance surged forth, accompanied by the resonant sound of the divine chains of order. In an instant, the powerful beings from 3 different tribes present were drawn into the crystalline gourd, which shimmered with a golden pattern. The entire affair took less than 3 seconds, an epitome of swiftness. The heavenly bone tablet proved highly effective. Rather than suppressing Xiao Tian's form, it inversely constricted his adversary's physical strength, especially upon close contact, achieving remarkable efficacy, truly a perfect brick. As for the 6th gourd, its stronghold was situated beneath a lake, where the celestial pavilion had painstakingly established an underwater sect using fragments of ancient water-evading pearls to construct a grand formation. Upon arrival, the 6th gourd, wielding a bronze spear, engaged in silent slaughter, piercing the heads of array masters before discarding the remaining foes into the sea stabilizing needle, immobilizing the waters, and ultimately eliminating them to summon the celestial swallowing gourd, refining them into divine essence. As anticipated by Xiao Tian, each stronghold of the Butian Pavilion possessed a similar scale and profound heritage, truly deserving of its ancient lineage. Regrettably, the absence of a revered elder left them vulnerable. Without the protective spirit, those beneath the elders were akin to mere ants, forced to retreat. He hoped to leave a glimmer of hope, a seed of promise for the 7 strongholds, to prevent them from being entirely eradicated. Upon completing these tasks, Xiao Tian's 3 incarnations witnessed the spirit vine of the sacrificial spirit springing into action, its leaves extending forth, sweeping away the very foundation. The same fate befell the other strongholds. The battle was about to commence. His adversaries had finally taken the bait and could no longer restrain their aggression. Xiao Tian's 3 forms were swiftly transported back to the forbidden courtyard of the Butian Pavilion, where the sacrificial spirit vine proclaimed, "How splendid!" Xiao Tian felt elation. After preparing for so many days, this moment had finally arrived. Indeed, scouts still lingered around the strongholds, likely believing the Butian Pavilion was now utterly defenseless, with several elders having departed. They probably considered it a mere shell. And was the ancient spirit vine preparing to fight with all its might? The 4 revered elders, at the pinnacle of their power, were poised to seize the divine seeds. Their target was undoubtedly the precious vine, a natural divine weapon of immense potential that could possibly aid them in transcending their current state and igniting divine flames. Prolonging the conflict seemed unwise. If other ancient beings from different realms received word and rushed to contend for the divine seeds, they would find themselves competing for scarce opportunities. Each revered elder was a master of experience, the pinnacle among mortal cultivators, transcending the mundane. For Xiao Tian's current realm, their presence was still immensely beneficial. After engaging in battle, Xiao Tian felt a slight enhancement in the strength of his corporeal form. 3 days later, perhaps this catastrophe would conclude, allowing his physical body to undergo a transformative completion, advancing his cultivation of the first step in the spirit transformation realm. Surrounding the Repair Pavilion, 4 terrifying auras surged forth, tumultuous and imposing, splitting the heavens into 4 segments: black, red, gold, and silver, as the 4 revered elders descended, casting their gaze over the world and obscuring the sun. Within 100,000 miles, all living beings felt an oppressive weight in their hearts. Around the sacred mountain of the Repair Pavilion, shadows flitted about, whether human or ancient descendants, all eagerly anticipating the chance to storm the Repair Pavilion. They awaited the moment. The grand sacred mountain was on the brink of collapse, and when the walls fell, many would push to seize the remaining treasures and legacies. In the last 3 days, forces had been drawing near, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Rumors had long circulated that 4 supreme beings intended to act against the sacrificial spirit, while they dared not contend with the revered elders for opportunities. The ancient legacy of the Repair Pavilion was bound to attract those who sought treasures not deemed worthy by the elders. As the sacrificial spirit soared into the sky, the battle erupted, with beings from all sides rushing in. In Chapter 84, a successful fisherman, Xiao Tian's 7th incarnation, transformed into Elder Tao Yi, brandishing the gourd. In an instant capturing the foremost inscription realm cultivators, along with numerous opportunistic spirit transformation and cave heaven realm practitioners, directly into the gourd to be refined into divine essence. Having resolved to unleash a massacre, there was no need for civility. Xiao Tian's 7th incarnation, now resembling Elder Tao Yi, wielded the heavenly tablet, morphing it into a long staff, akin to a white jade club, and struck at the arrayed adversaries. Die Toba family old dog, Xiao Tian bellowed, his Kunping wings unfurling behind him, and with the might of his corporeal form, he descended like a bolt of lightning, delivering a crushing blow. Ide, Toye. Do not be obstinate. Flee while you can. The Repair Pavilion is on the verge of destruction. Why must you accompany it to ruin? Barked the Tuoba family's patriarch, a pinnacle array master, wielding a golden divine sword. Emerging from the mountain gate, Elder Tao Yi questioned, "Who am I?" But Xiao Tian cared little for such inquiries. Wielding the bone tablet club, he descended with a devastating strike. The Tuoba patriarch raised his sword in defense. But with a resounding crack, the golden sword shattered into 2. The overwhelming power rendered his entire arm numb, and without the support of the runic energy, his bones would have surely shattered. As the bone tablet club made contact with the Tuoba patriarch's shoulder, the next instant he felt his physical strength sealed. Then, with a swift motion, half of his body was cleaved apart. Xiao Tian's assault did not cease. His other hand transformed into a fist, crashing toward the Tuoba patriarch's head. With a sickening sound, the patriarch, already grievously wounded, had no time to recover before his skull was obliterated. This foe, unable to withstand even a single strike from the esteemed Elder Mu Yin, was swiftly dispatched by Xiao Tian. As for the corpse and the treasures upon him, they were immediately absorbed into the gourd hovering 3 feet above Xiao Tian's 7th incarnation, refined into divine essence. This battle required no captives. It was solely a matter of life and death. Next, Xiao Tian acted swiftly. The purple gourd unleashed a torrent of violet mist and golden radiance, accompanied by the clang of divine chains, as the remaining members of the Tuoba clan were consumed by the gourd, instantly reduced to primordial essence within the primordial yin-yang formation. A resounding boom echoed as a colossal golden crocodile, measuring over 300 meters, its body adorned with radiant scales, lashed its tail, sending a nearby mountain flying toward the escaping elders and disciples of the Repair Pavilion, its ferocious form resembling a fearsome demon. In that moment, Xiao Tian's first incarnation shrank to the size of a thumb, yet weighed a staggering amount, wielding the Rui golden rod, plunging into the crocodile's gaping maw, the rod expanding and thickening as it erupted from its forehead. With the formidable ingredient in hand, Xiao Tian's first incarnation retracted the rod and casually tossed the crocodile's corpse into the cavity of his abdomen, evoking the sensation of a mechanical brain. Subsequently, the first incarnation activated the true dragon technique, forming hand seals. In an instant, a massive red dragon tail materialized, its scales shimmering brilliantly. accompanied by crackling purple lightning that swept across a 20-mile radius, striking horizontally and reducing even spirit transformation realm experts to mere puddles of flesh. The sudden emergence of Elder Han and the ancestor Mu Yin left them both speechless. Elder Han, unable to restrain himself, pinched his thigh, wincing in pain at the inexplicable addition of another presence. However, they quickly shook off their astonishment and continued to lead their disciples in a desperate bid for escape. Having endured since ancient times, it was time to relinquish their struggles. They should willingly offer everything they possessed. I shall grind the roots into powder to refine elixirs, and the divine seeds must be tempered to forge sacred treasures for protection. I might even contemplate becoming the sacrificial spirit for your heavenly restoration pavilion. The ferocious Xiongqi roared. Ha! Your credibility is non-existent. You devoured countless souls from the ancient kingdom that once aided your ascension to the esteemed rank of a revered one. The sacrificial spirit. The gourd vine retorted without hesitation. The swallowing sky sparrow had betrayed its mentor, the honorable Honghu, who had imparted it with powerful techniques, only to be consumed by the very creature he had nurtured during his twilight years. As Xiao Tian swiftly claimed victory over his foes, the gourd vine was equally merciless, targeting the swallowing sky sparrow as its first opponent. Unbeknownst to these adversaries, the gourd vine had stealthily aligned itself with Xiao Tian, feeling invincible in the unfolding chaos. Fortunately, their arrival thwarted its potential transcendence into the true One realm, which it had nearly succumbed to. Yet, it was fortuitous that it held back. During Xiao Tian's transformation with the liquid lightning tribulation, the sacrificial spirit gained tremendous benefits, undergoing a rebirth that granted it an additional 30,000 years of lifespan. Now, even without breaking into the true One realm, it would not face imminent demise. It had endured, reborn from desolation, and transformed, experiencing a second life. Its overall aptitude having evolved. The gourd vine shimmered in vibrant green divine light, now adorned with a layer of silvery radiance. Its leaves rustled and expanded rapidly, towering above like a colossal entity, surpassing the combined mass of hundreds of mountains, its roots numbering in the millions. Each leaf resembled a shimmering lake, rippling with intertwining runes. The swallowing sky sparrow was thrown into disarray. How could this be? In the next moment, a vast array of leaves descended upon it, engulfing it within the azure waves. This was merely the beginning. The gourd vine unleashed its assault, simultaneously targeting several revered ones. Xiongqi struggled as a tendril pierced through its skull. Then, shimmering roots of silvery brilliance ensnared a three-eyed humanoid creature from the southern fallen divine mountain, dragging it back with ease, tearing apart its golden battle garments and the precious bone shield it had summoned. Among the last of the beings, one was a five-colored peacock, linked to the lesser western heaven. It had once devoured the bitter saint of lesser western heaven, but was subdued and transformed into a sacrificial spirit of that domain. It appeared as a humanoid being, seated amidst myriad rays of light, surrounded by a resplendent aura of Buddhist radiance and auspicious colors, with a divine halo encircling its head, illuminating the west with its five-colored brilliance, reminiscent of a deity descending to save all beings. However, in the next instant, a green gourd was summoned by the gourd vine, capturing this ostentatious yet swift creature within its confines. In the face of absolute power, these beings were no more than ants. The current gourd vine was even stronger than in its prime. In ancient times, it had a fearsome reputation, having slain countless deities of equal standing, which had resulted in its earlier decline into the divine fire realm. Now, exterminating a few revered ants was a trivial task. Watching from afar, powerful entities trembled in fear, fleeing for their lives, too terrified to dare glance back, nearly soiling themselves in terror. Once the gourd vine had completed its onslaught, it swiftly reverted to its former state. Its leaves turned a desolate yellow, its roots shriveled and lackluster, even the tendrils appeared wrinkled and lifeless, as if on the verge of death. The gourd vine recalled Xiao Tian's admonition. After vanquishing its foes, it should feign impending demise, perhaps enticing others to their doom, allowing for another harvest. Some audacious beings, witnessing this scene, could not help but curse inwardly. This old creature had maintained this half-dead facade for over a millennium, leading many to their doom. In truth, the gourd vine considered itself quite benevolent. The plan had been orchestrated by Xiao Tian, and even its disguise was his idea, absolving it of any blame. On the ground, those who had come to witness the sacrificial spirit's demise and the divine rain of blessings from the gods, who were in charge of the heavenly restoration pavilion's ruins, were left dumbfounded. The old vine had not perished. The revered ones who had come to slay it and seize the divine seed were all eliminated. In the next moment, these individuals scattered in panic, cursing the ineffectual four revered ones who had failed to kill even a half-dead old vine, only to have themselves ensnared. Bah! Useless trash. The elders and disciples of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion were moved to tears, and the 7 elders and disciples secretly rescued by the gourd vine were released, uttering but a single word: kill. Kill. Those who offend the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion shall be pursued relentlessly, no matter the distance. At some point, Xiao Tian's 6th incarnation transformed back into the guise of Li Xiaoyao, wielding a silver peach with divine sword in one hand and a golden vine rope in the other, while simultaneously using his divine will to summon blood-red willow leaf flying knives that struck foes from miles away. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's 6th and 7th incarnations continued to masquerade as elders, unleashing havoc, pursuing their enemies for 30,000 miles without sparing a single one. Sure how. Accompanied by the great red bird, the tree people, the silver blood giant, and the 5-colored phoenix, relished the carnage. They even conspired to take advantage of the situation to infiltrate the enemy's territory, raiding their spiritual mountains and medicinal fields. In Chapter 85, the Grandfather's Descendants Tribute, 2 revered ones from the Zulv Academy arrived, hailing from the ancient Divine Mountain and the southern Fallen Divine Mountain, forbidding any interference from the Zulv Academy, which had maintained a favorable relationship with the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion. The gourd vine seemed to sense this, tearing through the fabric of space to advance. Since no one had taken the bait yet, it would take the initiative. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion launched a grand counteroffensive, morale soaring as reinforcements arrived, many of whom were former strong allies of the pavilion, bound by loyalty and camaraderie, while others were indifferent, even seeking to capitalize on their misfortune, like the Rain Clan. However, their luck had run out, as they fell under the relentless gaze of the furious ancestor Mu Yan. Among the reinforcements was the esteemed Ling Tianho, Xiao Tian's grandfather. He had once trained within the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion and had favored Xiao Tian's pursuit of knowledge within its halls. But Xiao Tian had set his sights on the female war god and insisted on attending Zulv Academy, leaving the old man with no choice. Yet, the outcome was extraordinarily favorable. The current Ling Tianho had broken through to the formation realm, brimming with vigor, wielding his cherished bow, one of the treasures of the Xiao Clan, crafted by a former ancestor of the formation realm. With silver arrows imbued with the Swanee technique, he unleashed a radiant golden lightning bolt that streaked across the sky, striking down a fleeing ancient creature, the 3-legged black crow. Ha ha ha! What a delightful sight, my lord! Those who violate our sacred land shall face no mercy. Ling Tianho was filled with exuberance, clad in silver armor, with 5-colored wings unfurling, swift as lightning. Xiao Tian's 6th incarnation smiled knowingly at his grandfather's joy, feeling quite satisfied. As Ling Tianho charged forth, he encountered an elderly figure from the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion. No, it was the mysterious Elder Han, the pavilion's revered town elder. He quickly performed a gesture of respect. Elder Han, I hope you have been well. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, the man had vanished. Xiao Tian's 6th incarnation shrugged helplessly, grateful for his swift escape. Soon, powerful beings began to converge from various directions, including the clan leaders of the Qishan tribe and the Qiyang tribe, formidable figures of the inscription realm. There were also kings of war from the Shi Kingdom, such as the formation realm's Wang, who had been contemporaries with the pavilion's master, albeit lagging behind by over 20 years, having missed the previous opening of the 100 Broken Mountains. If they could gain entry, perhaps the two of them would have already ascended to the status of venerables, merely lacking in opportunities and foundational strength. Much like the War King and the Martial King of the Martial King's Mansion, both bearing the surname Shi. They once vied for the throne against the young emperor of the Shi nation. However, the emperor had ventured into the 100 Break Mountain and had long since surpassed the venerable realm. Their emergence happened to obstruct some beings attempting to invade the Sky Repair Pavilion, momentarily deflecting them before being pursued by the retaliating experts of the pavilion. A silver-scaled dragon fled in desperate haste, briefly halted by the War King, only to soon witness Elder Tia, transformed into the form of Xiao Tian's 7th child. Close in on it with a pair of Kunpeng wings, one wing shimmering with golden brilliance, divine and flawless, while the other was as black as ink, shrouded in demonic mist, surging forth at an unparalleled speed, outpacing even the silver dragon's arrayed form. With a resounding thud, the brick mace in Xiao Tian's hand descended, the mace head separating. This weapon proved exceedingly effective, particularly against the ancient species, whose innate physical advantages often instilled a natural inclination for close combat when facing humans, making them susceptible to traps. After slaying the Silver Dragon King, the treasure gourd swiftly enveloped the corpse in violet chi, drawing it inside. Elder, the War King exclaimed in awe. Elder Taya of the Mountain Suppression, still in his prime, his strength ever more unfathomable. A dazzling golden humanoid creature fled for its life, its body cloaked in golden fur. Towering at 3 meters tall, resembling a golden ape, with fur extending 40 centimeters, each strand shimmering with radiant brilliance. It bore a pair of half-meter-long dragon horns atop its head, also golden and nearly translucent, akin to golden jade, shimmering with divine light. Clearly, this was a golden beast from the ancient sacred mountain, desperate to escape after the demise of its master, wishing it had emerged with more limbs at birth. Xiao Tian's seventh child pursued it relentlessly, covering 5,000 miles, immediately transforming into the guise of the pavilion master. The golden beast, unafraid, engaged in close combat, only to be struck by a single blow that cleaved through its shoulder. Had it not dodged swiftly, its head would have been shattered. Too late. In the blink of an eye, from Xiao Tian's lower garments erupted a crimson divine dragon, coiling and twisting, fierce and lifelike. He rode upon it, reaching an ultimate speed. While the Kunpeng was indeed swift, in comparison, the 10 fiends were hardly inferior. The crimson divine dragon, descending upon purple thunderclouds, vanished in an instant, reappearing before the golden beast, its form rapidly contracting like a bullet, with the Rui Jingu Bang as the projectile, piercing through the golden beast's skull, emerging from its brow. The golden beast stumbled a couple of steps before collapsing with a thud. Xiao Tian nonchalantly collected its corpse. Even with his significantly enhanced strength, he refrained from revealing his true identity to engage in excessive slaughter, for it would draw too much attention. His genuine cultivation was merely at the spirit transformation realm, and discretion was essential. Thus, he could only transform into the ostentatious figures of the Sky Repair Pavilion's elders. The formidable beings arranged by the ancient Sacred Mountain and South Fallen Sacred Mountain were the focal points of Xiao Tian's attention. In the distance, Shan Hai and his companions pursued with enthusiasm. Shan Hai wielded the Ghost Elder's broken sword, capable of slaying even those at the Spirit Transformation realm. Those at the Inscription realm were in grave danger when he closed in. Roar! A crimson dragon burst forth from the concealed abyss, its red scales radiating dazzling light. Its body measuring over 600 meters, a rather cunning ancient species, lying in wait for a chance to capitalize. It assumed Shan Hai and his companions were attempting to break through. Unaware, they were entirely focused on hunting down fleeing enemies. It's over, we're pursuing too fast. The big red bird instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Shan Hai. Roar! At that moment, a black tiger charged forth, enveloped in dark mist, its ferocity palpable. It was quite a coincidence. Shan Hai had previously pilfered the spiritual herb, the black evil lotus, which the black tiger had been guarding during his trials in the Sky Repair Pavilion. Upon the emergence of the black evil tiger, it cast a glance at the mischievous child before launching itself into battle against the crimson dragon. The two were evenly matched, both formidable. In an instant, dust and stones flew, the sky darkening as nearby peaks and marshes were shattered and leveled. However, at that very moment, from beyond a distant mountain, a golden lion leapt over, roaring with a sound that shattered the peaks. This creature measured 400 meters in length and over 300 meters in height. Resembling a small mountain, its eyes akin to glowing golden lanterns, radiating brilliance as it charged forth. The king of the golden lions from the western Beast Mountain had been commanded to intercept and annihilate the remnants of the Sky Repair Pavilion. Quickly flee. I shall hold them off for a moment, the black evil tiger urged. It lamented inwardly. This mischievous child was indeed his calamity. He encountered nothing but misfortune in his presence. They were all pursuing the enemies, yet 2 ancient species of beast kings appeared along their path. A clear violation of cosmic order. The ancient Lion King alone was a foe it could not contend with. Nevertheless, its thunderous roar shook the earth, reaching the ears of Xiao Tian's 7th child, who recognized the voice, a memory of the black, evil tiger, furious over the loss of its precious herb during the entrance trials. In a flash, the distance of a mere 100 miles was a trivial matter for Xiao Tian, taking less than a minute. The crimson divine dragon beneath him appeared, leaping into the air and vanishing, leaving behind a lingering red aurora that refused to dissipate. Where do you think you're going? Today, none shall escape, declared the golden lion king coldly, its immense body akin to a small mountain, radiating golden light that illuminated half the sky. A single paw strike could shatter mountains and sever rivers. I have long awaited you, stray fish. The crimson dragon cackled mockingly, its massive tail sweeping through the nearby lake, causing the waters to surge skyward, merging with runes and igniting into flames, resembling a vast sea of fire descending from above. Roar! The black, evil tiger bellowed, dark mist swirling and churning, blocking the inferno. Yet in the next moment, it was sent flying by the advancing golden lion king, coughing blood, its colossal frame crashing into a nearby mountain, shattering it into rubble. Hao clenched his fists, sighing inwardly. His time of cultivation was too brief to withstand such beings. Without hesitation, he called out, "Scatter and flee." Just then, a figure shot forth with blinding speed, piercing through the head of the golden lion king, its massive form collapsing with a tremendous crash. Immediately, that figure charged towards the crimson dragon, resembling a terrifying god-slaying insect. In a flash of crimson light, the crimson dragon emitted a terrified shriek, overwhelmed with despair. In the next moment, its head drooped, its eyes losing their luster. It had been slain. In an instant, Xiao Tian transformed into the pavilion master of the sky Repair Pavilion, waving his sleeves to collect the two corpses. All is well. Proceed with the extermination of the invading enemies. There are still some hidden factions ahead, originally intending to intercept and ambush our pavilion disciples. I leave them to you. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for saving our lives. We shall obey, the black evil tiger replied obediently. Thank you, Pavilion Master, Hao quickly added. He felt an unsettling sense of familiarity with the attacking style. Could this Pavilion Master possibly be an imposter? However, upon hearing that there were others, they felt no hesitation, especially with the powerful Beast King, the Black Evil Tiger, at their side. As for the Black Evil Tiger, an ancient species with tough skin and thick flesh, its previous injuries were inconsequential. Indeed, as Hao and his companions pressed on, they unexpectedly encountered the four major clans that held a grudge against him, along with members of the Rain clan, lurking in the shadows. In the present day, Hao has grown far more formidable than the narrative originally depicted, having honed his mastery of the Ten Heavens realm for nearly 8 months. With a broken sword in hand and his Kunpeng wings unfurled behind him, he surged forth amidst a tempest of wind and thunder, delivering a decisive strike that cleaved through the air. In that fleeting moment, the force of his sword blazed like a comet, its brilliance illuminating the battlefield, as numerous beings of the Transformation Spirit realm and the Cave Heaven realm fell beneath his blade. Even a being of the Inscription realm was sent reeling, losing an arm to his might. Indeed, the Sword of the Ghost Elder is extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 86. The Plan to Marry into the Willow Deity. As for the Array realm experts among them, they naturally fell under the predatory gaze of the Black Shot Tiger. Taking advantage of a surprise attack, it dealt a crippling blow to an elder, gaining the upper hand. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Xiao Tian's big brother, they were able to take the initiative, stealthily lurking in wait, transforming from the ambushed into the ambushers, seizing control of the situation. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the victor, while the latecomers suffer the consequences. Kill, kill, kill. Hao, Qingfeng, the big red bird, heir to Ozi, Mao Qiu, the silver blood giant, the tree people, the five-colored phoenix bird gang, and of course, the black shot tiger, pursued relentlessly, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The black shot tiger found itself at a loss. How had it become the guardian and caretaker for this impetuous youth? If it were to neglect its duty and something were to happen to that reckless child, it would be difficult to explain to the master. Yet, if it were to intervene, it would feel quite vexed, especially since this young rascal had pilfered its cherished elixir, prompting a desire to deliver a sound thrashing. After a day and night, as dawn broke, Hao and his companions were feasting on roasted meat, having vanquished numerous beastly horde from the West Ridge Beast Mountain along their way, and incidentally collecting their remains. We must have pursued for over 30,000 miles in this day and night, the big red bird remarked, gnawing on the wing of an Inscription realm blue lion eagle. Now that you mention it, I too recall that we have indeed traveled quite a distance. Our ability to wreak havoc along the way owes much to the assistance of Big Black, Hao replied, handing the black shot tiger a roasted leg of the blue lion eagle in a gesture of camaraderie. The blue lion eagle, with its lion head and eagle body, boasted a wingspan of 300 meters, fierce and powerful. When it had ambushed Hao, he had wounded its wing with a single stroke, only for the arriving black shot tiger to rend it apart with a single sweep of its tail. The black shot tiger glanced at the offering, swallowing the chicken wing in one bite. The flavor is quite delightful, it mused. It seemed oblivious to the fact that Shan Hai had received 7 parts of true teachings from Xiao Tian. Feasting from a moment, they entered the 100-break mountain until the small world was sealed. Speaking of which, after this great calamity, the sky-mending pavilion had not only survived, but had also achieved remarkable victories, slaying numerous invading foes. It was time for them to return. Shan Hai pondered. This fellow has an insatiable appetite, towering in stature and voracious in consumption. Perhaps it would be wise to moderate its intake. He quickly shifted the topic. Ahem. Upon hearing Shan Hai's words, the black Sha tiger nearly choked on a bone. Did he just hear the boy refer to the ancestor of the spirit offering as brother? In Shan Hai's eyes, Xiao Tian casually referred to the esteemed elder as such, considering him a brother. Hence it was fitting to address him similarly. Let us depart. It is time to return, the black Sha tiger declared, eager to distance itself from the audacious child, who dared to call everyone brother. The sooner they could escort him back, the better, thus fulfilling its mission. Once everyone was satiated, they were granted permission to ride upon the back of the black Sha tiger, who then bore them homeward. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's 3 manifestations reaped immense rewards. They had collected over 20 corpses of Array Realm ancient species, along with slaying more than 10 human Array Realm experts. The spoils from the Inscription Realm ancient species were even greater, exceeding 70, with the human casualties numbering in the hundreds. Numerous great clans had converged, with opportunistic factions exceeding 100, and among them, over 10 clans with peak Array Realm capabilities, including the ancient Divine Mountain and the Southern Fallen Divine Mountain, which had dispatched the most Array Realm ancient species for ambush, collectively numbering beyond 2 fingers, alongside various opportunistic rogue cultivators and ferocious beasts. Stepping through the mist, Xiao Tian returned with satisfaction, enveloped in divine radiance. Under the morning glow, his body shimmered with tricolored divine light, exuding an ethereal brilliance. As the strength of his corporeal form surged to new heights, he had made significant strides in his cultivation towards the first stage of the transformation spirit realm, wherein his physical vessel had approached the later stages of the venerable realm. The energies of the sacred fruit, the fountain of youth, the silver peach, and the thunder liquid had been further absorbed, and in the aftermath of his victories, he had refined a plethora of divine essences. Only a few corpses of Array Realm and Inscription Realm ancient species remained, reserved as ingredients, while all human cultivators were refined into divine essences, returning to their origins, thus sparing him the burden of grief. The reputation of the sky-mending pavilion soared following this calamity, and the name of the ancestor of the spirit offering would likely become renowned, or perhaps infamous, throughout the world. When Xiao Tian's 3 forms opened their eyes simultaneously at different locations, each completing a breakthrough, they each possessed a physique comparable to those in the mid-venerable realm. The dewdrops upon the blades of grass sparkled with clarity, rolling and radiating brilliance amidst the dawn's light, appearing pure and immaculate. Spring bestows its grace, and all things burst forth in brilliance. The verdant flora thrived under the warm sun. As Xiao Tian embarked on his return journey, his spirits soared as high as the vast, azure sky. Inspired, he recalled a line of poetry from a powerful figure of the past. Chuckling, who penned this again? Laughter erupted among Shan Hai and the others as they reveled in their exhilarating ride atop the Array Realm Beast Kings. A sensation unlike any other, leaping effortlessly across hundreds of miles. These fellows, Xiao Tian's big brother form, chuckled helplessly. They were still but children. He, however, was different. He was now of age, having turned 13 today. With that in mind, arrangements were to be made. The 6th brother was to return to the Deer Academy to continue his training, perhaps even securing a position to compete for the Kunping treasure in the Northern Sea. As for the 7th brother, he might as well remain perched upon the spirit offering gourd vine, diligently cultivating and enhancing his abilities, aiding in his understanding of the Tao for future displays of prowess. Yet, to reveal one's brilliance before others, one must first endure trials in silence. Talents are not to be feared. What is truly daunting is a talent who works harder than you. Xiao Tian had always believed this to be a profound truth, encapsulating the essence of ambition that could overwhelm competitors. As for Xiao Tian's big brother form, he needed to accompany Shan Hai on another visit to Stone Village, eager to test the effects of grafting onto the branches of the willow deity. With a flourish, a dragon's roar echoed from within Xiao Tian's trousers, a radiant red dragon materializing beneath him, whisking him away in an instant, reappearing atop the black Sha tiger's head. The black Sha tiger sensed an approaching presence, but could not evade it. Yet, it felt a familiar aura emanating from Xiao Tian, reminiscent of those who had slain the golden-maned Lion King and the red flood dragon. having become the lord of the sky, mending pavilion. Xiao Tian sought to shield his kin from prying eyes, trusting those present, some of whom had witnessed his might on 100 Break Mountain, while others were habitual sleepers, seldom engaging with outsiders. Let us hasten our return. This time, the ancestor of the spirit offering has promised rewards based on merit. Big Black, you are in for a treat. I shall refine your bloodline further, without a doubt. I possess a white tiger treasure technique that I can bestow upon you. Xiao Tian spoke lightly, painting a grand vision for the Black Sha tiger. Upon hearing this, the Black Sha tiger could not help but wag its tail joyfully. What was the dignity of a strong being? It yearned for the white tiger treasure technique. The Black Sha tiger itself was a descendant of the white tiger, a being of ancient lineage, inheriting its murderous essence, albeit in a diluted form, with only 40% purity in its bloodline. In stark contrast to the purity of the little white tiger that Xiao Tian had slain. Xiao Tian settled cross-legged, turning to Hao. Little one, come sit closer. Why keep such distance from your brother? Brother, I'm already 9 years old. Do refrain from calling me little one. Hao, exhibiting a blend of shyness and bashfulness, approached Xiao Tian and seated himself beside him. Haha, indeed, you've grown up. That is splendid. Henceforth, I shall address you as Hao. Once we return and digest the rewards bestowed by the Spirit Elder, I intend to accompany you back to Stone Village to meet with the Lu deity, and see if we might utilize some of the celestial treasures on my person to aid in restoring her vitality, Xiao Tian declared. Yes, I truly must return. The Lu deity has promised that if I achieve the 10 celestial realms, I shall revisit Stone Village for a baptism, Ho responded eagerly, recalling the Lu deity's admonition. Before long, everyone returned to the pavilion of mending the heavens. The surrounding peaks and rivers were left in a state of disarray, resembling a scene of devastation. However, several elders had already intervened, relocating great mountains and forests to fill in the craters, create lakes, and unearth springs. It was as if they were crafting a masterpiece from chaos. Soon, the area surrounding the pavilion was transformed into a breathtaking landscape, with towering peaks, shimmering lakes, and flourishing greenery. Upon returning to the pavilion, Xiao Tian took the diminutive black tiger, which he had magically shrunk to the size of a palm, to meet the spirit gourd vine. The spirit gourd vine, now vibrant and lush, bore glistening leaves and sturdy old vines, with tender leaves adorned with dew, exuding an aura of natural sanctity and tranquility. My elder brother, the black tiger, escorted us back. It has fought valiantly over countless miles and achieved great merit, Xiao Tian remarked. Hearing Xiao Yan's casual words, the black tiger felt a surge of anxiety, realizing it was indeed being addressed as elder brother. Well done, little black. These 2 drops were extracted from the essence of the revered one. Take them to refine and comprehend, the spirit gourd vine said, presenting a jade vial to the black tiger. The black tiger eagerly took it, thrilled by the reward. Additionally, this is the white tiger's precious technique promised by Li Xiaoyao. Subsequently, the spirit gourd vine handed the black tiger a piece of jade bone, which Xiao Tian had communicated mentally. This fragment of the white tiger's technique originated from the legacy outside the bone forbidden zone. He had requested the spirit gourd vine to transmute these markings into bone slips, leaving one at the pavilion and taking another back to the Xiao Clan. Afterward, the spirit gourd vine instructed the black tiger to return and rest. Naturally, the black tiger could hardly contain its excitement as it hurried back to its training abode in the spirit beast garden, preparing for a period of seclusion. Upon awakening, it would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in strength, ready to confront beings like the golden-furred Lion King with newfound confidence. Once the black tiger departed, the spirit gourd vine rewarded each attendant of Xiao Tian with half a drop of the revered one's divine essence, each drop the size of a thumb. Though half a drop may seem modest, it was substantial considering they were merely fledgling beings of the celestial realm. These young ones possessed commendable talents, and with a little investment, they could become formidable allies for the pavilion. Chapter 87. The ancient female dual pupil. This time, the pavilion of mending the heavens faced a great calamity, revealing the true nature of humanity. Some traveled great distances to assist, while others took advantage of the chaos to exploit the situation. The gains were substantial. The pavilion acquired 49 drops of divine essence from humanoid form and secured 98 drops from 2 humanoid revereds during a visit to the Hunter's Academy. Moreover, within the entourage of Ho and Xiao Yan's companions, the spirit gourd vine produced 3 jade cauldrons, each sealing a part of the bodies of 3 colossal beings, a wing of the sky-swallowing sparrow, a leg of the Qiongqi, and a leg of the 5-colored peacock. Each of these creatures was enormously vast, with even a single limb measuring over 1,000 meters. Shurho's eyes gleamed with delight as he beheld the treasures, a smile spreading across his face. And they say I've matured. Xiao Tian silently recorded the moment with a recording stone, noting the time and location. He then presented Shurho with a jade vial containing 10 drops of divine essence, as per Xiao Tian's request and the spirit Gourdvine's approval, affirming Shurho's talent warranted such investment. The sound of divine melodies echoed, radiating brilliance. The pavilion of mending the heavens basked in serenity, a sanctuary that had endured the tumultuous epochs of the ancient world. From the twilight of the gods to the present day, it harbored the legacies of the mending technique and the Kunping method, two forms of transcendent teachings surpassing even the supreme laws. Although the spirit Gourdvine understood the mending technique, it had vowed to its former master that it would not be indiscriminately disseminated. True mastery required one to prove their mettle by overcoming the trials of the ancient sacred academy. Now, with its wounds healed, the spirit Gourdvine accomplished two significant deeds before entering a state of seclusion to break through to the True One realm. The first was to impart teachings to all within the pavilion, a discourse that lasted for half a month. The second was to activate the foundational array leading to the ancient sacred academy. However, entry required passing through the 9-tiered heavenly ladder. The 9-tiered heavenly ladder, composed of 9 distinct divine jade stones, green, red, blue, orange, yellow, silver, purple, and gold, each representing a different foundational requirement for ascension. Ascending this ladder would grant access to the sacred academy. For half a month, the pavilion resonated with divine music, enveloped in ethereal mists, as spiritual energy coiled and condensed into rain. In the main courtyard where the spirit Gourdvine resided, life flourished. A single vine, lush and dripping with vitality, bore 2 gourds, one containing the essence it had nurtured itself, and the other a precious gourd evolved from Xiao Tian's 3-in-1 form. Atop the main peak, a waterfall cascaded down for 1,000 feet, resembling the Milky Way descending from the heavens, yet it appeared utterly still, devoid of sound. Celestial cranes soared, and the black tiger meditated. The pavilion of mending the heavens floated in tranquility, resembling a divine sanctuary. The spirit Gourdvine declared it would no longer disguise its form, inviting outsiders to witness the ancient splendor of the pavilion. Rays of celestial power cascaded down for an entire month, cleansing the bodies of all present, causing the very mountains of the pavilion to swell to twice their size, a truly astonishing phenomenon. The female war goddess, Yumerin, along with Xiao Tian's sister, Xiao Xuaner, and Yu Fengxiang, who escorted the 2 women, as well as various allied forces, were fortunate to hear the spirit Gourdvine's teachings, which served as both gratitude and an immense opportunity for them. After half a month, Yu Fengxiang departed the pavilion with the female war goddess, Xiao Tian's 6 companions, and Xiao Xuaner. The teachings imparted by the spirit Gourdvine had proven immensely beneficial, with each individual reaping rewards befitting their respective stages and receiving the spirit's refined spiritual energy, essence of the sun and moon, and the power of the stars, a truly fortuitous boon. As a living deity, it was conceivable that after a period of nurturing, many powerful factions would arrive bearing lavish gifts. In the realm of diplomacy, the weak possess no allies, while the strong have no foes. In weakness, one is surrounded by enemies, but in strength, surrounded by friends. Xiao Tian chose to leave the 7th companion behind to continue comprehending the teachings of the Gourdvine, while he and Shurho prepared to explore the ancient sacred academy in search of Shi. Shi, driven by his dual pupil ability, had discovered a path to the ancient sacred academy, a different route reliant on fortune, believed to be left by the ancient female dual pupil. The true method to enter the ancient sacred academy required the spirit's divine power to sustain it and open the 9-tiered heavenly ladder for trials. Only those who ascended could gain access to the academy. Xiao Tian made an attempt to step upon the first jade stair, and in an instant, the verdant ancient jade step radiated brilliance, ripples emanating outward. He took another step onto the second crimson jade stair, its radiant glow enveloping him. Yet it did not hinder Xiao Tian's ascent. With natural grace, he progressed to the 3rd azure step, where azure light cascaded, clear and translucent, with no sensation of resistance. With each step, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, the purple jade glimmered with divine radiance, enveloping him in a mist of purple, as if he were surrounded by ethereal energy stretching for 3,000 miles. Once again, nothing could impede his stride. With the final step, he ascended the 9-step heavenly ladder, where golden divine light soared into the sky, accompanied by the ethereal resonance of divine music. 9 hues of radiance erupted, transforming into a resplendent rainbow bridge as he entered the designated area. This is it. Xiao Tian felt somewhat speechless, realizing he had been overly cautious. Next time, he could simply sprint up. Furthermore, he had long possessed the ability to enter the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion's sacred institution, thanks to his heavenly eye combined with the power of the sixth child, but he had been too preoccupied to do so. Crucially, he had already acquired the most vital heavenly restoration technique, and it was relatively complete. Upon witnessing Xiao Tian's entry, Shan Hai hastily followed suit, scaling the heights to the ancient sacred institution. It feels rather unremarkable. Brother offering spirits, didn't you say this was a trial? As Shan Hai stepped onto the last rung, he felt merely a terrifying pressure bearing down upon his physical form, and then nothing further ensued. And me just watch. Hua Ling exclaimed excitedly. Being a disciple of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion, she was also qualified to face the trial. Learning the Heavenly Restoration technique required a great path oath. Yet the offering spirit gourd vines were not concerned about their teachings being disseminated freely. For instance, he learned it and had no fear of passing it on to the Martial King's mansion or the Rain clan, as it was simply untransmittable. Hua Ling ascended the first 7 steps without any sensation, but upon reaching the 8th, she slightly furrowed her brows. Nevertheless, she successfully reached the 9th step. Xiao Tian pondered. Perhaps the criteria for ascending the 9-step heavenly ladder required a physical body in the blood-moving realm to be over 90,000 pounds, or to possess 9 open celestial realms. Hua Ling seemed to have ascended with relative ease. He estimated that even disciples in the blood-moving realm, weighing over 80,000 pounds, who had opened 8 celestial realms, could also ascend if they had the fortune to consume materials that tempered the body or other opportunities. Subsequently, many attempted but failed. Even those with 8 open celestial realms struggled to reach the 8th step, let alone the 9th. A mere step away felt like an insurmountable chasm. Only through personal experience could one comprehend the disparity between Xiao Tian, Shan Hai, Hua Ling and the others. This was beyond Xiao Tian's concern. It all relied on individual fortune. The library pavilion still housed many fragments of laws, divine laws, escape techniques, supreme laws, and even true immortal techniques that Xiao Tian had deposited, although they were all incomplete. To acquire them, one depended solely on chance. Xiao Tian believed luck was also a part of strength. Only by making the first merit would one gain the opportunity to enter the library pavilion. Once inside, one could select freely. Those fortunate enough might obtain something valuable. In comparison to the deer hunting academy, the library pavilion of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion possessed thousands of bone inscriptions with a far richer heritage. Let us go and take a look, Xiao Tian proposed. Indeed, with the speed of the great black beast king, traversing 100,000 miles a day, the return to Stone Village would indeed be swift. Shan Hai responded gleefully. After all, if they were to travel on foot, it would take them at least a month to return. Hey, you two are indeed from the same village. I want to go too. Hua Ling chimed in, having overheard their conversation. Big fatty, what are you going for? Shan Hai instinctively retorted. You dare call me that. You little brat? I'll fight you. Hua Ling immediately flared up. Xiao Tian, indifferent to the quarrel between the two adversaries, curiously stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, heading toward the ancient sacred institution. It would be worthwhile to take a look, as he had heard that this place contained the insights left by all the revered masters of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion, along with their self-created techniques and the Tao patterns inscribed during their moments of enlightenment. Gaining insights here could save him years of wandering and broaden his horizons. The surrounding mist enveloped him as he ventured deeper, revealing a realm of celestial beauty where pure white mist swirled. A large azure stone stood tall, adorned with the words Ancient Sacred Institution in a graceful script. Even at the entrance, ethereal mists floated, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Upon passing through the azure stone and the archway beside it, he stepped into the pristine white mist, and suddenly, the scenery transformed. Akin to the dawn breaking through the darkness, revealing a vibrant and surreal landscape. It appeared as though he had entered a valley of falling sunset clouds, where the clouds billowed like vaporous silk and the autumn waters mirrored the heavens. The verdant vegetation seemed to bask in the essence of the sun and moon, each plant exuding spiritual dew, sparkling like jade. In the valley's center, stone pillars rose one after another, shrouded in spiraling mist, exuding an aura of immortality. A figure clad in white sat cross-legged atop the central pillar. It was the one with double pupils. However, Xiao Tian's attention was drawn entirely away from the four-eyed lad to another silhouette. The ethereal mist swirled gently, and above the valley, a pavilion carved from white jade stood majestically. A beautiful figure in a flowing gray gown stood gracefully at the cliff's edge, surrounded by wisps of mist that danced like delicate ribbons. The woman, with her long, dark hair cascading down her back, gave an impression of purity and grace. Her attire fluttering in the wind, as if she were a celestial maiden ready to ascend into the skies. She was an extraordinarily enchanting and captivating beauty. Her alluring figure resembled a timeless moon illuminating the mountains and rivers, exuding an aura of serenity that harmonized perfectly with the surrounding exquisite natural scenery. It seemed as though she embodied the spirit of this world, akin to a primordial divine being. Xiao Tian had never believed in the existence of flawless women, yet today, he found himself a believer. Chapter 88. The woman, 3,000 years his senior, feeds the future emperor. Just her silhouette standing at the cliff evoked a sense of unparalleled perfection and breathtaking beauty, leaving him utterly mesmerized, yearning to be lost in the radiance of that moonlight. At that moment, the woman seemed to sense something, turning slightly in surprise. It had been a long time since anyone had visited. While she was not surprised that Shi had entered, the arrival of 3 more young ones was unexpected. Xiao Tian, Shi Hao, and Hua Linger finally beheld the stunning visage of the woman, whose beauty was nothing short of legendary. She appeared to be in her prime, at the most enchanting age of a woman, with hair that danced lightly, a flawless forehead, long eyelashes that trembled gently, and eyes as clear as autumn waters, shimmering with depths of emotion. Her delicate nose and full, radiant lips sparkled, while her slender neck and exquisite features painted a picture of perfection. The flowing gray robe resembled a celestial gown, accentuating her curves in a way that made one feel that the most perfect celestial maiden could not surpass her. Flawless and untainted, she was the epitome of perfection. In ancient times, the female double pupil had endured a horrifying battle against invading entities from other realms, ultimately retreating to the ancient sacred institution of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion to escape the devastation. She had fallen into slumber after sustaining grave injuries, until Shi's presence, a fellow double pupil, roused her from her deep sleep. The ancient female double pupil possessed not only a beauty that could make the moon and flowers pale in comparison, but also an aura that seemed untouched by the mortal realm. Even ordinary cultivators, regardless of their level, would feel a sense of inferiority in her presence, as her elegance could render the brilliance of the sun and moon dim. Despite the astonishment of the 3 bewildered disciples of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion, she greeted them warmly, a gentle smile illuminating her face, akin to a rare celestial flower blooming, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Xiao Tian considered himself resolute, with a heart as steadfast as divine gold. He brimmed with confidence, bordering on arrogance, yet was momentarily taken aback by the woman's exquisite beauty, an unfamiliar sensation stirring within him. This woman was exceptional, and he believed that no one from ancient times could ever be worthy of her favor. Hence, she was destined to be his, in no more than a decade. He would surely subdue her and claim her as his own. At this stage, he surmised that the ancient woman with dual pupils possessed the strength of a low-tier celestial being, capable of vanquishing his most formidable opponent in the Mingdao realm. Most likely, her power resided within the Void Dao realm, and given her injuries and slumber, her cultivation had likely stagnated for millennia. The lifespan of a being at the Divine Fire realm was at least 30,000 years, as inferred from the Spirit Vine Gourd. Indeed, the 3 young ones before him were remarkable, rivaling even Xiao Yi. Just then, the ancient woman with dual pupils spoke, her voice ethereal, akin to the melodious tones of a celestial being, captivating all who heard it. Her eyes appeared quite ordinary, yet he sensed the weight of time reflected in her gaze, which could even stir the primal essence within his chest. Greetings, divine sister. Please bestow upon us your supreme abilities. I am Li Xiaoyao, this is Shi Hao, and she is Wu Linger. We are all direct disciples of the Butian Pavilion, and you must surely be one of our esteemed ancestors. Xiao Tian, emulating Shi Hao's audacity, feigned ignorance and sought to address her as sister first. Divine sister, I implore you to share your secret arts with us, Shi Hao added promptly. Though the woman appeared youthful, he felt a profound energy emanating from her ambiguous gaze, one that could even provoke the primal bone within him to tremble. Divine sister, you are so beautiful. I beseech you to impart to us the secret techniques of Butian. Hualinger chimed in, noticing the shamelessness of Xiao Tian and Shi Hao and hastening to join them. At that moment, clad in ancient robes with wide sleeves reminiscent of a flowing celestial gown, she stepped forward, her presence radiating vitality that belied the weariness of ages reflected in her eyes. Her beauty was unparalleled, captivating beyond compare in this world. You, young brother, what are you just pondering? You are quite young yet possess many thoughts, not merely trivial concerns. Such ambition to surpass me in a decade, and to subdue me. The ancient woman with dual pupils regarded Xiao Tian with a gaze that was both playful and enigmatic. Indeed, a woman older by 3 years can bestow golden bricks, and one older by 30 can offer spiritual herbs, while a woman older by 300 can present divine pills. A celestial being may grant a back rub for 30,000, and the act of feeding a meal may cost 300,000, with 3 million standing at the gate of the Supreme. You hold dominion over the celestial realm, she continued candidly, her eyes sparkling with a unique charm. Xiao Tian's heart raced at her insight, disbelief flooding his mind as he muttered, "You can read my thoughts." He quickly steadied himself, recalling that the ancient woman had indeed been described in the original narrative as possessing such abilities. However, he did not expect her to hold such matters against him. Yet, feeling exposed, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, how mortifying! Since your aspirations are so lofty, strive for them. I shall await your attempt to subdue me in 10 years. She replied, her tone tinged with mirth. Reflecting on the passage of time, she recalled how those once familiar had faded into memory, some fallen, others aged. Yet, this intriguing youth reminded her of her own youthful days, and a playful urge to tease him arose. "Let's make a pact," Xiao Tian declared eagerly, his gaze resolute as he faced the ancient woman with dual pupils. 10 years is ample time. She appeared so youthful, likely still under 20 when she ascended to divinity. "You are quite earnest, amusing indeed. Fear not, I shall not eavesdrop on your heart's desires, as long as you do not dwell on me." "I shall find no amusement in such folly," she replied, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Tian. "And you, young lad, you are quite the worrier. You claim I am a big fat lady. Pray tell, what defines a big fat lady?" She addressed Shan Hai with a discerning gaze. Having gleaned from Hua Linger's thoughts the standards of this big fat lady in the eyes of this troublesome child, a flicker of irritation sparked within her. This boy aptly earns the title of troublesome child. Indeed, he is quite deserving of a reprimand. "Future sister-in-law, please do not strike me. You are not fat, and I shall never dare to think such things again." Shan Hai swiftly hid behind Xiao Tian. "Ha! My heart swells with laughter. Shan Hai is truly my beloved younger brother." Xiao Tian thought gleefully. "Divine sister, if you seek battle, let us venture to the void divine realm and engage in combat. Be it in the blood transformation realm or the cave heaven realm, my brother and I are ready. For me, even within the spirit transformation realm, I shall be invincible. In the realms I have traversed, none can rival me." Xiao Tian proclaimed with clarity and composure. The ancient woman with dual pupils held no doubts regarding Xiao Tian's words. At the very least, the lad known as Shan, he had suffered defeat at Xiao Tian's hands on 2 occasions, revealing a disparity in prowess compared to his contemporaries. As for Shan, his character required refinement. Otherwise, he would inevitably meet his demise. To encounter another with dual pupils is rare indeed. I am inclined to take Shan as my disciple, but that time is not yet ripe. He must first undergo further tempering of his disposition. I can impart the Butian technique to you, for I have borrowed a space from a fellow Taoist to rest and heal, and I would not impose hardship on his disciples. However, as for your desire for battle, first conquer Shan, for your understanding of dual pupils is merely superficial. The ancient woman with dual pupils stated, neither acquiescing nor refusing. With that, she pointed, conjuring 3 imprints of techniques that soared towards Xiao Tian, Shan Hai, and Hua Linger. After a prolonged slumber, how lengthy it has been, yet I sense that this era has grown increasingly complex. A dual pupil wielder, Shan, has emerged, and now 3 extraordinarily gifted youths stand before me. Xiao Tian eluded her comprehension, his essence shrouded in mystery. Now, even his thoughts were obscured from her sight. Despite her claim of not eavesdropping, that was a falsehood. Women, regardless of age, are inherently curious. As for Shan Hai, she had discerned his inner turmoil, his pain, resentment, conflict, and a hint of guilt. He was a born supreme being, and now, his primal bone was undergoing a rebirth, a most remarkable phenomenon. And then there was Hua Linger, a young girl with a bloodline coursing with vigor, awakening mysterious runes within her. She was a descendant of the legendary 7 queens of the borderlands. The ancient war had originated from the lineage of the 7 queens, and there were those who sought to eradicate their bloodline, particularly from the foreign realms, while others from the 3,000 Dao provinces harbored similar intentions. It is worth noting that both Shi and Shi Hao belong to the lineage of the Seven Queens. Only Xiao Tian, bearing the surname Xiao, was unremarkable. In 2 or 3 years, my younger brother Shi Hao shall be able to subdue him, Xiao Tian scoffed, glancing at Shi, who was still in seclusion, seeking enlightenment. The ancient woman with dual pupils found Xiao Tian's audacity both amusing and infuriating. This child was undeniably arrogant. Yet his inherent flamboyance was not overbearing. It was a mystifying confidence in his own invincibility. Shi Hao and Huolinger, unable to engage in idle chatter any longer, promptly sat down to comprehend the Butian technique imparted by the ancient woman, a long-lost secret of the Butian Pavilion, one even the current pavilion master was unaware of. The transmission of this knowledge had been severed. It was said that the last inheritor perished at the 100 Broken Mountains, a tragic tale indeed. The spirit vine gourd was said to be on par with the treasures of the descendants of the Kuanpong. Thus Shi Hao naturally held it in high regard. "You're far too proud, young one. Excessive pride breeds arrogance. Focus your mind and grasp the Butian technique," the ancient woman with dual pupils admonished, her brow slightly furrowing. Xiao Tian uttered not a single word more, instead clapping his hands to summon the Butian technique. Radiant hues of multicolored light danced between his fingers, resembling the 5-fingered mountain of the Tathagata, as he penetrated to profound depths of understanding, bolstered further by the inherent talents bestowed by the gourd's essence. As Xiao Tian made his move, a swirling mist enveloped him from behind, adorned with a dazzling array of 5-colored divine light. Within this ethereal fog, a figure flickered in and out of view, and amidst the haze, a pair of immaculate, crystalline eyes possessed the power to render the world tranquil and harmonious. The ancient earth, stretching endlessly, bore witness to countless beings kneeling in reverence and prayer, creating a breathtaking spectacle that resonated deeply with the heart. Beneath the heavens, all of creation bowed and cried out in worship, a phenomenon that would shine through the ages, exuding an overwhelming might. Chapter 89. The youth unaware of his sister's goodness. It was evident that his method of mending the heavens had transformed significantly. Even the ancient girl with dual pupils was taken aback by its formidable power. Moreover, one of the profound mysteries of the art of mending the heavens allowed the practitioner, when on the brink of death, to restart anew, akin to a self-reboot, touching upon the very essence of time itself, akin to a game where one could undo their moves. "Young man, you are indeed extraordinary." The ancient girl with dual pupils felt that she had gleaned considerable insight from the Tao rhythm that surrounded her. The technique mastered by Xiao Tian was far more refined and potent than her own calculations. A particular radiance danced within her eyes, one gold and one black, resembling the yin-yang symbol in a state of evolution, an extraordinary sight as if she were opening up the heavens and transforming the chaos. With celestial bodies swirling and the essence of chaos emanating from her gaze, she instinctively yearned to glimpse Xiao Tian's essence, to uncover the source of his uniqueness. Alas, all she could perceive was an overwhelming chaos. The more she looked, the denser it became, as if she were on the verge of losing herself within it. "Sister Goddess, I am aware of my own excellence, yet your unabashed gaze upon me, openly utilizing your dual pupils to scrutinize, is rather impolite," Xiao Tian remarked, covering his groin in an awkward manner. Upon hearing his words, the girl with dual pupils felt the chaos within her surge. Her focus jolted back as her mental energy dissipated alarmingly, consuming 70% in mere moments. Truly terrifying. Such horror. These two youngsters, one oblivious to the past and future, lost in a haze, and the other unable to be seen at all. The ancient girl turned her gaze back to Xiao Tian, her attitude shifting entirely. Even in ancient times, no one dared to speak to her so boldly. She was exceptional, powerful, and utterly independent. Her voice, enchanting and melodious, echoed like the sounds of celestial bells, soothing the mind and cleansing the soul, leaving one feeling rejuvenated, as if bathed in the gentle warmth of spring. "The only disparity between us is time. In 10 years, when we meet again, we shall stand on equal footing." Xiao Tian's tone was resolute and vigorous, embodying the youthful spirit that surged within him. "In that case, young man, strive diligently. I await your arrival." For me, 10 years pass in the blink of an eye. The ancient girl with dual pupils responded with newfound seriousness. Reflecting back, she recalled that by her 20s, she had already reached the true One realm. This little fellow, despite being a prodigy, was likely only at the divine level. "Now that we have made a pact for 10 years, might you share your esteemed name with me? Also, take care of yourself and ensure to wait for my challenge." It would be best to provide me with a token, lest I fail to find you later. Xiao Tian gazed earnestly at the ancient girl. My name is so distant that I scarcely remember it. But even if I could, I would not share it with you. Ask again when you have earned the right, young man. As for the token, here, take this. A glimmer of warmth and mischief flickered in her eyes as she smiled gently, summoning a large azure stone from the mountaintop, one upon which she had sat for 30,000 years. Take it. Xiao Tian accepted it without hesitation, disregarding her peculiar sense of humor, and carefully tucked it away. He turned, placing it securely in his trousers. The ancient girl with dual pupils was stunningly beautiful, her presence unparalleled. In her company, Xiao Tian felt an indescribable emotion. Each word she spoke, each expression, brought him joy, her every smile a captivating charm. Although he had already formed a bond with the war goddess Yumerin, he found himself equally drawn to the ancient girl with dual pupils. The war goddess was a beautiful companion, while conquering the ancient girl represented a sense of achievement, a satisfaction of vanity. The ancient girl was youthful and striking, resembling a vibrant maiden, were it not for the weariness of ages upon her. She might easily be mistaken for a spirited young girl, far from celestial being who had lived for millennia. Yet, he found her captivating, a youth oblivious to the elder's virtues, mistaking a maiden for treasure, unaware of the sweetness of youth, misjudging the essence of vitality. Certainly, the ancient girl's allure was enticing, yet one must possess the means to indulge in such pleasures, for now, he could only covet from afar. The azure stone, indeed, bore the essence of the ancient girl. Once he assimilated the talents of the second son from the Calabash Brothers, he would ensure to track her down, no matter where she fled, from the ends of the earth to the corners of the heavens. Young man, your smile is perilous. At that moment, the ancient girl with dual pupils fixed a piercing gaze upon Xiao Tian, her expression laced with ire, though she could no longer hear his thoughts. The mischievous smile upon his face stirred a desire to reprimand him, her eyes dancing with a teasing glint. What are you planning? Don't come any closer. Xiao Tian's complexion changed dramatically as he instinctively took a step back. However, in the next instant, the girl with dual pupils flicked her sleeve, drawing him toward her. Unable to contain herself, she decided to teach him a lesson, despite his exceptional talents and ancient prodigy status. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian borrowed the talent of the sixth son, rendering himself intangible, effortlessly slipping through the air as he evaded her grasp, reappearing several hundred meters away. Unfortunately, the ancient sacred academy was merely a valley, not vast in size. Interesting, young man, the ancient girl mused, surprised that she had failed to capture a mere spirit transformation realm boy. A playful smile graced her lips as she resolved to catch him today, feeling the long-dormant ripples of her emotion stir for the first time in ages. As she spoke, she unleashed the full power of her dual pupils, her once tranquil eyes deepening, radiating light as they split into two, resembling the interplay of yin and yang. In that moment, it felt as though the universe was being reborn, the very fabric of existence being refined anew. Xiao Tian felt a sudden weight upon his body, as if confined within a vessel, frozen in a posture of flight, suspended before the ancient girl. How old are you, young man? 12 or 13? She inquired, gesturing with her hand as a branch from a nearby tree flew toward her, stripped of leaves and transformed into a meter-long stick, as thick as a baby's arm. What do you intend to do? This is bullying. If you have the capability, let us battle in the void divine realm, where we can fight on equal terms. My current realm is at your disposal. Xiao Tian exclaimed in a panic. Speak more. Tell me how I have bullied you, she retorted, enjoying the moment. Let me clarify. This is the law of the strong. Smack. The strong set the rules. Smack. The weak have no voice. Smack, smack. Xiao Tian winced, rolling his eyes as he muttered, ouch, that hurts. You're really hitting me. Did you think it was a joke? The ancient girl swung the stick, delivering a flurry of blows upon Xiao Tian's body, each strike igniting a fiery pain, as if a torrent of heat coursed through him. How have you trained your body? You are merely a spirit transformation realm novice, yet this is astonishing. In that case, I shall lend you a helping hand. You will thank me later. The ancient woman with dual pupils slightly curved her lips, tracing a beautiful arc that tugged at the heartstrings. This woman was the epitome of beauty. No wonder the original storyline had Sherho pondering whether such an extraordinary beauty had ever known a confidant. When departing, he even inquired with lingering thoughts if, in her youth, there had been a young prodigy accompanying her on her journeys across the world. The narrative repeatedly emphasized that, in terms of appearance, only the Demoness and Yu Chan could rival the ancient woman with dual pupils. This illustrates the unparalleled beauty of the ancient woman, especially her current demeanor, which exuded an enchanting allure with every smile and frown, incomparable to that of a mere girl. Oh, you're too much. In all my life, aside from my father and the ritual spirit who have struck me, no one else has ever dared to lay a hand on me. Xiao Tian felt utterly frustrated. Every strike stung painfully, and whether intentional or not, his rear had been subjected to repeated blows. He counted over 100, which was simply intolerable. Even the ritual spirit has laid a hand on you? Do tell, confess honestly, what misdeeds have you committed? The ancient woman with dual pupils asked playfully. Her spirits, evidently high. Surrounded by a domain barrier that ensured no disturbance from outsiders, she thoroughly taught this young lad a lesson. Today, I shall instill in you a lasting memory of the treachery of humanity, that circumstances often outweigh individuals, and one must bow their head beneath the eaves. I will not tell you. You are overthinking it, Xiao Tian retorted defiantly. Now go to speak, She replied with a faint smile. What do you intend to do? Xiao Tian felt a sense of foreboding and hastily inquired. In the next moment, with a wave of her hand, his shoes were forcibly removed, and 2 feathers appeared in her grasp, which she manipulated with divine power to tickle him. Ha! You ancient female demon, is this really happening? Stop tickling me. I beg you. Tears of laughter streamed down Xiao Tian's face as he found himself at the mercy of her playful torment. Realizing that his attempts to tease the goddess had backfired spectacularly. I don't wish to hear anything but your laughter now. I must say, your laughter possesses a certain charm that brightens my mood. The pent-up frustration I've held since ancient times has lifted somewhat. The ancient woman with dual pupils gazed at Xiao Tian with a teasing glint in her eyes. You truly have a beautiful smile. Do smile more, Xiao Tian remarked, genuinely captivated by her beauty. Ha. He laughed even louder, feeling as if every nerve in his feet was dancing. Don't go too far, ha. Xiao Tian could barely contain his laughter, overwhelmed by a delightful tingling sensation, unable to retaliate. Dearest Demoness, just you wait. In 10 years, I, Xiao Tian, shall surely subdue you. At that moment, I will repay you for all your mischief. He laughed until his stomach ached, caught in a state of helplessness. When others scratch their souls, they feel an intense itch due to the abundance of nerve endings there, triggering a reflex to protect the body from harm. This involuntary reaction serves as a reminder to maintain a defensive posture when someone touches our bodies. Chapter 90. To hell with the pinnacle of talent. This time, he had truly learned his lesson. He vowed never to provoke women stronger than himself, especially in situations of stark disparity. The ancient woman with dual pupils, witnessing Xiao Tian's foolish expression, could no longer suppress her laughter. However, upon noticing his gaze, she nonchalantly flicked her sleeve and turned away, displaying a hint of pride. This time, I'll let you off easy for your own good. I have already activated some medicinal properties within you, and you should be grateful to me. Your aspirations to reach the pinnacle in the transformation realm are commendable, yet you must be cautious. Achieving the summit may invite ominous entities, strange and perilous forces that, while weak, pose no danger, will become increasingly malevolent as one grows in strength. The ancient woman spoke, her tone tinged with trepidation. Then you must also be careful, dear goddess sister. There is no need to force anything. Let things unfold naturally. 10 years from now, I shall come to assist you. Xiao Tian responded eagerly, unafraid of the unknown. Don't call me Demoness anymore, the ancient woman with dual pupils remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Were you not just furious a moment ago? I now understand your heartfelt concern, Xiao Tian asserted with righteous fervor. At least at this moment, he was genuinely convinced. The ancient woman with dual pupils cared little whether he was truly convinced or merely speaking. As long as he appeared compliant, that sufficed. She released her hold over him, scrutinizing him once more. Very well, I shall await your challenge. The lower realms are too small. You must seek opportunities in the upper realms. For that is where you truly belong. Xiao Tian felt a shiver under her gaze, relieved that the ancient woman did not seize the chance to reprimand him further. He refrained from making any demands of her, knowing that should he conquer her in the future, she would remind him of this day. After enduring today's ordeal, his determination to conquer her only grew stronger. He would repay every slight with interest, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang to do so. He began to roam freely, searching for the ancient imprints left on the stone pillars hidden within the mists, collecting whatever he could find. The ancient woman with dual pupils paid him no mind. Her spirits had lifted considerably, and she felt at ease. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden check-in location. The ancient sacred academy of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion. Check-in requirement. Engage in conversation with the ancient woman with dual pupils for over 10 minutes. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have obtained 1 unit of the exotic green wood divine source, 1 portion of golden body liquid, and 1 portion of diamond liquid. Would you like to extract these rewards? The green wood divine source, a divine source brimming with vitality, birthed from the natural energies of the earth. As for the golden body liquid and diamond liquid, the golden body liquid is renowned within the Repairing Heaven sect as a divine liquid. After its baptism, the physical body becomes indestructible, elevating one's physical prowess to match that of Shur-Ao. The diamond liquid, esteemed alongside the golden body liquid, is a rare treasure from the Western Heaven sect, bestowing the drinker with a perfected diamond-like body. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Tian pondered thoughtfully. Such treasures may not be of immediate use to him, yet they could be buried within the spiritual soil of his cave abode, enhancing its quality and nurturing his spiritual herbs. Once the spiritual herbs bloom, he could cultivate his beehives. He cherished the Peak King he had painstakingly acquired, having even used some monkey sap and the pollen of spiritual flowers to nurture them. Perhaps every future powerhouse possesses a few quirks. Xiao Tian's passion lay in cultivating spiritual herbs and raising bees, indulging in culinary delights. He yearned to one day taste the exotic delicacies of royal families and the ancient exterminators, slathered in honey and roasted. Surely, they would be delectable. He recalled that dog meat was not only delicious, but also rich in nutrients, enhancing one's appetite. As for the golden body liquid and diamond liquid, they held no value for him, although they might serve the war goddess and Xiao Soner well. At that moment, Xiao Tian felt an itch and warmth coursing through his body. Was the ancient woman genuinely aiding him? After sitting for a while, he sensed his physical form had indeed strengthened slightly. Being beaten had paradoxically made him more resilient. This was utterly exasperating. It felt like a punishment he had brought upon himself. In the following hours, Xiao Tian seated himself at each stone pillar for half an hour to an hour. He did not study any treasure techniques, for the most precious skill here was the Repairing Heaven technique. He primarily focuses on refining his own skeletal inscriptions based on the occasional traces of enlightenment left by ancient sages, using the divine essence of bone culture as a furnace to temper his corporeal form. To suggest that he could attain divinity in his physical body would be an exaggeration. At present, he would be content with achieving a state of spiritual completeness, akin to the pinnacle of a venerable being's physique. The following day, Xiao Tian arose from his meditation, having fully absorbed the benefits derived from the thorough beating administered by the girl with the double pupils. He was almost tempted to implore her for another round, for a single bout could equate to 6 months, or even a year, of meticulous physical refinement. How could he not be exhilarated? Fortunately, he was not ultimately blinded by the immediate benefits before him. Such fortuitous occurrences are typically most effective the first time, with diminishing returns thereafter, unless he could find a more formidable practitioner of the double pupils than she. The girl with the double pupils likely possessed the ability to perceive the scattered medicinal energies within his body's acupoints and meridians, assisting him in forging these energies into his flesh as if they were being hammered into iron. However, Xiao Tian was acutely aware that many medicinal forces lay hidden deeper within, directly absorbed by his essence, yet not fully activated. The human body is a marvel of complexity. Who can truly unlock all the secrets of its latent potential? Subsequently, Shu Hao and Hua Linger gradually awakened, embarking on their own journeys of enlightenment upon the stone pillars in the Sacred Academy's valley. Under the guidance of the girl with the double pupils, they prudently refrained from overextending themselves in the intricate techniques embedded within the traces of enlightenment, instead focusing on the intuitive insights of the sages and igniting sparks of wisdom through their own understanding. During this period, the practitioner of the double pupils awoke once more and, upon seeing Xiao Tian and his companions, particularly Xiao Tian, felt a dull ache in his forehead. The phrase emerging with brilliance seemed to echo like a curse, ever since he emerged from the 100 Broken Mountains. He had ignited a wave of speculation regarding the immense benefits he garnered there, culminating in his transformation and the emergence of demonic horns. Given time, he would undoubtedly evolve into a practitioner of unparalleled techniques. Curse that phrase, for those old fools were deliberately tarnishing his reputation, mocking the Rain Clan and the Martial King's mansion. Nevertheless, after the guidance of the ancient girl with the double pupils, he had at least learned the virtue of composure, suppressing all fury to focus on his path of enlightenment. With hundreds of stone pillars to contemplate, the benefits would be monumental. Most importantly, he had been the first to enter and had received the most precious liquid of the golden body from the pavilion of heaven's restoration. He had already utilized this liquid to enhance his arduous physical cultivation, achieving a formidable strength of 100,000 and 80,000 pounds. This is the remarkable power of the golden body liquid, capable of fully unlocking corporeal potential and compensating for the shortcomings in one's cultivation. Indeed, the Sacred Academy, which practiced the contemporary path, could summon any practitioner whose physical prowess matched that of the 100,000 and 80,000 pounds level. In the original narrative, Shi utilized the golden body liquid to attain perfection in his corporeal form, rendering his physical abilities comparable to Shi Hao's. In that battle, Shi Hao's victory was hard-won, fraught with peril. There, the most elite prodigies from across the 9 heavens and 10 earths converged. For any top-tier genius, even the slightest flaw could spell a fatal blow, leading to defeat. What truly distinguished Shi Hao was his achievement of the 10 cave heavens unification, a remarkable evolution that culminated in the creation of the celestial veil technique, a method that explored the universe within the human body, whereby each individual embarked on a supreme foundation of cultivation. Of course, Shi Hao was exceptional in many respects. His 3 strands of celestial energy from the ancient celestial methods, and his encounters with the dark prison that had ensnared the most talented of the ages further attested to that. By simultaneously cultivating both the contemporary and ancient paths, he reached the pinnacle, ultimately establishing an entirely new system of cultivation. Xiao Tian could not help but concede that, even if he were to receive extraordinary advantages, he would not dare to claim he could surpass what Shi Hao had achieved. Thus, the pursuit of excellence must continue. This is the golden body liquid. Huolinger, you may utilize it. As a disciple of the ancient Sacred Academy, you are entitled to such a reward, which complements the restoration technique. However, this is the last portion available. As she spoke, the ancient girl with the double pupils directed her gaze toward Huoling, presenting her with a jade vial. She then communicated the method of usage, which was simple: dissolve it in clean water and take a bath. Shi Hao opened his mouth. He longed for every good thing. Yet in his heart, he had already acknowledged Huolinger as his partner. Why was this young lad so precocious? One could attribute it to his environment and the adage that proximity to the virtuous cultivates virtue, while closeness to the unworthy breeds unworthiness. This burden, he could only say, was one he wished to evade. Ultimately, everyone continued their training in the ancient Sacred Academy for another half-month before departing with satisfaction. With the assistance of the ancient girl with the double pupils, Huolinger completed her transformation. Firstly, she had repaid a favor to the master of the Pavilion of Heaven's restoration by recuperating in another's domain, thus accumulating some karmic debt. Secondly, as a fellow woman, she naturally wished to nurture the outstanding junior, especially since Huolinger was a descendant of the 7 kings of the wilderness. As for Xiao Tian and Shi Hao, they held no desire to engage or converse with Shi. Xiao Tian felt utterly intimidated by the ancient girl with the double pupils. Fearing another reprimand that would lead to embarrassment, he also refrained from calling Shi four-eyed nephew in her presence, lest he provoke a violent response. Shi Hao understood that he was currently at a key cultivation level below Shi. It was not yet time for conflict. In the end, Xiao Tian, Shi Hao, and Huolinger joyfully departed, their next destination being to meet the goddess of Willow. Shi Hao was bringing his partner home to meet his family, while Xiao Tian pondered his matchmaking plans, uncertain of his luck in such endeavors. After the departure of Xiao Tian, Shi Hao, and Huolinger, only the war goddess and Shi remained. The presence of the 3, or at least 2, had instilled a profound tranquility within her. Defeat is merely defeat. For who among cultivators can claim true invincibility? One must simply strive to grow stronger after each fall, reclaiming their place in the next realm. As for the enmity between him and the child named Shi Hao, it would inevitably reach a resolution. To the practitioner of the double pupils, the possession of that supreme bone held little significance. She could only say that during the ancient era, she had vanquished more than a handful of individuals possessing similar supreme bone talents. I can guide you. The specifics are for you to comprehend. She spoke with an air of indifference. Chapter 91. The Great King's Boundless Power. She harbored the intention to take Shi as her disciple, yet his temperament did not appeal to her. Thus, let him engage in a duel with Shi Hao. If Shi Hao were to perish, she would at least understand the source of his inner turmoil. Should he be slain by Shi Hao, she possessed secret methods to revive him, thereby breaking his mental barrier. However, upon contemplating Xiao Tian, the ancient girl with the double pupils suddenly realized that if Shi Hao truly fell to Shi, she would be compelled to intervene and save him. Otherwise, sure, he would certainly be ended by Xiao Tian. That lad had advanced too far into the spirit transformation realm's initial stage. While sure, he could be dispatched with a mere slap, the disparity was insurmountable. Yet, this very thought ignited her fighting spirit. The boy had boasted of suppressing her a decade hence. A mere jest. Let her disciple subdue him, and, at that moment, she could retort, "You cannot even surpass my disciple. How dare you boast?" In truth, the perfect world operates in such a manner. At first, one might assume that the most extraordinary supreme bone talent is commonplace in the upper realms. However, it is merely an initial incarnation. True rarity lies in beings like the Six Crowned Kings, who possess 3 innate talents, one of which is the Qilin technique, considered to be talents above the level of true immortals. Of course, the practitioners of the double pupils are equally rare. In the upper realms, across 3,000 states, none have encountered a second practitioner of the double pupils in the same era. Why have you departed from the ancient sacred academy so quickly? Did you not obtain any rewards? The spirit offering gourd vine inquired upon noticing the 3 descending from the 9th tier celestial ladder. The harvest was abundant. The celestial repairing technique was now in our possession. And we had also encountered a mysterious elder. It's that esteemed senior. She is still alive, truly a cause for celebration. Fire Spirit exclaimed with palpable excitement. The spirit gourd vine remarked with a hint of nostalgia, indeed. Subsequently, Fire Spirit recounted some of the events that transpired, relieved that she and Sure Hao had not witnessed Xiao Tian being beaten. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing for him to face anyone. Years ago, when he guarded the Celestial Repairing Pavilion, he sensed an injured maiden entering the ancient sacred academy. However, he chose to feign ignorance, believing that as long as she posed no threat to the pavilion, it was not his concern. Recently, the elders of the pavilion had resolved to launch an offensive against the Tuoba clan as a punitive demonstration, warning the factions in the Great Wasteland that those who dared to provoke the Celestial Repairing Pavilion would face dire consequences, no matter how distant. The Tuoba clan was located 300,000 miles from the western borders of the Stone Kingdom, conveniently along the route you were to return. Would you care to accompany us for some training? Then, the spirit Gourd Vine mentioned something to the 3 of them. We must certainly go, Sure Hao declared with indignation. The old man and Xiao Tian are both putting on a show, while I alone am kept in the dark. It's utterly outrageous. I'm going as well. Fire Spirit chimed in enthusiastically. Then let us set off together on our way home. I have heard there exists a medicinal estate belonging to the Rain clan, known as Falling Phoenix Ridge. Xiao Tian remarked nonchalantly. Falling Phoenix Ridge should be located 100,000 miles beyond the Tuoba clan, indeed along your route. The spirit Gourd Vine affirmed, providing a clear plan. Excellent. In that case, we shall first attack the Tuoba clan and seize that Rain clan estate to reclaim some interest. Sure Hao proclaimed with fervor. The Rain clan has clearly arranged for disciples to cultivate in the Celestial Repairing Pavilion, yet they have secretly plotted against us, especially that Rain Foam, who acted as a traitor. While the spirit Gourd Vine feigned death to lure enemies, it inadvertently brought forth some traitors as well. Let us prepare and depart at noon. You have 3/4 of an hour to attend to personal matters, and I will transport you directly, the spirit Gourd Vine instructed. Given the great distance, eradicating the Tuoba clan, a faction that had been so audacious, would require the direct teleportation of the spirit Gourd Vine. Having already captured 7 esteemed beings, the harvest was indeed significant. Other invading factions could merely be regarded as small fry. Sure Hao and Fire Spirit naturally dashed off to find familiar seniors or friends to accompany them, quickly disappearing from sight. Xiao Tian remained behind, intending to visit the Deer Hunting Academy to deliver the Diamond Liquid and Body Refinement Liquid to the War Goddess and Xiao Sun'er. These treasures yield optimal effects when used promptly and possess remarkable properties for solidifying one's foundation. In the lower realms, esteemed beings can traverse the void freely, not to mention the spirit Gourd Vine, who had quietly entered the realm of true divine spirit, corresponding to the true One realm. With a mere flick of a leaf, Xiao Tian was sent forth. After delivering the liquids to Lu Hua, he was promptly returned. 3/4 of an hour later, amidst a vibrant green leaf that appeared like a canopy, it descended upon the Tuoba clan, resembling the arrival of countless black mountains, pressing down heavily, leaving the Tuoba clan's people breathless. This battle was devoid of righteousness. It was a genocidal assault, a testament to the brutality of the Great Wasteland. The spirit Gourd Vine had already shown restraint, not targeting every faction that had aimed at the Celestial Repairing Pavilion. If he had heeded the words of the Hall Elder, Old Han, he would have struck each one mercilessly, with the 4 great elders joining forces, even the pavilion master stepping in to lead the charge. In such a scenario, those factions lacking esteemed beings would be reduced to dust, ceasing to exist. However, having witnessed the fragility of life countless times, the spirit gourd vine believed that to kill one to warn many was sufficient. True strength was the ultimate truth. Thus, the pavilion master had once again entered seclusion to strive for the esteemed realm. This time, he had acquired 3 drops of Thunder Calamity liquid, along with the blessings of the old spirit gourd, making his breakthrough hopeful. Xiao Tian had obtained a considerable quantity of Thunder Calamity liquid, aside from what he had consumed. Over 400 drops remained, each the size of a fingertip. The slaughter commenced, as the disciples of the celestial repairing pavilion descended like heavenly soldiers, led by the 4 elders, wielding the 4 divine weapons honed through the spirit's training, shattering the protective formations of the Tuoba clan. With stunning crimson blooms erupting, bones shattered. This was the norm of the great wasteland. It was either you or me. Under the immense canopy of the gourd leaves, countless lives were reaped, collapsing to the ground. Of course, only the Tuoba clan was to be exterminated. They governed billions of souls, and the celestial repairing pavilion would remain uninvolved in their relocation and resettlement issues, which would fall upon Shi Huang's shoulders. Clang! Xiao Tian set his sights on a powerful elder of the inscription realm, exuding an aura of decay, yet possessing a formidable physique. Clad in golden armor, he summoned a golden bone bell to shield himself. Surrounded by 3 formidable ancient beasts, the golden hound, the mysterious turtle, and the bian. Undoubtedly, this was an elder of the Tuoba clan, prepared to fight to the death. Likely knowing that their core disciples had already fled, but the celestial repairing pavilion had sent people to hunt them down. It was an eye for an eye, blood for blood. To the due north was Xiao Tian's target. He brandished a silver divine sword, leading the charge with a commanding presence. Banners fluttering behind him as Shi Hao and the others rode atop the now powerful black Sha tiger, trampling the heavens with thunderous roars. Xiao Tian bellowed, unleashing the true dragon fist, his body enveloped by a red divine dragon, crackling with golden lightning. The dragon's head seemed to merge with his fist, and with the enhancement of his mighty abilities, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, he struck the golden bell. Crack! The golden bell, a treasure forged by a powerful inscription realm expert from the bones of the golden hound, was shattered by Xiao Tian's punch. A golden hound lunged at him, but Xiao Tian's other hand reached out, transforming into a dragon claw, radiating dazzling brilliance, akin to a phoenix's blood-red gold. With a swift motion, he crushed the attacking golden hound into a shower of runic fragments, merely an empty facade, utterly defenseless. Behind Xiao Tian, a pair of black and gold coimping wings unfurled, distinct from Shi Hao's, standing poised in midair as his hair danced wildly. In the next moment, with a powerful flap of his wings, he descended like 2 divine blades cleaving through the air, tearing apart the forms of the mysterious turtle and bian with shocking ease. Xiao Tian surged forward, delivering a palm strike enveloped in swirling clouds and 5-colored divine light. Amidst the ethereal mist, a figure flickered into view, with pristine eyes capable of instilling tranquility and harmony in all things. Beneath her, the ancient earth stretched endlessly, where countless beings knelt in worship and prayer, a scene of breathtaking grandeur, with the masses reverently bowing and calling out. With a resounding whoosh, the 5-colored palm imprint flew forth, akin to an immortal descending, gently landing upon the elder, whose body stiffened as the light in his eyes faded, transforming into a statue of 5-colored jade. Following this, above his head, the celestial gourd appeared, shimmering with purple and azure light, drawing him into the gourd to be refined into divine essence. The current celestial repairing technique possessed the power of refinement, capable of turning adversaries into stone, bloodless yet profoundly intimidating. The great king is invincible, unassailable, wise, and martial. With an imposing presence, the great king wields boundless magic, with vast capabilities, commanding the Tuoba clan. The tree man and silver blood giant immediately shouted at the top of their lungs. Xiao Tian, upon hearing the shouts of the 2 individuals, momentarily stiffened before relaxing his posture, finding the sensation rather agreeable. Huolinger and Shi Hao exchanged exasperated glances. They had long since become acquainted with these 2 sycophants back in the 100 Broken Mountains. Eliminate these wretched creatures. At that moment, from the northern expanse of the earth, a dozen individuals emerged, each bare-chested, robust, and muscular, their skin a bronze hue, brandishing bone hammers as they charged toward Xiao Tian. Behind them loomed the shimmering silhouette of a golden-horned earth bear, dedicated to the cultivation of body techniques, their proximity to the earth augmenting their formidable power. They aimed to ambush the young generation of the Repair Pavilion, seeking to inflict grievous harm. And even if it meant the destruction of their clan, they were resolute in not allowing the Repair Pavilion to emerge unscathed. Xiao Tian's physique radiated a crimson divine light, his fists glimmering like translucent rubies, as if sculpted from the essence of blood jade, resplendent in glory. He moved with grandiosity, enveloped in a cascade of crimson mist, whereupon his passage echoed with the sound of shattering bones, a clash not of stealth, but of direct confrontation. The elderly adversaries, their hair seemingly forged from bronze, experienced convulsions as their arms shattered and bones splintered, suffering grievous injuries even from the airborne collisions of runes. At the moment of collision, the sound of bodies bursting resounded as those who dared to confront Xiao Tian directly had their arms and heads obliterated, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of flesh and bone raining down. Chapter 92. The Human Meat Grinder. Fists collided, reducing entire arms to mere fragments, culminating in an explosive strike to the chest that obliterated half of the body, scattering the remains. As Xiao Tian's leg swept through, akin to the tail of a true dragon, one adversary was cleaved in two, blood and viscera splattering as they fell into a pool of crimson. Xiao Tian appeared as a veritable human meat grinder, enveloped in a fervent blaze reminiscent of burning scarlet flames, advancing relentlessly, leaving devastation in his wake. At the northern gate of the Xiao clan, only shattered bones and splattered flesh remained, with towering flames of crimson reaching 10 meters high. Leading the charge, Xiao Tian withstood all assaults, akin to a steamroller or bulldozer, plowing through the opposition, leaving a trail of casualties. There was nothing that Xiao Tian's palm, resembling a phoenix's blood-red golden imprint, could not shatter. If there were, he would simply strike again. Even the formidable beings of the inscription realm could not withstand his might, their protests silenced before their bodies were reduced to mere pulp. With a mighty roar, Xiao Tian unleashed a sound akin to a tempest, resonating like the clash of steel. The metallic clang filled the air. This was his dragon's roar technique, a fusion of the Pu Lao and true dragon arts, emanating a primal sound that ruptured the heavens. Structures that stood in his path were reduced to powder in an instant. This was the dragon's song, the pinnacle of sound wave techniques. And when mastered to its highest form, a single utterance could rend the very fabric of existence and subdue even the immortal true immortals. Before him, the disciples of the Xiao clan cried out in anguish as blood-red blossoms erupted in the air, their powerful forms fracturing under the weight of the divine sound. Even those of the inscription realm were torn asunder. The vista before him transformed into a scene of devastation, blood staining the heavens and earth. Countless individuals perishing alongside the collapsing structures, dissolving into dust and blood mist, a sight most horrifying. In the distance, the archers of the Xiao clan unleashed their fearsome, forbidden arrows. Relics from their glorious past, these azure arrows, akin to bronze, tore through the air like a horizontal whirlwind, terrifying in their approach. Xiao Tian remained unfazed, and in the next moment, the ruby golden hoop emerged from his ear, radiating a splendid light. With a swift motion, he swung the staff, colliding with the azure arrow, which shattered into a myriad of fragments upon impact. Death. In his hand, a crimson crystal-like flying knife appeared, which he casually hurled, empowered by his divine will. In an instant, a line of blood flashed, and the elder archer of the inscription realm had his head exploded, instantly slain. The little Tian flying knife never missed. Subsequently, utilizing his divine will, Xiao Tian sent forth a flurry of bloodlight, targeting only the cultivators, for only they remained. Ordinary folk had long since fled, leaving behind nothing of value, as any survivors would merely serve to sustain the Xiao bloodline. Kill. As the inscription realm foes became increasingly scarce, the disciples of the Repair Pavilion, Shan Hai, Huolinger, and others, charged forward to clear the area. Shan Hai wielded a broken sword, effortlessly cleaving through opponents of the spirit realm, while Huolinger brandished a vermilion bird sword, a vivid crimson blade seemingly forged from feathers, ignited with radiant light. Enemies struck by her blade were enveloped in red flames, turning to ash. In this moment, the partnership between Huolinger and Shan Hai resembled that of a dual sword synergy, hinting at their future as dual cultivators. Xiao Tian advanced smoothly, and the four elders of the Repair Pavilion met with similar ease, especially in their pursuit of the formidable Han Lao and the taciturn Lu Lao, cutting a path due east, while the clan's spirit had long since fled. Such was the devastation. What followed was a relentless onslaught. By the time Xiao Tian arrived, the Tuoba clan's treasure troves had already been discovered, with the valuable items having been taken away. However, this was of little consequence, as the spirit-reaping gourd vine had intercepted them weeks prior, eliminating the core members and securing the most vital treasures, spiritual medicines, and precious materials for the Butian Pavilion. Thus, the Tuoba clan was obliterated, fading into the annals of history, becoming a relic of the past. The clan had indeed fallen from grace, lacking a sage to oversee them. The once mighty patriarch of the Tuoba clan had already been effortlessly dispatched by Xiao Tian. This battle was merely a form of training, a means to stretch his limbs. Observing the land inhabited by the human race, he perhaps grasped a fragment of the reasoning behind the spirit-reaping gourd vine's decisions. Without the protection of the Tuoba clan, if the Sure Kingdom remained indifferent, these people would undoubtedly fall prey to the powerful and ferocious beasts. As the spirit-reaping gourd vine departed with the others, Xiao Tian, Sure Hao, and Huo Ling'er continued on their journey, riding the Black Sha tiger towards the western frontiers of the Sure Kingdom, with intentions to raid the Rain Clan's medicinal mountain, the Falling Phoenix Ridge. Falling Phoenix Ridge, it was said, was once home to a genuine phoenix during the era of the Great Antiquity. Regrettably, the true phoenix perished there, its blood staining the earth and transforming it into a land of treasures. Even from the Great Antiquity to the present, the soil remained rich in vitality, a fertile ground for cultivating spiritual herbs, imbued with a unique spiritual essence. Additionally, there lay a black gold mine and a ridge of auspicious beasts, alongside the medicinal mountain of Falling Phoenix Ridge, marking it as a strategically vital territory for the Rain Clan, long held by the ancient rain god. However, upon their arrival at Falling Phoenix, they received news that an 8-delicacy chicken had appeared there 2 months prior, with the Rain Clan attempting to capture it. But to no avail, for the chicken was exceedingly cunning and swift. Thus, they decided to split up. Sure Hao, Huo Ling'er, and the others were tasked with locating the 8-delicacy chicken. Hey, keep an eye on them. If you encounter Rain Clan experts, eliminate them effortlessly. I intend to explore the Black Gold Mine and the Spirit Beast Garden. Xiao Tian instructed Sure Hao, the Tree Spirit, and the Black Sha Tiger. With that, he set off, planning to seize the Black Gold Mine for storage, to later enhance the gourd of the seventh child. As for the spirit beasts raised by the Rain Clan, he intended to procure them all as a gesture for his visit to Stone Village. With the moniker of a spendthrift, he could hardly arrive empty-handed. Soon, chaos erupted in Luo Wang Ridge, with chickens flapping and monkeys leaping. The Rain Clan dispatched numerous formidable experts, including those in the Transformation Realm and the Inscription Realm, even summoning array masters to locate the elusive 8-treasure chicken. Conversely, for Xiao Tian, venturing into the mining area proved to be remarkably straightforward. Utilizing the innate talents of Lu Hua, he effortlessly accessed the core of the mine, where the primary mineral was black gold, a precious resource for crafting weapons below the Transformation Realm. In the heart of this area, he discovered the even rarer red-patterned black gold, amounting to 1,000 cubic feet. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian claimed it, planning to gift a portion of the ordinary black gold, which spanned 10,000 miles, to Shurtsuan for arrow production, while the remainder would be brought back to the Xiao Clan. The red-patterned black gold, on the other hand, could be employed to enhance the gourd, or bestowed upon both Xiao Feng and Ling Tian Ho for crafting spiritual arrows. In the innermost section, he stumbled upon the even more precious red blood divine gold, a divine-grade material capable of forging godly weapons, albeit available in only a single cubic meter. Remarkably, he also acquired a thumb-sized piece of immortal gold, adorned with the image of a true phoenix soaring amidst brilliant crimson clouds. This red blood divine gold, imbued with a drop of true phoenix blood, had undergone a transformation from ancient times to the present, evolving into an immortal substance through the erosion of time and power, and thus giving rise to this mineral vein. As for the black gold, could it be a sign of a black phoenix? The mining site was arduous to exploit due to its vast coverage, rendering it a strategic resource to be harvested gradually. However, for Xiao Tian, it was a matter of ease. He directly employed the power of Dehua, shrinking the entire mountain range and concealing it. Fortunately, his mastery of Dehua had significantly improved, allowing him not only to diminish the mountain, but also to lighten its weight, ultimately stashing it within his trousers. Only the first cave he opened, the Huiying Cave, remained accessible to him. The Huiying Cave, where the Ren, Du, and Chou meridians converge, is a crucial acupoint within the human body. This cave can be described as the most enigmatic among Xiao Tian's realms, harboring profound mysteries and even chaotic energy, rendering it difficult to develop. The Rain clan utilized captured warriors and purchased slaves for mining, all of whom were either of the blood-transporting realm or had their cultivation sealed at that level. Ordinary people could not possibly extract the minerals. To their astonishment, they suddenly discovered that the area housing the mineral vein had transformed into a gaping hole, and the restrictions binding them were lifted, granting them freedom. What were they waiting for? Thousands of miners scattered in an instant, among them several experts in the transformation realm. The once dominant overseers of the Rain clan were swiftly overwhelmed and slain by their combined efforts. Yet, this was merely a minor interlude. For Xiao Tian, the next destination was the Spirit Beast Garden. Shortly thereafter, within the Spirit Herb Garden, he vanquished numerous savage beasts and colossal birds, the strongest among them barely reaching the inscription realm. Meanwhile, atop the Spirit Herb Mountain, the divine stone reveled in the nourishing soil, joyfully rolling about and devouring the vibrant red earth. The creature known as Mouchio had already undergone a transformation into a nine-cave realm, originally a formidable Zhuyan, a respected entity capable of contending with the likes of the swallowing sky sparrow and the Qiongqi. Its potential was evident. Now, possessing 9 caves, its potential had escalated further, hinting at divine capabilities. Upon entering, it swiftly captured a plump, yellowish chicken, which darted away with remarkable speed. Fortunately, it had the divine stone with it, and after a swift strike, it knocked the chicken unconscious and stowed it in a replica of the Qian Kuan bag gifted by Shi Hao. As for Shi Hao, he, along with Hua Ling and the Black Sha Tiger, was engaged in battle against the Rain clan. The Black Sha Tiger was particularly formidable, easily gaining the upper hand against the array masters defending this area. Victory was merely a matter of time. Shi Hao, wielding the Ghost King's broken sword, was struggling against an inscription realm opponent, clearly at a disadvantage in a challenging battle. Fortunately, he possessed the remnants of the Kunpeng technique, allowing him to unleash the Kunpeng wings for unparalleled speed, evading even the inscription realm experts while maintaining a tactical advantage with his weapon. In Chapter 93, Little Gourd Boy, Hua Ling was also entangled with another inscription realm expert, employing the Zhuke technique alongside her Zhuke feather sword, managing to hold her ground. Meanwhile, the others, Big Redbird, Treant, Silver Blood Giant, had all ascended to the transformation realm, thus possessing the means to protect themselves. The duo, Heir Taozi, with the assistance of the spirit Gorvine, had regained his cultivation in the transformation realm, successfully blocking the most powerful late-stage inscription realm expert from the Rain clan. Upon Xiao Tian's arrival, the Black Sha Tiger concluded its battle, having significantly advanced in strength thanks to a great fortune, achieving perfection in its array mastery. The Rain clan's late-stage inscription realm guardian ultimately could not withstand its ferocious assault, suffering a devastating blow that left him bloodied and disfigured. Following this, the Black Sha Tiger unleashed its might, swiftly dispatching the remaining inscription realm experts. Upon Xiao Tian's arrival, he summoned the treasure technique, the Swallowing Gourd, to absorb all the corpses, their forms vanishing in a flash of purple and azure light, refined into primal essence by the Yin-Yang Dao fire. As for the medicinal fields of Luo Wang Ridge, a tempest had already arisen, with the blood-colored treasure soil soaring toward the mouth of the divine stone. As one of the 10 fiends, it had been pushed to its limits by Xiao Tian, now having cultivated to the 9-cave realm, with Xiao Tian demanding a 10-cave realm from it. Should it fail again, it would be relegated to the Shurtsuan latrines. This mountain range, with its rolling peaks, had been drenched in the blood of the ancient true phoenix, and the amount it could consume was staggering. Xiao Tian intended to claim it all, with tremors shaking the earth. The medicinal mountain of Luo Wang Ridge was swiftly relocated by Xiao Tian, hidden away in his trousers. Let us go. The crowd rejoiced, leaping onto the back of the Black Sha Tiger as they hurried toward Shurtsuan, their path clear. For the most formidable presence in this mountain range was merely an array-level ancient relic. Throughout the journey, Xiao Tian pondered the 8 treasure chicken, recalling that the royal garden of the Stone Kingdom housed a female 8 treasure chicken as well. In ancient times, the 8 treasure chicken was an essential dish served to guests by deities, revered as a delicacy so exquisite that even the gods praised it. The 8 treasure chicken, trembling on the ground, sensed the tension as Xiao Tian and Shi Hao engaged in celestial combat, a feeling it knew all too well, ingrained in its bloodline. Brother, perhaps it would be best not to eat it. It's a hen and can lay eggs, which are akin to spiritual herbs, devoid of side effects and beneficial for nurturing the physique of children, a treasure comparable to sacred medicine. Shi Hao wiped away his drool, striving to appear serious as he earnestly addressed Xiao Tian. The yellowish 8 treasure chicken, upon hearing Shi Hao's words, eagerly nodded. It still had value, capable of laying eggs. And though it was a hen, Crowing was not out of the question. This is an ancient 8 treasure. Even the gods say it's good. Let us taste it. Perhaps we could draw some blood for a chicken blood soup. Its spiritual blood is a nourishing elixir, said to be second only to sacred medicine. Etuotsi squatted side, craving meat and unable to resist inciting. Didn't you claim to be the peafowl sovereign? I bet your flesh, although a bit aged, would still be quite nourishing. Sure Hao immediately bared his teeth, swatting him aside. Xiao Tian was rendered speechless. Was he really that kind of person? The lad drooled at the mere thought of it. He himself had no such intentions of slaughtering the hen for mere gustatory pleasure. It seemed he would have to find an opportunity to steal the chicken from the Stone Kingdom. As for Sure Hao's fortune, he held no desire to seize it. Yet he had his own methods to obtain the 8 treasure chicken. 10 days later, Shurtsuan came into view once more, and he could once again behold the presence of the willow goddess. At the entrance of the village stood a tree struck by lightning, its trunk as thick as a grinding stone. The surface remained charred and blackened, yet it was evident that its condition had improved significantly since the first encounter. Much of the old, scorched bark had shed, giving way to fresh, verdant skin that gleamed like tears of jade, exquisitely sculpted. The willow tree now boasted 18 emerald branches adorned with morning dew, glistening and translucent, emanating a gentle radiance, though the willow branches appeared delicate and dripping with vitality. Xiao Tian was acutely aware of their formidable nature, moving with the precision of celestial chains that could pierce heaven and earth, impervious to the constraints of distance. However, in this moment, the willow deity exuded tranquility and serenity, her branches gracefully cascading like the hair of a maiden, swaying softly in the breeze. At that instant, one branch extended forth, ensnaring Xiao Tian's waist before he could react, lifting him effortlessly to the base of the willow tree, leaving him suspended there. Xiao Tian thought to himself. He indeed wished to graft his spirit onto the essence of the willow deity to attain enlightenment, but not in such a position. Little gourd boy, we meet again. Each encounter leaves me astounded. You are the most mysterious and wondrous being I have ever encountered. Your human form possesses the essence of flora. I am truly amazed by your growth since our last meeting. How have you achieved such remarkable transformation? Your physical vessel has undergone a stunning metamorphosis. Such a phenomenon is only seen in the offspring of true immortals. The voice of the willow deity resonated within Xiao Tian's heart, akin to a form of telepathic communion. Xiao Tian remained silent, pondering the rarity of such spiritual communication. Remarkably, he had encountered 2 such beings in a short span. Fortunately, following his previous experiences, he had anchored his mind with a stabilizing talisman. Xiao Tian was taken aback. He felt an air of pride in his own physical form, unique in its current realm. Yet the willow deity spoke of true immortals' progeny, suggesting that their physical vessels were incredibly powerful from birth. It became clear that there were fortuitous circumstances at play. Consuming divine medicine had indeed enhanced his fortune. Yet relying solely on such substances was not the righteous path. The offspring of supreme beings, true immortals, and celestial kings, despite being born with divine medicines and even possessing the blood of celestial kings, still needed to hone their skills through diligent practice. A robust physique alone could not facilitate breakthroughs. The willow deity continued to impart wisdom, her nurturing spirit compelling her to offer guidance. Thank you, Sister Willow Deity. For your instruction, Xiao Tian promptly replied. The willow deity examined Xiao Tian's condition before gently releasing him. She then extended another branch, bringing Sure Hao closer for inspection. Satisfied with Sure Hao's progress, she noted that he had now managed to unify the 10 realms into a singular pathway, embarking on the grand journey of integration. Child, you have done remarkably well. You are ready for a baptism. Prepare yourself. It will happen within the coming days. The willow deity advised Sure Hao. Help! I am not prey, nor am I a chicken. At that moment, Heir Toozi emitted a terrified cry. Though capable of wriggling free, he dared not do so, paralyzed by fear of the willow deity, who had him firmly grasped by the neck, ready to prepare him as a feast to welcome Sure Hao and Xiao Tian. The anguished cries of Heir Toozi were heart-wrenching, evoking both sorrow and laughter. Ha! Xiao Tian and Sure Hao could no longer contain their amusement at the scene. The atmosphere in Stone Village was indeed delightful. Poor Heir Toozi had only just begun to grow feathers, resembling a plucked chicken, far less appealing than even the chubby 8 treasure hen. Little ones, Qing Feng, it is good that you have returned safely. There is no need to bring gifts. It is a pity that this chicken is rather scrawny, remarked Aunt Hu, the mother of Tiger Girl, as she scrutinized Heir Toozi, her large hand firmly grasping his neck. Heir Toozi, nearly rolling his eyes, protested, I'm a guest, not a chicken. In truth, I am a wounded peacock. So, it is an ancient species that has become sentient and can speak human language, a treasure of blood and flesh. And who exclaimed excitedly. More villagers gathered around, pointing and expressing their excitement. Look, there's a large red chicken and a black panther. The children have truly made something of themselves. Aunt Bao, ever the doer, had already begun sharpening her knives, the sound of steel on stone ringing out, causing air to Ozzy, the red bird, and the black tiger to shiver with fright. They were acutely aware that they were in a village where children played with a butcher, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly palpable, explaining the emergence of such peculiar beings. Clearly, due to Xiao Tian's enigmatic nature, the villagers instinctively believed he and the mischievous child hailed from the same place. Please spare them. I brought gifts for you all. Xiao Tian exclaimed with hearty laughter, coming to the rescue of the beleaguered creatures. He then produced an array of fierce avian and savage beast carcasses captured from the Rain Tribe's spirit beast sanctuary, distributing them among the villagers. Over 100 corpses piled high in the village's open space. Instantly, the villagers were filled with delight. The village had been lacking in food, and the men who ventured out hunting often faced injury or even death. Xiao Tian still had a few more prizes to unveil, as revealing everything at once would be overwhelming. Of course, the most pressing matter remained his intention to graft his essence onto that of the willow deity, which would greatly aid in his cultivation. He also kept the willow deity's advice in mind, though his circumstances were unique. The inherent talents within his gourd boy essence would automatically enhance his abilities. His cultivation method was destined to differ from that of Shan Hai. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. He still had 4 more gourd boy essence panels to integrate, ensuring he would ultimately lack no strengths. As dusk fell, the hunters returned. And Shan Hai was naturally overjoyed, for this was his sanctuary. Back at home, he reverted to a childlike state, showcasing the treasures he had acquired, eagerly awaiting praise from the adults. It was worth recalling that just over a month prior, he had confidently declared to Xiao Tian that he had grown up. In total, he presented 45 unscathed spirit herbs, all gathered from the 100 Break Mountain and the Rain Tribe's Spirit Herb Mountain, which he planted in every corner of Stone Village. Sprinkling some spiritual soil from the falling Phoenix Ridge, and a touch of mud soaked in the elixir of youth, the village quickly transformed into a realm of ethereal energy, radiant and dreamlike. Xiao Tian possessed even more spirit herbs himself, yet he had not undertaken such endeavors within the Xiao Clan. At present, he still required these herbs to nurture the burgeoning realms within him, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the quintessence of sun and moon to facilitate his cultivation. Once he grew stronger, he would gradually phase out the less potent herbs and slowly revitalize the Xiao Clan. After all, he still had several years of growth ahead before departing to the lower realms. Chapter 94. Borrowing the willow deity's essence to comprehend the great path. As for Xiao Tian, only the willow deity could truly see through him. On the surface, he still appeared as Li Xiaoyao, having brought substantial gifts on his first visit to Stone Village, receiving a warm welcome from all the villagers. Sister Willow Deity, I have some fine items here. Do you need any of them? Might they be of assistance to you? Xiao Tian continued to seek to enhance his rapport with the willow deity. He then produced 5 drops of the elixir of youth, 10 drops of the true water of Tai, a cup of earth spirit milk, a quasi-saint medicinal silver peach, a petal of a spirit-connecting divine flower, a fist-sized shard of divine essence, which he sliced off with the kitchen god's knife, and finally, 9 precious sacred fruits. These sacred fruits, regardless of their origins, had undergone countless epochs of transformation, and even the willow deity could not fully grasp their mysteries. You little rascal have truly astonished me. All of this is your fortune. Very well, I shall take a small portion of each. Gathering the divine essence within them will suffice. My situation is not one that can be easily restored by any earthly treasure. The willow deity's voice rippled slightly, primarily astonished by Xiao Tian's fortuitous luck. At that moment, Shan Hai approached, presenting his own carefully prepared gift for the willow deity. The fountain of eternal youth. Each droplet resembles a vast ocean of gold, splendid and resplendent, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The melodious sound of bubbling spring water resonates, enchanting to the ear. Similarly, the true water of Tai undulates like waves of silver, overwhelming this place entirely. Though it is but a mere trickle, it produces a thundering roar and a cascading sound that sweeps across the heavens. Furthermore, the earth spirit milk, fragrant and rich, pure as jade and flawless in its crystalline clarity, each droplet akin to a luminous pearl, Inhaling its essence seems to promise a transformation of one's very being. The silver peach, akin to a full moon, exudes an alluring fragrance that soothes the heart. The fist-sized divine source, azure in hue, hovers in the air, emanating an astonishing vitality, as if brimming with boundless potential. The petals of the spirit-communing flower display a mystical purple, shrouded in mist and illuminated by rosy light, releasing a subtle fragrance capable of enlightening all beings, guiding them towards enlightenment. Lastly, there are the 9 sacred fruits, each distinct, gently exuding a refreshing aroma, their divine essence contained, lacking the ostentatious aura of other treasures. The willow goddess extends several willow branches, each absorbing but a single drop from these heavenly materials. She has scarcely touched the true water of Tai, the earth spirit milk, or the silver peach and spirit communing flower, and has merely extracted a drop of juice from the sacred fruit, while a portion of the divine source liquefies. The essence of the treasures rising in droplets of gold, silver, and purple like dew, transforming into mist that permeates her willow leaves, igniting a vibrant display of radiant hues. In an instant, the entire willow tree bursts forth with 1,000 colors, resplendent and radiant, its leaves a kaleidoscope of shades. Other materials are unnecessary. Keep them. I wish to contemplate the immortal divine mysteries of these heavenly treasures, the willow goddess states, her tone noticeably softened. Sister willow goddess, may I transform into a gourd and hang upon one of your willow branches to attain enlightenment? Fear not, I shall not disturb you. In the pavilion of mending heaven, I assisted a gourd vine deity in rebirth in such a manner. Xiao Tian proposed as he stowed away the treasures. Little one, do not drool over my treasures. When the willow goddess purifies you, I shall gladly lend you my aid. You are far too weak now, easily bested, and I am overwhelmingly powerful, lonely as snow. Xiao Tian retorted, glancing at Shan Hai with a hint of annoyance. Shan Hai muttered inwardly, bemoaning the prodigal nature of Xiao Tian 100 times over. I am unlike that gourd vine. Your assistance will not suffice, is that so? The willow goddess gently entwined a branch around Xiao Tian's waist, lifting him slightly. Xiao Tian, feeling awkward, earnestly replied, it is not necessary. I can manage on my own. My movement shall be gentle and shall not disrupt you. Very well. The willow goddess released Xiao Tian, patiently awaiting his next action. With a gentle leap, Xiao Tian swiftly shrank, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized crimson gourd, hanging from a willow branch. Sister willow goddess, I am ready. How do you feel? Did I hurt you or disturb you? Not at all. The sensation is quite pleasant. Now, I must meditate. Upon awakening, I shall bestow you with purification. With that, the willow goddess fell into silence, the entire tree radiating a soft emerald glow, safeguarding the village of stone. Oh, Sister willow goddess, I understand. Shan Hai gazed enviously at Xiao Tian, yearning to become a gourd himself. As time passed, Shan Hai continuously endeavored to merge with the 10 cave heavens, eagerly anticipating the willow goddess's awakening and her purification. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, transformed into a palm-sized red jade gourd, remained aglow, suspended from the willow branch, as if they had merged into one entity, the gourd seamlessly grafted onto the branch. Xiao Tian, however, had acquired numerous fragments of the willow goddess's trail of enlightenment, witnessing many formidable battles, which significantly broadened his experience and perspective, proving crucial for his future cultivation. These encounters included battles from the Divine Fire Realm, True One Realm, Celestial Gods, Void Path Realm, and even more advanced confrontations, showcasing grandeur and techniques capable of refining the heavens. True strength, he realized, does not solely reside in a robust physical form. Others' magical powers can refine worlds, suppress celestial bodies, and forge new realms. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian was aware that he possessed complementary physical divine abilities. If the innate talents of his companions, Dao Hua and the future San Hua, converged, they would surpass even the legendary immortal monks of ancient times, renowned for their indestructible physiques. Thus, Xiao Tian entered a profound state of enlightenment, striving to digest the insights gained from his experience. While the 7th and 6th incarnations in the Pavilion of Mending Heaven and the Academy of Deer Hunting also declared their seclusion, dedicating themselves to fully absorbing the benefits acquired. Soon, 20 days elapsed. During this time, Shan Hai ventured into the Void Divine Realm, a territory rife with rival forces, where he could retaliate without reservation. He even acquired fragments of ancient bronze artifacts, with each fragment representing 1/10. Gathering 10 would allow him to exchange for the true phoenix techniques of the 10 fiends. He brought the inhabitants of Stone Village along into the Void Divine Realm, causing havoc, ensuring that the village lacked for prey. As Xiao Tian's offerings would suffice for over half a year. After wreaking havoc in the blood-pulling realm, he proceeded into the cave heaven realm. Here, many rival forces felt emboldened, mistakenly believing they could regain control. In the blood-pulling realm, his unparalleled combat prowess had left him without rivals, allowing him to dominate numerous opposing factions in that area. Entering the realm representing the strength of the cave heavens, many sought to reclaim their dignity. Unfortunately for them, the Rain tribe was swiftly eradicated by him, their divine mandates devoured by his overwhelming might. After all, this realm was fundamentally constructed upon the rules of the void divine realm. Only those capable of consuming its essence could benefit from it. This entire experience served as a trajectory of growth and opportunity for Shan Hai. Subsequently, he single-handedly obliterated the rival forces within the cave heaven realm. Despite facing some ancient remnants of the 9 cave heavens and youths from other domains, they all met with disastrous defeat. Even the false mother beast, Yin Shi, was drawn out. Shan Hai, having inherited Xiao Tian's shameless teachings, embraced and bit her unabashedly. The opponent's grandfather, a 9 cave heaven entity, barely managed to unleash a power akin to the 10 cave heavens through treasured artifacts, only for Shan Hai to seize their protective armament. Yin Shi's grandfather, a venerable figure from the ancient divine mountain, recognized Shan Hai's potential, deliberately mentioning the whereabouts of the ancient 10 fiends Kuanping techniques, inviting him to join in the plunder. This region was peculiar, accessible only to those of the spirit transformation realm, requiring a 10 cave heaven individual to activate the passage's prohibitions for entry. Without such a presence, neither gods nor others could penetrate its defenses. This encapsulates Shan Hai's experiences during this period. On the 31st day of Xiao Tian's hanging from the willow branch, chaotic mists churned, clouds billowed in brilliant hues, and violet energy swirled, stretching for 30,000 miles, revealing an endless mountain range that resembled the spine of the heavens. The closer one examined, the more insignificantly small one felt. At the mountain's base grew a gourd vine, twisting and entwining the entire mountain, resembling an ancestral dragon. Its skin akin to ancient, azure scales, heavy and majestic. Each leaf seemed to encompass 3,000 worlds, countless stars twinkling, infinite microcosms rising and falling. At this moment, even the willow goddess was stirred. The resonance and essence of such profound laws, with an ancient aura, eluded her comprehension. Yet she keenly perceived the magnificent and timeless rhythm of the Tao. It was an exquisitely profound opportunity, ineffable and beyond verbal expression. In essence, it is inexpressible. The Buddha states, it cannot be articulated, nor can it be articulated. The Tao asserts, the Tao that can be articulated is not the eternal Tao. This suggests that while truth may be known, it cannot be adequately conveyed through language. The Tao is formless and without image. Any Tao that can be spoken of is not the authentic Tao. For the spirit of Willow, this experience may very well represent her greatest chance for transcendence in the future. Perhaps the outcome will alter, and upon their next meeting, she will no longer be a charred tree stump. Likewise, Xiao Tian has reaped immense rewards. Not only did he witness numerous battles, but he also received a modicum of divine essence from the spirit of Willow, nourishing both his corporeal vessel and his spiritual consciousness, leading to their enhancement. Most of this power has permeated the depths of his being, destined to awaken slowly over time. In truth, the spirit of Willow herself is a rare treasure, akin to the primordial roots of the 10 innate spiritual entities, much like the willows of the primeval wilderness. The potential for creation is boundless. Now that Xiao Tian's realm is sufficiently elevated, his experience of witnessing thousands of epic battles has provided him with immeasurable assistance. Benefits so profound they defy verbal description. They can only be comprehended intuitively, not conveyed through words. He and Shan Hai are both honing their ultimate realms, traversing their unique paths. Shan Hai has gained tremendous advantages from the decree of the rain god within the void divine realm. His supreme bone is further awakening and gradually taking shape, which is immensely beneficial for his aspiration to unify the 10 caves of heaven, particularly as he has recently been lacking in energy. The spirit of Willow intends to bless Shan Hai, and naturally, she cannot overlook the eager Xiao Tian, who is accompanied by the descendant of the Fire Queen, Huoling, who also lends a hand. Chapter 95. This bow unveils a grand design. Ultimately, unable to restrain himself, the little one interrupted the spirit of Willow, seeking her assistance in acquiring the arcane techniques of the 10 fiends Kuanping. Yet he harbored fears of being ensnared by treachery. If the spirit of Willow were to willingly guide him afterward, then he would have nothing to worry about. Of course, it would be ideal to bring along his extravagant elder brother, Xiao Tian. Should he attract all the enemies with his ostentation, his own pressure will be significantly alleviated. Xiao Tian remains oblivious to the child's intentions. Were he aware, he would undoubtedly be unable to suppress his urge to chastise. He now regrets not having brought the female warrior with him. However, it is not too late. He contacts the seventh child, requesting the ritual spirit, Gourd Vine, to bring the sixth and seventh children, while also asking that the female warrior Yumerin and Xiao Suner be brought along as well. Upon their encounter, the sixth and seventh children instantly fuse together, leaving Yumerin and Xiao Suner utterly astonished. Yumerin, the female warrior, seemed lost in thought, sensing something elusive that she could not fully grasp. This grand deceiver had been shrouded in mystery since their first meeting. However, women are indeed drawn to enigmatic men, akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise, especially when the anticipated outcome promises to be astonishing. Yet, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. The reckoning can wait for another day. Accompanied by a gourd vine, a passageway opens outside Stone Village, where Xiao Tian's desired companions await. Alongside a green gourd that transforms into a person, the ritual spirit, Gourd Vine's primordial spirit, also arrives, curious to witness the spirit of Willow, whom Xiao Tian holds in such high regard. The primordial spirit of the ritual Gourd Vine appears as a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, reminiscent of the character from the tale of Sword Immortal. Upon his arrival, Xiao Tian is left astounded. According to the old Gourd's description, he has undergone a form of rebirth, regaining his youth, with the passage of time having erased its marks. His current appearance is a manifestation of the primordial spirit, shaped in homage to his former master, the Ghost Lord. Now, he is indeed a true deity, capable of manifesting his corporeal form without restriction. Old brother, you have arrived. Since you are here, please contribute a leaf or two during the blessing ceremony, Xiao Tian remarks. Of course. The ritual spirit, Gourd Vine, responds nonchalantly, extending his hand as 5 gourd leaves enveloped in green mist emerge from the void, transforming into palm-sized leaves that fall into Xiao Tian's grasp, each resembling finely carved emeralds, glistening with a rich green hue. However, as he steps out of the spatial passage and catches sight of the spirit of Willow, Xiao Tian hears a resounding thud as the handsome middle-aged man, the ritual spirit Gourd Vine, prostrates himself, bowing deeply to the ground, utterly shedding the guise of a true deity. Heaven and earth, descending to the depths of the 9 hells, soaring to the heights of the 9 heavens, boundless and eternal. I revere you, my deity. The Gourd Vine kneels with unwavering reverence, trembling with excitement, his lips quivering as he utters these words. In this act of prostration, the image of a true deity is entirely eclipsed. This bow has unveiled a grand design. Sure how, the female warrior, Xiao Suner, and the others, including the extraordinary beings like the Scarlet Bird, stand in stunned silence. They have witnessed the immense power of the ritual spirit Gourd Vine. It has effortlessly defeated formidable beings such as the devouring sparrow, the quinquagenarian, and the esteemed denizens of the southern cataclysmic mountain, annihilating them in an instant, even before they could destroy the primal treasure bones. Such a formidable ritual spirit, Gourd Vine, now bows deeply before the spirit of Willow, exclaiming, "My deity, the great willow tree, the spirit of Willow known among the populace of Stone Village, is likely far more powerful than they had ever imagined. Their ignorance has limited their capacity for imagination. Rise, you are commendable. Henceforth, I grant you permission to witness the blessing of these children," the spirit of Willow states. Perceiving a faint resonance of the Tao stemming from Xiao Tian within the old Gourd Vine, which is more than sufficient. The assistance provided to this old vine by the Supreme will be immensely significant. It is no ordinary entity, and even she cannot fully fathom its depths. Xiao Tian places great importance on this blessing, having unified his 3 bodies, believing he has attained a measure of self-preservation in the lower realms. Most importantly, those present are individuals he trusts. The tree folk and the silver-blooded giants have endured the trials of the Reconstruction Pavilion, and while the beginning was indeed a great calamity, they have remained steadfast, having earned Xiao Tian's recognition. Now is the time for the truth to be unveiled. However, the female warrior, Yumerin, must be pacified. He can always hear her grinding her teeth, and one can only wonder when she might seek retribution during their next kiss. The spirit of Willow instructs everyone to take 3 days to adjust their states to the optimal conditions. Meanwhile, the female warrior Yumerin takes Xiao Tian's hand and leads him into the small grove. A short while later, the distant crowd hears Xiao Tian's howling cries, akin to a wolf's lament. He never anticipated that Yumeirun, the female warrior, had a particular penchant for biting. Her affection manifested upon his shoulders, arms, neck, and even his lips and tongue. Ultimately, however, Xiao Tian proves to be formidable, employing his silver tongue charm to soothe the female warrior and quell her minor tantrum. The female warrior possesses a delightful temperament. She is straightforward and decisive, easy to appease, and holds no grudges. The female warrior aims to utilize this blessing to reforge her path and break through the 10 caves of heaven, even if it requires external assistance. She understands that achieving a breakthrough on her own would be exceedingly difficult, as the challenges only intensify with the elevation of one's realm. For instance, Hualinger has undergone a baptism by the ancestral land, returning to her bloodline's origins, successfully achieving a breakthrough into the 10 caves of heaven. This is indeed a form of external assistance. Xiao Suner is fortunate, being still young. Her experience of the spirit of Willow's blessing may perfect her body, enhanced by the use of the Vidra liquid, while also facilitating her breakthrough into the cave heaven realm. She is a fortunate little girl, arriving at an opportune moment. 3 days swiftly pass. The spirit of Willow is set to bless Xiao Tian, Sure Hao, the female warrior. Hu Lingar, on Xiao Sunar simultaneously. Xiao Tian regards this blessing with utmost seriousness, as it pertains to the first step of his transformation into a spiritual being. Sure Hao's cultivation is nearing his level, while Xiao Tian has stagnated for too long at the first step of spiritual transformation. As for achieving corporeal divinity, that is an arduous endeavor, one that can only wait for a future reconstruction. The spirit of Willow is correct. Elevation of realms is crucial, and it is time for him to break through. For Sure Hao, this transformation was equally significant. He had lingered too long within the realm of the 10 hollow heavens. The playful smile had vanished from his youthful visage, replaced by a demeanor of utmost seriousness and gravity as he regulated his breath, invigorating his spirit. Seated beneath the willow tree, Sure Hao relied solely on himself, laboriously cultivating the 10 hollow heavens. When all 10 hollow heavens opened simultaneously, they coalesced into a singular sphere, confining everything within a defined boundary. In that moment, Sure Hao comprehended that this was the innate ability spoken of by his elder brother. The prodigal one, an extraordinary talent birthed from reaching a certain threshold, a cataclysmic outburst of human potential that transformed decay into marvel, seizing the very fabric of creation. This ability was akin to the heavenly eyes awakened by Xiao Tian. Sure Hao aspired to merge the 10 hollow heavens, amplifying this innate power into a domain that could bind all. He envisioned a scenario where, upon unleashing the 10 hollow heavens, his adversaries would be ensnared, left at his mercy to wield his might, a thought that filled him with awe. Reflecting on his battle with Xiao Tian, he recalled how he had imprisoned him within a solitary hollow heaven, teasingly remarking, "Prodigal brother, you still have a way to go, with a bit more effort. You might even match my prowess." He had an array of potent resources at his disposal, including the humble sky-eating sparrow, the formidable Qiongqi, the three-eyed spirit clan of the South Fallen Divine Mountain, and the 5-colored peacock of Ishan. Additionally, there were 5 leaves from the spirit sacrifice gourd vine, imbued with divine essence, along with the divine source liquid refined from divine sources provided by Xiao Tian, and the divine essence extracted from 9 sacred fruits. During this process, Xiao Tian requested to employ secret techniques to see if he could enhance the medicinal properties of these elixirs. He held high hopes for the totemic shamanic dance, for it was believed to stem from the gluttonous Shaman clan, a legendary race renowned for their insatiable appetite, which had once led to the cataclysmic Shaman-Demon War. This time, alongside Xiao Tian, Sure Hao, the war goddess Hualing and Xiao Suner, they selected several robust young men from Stone Village, as the dance demanded immense physical fortitude, with the effects improving the longer one could endure. The performance commenced. As the strongest in physical prowess, Xiao Tian took the lead in this totemic dance, a role of utmost importance that required him to persevere until the very end, to enhance the solemnity and ritualistic essence of the occasion. He even had everyone don matching bee-skin garments from Stone Village. As Xiao Tian began to dance, the simple movements concealed profound intricacies. In harmony with the rhythm of his voice, his feet trembled in a mysterious cadence, while his legs spread apart, executing a series of intricate steps, leaping forward on the front foot, the back foot tapping the ground delicately, or squatting down with a graceful twist. The dynamic movements were swift, vigorous, and agile, with his hips swaying enchantingly and his gaze imbued with a solemn sanctity. The willow goddess observed with keen interest. Captivated by Xiao Tian's mastery and eager to witness the unexpected. The totemic dance continued, and within a minute, several young men were panting and drenched in sweat, unable to keep pace, and were subsequently eliminated. The spirit sacrifice Gordvine advised that it would be wise to drink a bowl of ancient meat soup to fortify their foundations. Thus, the totemic dance persisted, with more participants collapsing under exhaustion and being dragged away to consume the meat soup. After 15 minutes, only Sure Hao, the war goddess Hualing, and Xiao Suner remained capable of following Xiao Tian's rhythm. By the 16th minute, even they could no longer endure, each of them gasping for breath, their bodies devoid of strength. Now was the moment for their baptism. The willow goddess remained tranquil as 3 willow branches ascended towards the heavens, drawing upon vast celestial energies. As she returned, she touched the foreheads of the 3 women, instantly illuminating them as they began their transformation. 18 minutes passed, and Sure Hao too could no longer withstand the strain. Sweat streamed down his face as he gasped for air. Enough, little one. You have performed admirably. Numerous branches extended in an orderly fashion, radiating brilliance as they drew from the essence of the sun and moon, the power of the stars, pulling Sure Hao beneath the willow tree to commence his metamorphosis. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian persevered for half an hour, bearing the weight of the entire endeavor until the very end. Chapter 96. The Willow Goddess is an Elixir. The Willow Goddess beheld the boundless stars being ignited one by one, the great Tao resounding in a thunderous chorus. The celestial harmonies intertwining as true immortals imparted their wisdom, and celestial kings deliberated on the laws. She herself began to emit a faint glow. As countless fragmented memories were activated, some long forgotten, gradually resurfacing, a plethora of memories, countless rebirths. She was the ancestral spirit, the progenitor of a cultivation method known as the spirit sacrifice law. Even after endless ages, as time eroded all, the world changed, and beings faded, some still remembered her. Praying and offering sacrifices, mysterious powers were conferred upon the sacred items prepared for the baptism. Whether it was the essence of the divine or the medicinal potency of the sacred fruits, they all began to shimmer with a radiant light, enveloped in a resplendent glow. The willow goddess was immensely curious. These items, having been refined by her, inherently contained boundless transformations and posed no harm to one's foundation. To her surprise, they could still be enhanced. In truth, both the war goddess and Xiao Suner had previously utilized similar sacrificial treasures. Ordinarily, a third use would deplete some of their potential. However, with the willow goddess present, she would ensure no such detriment occurred during this process. Once the transformation subsided, the willow goddess acted swiftly, extending 5 willow branches to extract various essences. These essences coalesced into a vast ocean-like mist that enveloped the 5 individuals completely. At that moment, Xiao Tian's mind was utterly clear, every pore of his body nourished by the transformative nectar. Having hung beneath the willow goddess for 31 days, his gains had been substantial. Now, unified as one, his physical form underwent sublime refinement, seizing the essence of the cosmos. In that instant, Xiao Tian's physical body radiated a formidable presence, his flesh resembling translucent divine gold, emanating a tricolored divine light. The mist of divine essence transformed into the most primordial divine radiance, or scattered fragments of runes, merging within him with a resonant thrum. At that moment, Xiao Tian's corporeal form, his organs, meridians, and acupoints were enveloped in divine radiance, as if he were on the cusp of divinity. A cacophony of sounds erupted as ripples emanated from the center of Xiao Tian, with each inch of his bones cracking in resonance, every sinew pulsating, every layer of skin rippling as if stirred by a gentle breeze across a lake, while divine melodies resonated, as if he were being forged with an enigmatic rhythm. However, the area of Xiao Tian's transformation was isolated under the control of a single willow branch, thus not affecting the others. Suddenly, 6 hollow heavens erupted behind Xiao Tian, his divine radiance igniting, his vitality materializing into a true dragon that soared skyward, splitting into 10 streams as it entered his 6 hollow heavens. The willow goddess noted the existence of 11 hollow heavens within this young man. How could this be? 6 external and 5 internal. Yet, as she continued to observe, she discovered not merely 11, but 13 hollow heavens. Within the most enigmatic realm of his mind, there were 2 more, one blue, one black. This young man was indeed extraordinary, a veritable anomaly. Finally, she understood why Xiao Tian could elevate his physical form to such heights at such a tender age. It was not solely due to the aid of divine medicines or elixirs, but rather, he possessed genuine potential of his own. Just moments ago, I perceived this young lad as someone neglectful of the celestial realms. Although the 6 celestial domains outside were indeed spectacular, they hardly warranted such intensity. It appears there lies a deeper mystery. Truly, he is a source of constant concern. He is undergoing a metamorphosis, rapidly seizing energy. Of course, it is not only Xiao Tian who is worrisome. There's also that rascal Shan Hai, who is merging his own celestial domain. The ethereal sounds of the Tao resonate as 10 celestial realms erupt with an unparalleled brilliance, divine radiance surging. Yet he shattered them all, for without unity, they crumbled and must be rebuilt. He too is vying for energy. As for Hua Ling'er, the bloodlines within her awakening, she resembles a goddess coming to life. The warrior goddess Yu Mei Run and Xiao Suner are faring relatively well, albeit at a cost to their foundations. Lu Shun was compelled to intervene. The 5 willow branches she let fall, lush and dripping, suddenly transformed into a soft golden hue, exuding an ethereal glow. At the tips of each branch, a drop of crystalline celestial dew fell, entering the foreheads of the 5 individuals. In an instant, a verdant sea of life emerged, centered around Lu Shun. The mere emanation of its essence caused the spiritual herbs of Shurtsuin to evolve and flourish. 100 years of growth condensed into 200. While the ordinary trees in the vicinity grew wildly, as if experiencing over a decade of accumulation, saplings transforming into towering giants. The parched land transformed into a verdant lawn. Cliffs that once bore no life became entwined with vines. Even the long-dead ancient trees, vines, and withered grass were revitalized, reborn anew. Not only that, but the villagers of Shurtsuin experienced miraculous changes. The elderly regained their black hair and an additional 20 years of lifespan, while children grew healthier, their potential greatly enhanced, and the disabled sprouted new fingers, arms, and legs. This was indeed a true miracle. Lu Shun, still in a wounded state and undergoing her own transformation, found that a single drop of her blood could seemingly create worlds, containing boundless essence of life, capable of reversing life and death. The 5 individuals received such fortuitous blessings, making their transformations remarkably smooth. Xiao Tian, already on the cusp of a breakthrough, was the first to complete his transformation, experiencing a surge of vitality, a sense of completeness enveloping him, marking the first step into the realm of spiritual embodiment. Xiao Tian truly achieved this through his relentless hard work and dedication, toiling day and night to reach this stage. He understood that his success was inevitable. As an unprecedented genius, reaching this point was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, Xiao Tian opened his eyes, and as they flickered, a blazing divine light emanated from him, his dark hair swirling wildly, his gaze sharper than lightning. His entire being enveloped in a radiant aura, akin to a youthful divine king surveying the mortal realm. However, once his cultivation concluded, Xiao Tian quickly regained his composure and turned his attention to the changes occurring with Shan Hai. Previously, during his time at the Tianbu Pavilion, Shan Hai had already achieved a corporeal celestial domain, manifesting a domain within his supreme bone, equivalent to the 11th celestial realm. Now he had shattered all domains, forging a singularity. This progression was significantly ahead of the original narrative, where Shan Hai would only reach this step much later, particularly in the current circumstances. With Lu Shun's assistance, this was undoubtedly a prime opportunity for breakthrough. Turning to the warrior goddess Yu Mei Run, she had restored her foundational strength, and the damage to her roots had naturally been mended. Most importantly, she had received immense fortuity, completing the opening of 10 celestial realms. For her, this marked a qualitative shift. Although she was currently only at the realm of spiritual embodiment, once she reached the 10 celestial realms, her recultivation would finally be on the right track, allowing her to refine her state further. Similarly, the young Xiao Suner experienced a fortuitous breakthrough, unlocking 2 celestial realms and nearly achieving a third, only to be restrained by Lu Shun's intervention. The harvest from this endeavor was substantial, though her innate talent was insufficient, making excessive breakthroughs counterproductive. Lastly, for Hua Ling'er, as she surpassed the original plot by unlocking 9 celestial realms within the 100 Broken Mountains, her fate began to shift. Now, aided by Lu Shun's baptism, she completed the perfect cultivation of 10 celestial realms, rendering the other 9 as magnificent as the 10th, akin to 10 radiant suns. Subsequently, she could no longer suppress her realm, effortlessly breaking into the realm of spiritual embodiment. Moreover, this breakthrough elevated her to the level of corporeal spirit under Lu Shun's guidance. her physical form now rivaling that of an ordinary inscription realm practitioner, indicating that her ancestral bloodline had been further awakened. The baptism concluded after lasting over 2 months, and everyone was filled with joy. The village was awash with the aromas of meat and wine as they prepared to celebrate that night. No one would leave without inebriation. Xiao Tian produced some monkey wine, diluting it into a cup of ordinary fruit wine, ensuring all could partake. In a jubilant mood, he divided his efforts, wholeheartedly preparing a feast using the remnants of Qiongqi meat, Tunshin sparrow meat, and 5-colored peacock meat. After stewing the meats, he once again performed the totemic dance, this time with the entire village, men, women, and children alike, all dancing to honor Lu Shun, aiming to enhance the quality of the food. Naturally, the spirit gourd vine also enjoyed a share of the feast. Lu Shun, approachable and benevolent, offered guidance to the old gourd vine in its cultivation, greatly benefiting it. Lu Shun truly graced them with her presence, tasting a little of each dish, a figure of unparalleled elegance emerging, though obscured by divine radiance, rendering her form indistinguishable. Lu Shun remarked that she was not someone who could be seen by just anyone, as the karmic weight was too great for most to bear. She merely sampled each dish lightly, sharing in the collective joy of the villagers. As for those who had just experienced a breakthrough, they drank the monkey wine and feasted on the revered meats, each glowing with newfound vitality. Xiao Tian personally guided the warrior goddess Yumei Ren in perfecting her celestial domains, assisting her in achieving 10 celestial realms, cautioning against complacency, urging her to harness her essence and spirit, and to strive for the expansion of each ordinary domain to match the grandeur of the 10th. Xiao Tian's expectations for Yumei Ren were not excessively high. Attaining this level was merely a small threshold following the opening of the 10 celestial realms. Sure Hao had already accomplished this feat 8 months prior. Xiao Tian refrained from pursuing the first step into the realm of spiritual embodiment, as he harbored ambitions of his own, desiring to explore the Kunping's nest, hoping to acquire additional source panels from the gourd dolls. Should he succeed, he could merge the panels and surge forward. If all else failed, he could also opt to break through within the Kunping's nest, postponing his corporeal divinity plans for later cultivation. Thus, the group temporarily settled in Shurten, a locale abundant with those at the threshold of 10 celestial realms, ripe for exploration. Particularly, Huling and the warrior goddess Yumei Ren engaged in sparring every 2 days. Sure Hao, too, wished to challenge Xiao Tian. Yet he understood that the prodigal youth was exceptionally formidable. Even a mere clone could overwhelm him. He would have to wait until he reached the realm of spiritual embodiment to engage in combat. Ultimately, Sure Hao contemplated a duel in the realm of celestial domains against Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian declined, as Sure Hao was now effectively at the threshold of the 12th celestial realm, yet still not his match. Brother, accompany me to the Void Divine Realm. I wish to visit the Martial King's mansion, and the Void Divine Realm owes me a supreme treasure technique, possibly one of the 10 fiends techniques. I have already collected 6 fragments, just 4 more to go, Sure Hao hesitantly proposed. Aha, then let us go. Rest assured, your parents will surely find you. Did Lucian not say so? They are alive, including your grandfather. So, there is no need to rush. Take your time, Xiao Tian replied, stepping forward to adeptly ruffle Sure Hao's hair, only to have him dodge away. Brother, I've grown up. It's excessive for you to still ruffle my hair and pinch my cheeks, Sure Hao protested once more, asserting his maturity. No longer teasing the lad, for time had flown swiftly. With Lu Shun's assistance, they all entered the Void Divine Realm together, which served to bolster Sure Hao. Although it was not the true Martial King's mansion, he might still encounter familiar faces from his memories. In his early years, Sure Hao endured harrowing and tragic experiences, which is why he extended an invitation to Xiao Tian. In his eyes, Xiao Tian was not merely a companion, but a figure akin to an elder brother, someone with whom he shared an intimate bond. Accompanying them were Huling, the female war god Yumei Ren, and Xiao Sun, all eager to witness the unfolding events. Upon entering the Dantian region, Sure Hao was met with a thunderous proclamation. My treasure technique from the Void Divine Realm. A resounding roar ensued, accompanied by the earth trembling violently, revealing a monument inscribed with records. The one who loves beast milk the most, supreme of Dantian. Subsequently, 2 bronze pieces fell into his hands, bringing his total to 8, with only 2 remaining. Brother, please make a move. We are merely 2 pieces away. Sure Hao urged eagerly. He hesitated to act further, unable to conceive a viable strategy, for alongside the record monument, a warning cloud ominously loomed above him. cautioning that his actions in the Dantian region were disrupting the natural order of the void divine realm. If he continued to act recklessly, expulsion awaited him. Xiao Tian, Yu Meiren, Huolinger, and Xiao Suner exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their laughter at Shao's antics, affirming his reputation as a mischievous child. Surrounding them were murmurs of awe. The mischievous child has once again come to wreak havoc in the void divine realm. Although Xiao Tian speculated that the remaining fragments of the true Phoenix treasure technique might have fallen into Shi Yi's possession, he nonetheless intervened. With a casual flick of his finger, he pierced the surrounding void, causing it to shatter. Indeed, even within the realm of Dantian, his physical prowess remained unparalleled, shattering the limits of the extreme realm. Boom! A pale golden stone tablet shot skyward, inscribed with the words, "The brother of the milk baby, supreme of strength." From the void, a primal treasure bone descended, its golden hue radiating like a miniature sun, intensely luminous. Xiao Tian recognized it as the treasure technique of the Tong snake, a pureblood variant from ancient times, rivaling a supreme treasure technique. This discovery provided him with an exquisite gift for the female war god, and the elongated bone could be fashioned into a golden bone spear, thus serving dual purposes. Ultimately, he did not acquire the remaining bronze fragments. At that moment, a dark cloud accompanied by lightning floated above Xiao Tian, issuing another warning. The atmosphere grew tense. Xiao laughed heartily, as expected of my brother, sharing both fortune and adversity. Xiao Tan, unfazed, discreetly passed the tongue snake treasure bone to the female war god, saying, "This surpasses the supreme treasure techniques of your dear academy. Consider it my token of affection. This bone can also be forged into a weapon for your protection, bringing me peace of mind." Yu Meiren graciously accepted the gift, though she felt anger upon recalling how Xiao Tian had deceived her with his transformation into Li Xiaoyao. Conversely, Xiao Suner harbored no such thoughts. She was acutely aware of her previous lack of talent, yet under her brother's guidance, she had blossomed into a genius. Even the likes of the Tree Man, the Scarlet Bird, the Silver Blood Giant, Little Qing Feng, and Zhu Yan had reaped benefits from their association with Xiao Tian. Just days prior, the God-breaking stone had achieved its own breakthrough to the 10 Dantian level, thanks to Xiao Tian providing it with a portion of the Crimson Blood Divine Gold. The first time Lu Shan regarded the stone seriously, he remarked that it was a descendant of the 10 Fiends' God-breaking stone, likely suffering from flawed rebirth, as its treasure technique was incomplete. Otherwise, it would have manifested as an incredibly powerful 10 Fiend treasure technique, impervious to any defensive techniques. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, the God-breaking stone lacked distinction, even falling short of the similarly flawed Tianjiao Ant and the Scarlet Dragon Gugu in later stages. Xiao Tian prepared to conclude the expedition to the 10 Fiend Nest, intending to search for the true dragon nest in hopes of locating the Scarlet Dragon Gugu to expedite its emergence. It was lamentable that the offspring of the 10 Fiends faced such dire circumstances. Those merely hiding in the lower realms included the God-breaking stone, the Scarlet Dragon Gugu, and a Kuanpeng offspring, who, being impulsive, had been suppressed, a form of protection against those desperately seeking to acquire the Kuanpeng treasure technique. Even unique practitioners like the Little Tower had not been spared from being severely injured, hiding within the 100 Broken Mountains established by the reincarnation Immortal King. Yet, the 100 Broken Mountains remained unsafe, as the Puemo tree had infiltrated, leaving traces of its transformation even in areas previously arranged by the reincarnation Immortal King. As they approached the Wu Wang mansion, they were promptly detected by its inhabitants, who regarded them as a formidable threat. In truth, the higher-ups of the Wu Wang mansion had long speculated about the connection between the mischievous child and the one whose supreme bone had been excavated years prior. Under Shi Hao's lead, they entered uninvited, finding the establishment well-maintained, its layout comparable to that of the Deer Academy's stronghold in the Blood Realm. The interior was a picturesque paradise, fragrant with spiritual herbs, lush vegetation, and vibrant orchids, exuding an aromatic ambience. Upon entering, Xiao Suner felt envy, recognizing the stark contrast to the inferior state of her family stronghold. Shi Hao noted the resemblance of the establishment to the Wu Wang mansion in reality, as he had regained his original memories, feeling both familiar and alien. He guided everyone toward the familiar palace cluster, traversing through pavilions and towers, majestic spiritual mountains, and expansive lakes, all nestled among spiritual roots, exhaling ethereal light, with mists swirling and spiritual springs bubbling, resembling a divine land. What do you mean by this? This is the sacred ground of our Wu Wang mansion. Female war god, what brings you and your companions from the Deer Academy here? Who are you all? This is not a place for you to flaunt your might. At that moment, an elder approached, his demeanor exuding authority, with a stature reminiscent of a dragon or tiger, and eyes that gleamed like molten gold, radiating a fierce brilliance. Shan Hai recognized him at once as Shi Li, the ninth-ranked elder of the Wu Wang mansion, known for his arrogance and dominance, wielding considerable power within the mansion. He had once fiercely protected Shi Yi and her son, even leading strong warriors in an attack against Shan Hai's parents. The Wu Wang mansion is nothing but a shadow of its former self, Xiao Tian scoffed dismissively. Entering the void divine realm under the guise of Li Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Repair Pavilion, he feared not the mere Wu Wang mansion. Shan Hai, feel free to act without hesitation. We, of the Repair Pavilion, fear no force. We only bully others. If any insignificant creatures dare to provoke us, they shall be dealt with decisively. Li Xiaoyao, I know you. Let me reiterate, this is the Wu Wang mansion, the Wu Wang mansion of Shi Kingdom. Do you intend to act as you please? Shi Li's words revealed his cowardice, a bully against the weak and fearful of the strong. The Wu Wang mansion was one of the principal factions of the Shi Kingdom, possessing ancient ritual arrays capable of suppressing outsiders and enhancing the combat abilities of its masters. A power both immense and terrifying. Xiao Tian could hardly be bothered to engage with such a petty insect. Had they met outside, he would have dispatched him with a mere slap. However, within the void divine realm, killing was no easy feat. Moreover, today's purpose was merely to bolster Shan Hai's confidence. The ultimate choice rested with him. With a resounding slap, Shan Hai took action against such a foe he had long wished to confront. His palm glowed, exuding a luster akin to white jade. This was the effect of the Butian hand he had cultivated, the original form of the Butian hand in this realm. As Shirley had been covertly observing Shan Hai, narrowing his eyes to suppress his murderous intent, he was taken aback when Shan Hai struck decisively. He raised his fist to block but found it futile. Shan Hai's speed was unparalleled, and their levels were incomparable. In an instant, Shi Li's chest was struck, shattering into fragments, leaving only his head intact, which did not immediately dissipate. Dog thief, you dare to think of killing me? I shall seek you out at the Martial King's manor. Although I possess the soul-destroying needle, using it on you would be a sheer waste. With a disdainful foot upon the severed head, Shan Hai uttered a few words before exerting force, reducing it to a mere pulp. Let us depart, brother. There is nothing here that warrants my lingering. Each passing moment breeds a sense of revulsion. Shan Hai spoke with a tone devoid of joy or sorrow. He was already aware that his grandfather and parents would not be returning to the Martial King's manor. Thus, when he next visited, it would be a reality. He intended to dismantle those who had harbored malice against him in the past. He had also sought the ancient Divine Mountain, the faction aligned with the purple-clad maiden, to inquire about the whereabouts of his parents. Years ago, they had tormented him as an abandoned infant, leading to the extraction of his supreme bone, and he pondered whether some elder clansman, like Shi Li, had tacitly approved of such cruelty. Furthermore, he had not received the fairness he deserved. Witnessing the coldness of human relations and the harshness of society at a tender age, treated by relatives as if he were an enemy. It is well that you understand. Some individuals are already dead while still drawing breath, Xiao Tian remarked with a hint of disdain. Despite hailing from a prominent clan, their rivalries paled in comparison to the sordidness of the Martial King's manor, where even the possessors of supreme bones were betrayed. Reflecting upon his imminent return home, Xiao Tian felt a surge of strength, ready to offer some benefits to those elder figures who had once cradled him or their close descendants, to provide them with a form of baptism. He still possessed some flesh of the esteemed, as well as the meat of the ancient Beast King. For many, particularly those of the Xiao Clan, these were coveted elixirs. Upon returning to Stone Village, Shan Hai endeavored to adjust his mood, spending each day with the village children, fishing in the waters, climbing trees to raid bird nests, and sneaking into caves to steal ancient species young. The recently turned 8-year-old Xiao Suner was lost in joy, experiencing a happiness unknown to her in the Xiao Clan. The once obstinate girl, solely devoted to arduous cultivation, now found her efforts rewarded, paving a smoother path for her future endeavors. Chapter 98. Dual cultivation commences. As for Xiao Tian, he engaged the war goddess Yu Meirin in rigorous training, for the pairing of male and female is said to ease the burden of labor, offering her a unique experience. The two entered the great Yin River, their naked forms immersed in its depths, for clothing would only be destroyed. The water, dark and foreboding, was ideal for body refinement, honing their foundational skills. The Great Yin River surged with an impressive width of 18 miles, its ink-black waters crashing like thunder, a truly terrifying spectacle. Towering mountains bordered the banks, their chilling aura palpable even from hundreds of meters away, capable of severing divine thoughts and freezing them in place. Xiao Tian and the war goddess Yumarin plunged into the river, utilizing its waters to reconstruct their physical forms, embarking on the initial step of the spirit transformation realm. In conjunction with the nascent form of the Kunpeng technique, Xiao Tian had no interest in cultivating the tongue snake technique, as he deemed it beneath him. However, he was determined to nurture the war goddess with all his might, ensuring that the complete Kunpeng technique would eventually be imparted to her. For now, he allowed her to familiarize herself with the Kunpeng technique he had devised, as it would greatly aid her training in the Grading River. Yumarin, already adept in the tongue snake technique from her past studies, found it easy to learn the ancient pure blood beast technique, which boasted significant advantages in body refinement, enhancing strength and flexibility, perfect for a female cultivator. Each time she emerged from the river, the war goddess would shiver uncontrollably, droplets of water cascading from her pristine form, instantly freezing the nearby stones and vegetation. This illustrated the terrifying nature of the Great Yin River, particularly as one ventured deeper, where the Yin energy intensified. Xiao Tian would envelop her slender waist, traversing mountains and streams, assisting her in massaging and adjusting every inch of her skin, helping to dispel the cold and guiding her in utilizing the Kunpeng technique to refine the Yin energy within. This was why he imparted only fragments of the Kunpeng technique, to prevent any harm to her foundation through improper cultivation. The war goddess, a true cultivator at heart, craved more after tasting success, wishing to reside beside the great Yin River indefinitely. In the blink of an eye, 5 months slipped by. Xiao Suner celebrated her 9th birthday in Stone Village. While Sher Hao had just turned 11, Xiao Tian was now over 14. In terms of age, Sher Hao had returned to the proper timeline, being merely 3 years younger than Xiao Tian, who was of the same age as the reincarnated. Over these 5 months, with Xiao Tian's assistance, the war goddess consumed meat from the ancient species inscribed realm daily, alongside the flesh of the ancient beast king, and even some revered meat. Her progress was remarkable. For instance, her cultivation in the cave heaven realm saw the re-establishment of her external cave heavens, inching ever closer to the scale of the 10th cave heaven. Simultaneously, she had made significant strides in the first step of the spirit transformation realm, her physical form becoming spiritual, achieving a strength comparable to that of a perfected ancient species inscribed realm. The specialized training proved exceptionally effective. Prior to this, as a spirit transformation realm cultivator, her physical strength was only akin to that of a mid-stage ancient species inscribed realm. This enhancement stemmed from her reconstruction of the blood and cave heaven realms. Before encountering Xiao Tian, she had been an ordinary prodigy, her physical shell capable of only clashing with other cultivators of the same realm. However, recently, the minions of the western sky had resurfaced, delving into the great wilderness in search of some supreme treasures while slaughtering the villages that resided there. Naturally, Xiao Tian would not stand idly by, dispatching his 6 and 7 incarnations to deal with the carnage, while his eldest incarnation continued to accompany the war goddess in her specialized training. In fact, his 6th incarnation had discovered the ancient turtle and the supreme divine repository, but found it impossible to approach, as the arrangements involved spatial complexities beyond his current capabilities. Yet, Xiao Tian remained unperturbed. He was still in the process of growth. His 6th incarnation could not access it, not due to a lack of talent, but rather because he was simply too weak, with an insurmountable gap in strength. This was a place laden with supreme arrangements. How could one draw near? Just because it was impossible now did not mean it would always be so. Once he broke through to the inscribed realm, the formation realm, or even the revered realm, he would not be daunted by such obstacles. The more he fused the essence of the gourd baby, the more formidable his 6th incarnation's innate abilities would become, offering hope for eventual success. Moreover, the divine willow had sternly warned them against approaching, as this was beyond their current capacity to grasp. The disparity was too great. Meanwhile, in the void divine realm, Yunshi began to urge for action. Although they had not yet located Sher Hao's parents, it was imperative to head to the Kunpeng's lair, lest they forfeit a crucial opportunity. The specific arrangements dictated that Sher Hao would carry the divine strike stone and the fur ball, accompanying the individuals from the ancient divine mountain. He had yet to break through to the cave heaven realm, intending to do so upon arrival, not only to deceive but also to refine his skills further within the cave heaven realm, revealing his own greed and ambition, akin to Xiao Tian. Fire Spirit had been returned to the Fire Nation by the Spirit Gourd Vines, as she needed to join the Fire Nation's expedition, with the Fire Emperor having his own plans. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, would accompany the War Goddess, transported by the Spirit Gourd Vines to the Northern Sea. Circumventing the route through the ancient Divine Mountain, the supplementing heaven pavilion also had its pathways. As for Xiao Suner, she was taken to the supplementing heaven pavilion, where the gourd vines would personally instruct her. Having only opened 3 cave heavens, it was unfeasible to take her to the northern sea, where competitors were of the spirit transformation realm caliber. Once everything concluded, the divine willow and the spirit gourd vines would return to escort them back. Now, after 6 months, the divine willow had sprouted over 100 branches, showcasing a remarkable transformation. Clearly, after undergoing Xiao Tian's grafting plan and self-sacrifice, the divine willow had not emerged empty-handed. Xiao Tian, in the guise of the 6th child, alongside the valiant war goddess Yumerin, and the 1st child, Li Xiaoyao, accompanied by his senior sister Xia Yoyu and senior brother Lin Mu, were conveyed by a gourd leaf. This operation marked a collaborative effort between the Butian Pavilion and the Zhu Lu Academy, in accordance with the demands set forth by the spirit of the ancient gourd vine. As for the 7th child, he naturally merged with the 6th, poised for action. This occasion represented a joint endeavor by 2 formidable factions, largely due to Xiao Tian's influence, as well as the inherently competitive yet amicable relationship between the Butian Pavilion and the Zhu Lu Academy. Both Xia Yoyu and Lin Mu were held in high regard by Xiao Tian. Xia Yoyu, without question, was the contemporary master sister of the Butian Pavilion, while Lin Mu served as the 2nd senior brother, renowned for his unwavering bravery in safeguarding his fellow disciples using the blood-burning celestial technique, facing death with resolute courage. Thus, with these 2 individuals assigned to him, Xiao Tian was more than willing to offer his guidance and support. As he contemplated his imminent departure from the lower realms, he recognized the necessity for the Butian Pavilion to nurture potential successors. The boundless expanse of the northern sea stretched before them, where the sky and ocean melded into one, the waves crashing majestically, their thunderous roars echoing like a tempest. On this journey, Xia Yoyu and Lin Mu each bore protective treasures, one wielding a 5-colored flying sword crafted from the primordial bones of the 5-colored peacock, and the other carrying a black gourd forged from the bones of the sky-swallowing sparrow. These weapons were quintessential to the Butian Pavilion, a fact Xiao Tian fully comprehended. The skills derived from the 5-colored peacock and the sky-swallowing sparrow had naturally been imparted to them during a critical juncture for the Butian Pavilion. Both had demonstrated exceptional loyalty and valor. The primal bones of the Qiongqi had been transformed into a blood-red treasure ship, adorned with an unassuming, wrinkled green gourd. Xiao Tian mused, the spirit elder grows increasingly cunning. Not only has he dispatched a doppelganger, but he also resorts to such subterfuge, evidently seeking to ensnare. The resplendent crimson bone ship unfurled under the wind, rapidly transforming into a colossal vessel resembling a mountain, measuring 5,000 meters in length. As it descended upon the ocean's surface, radiating a dazzling crimson light that exuded an ominous aura, warding off all who dared approach. Finally arriving at their destination, Xiao Tian declared, "This time, I shall personally escort the path and await your arrival at the periphery of the Kunpeng's lair." At that moment, a 5-colored spatial passageway opened, and Yu Fengxiang emerged, laughing heartily. Xiao Tian turned to the war goddess beside him, perplexed by the situation, while she merely shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, likely aware of the root of this unease stemming from concerns for her parents. In that case, it could not be more fortuitous, spoke the spirit of the gourd vine. Is he not worried enough to follow? As the gigantic ship set sail, it glided through the waves, akin to a moving island, cleaving through the water towards the ocean's depths. Observing the doppelganger's disguise of the green gourd, Yu Fengxiang pondered deeply, transforming into the visage of the vice president of the Zhu Lu Academy, a being of great mastery, thus adopting a more discreet appearance. It was inevitable that such a powerful faction heading to the northern sea would arrange for formidable escorts. Indeed, the journey was fraught with peril. Despite the treasure ship radiating a formidable presence, some beast kings still sought to provoke trouble. Yet, they were swiftly dispatched by Yu Fengxiang, transforming into a sumptuous seafood feast. Creatures such as the Koane Neo and descendants of ancient fish, ancient relic species, the silver scale fish, the tiger jiao, and the ying fish were among the spoils. The northern sea was perilous, often teeming with formidable sea beasts led by beast kings. However, the ship's robust structure and the presence of a revered guardian rendered these troubles trivial. After sailing for half a day, they arrived at the periphery of the Kunpeng's lair. Xiao Tian, feeling somewhat exasperated from overindulging along the way, took the opportunity to use the essence of the Beast King's flesh to bestow blessings upon Xia Yu and Lin Mu, inevitably leading to his ceremonial totemic dance. This was entirely contrary to his initial expectation of engaging in a grand battle, which proved unnecessary. Was this the sensation experienced by the scions and goddesses of great powers? Now, with the spirit of the gourd vine present, even the ancient sacred mountains would tremble. While these factions may possess living beings of the divine fire realm, the spirit of the gourd vine was a formidable entity that had thrived since antiquity. Meanwhile, on Shurho's side, their endeavors were met with adversity, beset by calamities, likely due to their association with the world as chosen. They were relentlessly pursued by a headless knight, suffering grievously, and even some of the ancient sacred mountain's young lords had perished. As for Hua Linger, she rode upon the back of a crimson bird, escorted to the northern sea by the Fire Nation's spirit, the Little Red Bird, which prioritized her due to her ancestral bloodline. Throughout her journey, she encountered minimal obstacles. Any threat that arose was swiftly incinerated to ashes by the Little Red Bird's flames. In Chapter 99, The Gourd Water Boy. After all, the presence of sea beasts at the revered level was not the immediate concern. The real threat would only arise once the Kunpeng's lair opened or the Kunpeng's treasures emerged. Sister, do you believe the team from the ancient sacred mountain has arrived? I haven't seen that insufferable brat along the way, Hualinger remarked anxiously, scanning her surroundings. Fear not, that brat is surely with the ancient sacred mountains team. Their profound heritage guarantees his safety, the Little Red Bird reassured her. Its greater concern lay with the unfolding changes in the northern sea, certain that the revered beings in the area were preparing to take action. In truth, the two sovereigns of the sea region, the Sea Demon and the Jiao Sovereign, had both commanded a lockdown of the waters, ordering the execution of any other beings encountered. Unfortunately, Shurho's party was particularly ill-fated, encountering all manner of tribulations. The mists ahead were anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's group encountered a dense, pure white fog that obscured their spiritual senses, leaving them to rely solely on their vision as the scene ahead shimmered in a hazy blur. This phenomenon was an ancient secret, its origin unknown, referred to as the ghost ship. At that moment, the spirit of the gourd vine's doppelganger spoke. Indeed, some ships are drifting into view, illuminated by eerie green lights that flicker and pulse, casting a ghastly glow upon the vessel, chilling the very bones. How repulsive! Let us steer clear and not approach. Legend has it that nearing such vessels brings forth great terror. Best not to stir the pot. Yu Fengxiang, the elder, remarked, embodying a prudent demeanor. I must investigate this ghost ship. Do not worry for me, declared Xiao Tian in his seventh child form. As the ruby golden cudgel emerged from his ear, radiating brilliant light that instantly dispelled the surrounding mist. This was a transfer from the first child, intended for this very moment. In the next instant, a pair of Kunpeng wings unfurled from his back, one gold and one black, and he vanished from sight, hurtling towards the ghost ship. This child is far too impulsive, Yu Fengxiang exclaimed with urgency. It is prudent to assess the situation first. The spirit of the gourd vines, doppelganger replied. As Xiao Tian approached the ghost ship, he was astonished by its island-like grandeur, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. Floating upon the ocean for countless ages, the vessel appeared to be entirely wooden, teetering on the brink of decay. Without hesitation, he landed upon the ship's deck, only to be immediately engulfed by a thick black mist that coalesced into chains, attempting to ensnare his limbs. Furthermore, within the cabin of the dark canopy boat, an alluring and sinister force beckoned, reminiscent of an ancient specter awakening, its labored breaths inducing a sense of suffocation, as if the very essence of his blood were being drawn forth. Stay still. With a resounding shout, Xiao Tian's body emanated a brilliant light. The Rui Jingu Bang struck the deck of the ship, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the entire vessel, causing it to tremble. In an instant, all movement was frozen, returning the atmosphere to a profound tranquility as the chains of dark mist dissipated into nothingness. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden checkpoint. A paper boat of the Empress with immense karmic significance, traversing through the rift of time and flowing against the current. Checkpoint requirement. Remain on the ghost ship for half an hour. Hey, are you alright? The female war goddess, Jiao Mei, anxiously communicated with Xiao Tian's sixth avatar. Although it was Xiao Tian's seventh avatar she was addressing, she recognized it as him. Xiao Tian had explained that he was akin to the primordial owner of the supreme bone, possessing a unique Dao pattern from a gourd vine within his very essence. This Dao pattern bore 7 flowers, and whenever one bore fruit, transforming into a gourd, he would acquire a new innate divine power. Each gourd represented a facet of his being, one soul, one origin, all comprising him. Xiao Tian found it challenging to elucidate his abilities to others, particularly to Jiao Mei, who was his confidant. He needed to provide her with some semblance of explanation, which led him to conjure an imaginative analogy of 7 gourds on a vine. Naturally, such explanations were reserved for those closest to him, serving as a fitting description. Rest assured, I'm fine. We are in sync, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar quickly reassured her. Then what are you doing? Do you not realize how perilous this is? Jiao Mei grasped Xiao Tian's hand, conveying her concern. Fear not. I have everything under control. I want to act recklessly, Xiao Tian replied. Xiao Yu, witnessing this exchange, remained speechless. How could her dear friend, in such a critical moment, still indulge in affectionate banter? Seemingly oblivious to her feelings? Subconsciously, she glanced at Xiao Tian's towering 1st avatar, standing nearby. Thus, Xiao Tian's 7th avatar commandeered the ghostly vessel, navigating through turbulent waves toward the horizon, as parting loomed. Next, the 7th avatar would separate from the others, with the enigmatic primordial yang, Jian, emerging. This mysterious identity granted him the liberty to undertake certain actions without fear of repercussions. With the Rui Jingu Bang safeguarding him, Xiao Tian steadied the ship, internally sighing. He speculated that this must be the paper boat crafted by the ruthless empress during the era of the Holy Ruins, a time when the archaic emperor in Yihei had perished. The ruthless emperor had left this vessel adrift in the river of time, seeking the former archaic emperor. It was likely that the ruthless empress, Yi Fan, and Shi Hao had engaged in a confrontation with the enigmatic progenitor, leaving only the ruthless empress behind. Xiao Tian found himself filled with anticipation. This paper boat, linked to the powerful ritualists, held great significance. Even if time had diminished its power, it was still remarkable. He hoped to unlock treasures at this checkpoint. He yearned for the day he could face the unparalleled empress, the ruthless one, and join forces with Yihei. Experiencing the exquisite grace of the ruthless empress would be a dream come true. In his musings, he reclined on the deck, resting his head upon the Rui Jingu Bang, quietly awaiting the passage of time. In truth, the ghost ship revealed nothing. The dark, cavernous hold was merely an illusion inherent to the paper vessel. Just as Xiao Tian lay there, he seemed to hear a soft sigh, echoing a woman's lament. I am all alone now. The voice whispered tantalizingly close, evoking a sensation akin to fragrant breath, startling him into an upright position as he scanned his surroundings, but alas, found nothing. Lying down once more, he thought he heard it again. Finally, he pressed his ear to the ship's deck, and the sound grew clearer. At last, he discerned a massive bloodstain etched into an oval shape on the wood, adorned with intricate patterns. These were fingerprints, delicate fingers stained with blood, responsible for the creation of these paper boats. From his experience, he deduced that such hands must be slender and exquisitely maintained, their fingerprints distinct and flawless, unmistakably belonging to a woman. Soon, he also discovered some elegant script, which, despite being magnified, would be invisible to ordinary eyes. Cloaked in black mist, Xiao Tian, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, suppressed the surrounding fog, rendering the deck remarkably clear. Thus, Xiao Tian's 7th avatar piloted the ghost ship toward the island housing the Kunpeng's lair, traversing a path free of obstruction, as all others kept their distance. Even the surrounding waters, stained red from relentless battles, bore witness to many corpses drifting by. Upon sighting them, Xiao Tian utilized the purple jade gourd to collect the bodies and blood, refining them on the spot, thus providing a form of closure for the deceased. Time flowed on. At long last, half an hour had elapsed. A colossal cliff emerged in the midst of the boundless azure sea, standing in stark contrast as if a star had fallen to earth, transformed into an ancient demonic mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. Atop the cliff rested an immense ancient bird's nest, shrouded in wisps of chaotic energy, cascading downward like a celestial curtain, simple yet profound, devoid of radiant hues or intricate symbols, yet pressing heavily upon the hearts of all who beheld it, suffocatingly weighty. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, checkpoint successful. You have acquired the panel talent of the 5th gourd brother. Would you like to merge? The water gourd, also known as the blue gourd, possesses vast abilities. It can expel and absorb water, drawing from the ocean's depths, capable of draining an entire river with ease and conjuring clouds from its breath. Now is not the time to merge with the water gourd's original panel. Yet acquiring another gourd's essence was indeed a promising development. He understood that strengthening his physical body alone would not render him truly invincible. Many true immortals, even the offspring of celestial kings, excelled in this regard, overpowering others. However, they faced insurmountable barriers at the gates of supremacy, true immortality, and the even more challenging thresholds of celestial kingship, rendering them powerless against the constraints of their realms. Even among the 10 great fiends, the celestial ant lineage, known for its extraordinary strength, recognized that mere physical cultivation was insufficient. They too pursued the Tao and laws of ultimate strength. The divine willow was primarily concerned that he might grow overly reliant on divine herbs and treasures or place excessive importance on physical cultivation while neglecting the study of the Tao and laws related to bone patterns. Regardless, if Xiao Tian were to fall into such a trap, his journey would inevitably be curtailed, and he might find himself stymied in the future as a celestial being. The blue-gourd avatar, engaged in battle over the northern sea, held a distinct home field advantage. As for some of the fifth gourd's abilities, Xiao Tian mused that if he could summon clouds from water, then surely he could also summon winds from breath and ice from exhalation. These capabilities were all water-related. The specifics would require gradual exploration, unlocking, and evolution. After all, the red gourd's size manipulation talent had already been developed to the extent that he could alter the dimensions of other objects, even compressing vast mountains. In the future, he could potentially manipulate the sun and moon, space, and even time itself. Thus, the water gourd's abilities would also be ripe for development, transcending the mere limitations depicted in animations. Chapter 100, A Pigsy. In essence, the Gourd brothers were mere infants. Even if they were innate deities, they still required time to mature. Presently, Xiao Tian possessed some evolutionary applications of the talents bestowed by the first, sixth, and seventh Gourd brothers, filling him with optimism for the future. He felt confident that learning other treasures and techniques was inevitable. Only through continuous study could he achieve rapid advancement. He must never become arrogant or oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and earth. His physical essence harbors numerous pathways and laws, all of which require his gradual exploration. The study of other laws can continuously enhance his self-awareness and unlock greater potential within his body. Indeed, his conjecture proved accurate, taking risks. He ventured onto this paper boat in search of fortune, triggering the hidden checkpoint. Most importantly, as a delightful surprise, he acquired a panel representing the innate talent of the Calabash warriors. The battles outside grew fiercer. Xiao Tian deftly retrieved the prepared raincoat, donned a bamboo hat, and, armed with a fishing rod, seated himself at the bow of the boat to fish. These implements had been meticulously planned prior to his arrival. Crafted by the spirit vine of the calabash using a portion of the shed old calabash vine, resulting in this set of equipment. His fishing rod lacked a hook, relying solely on fishing line, yet it could automatically entangle nearby prey, dragging them onto the deck. Xiao Tian casually tossed the catch into the calabash beside him. Even blood could be drawn forth, as the fishing line seemed to possess a life of its own, capable of consuming the blood of the creatures in the sea. The waters near the Kuanpeng's lair were awash in crimson, littered with the corpses of formidable beings from various races. Presently, this locale was a gathering of elites from all factions, teeming with ancient relics, even surpassing the 100 broken mountains. After all, it contained ancient relics of the Northern Sea, as well as those from the islands of the Northern Sea, and possibly beings from other domains. Currently, the purple calabash, under the influence of the beast deception technique, appeared akin to a fishing basket. This technique had been substantially refined, becoming increasingly enigmatic. It was Xiao Tian's favorite method, one he diligently practiced every day. Now, when engaged in combat with beings of the same cultivation realm, he could instantly strip them of all their belongings. Even those at the inscription realm would find themselves vulnerable to his cunning tactics, as he could utilize the beast deception technique to deceive and pilfer their treasures or garments. The beast deception technique was now undeniably on par with a complete supreme technique. By employing it, even esteemed beings could not perceive his true form. With the manifestation of this technique, he was enshrouded in dark energy, resembling a malevolent spirit, truly terrifying to behold. Most notably, he was aboard a ghost ship, notorious since ancient times for its unfathomable and ominous nature. The creatures he encountered fled at a distance, as if avoiding a plague, reluctant to provoke him. The Kuanpeng's lair was situated atop a colossal cliff resembling a constellation, said to have existed since the primordial era. Upon entering this region, known as the Forbidden Sea, cultivation would be suppressed. The stronger the being, the greater the suppression. Engaging in battle would exponentially amplify the consumption of divine power, tenfold for those at the inscription realm, 100-fold for those at the formation realm, and 1,000-fold for the esteemed. Any being surpassing the transformation realm that ventured within would face terrifying depletion of their vitality and spirit. Remaining still was preferable. yet any engagement would necessitate a considerable replenishment of energy. However, with so many powerful beings congregating, conflict was inevitable, as mutual disdain and folly bred discord. For instance, at present, in the skies above the ocean, a lightning hound king of the formation realm clashed with a descendant of the Qingwan, producing thunderous roars, howling winds, intertwining electric serpents, and swirling blades of wind. In a moment, feathers and fur scattered, blood splattered, and neither combatant emerged unscathed. A colossal, fire-covered boar, standing 13 meters tall and as imposing as a small mountain, brandished a rake while bellowing insults at its adversary, an ancient relic species known as the tiger jiao. The Shan Hai Jing records, in Bitter Mountain, there exists a beast named Shangao, resembling a pig and red as flame, known for its invective. Shangao is among the beasts that most resembles Zhu Beiji, yet unlike him, its temperament is fiery and irritable. The Shan Hai Jing also recounts the tiger jiao, which emerges from the mingled waters of a mountain, flowing southward into the sea. It possesses a fish-like body, a jiao tail, and a tiger's head. Its call akin to that of mandarin ducks, adorned with golden scales. Tiger jiao, you are a fool. It is not your ancestor Shangao who consumes your descendants. He merely stumbled upon a corpse and roasted it for sustenance. You hybrid, with a tiger's head and a fish's body. Who did your jiao mother consort with? Was it a dragon or a fish? The ocean reverberated with the furious curses of the beast king, Shangao. Such noise was relentless. Just then, emanating from the Kunpeng's lair, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, swift as lightning, rippling through the void and resonating with the surrounding environment, swiftly enveloping an area of 100,000 miles. Beings beneath the transformation realm were completely oblivious, while those surpassing it turned pale and fled in haste. This wave contained an unfathomable sealing power. Any being exceeding the transformation realm will be forcibly reduced to the transformation realm for a short duration. Undoubtedly, the Kunpeng's lair was remarkably benevolent, exhibiting profound understanding. Since the elder wished to compete for opportunities alongside youthful beings, fairness was paramount. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of sea demons at the transformation realm soared into the air, numbering over 10,000, charging towards the combatants of the lightning hound, the Qingwan descendant, Shangao, and the tiger jiao. These sea demons, adorned with blue flesh wings and covered in intricate scales, stood over 5 meters tall, possessing human faces with protruding fangs and terrifying claws. Screams of agony echoed as the lightning hound, the Qingwan descendant, Shangao, and the tiger jiao were soon overwhelmed and met their demise. However, their corpses were ensnared by a fishing line and reeled back in. Upon noticing someone daring to snatch their prey, the furious sea demons paused, unwilling to provoke the fishermen aboard the ominous ghost ship. This vessel had long drifted through the sea, and even their revered demon lord dared not engage it. Xiao Tian, as the seventh child, was prepared to gather some sea demons, yet the opposition did not approach. With his fishing basket ready, he pondered, "Is that you?" The war goddess Yumerin cast a disbelieving glance at the figure shrouded in black mist, ominously fishing, and transmitted her thoughts to Xiao Tian, the sixth child. "Those are mere illusions, tricks to intimidate. Do not worry," Xiao Tian promptly replied. Yu Fengxiang sat on the deck, her expression grim. Her own strength was suppressed. And even the old calabash vine had to cling to the waist of Xiao Tian, fearing a misstep that could lead to disgrace. Boom! Hundreds of silver sharks emerged, each over 1,000 meters long, immense and covered in silver scales, sporting azure horns, charging towards their vessel. Regardless of one's prowess, this was their prime hunting moment, and a bloody, violent feast was about to commence. Xiao Tian, as the seventh child, stood at the bow, extending his hand. In an instant, he encompassed a 300-mile expanse of ocean, gripping tightly as a multitude of incoming silver sharks fell into his grasp, crushed into a pulpy mass. Then, a purple-green calabash appeared above him, absorbing the sanguine remains and refining them into divine essence on the spot. This was the fusion of the seventh child's innate divine abilities and the techniques of the spirit vine, resulting in the devouring calabash. Xiao Tian's overwhelming display incited the ire of the Jiao's underlings. In the next moment, thousands of silver sharks converged, seemingly intent on tearing both him and the ship to shreds. "Gather," Xiao Tian commanded, invoking the devouring calabash. The purple-green calabash above him radiated light, unleashing a wave of purple-green brilliance that instantaneously cleared 1,000 miles of ocean before him. Thanks to the complementary techniques of the spirit vine, the power of this technique was only slightly diminished compared to that wielded by the seventh child. Naturally, Xiao Tian's sixth child also made his move. unleashing the sky-rending devil butterfly technique, enhanced by his innate abilities. With a flap of his iridescent butterfly wings, silver ripples spread across a 1,000-mile radius, instantly folding a vast number of silver sharks into a mass of blood and gore. Subsequently, a colossal 5-colored peacock emerged, entirely composed of intricate runes yet remarkably lifelike. As it spread its magnificent feathers, the display was breathtaking. The divine light of its 5 colors swept across the sea, refining the blood and flesh into pure essence, replenishing its own expended energy. The contemporary 5-colored peacock's magical prowess had been further perfected by merging with the primordial techniques of the peacock venerable from the lesser Western paradise. Additionally, it had assimilated the techniques of the 5-colored deer from the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration, a primordial species proficient in the 5 elemental powers. Moreover, significant assistance was drawn from fragments of the 5 elements great method obtained from outside the Forbidden Zone, a genuine celestial technique, albeit severely incomplete. Xiao Tian's signature techniques in his great doll form were the true dragon technique and the heaven restoration technique, alongside the swallowing heaven gourd. In his 6th doll form, he wielded the sky-rending demon butterfly technique and the 5-colored peacock technique, alongside the heaven interception technique. The 7th doll form was endowed with the Kunpeng technique and the errant beast technique. This arrangement was meticulously crafted to obscure his true identity. With Xiao Tian unleashing his full might, he erupted with terrifying combat prowess, achieving a new realm in the domain of magical techniques, where every movement appeared seamless and exuded boundless power. The successful implementation of the grafting plan with the willow deity allowed him to harness the nourishing essence of the deity's body, enhancing his magical prowess. During this process, Xiao Tian also witnessed 2 9-headed lions unleashing their ferocity, Shurho's subordinate, the 9-headed lion, and his grandfather, the 9-spirit king. 18 majestic heads roared in unison, shaking the heavens and the earth, yet employing distinct divine abilities. The elder lion, adorned in gold, inhaled deeply, engulfing the sea demons that dared to attack. The younger lion let out a thunderous roar, shattering the dragon-horned silver sharks that surged from the ocean. It appeared that the 9-headed lion had not ascended to the 10th cave heaven through its own strength, but its cultivation and bloodline had indeed been enhanced, entering the realm of spirit transformation. Ultimately, this pair of grandfather and grandson retreated, unable to withstand the relentless assault of the sea beasts that dominated their territory. Chapter 101, Young GNS4I. The 9-spirit king harbored significant trepidation towards the dragon venerable and the sea demon venerable, 2 ancient entities. Even though he prided himself on being a top-tier beast king in the array realm, he dared not provoke the venerables, thus choosing to retreat without hesitation. Meanwhile, the collaboration between Xiao Tian's great doll form and his 6th doll form demonstrated their formidable strength, dissuading the sea demons and dragon-horned silver sharks from engaging them. As for Xiao Tian's 7th doll form, seated upon the ominous ghost ship, none dared to challenge him. Thus, while the Kunpeng nest had yet to emerge, all beings awaited or battled, as a fortnight elapsed amidst bloodshed and chaos. Even Xiao Tian's great doll form and 6th doll form were embroiled in continuous conflict, with the war goddess, Xia Youyu, and Lin Mu joining in fierce competition against rival factions. Others were also embroiled in bloodshed. Some sought vengeance, others justice, while many aimed to seize advantage, intent on eliminating competitors and capitalizing on chaos. Shurho, that rascal, was aboard a ghost ship alongside Yunshi, having survived a great battle where Yunshi narrowly escaped being swept away by a sea beast. It was Shurho, employing the unique 10th cave heaven, who momentarily immobilized the beast's tentacles, rescuing Yunshi and facilitating their escape to the ghost ship. Meanwhile, the little red bird accompanied Fire Spirit Air, maintaining a distance from the Forbidden Sea, quietly observing and awaiting the opening of the Kunpeng nest. Fire Spirit Air sat calmly upon its back, diligently cultivating and adjusting her state. The starry cliff, nestled within the northern sea, exuded a majestic ancient aura, where a Kunpeng nest was shrouded in layers of chaotic energy, appearing almost ethereal. Surrounding the starry cliff and the Kunpeng nest were countless vessels and various flying artifacts, as such beings were exceedingly rare and perilous. The grandeur of the starry cliff loomed high and unattainable, resembling a celestial pillar, etched with records of fierce battles, horn marks, claw imprints, and traces left by blades and spears chronicling countless epochs of struggle. A verdant stone staircase unfurled from the cliff's summit down into the sea, extending far beyond, creating a pathway of azure stones. This azure staircase was vast and boundless. It could not merely be termed a path, but rather akin to thousands of football fields side by side, expansive and limitless. After all, this was the starry cliff, resembling a miniature world. This azure stone path led to the small world housing the Kunping nest, naturally accommodating millions of beings traversing together. This is no mere path. It is essentially a landmass. Xiao Tian's great doll form used. Soon, we shall ascend the azure path to the Kunping nest. You two elders should not linger here. It would be prudent to ascend to the skies, away from danger, and await our emergence to guide you back. Rest assured, we have our own plans. It is evident that unforeseen changes have arisen here, and this competition may prove even more intense than during the ancient era's emergence. Exercise caution. The avatar of the spirit offering Gourdvine remarked, "Be vigilant." I overheard nearby beings discussing how a venerable is taking risks, disregarding safety, and using their primordial spirit to possess a body to enter the Kunping nest. The venerable elder Yu Fengxiang interjected, "I have heard the same." Many beings are abuzz with speculation. The war goddess, Yu Marin, expressed her concern. "Do not fret. Even if a venerable truly infiltrates, may they pray not to encounter me." Xiao Tian's sixth doll form asserted confidently. "Then let us embark." Others have begun to ascend the azure stone path, Xiao Tian's great doll form declared. As the crowd turned to look, indeed many beings of the spirit transformation realm were stepping onto the azure staircase, charging towards the cliff's summit. The ancient species were not the only ones present. There were even a few pure-blood beings from both land and the northern sea. Among them, the youth and maidens from the ancient divine mountain exuded an air of elegance and beauty, their strengths all within the spirit transformation realm, unparalleled among their peers. Standing out even in the vast wilderness, truly remarkable figures. It could be said that the assembly of talents at the Kunping nest far surpassed those who ventured into the 100-Fragment Mountain, showcasing a convergence of exceptional individuals from various races, destined for both ascendance and demise. Young prodigies and unparalleled beauties coexisted. With no restrictions, anyone possessing spirit transformation cultivation could seize the opportunity, employing all manner of tactics, formidable artifacts, and secret techniques. As Xiao Tian's great doll form, accompanied by Xia Yu and Lin Mu, and his sixth doll form alongside the war goddess Yumarin, stepped onto the azure staircase leading to the Kunping nest. Fire Spirit Air unfurled a pair of crimson vermilion bird wings, gracefully landing beside the group. "Seeing you all is such a delight. Let us form an alliance." "Has that barbarian, Sherho, not arrived yet?" Fire Spirit Air exclaimed with excitement upon spotting them. "Isn't that him?" Xiao Tian gestured towards the distance, where Sherho, alongside Yunxi, leaped from the ghost ship. "Indeed, he is with that fearsome beast," Fire Spirit Air remarked, not overly surprised. Recalling that Sherho had indeed taken the path towards the ancient divine mountain to seek assistance in locating his parents, with the understanding that he would lead the way to the Kunping nest. The willow deity had agreed, and the spirit offering Gourdvine had not objected. Thus the matter was settled. "Yunxi, it is truly fortunate that you are safe. You should not have aided that person. It nearly cost you your life," someone noted. Just then, from the ancient divine mountain's youth alliance, Sherho and Yunxi were spotted, prompting immediate attention. Among them was a youth with striking azure hair, who gazed at Yunxi with fervent intensity but regarded Sherho with indifference and disdain, his words harsh and unkind. "It seems our mischievous junior disciple is rather unpopular among the beings of the ancient divine mountain. Come, let us see," Xiao Tian's great doll form suggested. "Let us go. I wish to see who dares to bully our disciples from the pavilion of heaven's restoration," he added. Xia Yu asserted herself with formidable authority. A wave of indignation swept through the crowd as they rallied behind Xiao Tian's seventh avatar. "Qingyun, be silent," Yunxi admonished with immediate ire. Just then, Xiao Tian's seventh avatar reached the shore, casting his fishing line with a deft flick, ensnaring Qingyun by the neck and drawing him in. For the pure-blooded Qingyuan held the promise of a sumptuous feast. "Who are you? Release my young master." Qingyun's attendant rushed forward, visibly agitated. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian's seventh avatar delivered a swift chop with his palm, severing the primordial bone from Qingyun's forehead and obliterating his skull in the process. Even the protective enchantments of the venerable figure failed to thwart the destruction of the Qingyuan's original bone. He then retrieved a purple jade gourd, freeing it from a single entangled hair, and effortlessly collected the remains. A pure-blooded being who had opened 9 celestial apertures, even upon entering the spirit transformation realm, was mere fodder, barely sufficient for concocting flesh and blood elixirs, Xiao Tian's seventh avatar remarked nonchalantly. Ah, you have slain him. You shall pay dearly. The 5 attendants, driven to madness, charged at Xiao Tian's 7th avatar. Yet, he invoked the beast treasure technique and calmly uttered 5 words. You are already dead. The foremost attendant's gaze dimmed, and he collapsed instantly. Another, in a panic, attempted to flee, but Xiao Tian's 7th avatar commanded, end your own life. Without hesitation, that attendant drove his enchanted spear through his own skull, dying on the spot. These attendants, all of the inscription realm, found themselves utterly outmatched, reduced to the status of mere insects before Xiao Tian's 7th avatar. Collect, he instructed, as he opened the purple jade gourd, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that engulfed the 2 deceased attendants and the 3 living ones, drawing them into the gourd, where they were swiftly refined into divine essence. Remember my name, Yang Jian. Should you seek vengeance, you may come find me, Xiao Tian declared, draped in a raincoat and wearing a conical hat, his stance unwavering as he regarded the remaining youths of the ancient divine mountain and their attendants with what he believed to be a benevolent smile. Yet, their faces were ashen, terror-stricken, as though they had seen a ghost. Xiao Tian's 7th avatar remained silent, unfurling a pair of black wings that spread wide, vanishing from sight as he soared towards the base of the Kunping nest. This was his imitation of the false swallowing heavens technique, a result of having witnessed the genuine swallowing heavens technique and its primordial bone, making the imitation effortless and convincing. As he approached the starry cliff, the vastness and boundlessness of the realm became palpable, a small world, perhaps forged from a star plucked by the female Kunping. Just right. Have you become so pampered on the ancient divine mountain that you believe this place belongs to you? Our junior brother engages in fair trade, not as your followers. That fool who perished earlier would have faced my wrath as well. Xiao Tian's 7th avatar spoke coldly. Sure Hao remained silent, having already broken through to the spirit transformation realm aboard the ghost ship, only to have his quarry snatched away by Xiao Tian's purple avatar. Now, with Xiao Tian's crimson avatar confronting him, it felt as if the pure-blooded, ferocious beasts of the ancient divine mountain were being hunted for their very essence. They are not targeting you. Sure Hao, Yunqi interjected, her expression shifting dramatically upon seeing Xiao Tian's 7th avatar. If one were to inquire who posed the greatest threat during the Baidunshan expedition, the first would be that Yang Jian, who had slain many ancient breeds and even pure-blooded ferocious beast cubs in the spirit herd garden. The second danger was not the mischievous child, but rather that fellow named Li Xiaoyao from the Patching Heaven Pavilion, known as the Butcher Chef, who delighted in feasting on ancient breeds. His culinary creations were truly delectable. Currently, only one maiden, Inxue, a white peacock in her true form, remained from the ancient divine mountains party, along with another girl, Qingqing, whose true form was a blue sky pung, a youth named Chihua, who was a red serpent, and a dozen attendants. The red serpent, as chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas, hailed from the country of Laoyang, where a spiritual mountain bore a type of red snake known as the wriggling serpent, which fed on trees and delighted in the bloodline of the moon candle dragon. Senior brother, let it go. They haven't troubled me. We should focus on entering the Kunping nest, Sure Hao proposed, having forged a bond of camaraderie with Yunqi throughout their trials, willing to speak on her behalf. Chapter 102, Descendants of the Divine. Upon hearing Sure Hao's words, Xiao Tian's 7th avatar refrained from further aggression, having merely spoken in passing, aware that Yunqi's presence made it unwise to act. The bond between Yunqi and Sure Hao was peculiar, as they found themselves drawn together through their encounters. Let us separate and pursue our fortunes, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar declared, taking the hand of the warrior maiden, Yumeren, as they chose to part ways and seek their own opportunities. Linger, mischievous child, sister Yuyu, brother Linmu, brother Xiaoyao. We shall take our leave now. The warrior maiden bid farewell promptly. Sure Hao reflected, he has grown. Sister, be careful, Xiao Yuyu thought, glancing at the slender hand of the warrior maiden being held by Xiao Tian, feeling an unfamiliar pang of discomfort within her heart. Realizing that her rival and close friend had surpassed her in every aspect, both in strength and companionship, others joined in to bid their farewells, and thus, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar nodded to the group, departing with Yumeren without hesitation, gradually fading into the distance. Just as they reached the base of the starry cliff and prepared to ascend the steps, a sudden cry of terror erupted from behind them. Turning around, they witnessed a torrent of crimson lava surging forth from a sea, barreling towards the steps of the starry cliff, causing all living beings in its path to flee in panic, unchallenged and unimpeded. The fiery fish, a top-tier delicacy, rivaled the 8 treasures fish. Xiao Tian's sixth avatar recalled the accounts from the classic of mountains and seas. This group of fish, ranging from the blood transformation realm to the spirit transformation realm, varied in size from just over a meter to over 10 meters long, their bodies a brilliant crimson like glass, exuding intense heat, descendants of divine progeny. Known to have ascended to divinity in ancient times, competing for territory against powerful sea deities in the North Sea. The flaming fish were formidable, naturally embodying the essence of fire, possessing primordial fire talismans, and belonging to ancient breeds. Due to their prolific breeding capabilities, they would emerge in the thousands, often exceeding 10,000 at a time. Each flaming fish contained a trace of divine fire essence, and thousands of them could yield a single drop. A treasure of fire divine essence, invaluable to beings of the lower realms, also suitable for forging divine weapons. As the flaming fish surged forth, propelling themselves from the ocean, they leaped forward with astonishing speed. This horde of fiery fish, brazen and domineering, charged directly at Xiao Tian's sixth avatar and the warrior maiden, Yumarin. The air thick with waves of scorching heat as crimson flames roiled, tongues of fire lashing out, engulfing all in their path. Xiao Tian's seventh avatar frowned, realizing that their arrogance stemmed from sheer numbers, thinking they could act without restraint. Just as he prepared to intervene, a cacophony akin to firecrackers erupted, and a bird with azure feathers and red patterns swooped in, its beak opening wide as it consumed thousands of flaming fish in an instant. The Baifeng, a divine bird that fed on flames, was a pure-blooded ferocious beast, the natural nemesis of flaming fish. Now, evolved to the 10th celestial aperture and having entered the spirit transformation realm, it had finally caught up with Xiao Tian at the Kunping nest. Beside them, a magnificent butterfly, resplendent in a riot of colors primarily adorned with gold and edged in black, fluttered its expansive wings, measuring a staggering 3 meters. This was the celestial rift demon butterfly, whose circumstances mirrored that of the divine bird Baifeng. The two engaged in a symbiotic relationship, feasting upon one another while exchanging primordial divine arts, ultimately transcending their innate constraints and undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Both then retreated to their ancestral grounds for a baptism, harnessing external forces to achieve their breakthroughs. As the butterfly spread its wings, a phenomenon of a shattered azure sky emerged, and in the next moment, thousands of flamefish below were reduced to mere powder, an illustration of spatial manipulation. "What are you doing?" "Those are my sustenance," lamented the divine bird Baifeng. Feeling a pang of sorrow, it quickly opened its beak and consumed thousands of flamefish, invigorated by the feast as its golden flames crackled and surged in intensity. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Xiao Tian summoned a radiant spectrum of divine light, collecting over 10,000 flamefish into his possession, intent on refining and gathering some divine essence. Witnessing this, Hualinger dashed forward to seize the flamefish, recognizing their worth as treasures for her cultivation. Naturally, Shan seized the opportunity to snatch whatever he could, his eyes set on every valuable item. Xiao Tian's 6 siblings, accompanied by Xia Yoyu and Lin Mu, took advantage of the chaos, declaring, "Are the flamefish so formidable? They run rampant and act with arrogance. Let us obliterate them." As they commanded the retreat of the fish back into the sea, a youth burst forth from the throng of flamefish with a commanding shout. Clad in resplendent crimson armor, enveloped in a vibrant, blood-red divine light, and with hair like blazing flames, he wielded a spear that seemed forged from the very essence of blood jade. He charged towards the divine bird Baifeng, embodying the ancient enmity etched into his bloodline. This young man was a descendant of the divine-grade flamefish, carrying within him divine blood, a lineage that could scarcely take form. Yet, upon transformation, he would undoubtedly emerge with the stature of a deity. Should he consume the divine bird Baifeng, even without obtaining its primordial bones, it would elevate his potential to unprecedented heights. He bellowed, his presence formidable, as he thrust his spear towards the head of the divine bird Baifeng. The sound of thunder resonated as the divine bird Baifeng, unimpressed, released a long cry akin to thunderclaps, its voice echoing with divine resonance. In the sphere of sonic power, a mere fish could hardly compare to him. From his mouth, a fragment of a staff appeared, a remnant divine weapon acquired at the treasure cliff of 100 Mountain. Though imperfect, it sufficed to unleash a wave of blazing golden ripples, sending the flamefish youth hurtling backward, having delayed its training for too long to attain the 10 heavenly caverns. The divine bird Baifeng had only recently entered the spirit transformation realm, whereas this flamefish youth was already a formidable figure at the third step of the same realm. Upon hearing their master's command, the majority of the flamefish retreated into the sea, leaving behind a cluster of several hundred flamefish at the spirit transformation stage. A formidable force in its own right. Nevertheless, once the conflict commenced, Xiao Tian's 6 siblings would not relent. They continued to utilize the 5-color peacock divine art, sweeping the remaining flamefish into their sleeves in an instant. Within those sleeves resided the singular technique known as the 5 elements grinding wheel from the ageless Mount Walao. As the flamefish were drawn into the sleeves by the radiant light, they were immediately fed into the grinding wheel, which whirred to life, transforming all the flamefish into divine essence, now contained within a treasured artifact. Bye-bye bird, bada butterfly, hasten to conclude this battle. We must depart, commanded Xiao Tian's 6th sibling as the valiant warrior, Yumerin, ascended the steps, beginning the arduous climb of the starry cliff. It was an immense height, and he estimated it would take at least half a month to reach the summit. I shall assist you, declared the celestial rift demon butterfly with a commanding tone. Clearly, facing the formidable flamefish youth, the divine bird by Fong, whose cultivation was insufficient, found itself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, it possessed an inherent resistance to the flame youth's fiery assaults, easily consuming them. The celestial rift demon butterfly's situation paralleled that of the divine bird by Fong, both having recently breached the spirit transformation realm. To cultivate the 10 heavenly caverns, her master had vanquished numerous ancient avian species, even stealthily slaying a pure-blooded fierce bird of the south-falling divine mountain, the golden-winged great pong, utilizing the ancient heritage left by her forebear. The celestial rift demon butterfly achieved her ultimate transformation. As she unfurled her wings, the very sky seemed on the verge of splitting apart, the power of space becoming terrifyingly evident as the flamefish youth quickly found himself overwhelmed. Just as he attempted to flee, he was momentarily distracted by Shan Hai's subordinate, the 9-headed lion, allowing the divine bird by Fong to peck his skull, devouring the fish's brain. The slain flamefish youth instantly morphed into a 12-meter-long flamefish. Witnessing this scene, passing powerhouses felt an involuntary chill, recognizing that a transformed flamefish, a descendant of the divine, had perished so easily. After collecting the remains, the divine bird by Fong hastily exchanged greetings with the celestial rift demon butterfly and the 9-headed lion before pursuing Xiao Tian. Even having attained the 10 heavenly caverns, they increasingly felt their insignificance. Despite both having reached the 10 heavenly caverns, they witnessed Xiao Tian effortlessly slaying ancient beings of the inscription realm on 100 Break Mountain. When they dared to provoke an ancient being of the inscription realm themselves, they were pursued for 100,000 miles, nearly becoming fodder. From that moment on, the celestial rift demon butterfly and the divine bird by Fong, having narrowly escaped, recognized the harshness of reality. Upon hearing that the Kunpeng's nest had opened, they hurriedly sought refuge, eager to receive guidance from their master. The two transformed, one into a brash youth clad in azure armor, a handsome yet rebellious visage, clearly a troublemaker. The other became a cold, indifferent maiden in a golden gown, her chin held high in supreme arrogance. They had always possessed the ability to take human form, yet, upon becoming these adolescent figures, they were reluctant to change, believing their original forms were superior. Ultimately, for the sake of convenience, they accepted the harsh realities of life and acknowledged that human form was indeed the most practical shape. Master, the flamefish has been slain. Yet this crimson blood spear proves unruly, reported the divine bird by Fong and the celestial rift demon butterfly as they caught up with Xiao Tian. The warrior maiden, Yumerin, gazed curiously at these two rebellious youths, noting the divine bird by Fong and the celestial rift demon butterfly, who upon seeing Xiao Tian, promptly referred to him as master. It seemed she had indeed heard Xiao Tian mention subduing 2 pure-blooded ferocious beasts on 100 Break Mountain, and now it was clear they were the ones. Ah, it is good that you have arrived. You both have exceeded my expectations. Your diligence has borne fruit. To break through and ascend, you must shatter conventions and rise anew, Xiao Tian proclaimed. As for the crimson blood spear, Xiao Tian's 6th sibling approached, seizing it, and with a swift strike, cleaved it in two. Such a sentient divine weapon, if left intact, could become a menace. The celestial rift demon butterfly and the divine bird by Fong understood that the spear once belonged to the flamefish's divine ancestor, having slain his descendant. They could never hope to wield such a weapon. Their realms were simply too low, and the gap too vast. Had they been revered beings, they might have attempted to forcibly refine it. Chapter 103. The Happiness of the Warrior Maiden. Indeed, It is thanks to your guidance that I have achieved my current stature. Those erstwhile rivals of my caliber shall soon fade into obscurity, left far behind, the divine bird by Fong remarked. Casting a glance back at the youthful figures of the ancient divine mountains, including the nine-headed lion, familiar faces she had now surpassed. The proud celestial rift demon butterfly refrained from saying much, simply expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Master. Your accomplishments stem from your own relentless efforts. You have transcended the confines of prejudice and enmity between races, leading to your present success, Xiao Tian responded calmly. He could articulate that his initial approach had been mostly a ruse, a means to acquire the two's divine arts for research. Yet he had stumbled upon unexpected fortune amid his endeavors. Xiao Tian's idea was, at best, a somewhat immature and audacious concept. The true success was entirely reliant on the diligent efforts of the Lilian demon butterfly and the Bifong divine bird. As for the fire flame fish, they brought their own demise upon themselves, flaunting their existence with such ostentation and arrogance. Now, the mournful cries of the fire flame fish echoed through the sea, as they desperately sought to escape, with other sea beasts pursuing them to devour their divine essence for the forging of divine weapons. Xiao Tian's sixth incarnation managed to capture over 20,000 fire flame fish, allowing for the extraction of at least 20 drops of divine essence. Meanwhile, his seventh incarnation took advantage of the chaos to seize over 10,000 fire flame fish, while the first incarnation collected several thousand. As for the female warrior, Yumarin, she was delighted to have gathered 2,000 fire flame fish. In total, there were over 100,000 fire flame fish, with perhaps no more than 10,000 having managed to flee. Ultimately, they spent 22 days traversing the entirety of the Azure Stone Steppes before reaching the Starry Cliff. However, the once visible Kunping nest below was now nowhere to be found, replaced instead by a barren cliff top, shrouded in pristine mists and faintly illuminated by ethereal lights, reminiscent of mysterious fluctuations. This was likely a teleportation array. Let us proceed, Xiao Tian's sixth incarnation declared, as he took the delicate hand of the female warrior, Yumarin, and stepped onto the cliff face. In the next instant, their figures vanished from sight. The Bifong divine bird and Lilian demon butterfly quickly followed suit, disappearing as well. When Xiao Tian and the female warrior reappeared, they found themselves transported to an island. This island's spiritual energy was even more abundant than that of the sanctum occupied by the sacred Monkey King of the 100 Broken Mountains. As the essence of heaven and earth coalesced into golden rays of light, swirling and billowing like clouds, all bathed in a golden hue. Even the rocks and flora on the island radiated gold. Not only was there this single island, but in the distance lay thousands of similar islands, creating a distinct island realm. The waters surrounding them were a manifestation of innate essence, enriched with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and moon. Merely immersing oneself in those waters for cultivation promised unimaginable benefits. The Kunping nest stood at the heart of these 3,000 islands, towering atop rocky islets, resembling a fallen star. The nest, constructed from the legendary Kunmu, dwarfed all the islands combined, exuding an immense presence shrouded in chaotic energy, appearing both obscured and revealed. The absence of the Lilian demon butterfly and Bifong divine bird suggested they had been randomly transported to other islands. Around them, roars, shouts, and curses resounded endlessly. Some individuals, intoxicated by the allure of the Kunping nest, rushed forward, inciting others to follow suit, a bloody struggle ensuing in the process. Yet, none succeeded. Instead, the rocky islets were stained with droplets of blood and scattered corpses. There remained a span of time before the Kunping nest would officially open. However, those ancient mountain factions had acquired remnants of bones related to the Kunping, seeking to establish a safe passage into the nest in advance to seize its treasures. Xiao Tian's sixth incarnation remained unperturbed, casually taking out a fire flame fish that had originally been at the formation level. Upon death, they were no longer bound by their realms, revealing their true forms, each measuring over 100 meters. Utilizing the sea water rich in innate essence, he prepared a pot of fish soup for himself and the female warrior, Yumarin. Complementing this was a dragon-horn silver shark of formation-level strength, combining a hot and cold element. After adding some spiritual herbs as seasoning, Xiao Tian named it ice and fire fish soup. He had promised himself that upon leaving the 100 Broken Mountains, he would ensure the female warrior experienced this leisurely dining experience, thereby nurturing their bond. As for the opportunity at the Kunping nest, there was no need to rush. He still had his first and seventh incarnations to strive for. After 5 minutes, The fish was finally ready. Lifting the pot lid, the delectable fish meat revealed itself, half tender white and half vibrant red, reminiscent of a yin-yang fish. One broth was spicy, while the other was clear, the clear soup bursting with a rich fish aroma, leaving one yearning for more. The spicy broth exuded steam, perfectly blending with the bubbling liquid, tantalizing the taste buds. Xiao Tian first served a bowl of the clear soup with a silver shark to the female warrior, its transparent broth radiating the intense fragrance of fish, making one salivate. Yumarin took a sip, the soup infused with the fish's essence, refreshing yet not greasy, evoking a sensation akin to transforming into a white dragon, freely soaring through the northern seas. Here, try this bowl, Xiao Tian said, noticing the female warrior's inability to stop eating, clearing the fish and soup from her bowl before promptly offering her another. As their cultivation progressed, they would become increasingly occupied, making such leisurely moments all the more precious. He acknowledged that his pursuit of the female warrior was both shameless and domineering, yet in the vast wilderness. He could not afford to be a sycophant, slowly investing effort. Rather, he would first seize the opportunity and later cultivate the relationship. A blissful smile graced Yumarin's lips as she had completely succumbed to her infatuation with Xiao Tian, picking up a piece of fish upon tasting it. The combined spiciness and tenderness melted in her mouth, transforming into a fiery torrent that engulfed her taste buds and pores, as though she had become a crimson dragon, gliding through a sea of magma. Within her body, the alternating cold and hot energies coursed, providing a subtle refinement and nourishment to her physical form. The experience of indulging in the ice and fire nine heavens cuisine brought wave after wave of pleasure, surging toward a pinnacle. Observing the female warrior lost in her meal, Xiao Tian joined in, realizing that this was the life a cultivator ought to lead. Engaging in battles while also relishing in moments reminiscent of a celestial existence was equally essential. Meanwhile, on the path leading to the Kunping nest, Shihao's journey was obstructed by a youth who stood with flowing blue hair, more beautiful than that of any woman. Clad in gleaming golden armor and facing away from them, he wielded a golden trident of the sea god, his voice cold and merciless as he proclaimed, "This path is off limits. Leave now if you wish to avoid death. Hee, you must not be aware that the first to flaunt themselves with a fire flame fish entourage, rampaging and acting arrogantly, have already been slaughtered." Huo chuckled, an involuntary smile escaping her lips as she mocked the youth, reminiscent of the butcher chef Xiao Tian. I wonder what the true form of the sea god's descendant is. Seeking death, the sea god's descendant spun around, his icy demeanor accentuated by his flowing blue hair, his eyes resembling sapphires. As he shook the trident in his hand, a brilliant golden light erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping toward Huoling. "Sure, how? Let us join forces to slay him. Will you cook meat for me afterward?" Huoling looked expectantly at Shiho. Of course, Sure How readily agreed. Having spent enough time with Xiao Tian to despise those who were even more arrogant than themselves, especially such mindless individuals. Kill them. Just then, the sea god's descendant subordinates, clad in golden armor, charged forward. "I'll handle that blue-haired one. You take care of these lackeys," Sure How declared. Huolinger was the swiftest to act, wielding a weapon that had been refined by the revered masters of the Fire Nation for millennia. Today, she had captured 5 drops of divine essence from the fiery fish, utilizing them to further enhance the vermilion bird sword, which was beginning to transform into a true divine sword. Though it might be considered modest among divine weapons, it was undoubtedly among the finest in the lower realms. With a single strike, she cleaved the arrogant leading servant in twain, creating a charred and smooth wound, completely carbonized. As the 2 halves of the body fell to the ground, thoroughly cooked, revealing him to be an ancient remnant of the Sharkman clan. The Shan Hai Jing culinary compendium records that Sharkmen can produce pearls when they weep, which can be used to concoct beauty serums. Sharkmen and merfolk are distinct races. The former possess human heads with fish tails, renowned for their beauty and melodious voices, weaving water into silk and shedding tears that transform into deep blue pearls. While both genders are extraordinarily enchanting. In contrast, merfolk are known as sirens, with the males being fiercely vengeful and the females strikingly beautiful, adept in illusions. Historically, these 2 races have been archenemies, their deities once contending for supremacy over the seas in ancient times. Xiao Tian, observing from afar, immediately commanded the capture of the arrogant one, insisting he be imprisoned and made to weep daily as he sought to create beauty serum. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the descendant of the sea god stumbled in fury, surrounded by surging golden waves that coalesced into a combat arena, as if he were submerged in an ocean. His formidable strength radiated with a vigorous essence, akin to a furnace ablaze, rocketing skyward as he aimed to assault Xiao Tian on a neighboring island. Where do you think you're going? Stay. Shi Hao's Kunpeng wings unfurl behind him, allowing him to swiftly traverse the distance and appear beside the sea god descendant. Get away. The sea god Air roared in anger, wielding his golden trident to sweep through the air, its brilliance resembling a comet's tail, crashing toward Shi Hao. In response, Shi Hao opted for an offensive maneuver, swinging the Ghost King's broken sword to counter the assault. Their clash erupted in a tempest of black mist and golden waves. Luminous runes illuminating the surroundings, causing bystanders, each a prodigy in their own right, to be sent reeling, bloodied by the aftermath of their titanic struggle. Xiao Tian observed the chaos with an unhurried demeanor, flanked by Xia Yu and Lin Mu, both of whom he had chosen to accompany him after discovering the sixth child, ensuring they would not become separated. They had experienced numerous battles along the way, encountering numerous beings of the spirit transformation realm, most of whom were of the eight heavens caliber, either powerful alien races or ancient remnants, while human forces were notably scarce. Chapter 104. The Hammer of the Goddess of War. Indeed, this vast wilderness is a realm where humanity is but a minor player among myriad races, lacking the stature of the stronger factions. While there are formidable individuals among humanity, they are vastly outnumbered by the weak. Consider the Tuo clan, a pitiful faction that nonetheless shelters over 1 billion humans, suggesting that the majority are mere commoners, not even worthy of the bloodline threshold. In this current narrative, Shi Hao has grown significantly more powerful than in the original tale. Soon, he utilized his singular domain to confine the sea god descendant, seizing his weapon and kicking him toward the island where Xiao Tian awaited. Xiao Tian extended his left hand, elongating it to grasp the sea god descendant firmly within his palm. Now you may weep. If you do not, I shall destroy your weapon and allow Lin Mu here to have his way with you. To be frank, my brother here has a particular fondness for delicate youths such as yourself. Unjust, the sea god Air exclaimed in terror upon catching a glimpse of the impassive Lin Mu. Feeling utterly humiliated, he had never anticipated his defeat, much less at the hands of such a human. The females of the Sharkmen race were renowned for their ethereal beauty, often abducted by other races to become playthings. Yet he was male. However, he had heard whispers of the debauched tendencies within the male factions of the sea races. Do not think of suicide. If you dare to take your own life, I shall strip your corpse bare. It might still serve a purpose. I will prepare for you some male octopus kin. Consider your honor as a sea dweller, the responsibilities you bear, and your family. Weep, man, weep, it is no sin. Xiao Tian continued, subtly employing the art of beast manipulation. Chaotic images flooded the sea god descendant's mind. Xiao Tian had artfully replaced them with visions of humiliation, instilling fear of death within him. If you perish, I shall ensnare your mother, sister, and kin. If you live, I shall only claim you. With the prospect of his tears transforming into thumb-sized crystalline pearls, the Sharkman tears not only alleviate poisons, but inherently possess beautifying properties, making them invaluable for crafting serums for those he cherishes. 18 pearls, sufficient indeed. You may leave. Your weakness is a hindrance. Xiao Tian declared coldly. The sea god Air turned away, tears streaming down his face, the humiliation overwhelming. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Tian had positioned jade vials to catch his tears, resulting in 5 precious Sharkman pearls. The moonlit seas weep pearls. Indeed, it speaks of Sharkman tears. Do you see that fellow? You could follow him. He is soft-hearted and does not prey upon humanoids. He will surely accept you. With me, you are in peril. My brother Lin Mu cannot suppress his primal instincts. Xiao Tian warned. The sea god Air, glancing at the impassive Lin Mu, was gripped by terror and clearly believed the warning. Lin Mu, his once glorious name shall not be cleared, even if he were to plunge into the northern sea. With that, Xiao Tian secured the sea god descendant and returned him to Shi Hao's side. Shi Hao, I have procured the Sharkman tears. The sea god Air has delivered them to you. Shi Hao nonchalantly tossed the golden trident back to the sea god Air. Your strength is commendable. You shall follow me henceforth. As for the sea god Air's minions and followers, they have been decimated by Huo Linger alone, with the remaining creatures scattering in disarray. The sea god Air remained silent, acknowledging his inferiority and yielding to the stronger forces. In the wilderness, the survival of the fittest prevails, and following the strong is not a source of shame. Indeed, many beings who follow the strong leave behind indelible legends. At that moment, a new development emerged from the Kunpeng's lair, which was constructed from the sacred wood known as Kunmu, a tree that connects heaven, earth, and humanity. Xiao Tian believed that Kunmu was synonymous with the legendary Jimu. The Shan Hai Jing culinary compendium states, there exists a tree resembling a bovine, with a height akin to a ribbon. Its leaves are like those of a yellow serpent, and its wood resembles that of a lotus. This tree, known as jianmu, when used in cooking, enhances the flavor of food, locking in essence and elevating the medicinal properties of flesh. Originally ancient and azure, the Kunpeng's lair began to emanate divine radiance, its form transforming into a brilliant gold, dazzling in its splendor, only to shift to a deep black, with mist rising ominously. This transformation was instigated by a certain faction, who possessed remnants of the Kunpeng's bones, thereby opening a rift in the Kunpeng's lair. In an instant, the lair erupted in resplendent brilliance, as if a single breath could elevate one to ascendance, the divine light surging forth in a tangible wave. In an instant, the various factions vying for the Kunpeng treasure technique, represented by formidable beings in the spirit transformation realm, could no longer maintain their calm demeanor. It felt as though, in the next moment, someone would break through and seize the initiative, snatching away the coveted treasure. Within that fleeting moment, tens of thousands of practitioners wielding magical arts and artifacts surged toward the opening, appearing like insignificant ants in comparison to the colossal Kunpeng nest. During this tumultuous process, clashes erupted, struggles, bloodshed, and duels ensued, with artifacts soaring and magical techniques dazzling in their brilliance. Lives were reduced to mere chaff, with hundreds of corpses accumulating on the ground in mere breaths. The seventh incarnation of Xiao Tian, with good intentions, summoned Agor to assist in collecting the fallen, though he also appropriated several attacking artifacts and techniques directed at him, refining them into divine essence. Sure Hao, accompanied by the fire spirit and descendants of the sea god, plunged into the throng of various creatures, continuously under attack while retaliating fiercely, unwilling to be outdone. The sixth incarnation of Xiao Tian, intent on nurturing the battle prowess of the war goddess Yumarin, charged into the fray alongside him. Throughout the chaos, Yumarin fought valiantly, unable to wield the tongue snake-bone spear given to her casually. She had been nurturing her original weapon, a massive golden hammer, within the cave realm, a weapon so large it resembled a house, leaving one to wonder if her slender waist could bear such weight. Nevertheless, as the war goddess swung the hammer, the area became a gruesome scene of carnage. Those who were struck perished, while others sustained grievous injuries. At this moment, the war goddess truly lived up to her formidable reputation. The great hammer, a golden jade stone weapon adorned with radiant runes, shimmered brilliantly, transforming into a mountain-like force. Accompanied by a resounding roar, it crashed down upon a group of creatures, reducing them to bloody pulp. Xiao Tian had to concede that the war goddess possessed considerable combat prowess. She had ascended from weakness to the spirit transformation realm, proving herself to be no mere ornament. Now, having undergone recultivation in the blood realm and cave heavens, she had taken her first steps in the spirit transformation realm with his assistance, further enhancing her strength. "Get out of my way," roared a creature towering at 73 meters, its entire body clad in silvery scales, resembling a dragon-headed crocodile as it charged forth like a dinosaur. Its thrashing tail sent those struck by it flying, some bloodied, others with shattered bones, a foe no one could face alone. It rampaged with utter dominance, unleashing a deafening roar as it exhaled a torrent of silver flames, coalesced from bone inscriptions, dazzlingly bright and blinding. Wherever it passed, a wave of cultivators was reduced to ash, surging toward the war goddess Yumarin. The sixth incarnation of Xiao Tian refrained from engaging. This was an ancient monster, likely a king-level sea beast. Within it, revered beings had infiltrated, not to mention the array kings, all suppressed by the rules of their realms, yet still terrifyingly powerful. Its comprehension of runes far exceeded that of the younger generation. After all, this was not the illusory realm's spirit transformation zone, where any creature entering could attain their ultimate achievement in the spirit transformation realm. The war goddess summoned black Kunpeng wings from her back, and with a mere wave, the black mist imbued with the essence of the Taiyin path obliterated the silver flames. Then, invoking the tongue snake treasure technique, her body was adorned with brilliant golden runes. Her strength significantly enhanced, as she swung the massive golden hammer directly into collision with the silver crocodile dragon. With a thunderous crash, the two clashed, and the silver crocodile dragon was instantly torn asunder. Despite its formidable physique and deeper comprehension of runes, it underestimated the war goddess, not realizing that her own strength had transcended it, bolstered by the tongue snake treasure technique. Moreover, she had long been established in the spirit transformation realm. With a resounding boom, the silver crocodile dragon was defeated, revealing its true form, a corpse that resembled a small mountain, measuring over 2,000 meters. A sweep of five-color divine light collected it, and the sixth incarnation of Xiao Tian stored it within his mind domain cave. Let us go. Following this battle, the war goddess Yumerin asserted her dominance, leading Xiao Tian, the seemingly idle pretty boy, into the fissure of the Kunping nest that had been opened. Surrounding cultivators looked on with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. Shortly thereafter, 2 minutes later, Xiao Tian's eldest incarnation, accompanied by the battle-hardened Xia Yuyu and Lin Mu, also entered the Kunping nest. Fortunately, each of them wielded a powerful artifact, the Peacock Bone Sword and the Swallowing Sky Sparrow Bone Gourd, and had acquired the five-colored Peacock Treasure Technique and the Swallowing Sky Sparrow Treasure Technique, having undergone trials that significantly bolstered their strength. Originally, they would have struggled to endure such intense combat. No creature daring to contest the Kunping nest in the North Sea was weak. All were formidable beings, many being ancient bloodlines. As for Xiao Tian's seventh incarnation, he moved leisurely, assisting in collecting the fallen, refining most of the corpses and artifacts, though he occasionally left some behind. Upon entering the Kunping nest, the sixth incarnation of Xiao Tian and the war goddess felt the space expand, and the beings within grew even more powerful, with over 30 pure-blooded ancient species visible. The battles became increasingly brutal. Any discovery of items imbued with Dao traces related to the Kunping sparked violent clashes. For instance, a 1-meter-tall purple monster fish, resembling a crystal sculpture, leaped and danced with its tail for a stone tablet inscribed with the image of the Kunping. Its purple scales shimmered, with dragon-like fangs and 2 golden whiskers swaying in the wind. Chapter 105, Fusion of the Gourd and the Blue Child. The purple crystal fish, also known as the purple crystal dragon whisker fish, naturally possessed the finest spiritual grade materials, the spirit essence of purple crystal, a rare and revered material just below divine grade. When it cultivated, it not only absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, but also inhaled the essence of the sun and moon. Such beings, upon attaining mastery, could be deemed extraordinary, exuding an aura befitting a revered being. Every day I desire that sword. If it could be fused into my hammer, it would undoubtedly elevate its power. The war goddess Yumerin rarely acted coyly, expressing her wishes to Xiao Tian. Fear not, my beautiful one, leave it to me. Xiao Tian responded, suddenly invigorated, disregarding whether merging that sword into the war goddess's battered hammer would be an extravagant waste. Those around them, overhearing the exchange between the two, were left with goosebumps, quickly distancing themselves, particularly given the war goddess's formidable prowess and her current endearing demeanor. Could this pretty boy possess some hidden talent? The purple crystal fish, too, had noticed, eager to seize the massive stone bearing the imprint of the Kunping Dao, surrounding cultivators fixated on its purple flying sword, which was undoubtedly the pinnacle of treasures beneath divine weapons, meticulously crafted from pure purple crystal, a family heirloom accumulated over generations. Ordinary artifacts, when infused with a hint of purple crystal, would see their power enhanced. But this flying sword was forged entirely from pure purple crystal. To snatch my treasured sword, you must first consider whether you have the life to do so. The purple crystal fish seethed, unleashing a breath of purple mist from its dragon-like maw, which enveloped its purple crystal flying sword. In an instant, the sword radiated with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the sky and daring to compete with the sun and moon. As the sword's light swept through, it effortlessly cleaved through any artifacts and magical techniques that dared to oppose it, leaving behind a trail of terrified screams and a ground littered with numerous shattered corpses. At that moment, the sixth incarnation of Xiao Tian unfurled his colorful butterfly wings, traversing the void to appear before the purple crystal sword, seizing it directly. Harnessing the power of space, he forcibly claimed it as his own. Seems I am fated to possess it. Thank you for the gift of this sword, Xiao Tian declared, as 3-colored divine lights swirled around him, with azure and cerulean phenomena manifesting, suppressing the sword with absolute power, one of the finest treasures beneath the divine sword. Xiao Tian sensed that if his third incarnation did not merge, this sword could even breach his physical defenses. The pure purple crystal flying sword was indeed formidable. Well then, I shall gift it to you. As the amethyst fish leapt gracefully, displaying its innate magical prowess akin to a carp soaring over the dragon gate, it sought to flee. Stay your course, King Carp. Remain with me as a pet. I sense your potential to evolve into a violent dragon. Xiao Tian was stirred by the thought of nurturing this amethyst fish for the Xiao Clan, envisioning the enhancement of the clan's various treasures with the infusion of amethyst. thereby contributing to the lineage that had fostered it. In the next moment, the amethyst fish felt the space for its escape momentarily solidify, followed by the sudden grasp of Xiao Tian's azure-hued hand, as if the very heavens were collapsing upon it, rendering it helpless against its fate. Meanwhile, the colossal stone bearing the mark of the Kunpeng had been claimed by the female warrior, who intended to transport it back to the Xiao Clan's Silver Dragon Valley for others to comprehend the divine essence of the Kunpeng. Xiao Tian tossed the amethyst fish into the cerebral domain celestial space, a modest realm of spiritual transformation, where a serene blue sky and a tranquil lake, both sourced from the ocean surrounding the Kunpeng's lair, awaited. Let's proceed. Xiao Tian's sixth avatar entrusted the amethyst sword to the female warrior, allowing her to manage it as she deemed fit. Under the might of divine weaponry, even treasures imbued with a semblance of sentience posed little danger, permitting a gradual process of refinement and suppression. The factions that surged forth had previously obtained remnants of the Kunpeng's healing feathers, shattered bones, and residual blood, unlocking the stone gates leading deeper into the Kunpeng's lair. Utilizing the innate talents of the hidden avatar, Xiao Tian's sixth avatar enveloped the female warrior in a shroud of azure light, seamlessly blending into the throng as they entered the stone gates. Beyond the gates, the ethereal essence of the world thickened, transforming auspicious clouds into a gentle rain that cascaded upon each individual, akin to a divine shower, capable of cleansing the very flesh of those who entered. Riding a pure-blood beast, Xiao Tian's seventh avatar had encountered it along the way. It assisted others in retrieving the deceased, though occasionally, when faced with ancient relics, it could not resist the urge to slay first and then gather the remains. He also ventured into the realm behind the stone gates, opening his gourd to absorb the resplendent clouds and mist, treasures not to be missed. The current gourd, continuously evolving in material, had melded with semi-divine substances, and within it, the liquid from the thunder, tribulations, and phoenix blood had been refined. Xiao Tian's first avatar, accompanied by the twin heroes of heaven's restoration, also proceeded through the gates, instructing them to simply absorb the radiant light and divine rain. While others may remain oblivious to the true strength of the female Kunpeng, he was acutely aware. Even a trace of celestial energy within that rain was sufficient for a lifetime of benefit. Xiao Yu and Lin Mu were obedient to Xiao Tian's first avatar, recognizing the myriad formations and restrictions within, deeming exploration too perilous. Thus, they adopted what appeared a simplistic yet undeniably fruitful strategy. The vastness of this realm resembled a miniature world, with each entity undisturbed by the others. Even the female warrior, Yumarin, took advantage of the radiant rain to refine the runes within her body, actively embracing the purification process. 3 days later, Xiao Tian resolved to enter seclusion, merging his 3 avatars into one, as he sought to integrate with the talents of the gourd-wielding water avatar, aiming to strengthen further. Whether he could attain divinity in the flesh now hinged upon this endeavor, allowing others to engage in their antics while he focused on the task at hand. Once empowered, he would eliminate those who had caused him trouble, claiming all benefits for himself. To achieve this, he entrusted Xiao Yu and Lin Mu to the fiery spirit, Huo Linger, and the Stone Hao group, as they too were in seclusion, making for a perfect opportunity for collective cultivation. The chosen sanctuary for this retreat was a cliff within the Kunpeng's lair, where he laid out the 28 battle spears left by the little white tiger, instructing the now transformed pure-blood beasts to guard the perimeter. The female warrior secluded herself at the opposite end of the cliff, as Xiao Tian arranged for hundreds of golden needle bees to patrol the vicinity, providing her protection, not to forget that he, Xiao Tian, was also a beekeeper. With his 3 avatars unified and his state attuned to perfection, he initiated the fusion of the gourd-wielding water avatars' innate abilities. As Xiao Tian's consciousness stirred, an invisible force emanated from the depths of his soul, inadvertently plunging him into a profound state of cultivation. Behind him, chaotic mist surged, clouds billowed, and purple energy coiled, stretching for miles, as an endless mountain emerged, resembling the spine of the heavens. The closer one looked, the more they felt their own insignificance. At the mountain's base, a gourd vine twisted and curled around the entire mountain, resembling an ancestral dragon coiling majestically, its skin akin to ancient, verdant scales, heavy and imposing. Each leaf appeared to cradle 3,000 worlds, with countless stars shimmering and myriad microcosms rising and falling. Amidst the dazzling spectrum of 7-colored clouds, the chaotic energy surged, and all that existed began to dissolve. This seemingly fleeting moment encompassed a span of 33 days. During this period, Xiao Tian's concealed apertures within his kidneys, bladder, and stomach were simultaneously activated, as three external celestial realms surged into these openings, akin to the primordial act of creation, a blue, a black, and a silver realm, all awakening nearly in unison. Xiao Tian perceived that the aperture within his kidneys was likely akin to the kidney god concealed within the secret realms of Dao Palace, created by Shi Hao, albeit differing in method of activation. The inner canon states that the kidneys govern storage and concealment. The Yellow Emperor's inner canon mentions that the kidneys store essence, which is divided into congenital and acquired essence. The former must be preserved, while the latter can replenish and warm the kidney yuan. The bladder, an organ formed of muscle and membrane within the urinary system, serves as a reservoir for urine, situated anteriorly in the pelvic cavity and inferiorly within the abdominal cavity. The stomach, a digestive organ, connects the esophagus above and the entrance to the small intestine below, known as the cardia and pylorus, respectively. Xiao Tian never anticipated that the water avatar would awaken three apertures, a pleasant surprise that required no conscious recultivation, but rather was an innate ability that necessitated activation to ensure continuity in all directions. Was Xiao Tian's original celestial realm truly self-cultivated, or something else? Nevertheless, Xiao Tian had no time to ponder such matters. He immersed himself in the integration of the gourd-wielding avatar's innate essence into his being, or rather, awakening it. The accumulation of medicinal and divine energies within him was partially activated, and this amalgamation of divine power coursed through Xiao Tian's form, radiating outward, transforming the outer membrane into a spectrum of colors, red, green, blue, and purple, shimmering with divine brilliance. Undoubtedly, Xiao Tian succeeded, embarking on an unprecedented path of ultimate perfection. In the initial phase of spiritual transformation, he achieved not only the completion of his corporeal essence, but also ascended to divinity, forging a new path within the current realm of law. Only Xiao Tian himself understood the arduous journey he had traversed. Shi Hao had already broken through to the spiritual transformation, stepping into the realm of corporeal essence. After more than 2 years of accumulation, having progressed from 12 to 14 and a half, he had expended much of his youth. Yet, his youth was without regret. What he invested ultimately yielded rewards. Now, having opened this path of law in the present world, his cultivation would continuously ascend, leading him to become a celestial deity, and perhaps even further along this path. He could endeavor to carve a pathway to celestial immortality. Chapter 106. The Divine Powers of the Gourd-Wielding Water Avatar. Although the spirit of Willow noted that with the ascent of strength, the advantages of a robust body would diminish progressively. However, in light of these circumstances, let us strive to maintain our advantages. The ancient Witch Clan, leveraging their physical prowess in conjunction with their innate divine abilities, can indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with the Demon Clan, proclaiming that their divine powers are invincible and their magical artifacts unbreakable, capable of overcoming myriad laws with sheer strength. Thus, Xiao Tian believes he possesses substantial potential, particularly as 3 of the Gourd children's innate talent panels remain unmerged. Notably, the third child, Huanghua, is unparalleled in physical strength. Simultaneously, Xiao Tian has unknowingly stepped into the second stage of the spirit transformation realm, undergoing a profound reconstitution of his true self, primarily focusing on the mental aspect, which can also be referred to as consciousness, thought, or even soul. There are many appellations, yet they all pertain to the preliminary cultivation within this esoteric domain. After all, the human soul and spirit constitute one of the most enigmatic fields. Delving into the profound mysteries of the soul, should one attain profound understanding, the entire being can undergo transcendence, achieving a rebirth akin to that of a divine embryo. Nonetheless, Xiao Tian is acutely aware that this step is far more challenging than achieving spiritual embodiment. While he might dare to attempt merging with the Orange Hua, he resolves to refrain for now, focusing instead on diligent cultivation. Fortunately, he has established a solid foundation in the first step of the spirit transformation realm, wherein the embodiment of the physical body as a deity and the subsequent cultivation in the second stage typically involves awakening spiritual essence, shaping the true self, and infusing every rune within the physical form with spirit, as if birthing life itself. These spiritually infused treasures, in turn, nourish both body and soul, facilitating the rebirth of the true self. However, Xiao Tian is unique. He possesses divinity, nourishing the runes and treasures within his cave abode with divine power. The true dragon, Kuanpeng, the sky-rending demon butterfly, and the 5-colored peacock all once with closed eyes, now awaken as if brought to life, animatedly blinking. Each either emits a roar or unfurls their wings, as if they have seized the essence of true spiritual will and divine imprint from the cosmic pathways. Most intriguingly, the cave abodes of his sky repairing and sky cutting techniques, situated externally, are currently shrouded in chaotic energy, where two indistinct figures have slightly opened their eyes. At that moment, Xiao Tian felt his comprehension and evolution of these two treasured techniques advance significantly, as the previously fragmented techniques were partially restored. Seated in meditation, the cave within him blazes with fervent energy, while the remaining three external cave abodes shimmer splendidly, one golden, one silver, and one blue, resembling the sun, moon, and stars. His third eye, positioned at his forehead, awakens spontaneously, its divine patterns radiating brilliance. His consciousness rapidly expands, reaching a level comparable to the late stages of the array formation realm within a brief period. The treasures nurtured within his cave awaken his divinity, feeding back into his consciousness, transforming into a roaring flame that engulfs his sea of consciousness. His consciousness morphs into a golden elixir, meandering through a realm of Tao, perpetually shifting until it ultimately crystallizes into a small figure, resembling divine gold, radiating divine light. Half a month later, Xiao Tian opens his eyes, effortlessly stepping into the early stages of the venerable realm, his mind clear and filled with an indomitable confidence. This breakthrough marks a significant milestone, completing the second phase of the spirit transformation realm. Should he wish to advance further into the third phase, he is fully capable of doing so. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian has resolved to refine his skills for a while longer. He recalls that, in the original narrative, Shan Hai lingered in the Kunpeng's lair for over 2 years. Time is abundant, and he sets a modest goal, to leave having entered the inscription realm. He remembers that beneath the sea in the Kunpeng's lair, there are several treasures conducive to cultivating the spirit transformation realm. Thus, he aspires to explore this further, taking his time, for he is currently invincible within the confines of the Kunpeng's lair. Any venerables daring to intrude, regardless of their identities, will find themselves met with Xiao Tian's formidable prowess, ready to claim the offering of flesh and blood as a precious remedy. Upon emerging from his seclusion at the age of 14, Xiao Tian stands at a height of 187 centimeters, his physique immaculate and radiant, exuding divine brilliance that manifests as a halo enveloping him in a spectrum of divine hues, accompanied by ethereal cloud-like mists. He embodies a majestic presence, tall and imposing, his demeanor dignified and awe-inspiring. While not excessively muscular, the definition of his physique is striking, emanating a profound sense of security and vigor. As for Xiao Tian's visage, it is as picturesque as a painting, his features strikingly handsome, radiating an aura of dominance and strength. His eyes, dark and enigmatic, convey tranquility, yet when furrowed, they exude an imposing authority. Following his emergence, Xiao Tian discovers that the female war goddess, Yumerin, has also completed her cultivation. She remains diligently refining her own journey through the spirit transformation realm, seizing the hard-won opportunity for ascendance, working even harder than before, heeding Xiao Tian's counsel without a hint of complacency. Having collected 28 war spears of inscription realm caliber merely as precautionary measures, he does not intend to use them defensively. The presence of Zhu Qian outside provides ample security, eliminating any doubts. Zhu Qian has never ascended the cliff's peak. Xiao Tian has stationed it to guard the mountain, as passers-by are reluctant to provoke a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Moreover, this mountain is unremarkable, with many such locations within the Kunpeng's lair. Furthermore, it is evident to any clear-eyed observer that Zhu Qian is providing protection, making it clear that engaging with it would be unwise. Those who enter are primarily focused on collecting Kunpeng treasures or harvesting nearby spiritual herbs, often facing dire consequences for their efforts. Success is not so easily attained. Dividing himself into 4, aside from the body of the 6th child, the other 2 forms revert to their original appearances. The water child form, however, dons a suit of azure armor, while the true water of Tai morphs into a silver trident. It is said that one object subdues another. The true water of Tai behaves like an overzealous admirer towards the water child form. This long spear possesses its own spirit and can attack autonomously, earning the title of a sacrificial spirit. It embodies all characteristics of the true water of Tai, indestructible, composed of divine-grade materials, capable of evolving, adjustable in length and hardness. And even its form is not fixed, merely reflecting Xiao Tian's inspiration drawn from Yang Jian's trident. Thus, Xiao Tian, embodying the four gourd children, departs to pursue their respective endeavors. The sixth child seeks to test whether his recent enhancement enables him to utilize innate divine abilities to harvest spiritual herbs. The seventh child aims to assist any ancient progenitors in recovering corpses. The eldest child intends to locate Shi Hao. Surmising that Shi Hao has also begun utilizing the Kunping's lair for intensive cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. The female Kunping takes great pride in her accomplishments within the spirit transformation realm, having once reached remarkable heights and leaving behind stone tablets. Hoping to encounter a disciple capable of achieving her former accomplishments for the purpose of selecting a successor. As for Xiao Tian's water-child form, he plans to gather some of the primordial essence-laden seawater from the Kunping's lair, eager to explore the limits of his own capabilities. Xiao Tian senses that the cave he has opened within the sixth child contains 3 drops of primordial divine liquid, each within the respective apertures of the stomach, kidneys, and bladder. The aperture in the stomach, the source of true water of Tai, represents the origin of all waters. A single drop can transform into an ocean. The kidney aperture contains the source of heavy water, embodying the essence of all waters, with a weight surpassing mountains, signifying the destructive power of water, capable of penetrating stone and overwhelming landscapes. The bladder aperture holds the source of true water of Tai, a sacred object utilized by ancient deities for forging divine artifacts, rare and invaluable. A single drop can enhance a weapon's spirit, becoming part of elixirs, possessing regenerative properties, and exhibiting extreme coldness. Notably, within the stomach aperture, Xiao Tian also harnesses spatial power, vast and immense, upon its opening. It boasts a diameter of 800 miles. Just imagine how much water it can contain. With a graceful leap into the azure sea, Xiao Tian, in his water incarnation, chose a specific location and began to absorb the ocean's essence. In the depths of the water incarnation moved with an agility surpassing that of fish. Akin to an innate deity of water, he chose not to display his prowess of consuming and exhaling water ostentatiously. Rather, submerging himself allowed him to explore the secrets concealed beneath the ocean floor of the Kunping's lair, rich in primordial essence. Those who ventured here, if only they could restrain their greed and devote themselves to quiet cultivation for 2 years, would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Yet, foolishly, many resorted to violence, vying for treasures and searching for the divine techniques of the Kunping. Such ignorance. The Kunping is a being on the verge of becoming a celestial king. Even a mere trifle left behind by her could benefit mortals immensely, provided they exert some effort. Soon enough, the water incarnation discovered a splendid location for cultivating the spirit transformation realm, the Yang Extreme Cave, the mysterious Ice Abyss, and the Meteorite Tomb, places designated for the offspring of the Kunping, likely where Kunping's progeny themselves emerged into the world. However, one must not be overambitious. These 3 sanctuaries corresponded to the 3 stages of the spirit transformation realm. Those who had yet to unlock the 10 celestial domains should not even dream of entering, for it would spell their doom. Xiao Tian promptly notified his other incarnations to come here for rigorous training, to further their mastery of the spirit transformation realm. Meanwhile, his 6th incarnation sought the war goddess Yumarin, guiding her to target some ancient herbs aged 1 or 2 millennia. These rare herbs, just shy of being sacred medicines, were already considered medicinal kings. Utilizing the innate magical abilities of his 6th incarnation, he successfully harvested the herbs, revealing that the array tests accompanying these spiritual plants did indeed present opportunities for those who ventured in. The trials left by the female Kunping were also laced with chances, contingent on one's capabilities. Now, with Xiao Tian having achieved a divine physical form, the innate powers of his 6th incarnation's magical abilities had developed significantly and grown increasingly mysterious, enabling him to disregard formations akin to those found at the divine fire realm level. The golden ginseng, resplendent in its golden hue, stood over a meter tall and could scurry away on its roots. It was ensnared by the array, confined within a 10-mile radius while simultaneously being safeguarded. A ginseng of such stature, half a person tall, I have never seen its like, exclaimed the war goddess, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. A genuine millennium-old ginseng, an absolute medicinal king. Consuming this herb would extend even your grandfather's life by over 1,000 years, Xiao Tian's 6th incarnation remarked wistfully. Is that how you address him? Call him grandfather? Yumarin shot a disapproving glance at Xiao Tian, clearly displeased. How dare you speak of him as an old man? Ah, slip of the tongue. If our grandfather were to consume it, he would indeed enjoy prolonged longevity. Once we depart from the Kunpeng's lair, I shall present this golden ginseng as a gift. Xiao Tian swiftly shifted the subject, acknowledging his error. Chapter 107. The Enchantress or the Succubus. Having harvested the ginseng that had developed a certain sentience and could even run away, Xiao Tian's sixth incarnation proceeded unreservedly to collect the millennium-old azure jade fungus. Its cerulean hue reminiscent of divine jade and as large as the lid of Xiao Tian's cauldron for stewing meat. The millennium-old red remania, glowing like a burning blood diamond, was also among the treasures collected. The millennium-old golden lily, as documented in the Bao Pu Zi, was said to embody the essence of the earth, hence its name. The golden lily, also known as the chicken-headed ginseng, reminded Xiao Tian of a large golden rooster that could scamper away. Unfortunately, like the golden ginseng, it too could not escape. Xiao Tian was undeterred, gathering every herb he could, intending to transplant them into his own medicinal garden. Additionally, he resolved to excavate some of the soil from this place. In a brief flurry of activity, he harvested a staggering 384 ancient spiritual herbs, which, given the right opportunities, could evolve into quasi-sacred medicines. Xiao Tian intended to offer these herbs the chance to evolve, allowing the spirit-communicating divine flower to enlighten them, facilitating their metamorphosis into the realm of quasi-sacred medicines. With enough cultivation, these herbs were merely a step away from their true potential. Thus, the more herbs he gathered, the better for both him and the war goddess. With a wealth of spiritual herbs in hand, he planned to accompany her to the training sanctuaries left by the female Kunpeng for further refinement. Even if they faltered, they could rely on the medicinal herbs for sustenance. These locations were designed to refine impurities within the body, corresponding to the 3 stages of the spirit transformation realm. Free from the fear of accumulating impurities, ensuring a thorough purification. Next, it was time to explore the quasi-sacred medicines within this realm. Xiao Tian had already spotted even more precious varieties, such as the purple gold dragon ginseng, the 7-star blue pattern grass, and the vermilion bird fruit. This particular specimen was undoubtedly a sacred herb. If the dwelling of the millennium-old herbs could be likened to a mountain, then the area occupied by the quasi-sacred herbs extended over 100 miles, resembling a vast mountain range. The protective array surrounding them had reached the level of the true One realm. Yet, Xiao Tian discovered he could effortlessly disregard it and step inside. Indeed, this transformation had bestowed upon him immense benefits. It appeared that the limits of his 6th incarnation's innate magical abilities, which had previously only matched the arrangements at the Divine Fire realm, had now evolved to a level where he could easily navigate the True One realm as well. Consequently, he resolved to claim the quasi-sacred medicines for himself. After harvesting 24 specimens, he finally set his sights on the vermilion bird fruit. The fruit, of vivid crimson, radiated with the flames of the setting sun, resembling a soaring vermilion bird. However, the fruit was round, about the size of an infant's fist, glistening and appearing delectably enticing. Akin to a candied hawthorn, this fruit tree could traverse freely between mountains, rivers, and valleys, ascending to the heavens and delving into the earth. The spirit-communicating divine flower had once exhibited similar abilities. Yet, for Xiao Tian, these details were inconsequential. Fortuitously, he possessed the ability to traverse the void, allowing him to capture sacred herbs from an alternate perspective. No matter how formidable these sacred herbs were, they could not evade the void. However, the protective array was formidable, reaching the level of celestial deities, and it was likely that no mortal from the lower realms could dare to harvest this sacred herb. Could it be that the female Kunpeng had left it specifically for her son, the Kunpeng? Each trial was distinct, designed to prevent excessive reliance on medicinal substances for ascension. Such is the nature of maternal love. It is deeply nurturing yet filled with concern, akin to a mother cow tenderly licking her calf, ever anxious and making careful arrangements. No wonder many of the medicinal gardens and mountain ranges here lie barren. They have been consumed by the Kunpeng's offspring. Alas, the Kunpeng's child was still too impulsive, unable to remain hidden during his weaker years. He had recklessly sought out the celestial palaces of the upper realms, inviting challenges that likely led to his demise multiple times, thereby earning the moniker of the indestructible being. In truth, he had inadvertently learned the secrets of the dual body technique. As long as one body remained alive, he would never truly perish. The inheritance Moon Chan received originated from the Kunpeng's child. However, the ageless celestial monarch, Qin Changsheng, had suppressed the Kunpeng's secondary body beneath the ageless mountain in the lower realms, using a true celestial artifact to do so. Meanwhile, The main body of the Kunping-S child had been quietly cultivating in the 3,000 Dao provinces, living in utmost discretion, transformed into a human form. In a flash, Xiao Tian's sixth incarnation ventured forth, albeit with some exertion, constantly sensing the threat of the surrounding arrays. Nevertheless, capturing the vermilion fruit tree proved to be a trivial matter. The tree, merely 3 meters tall, bore 49 fruits, deliberately rooting itself atop a mountain peak to entice those who ventured near. Yet, in the next moment, a large burlap sack descended upon it, a replica of the Qian Kuan bag, leaving it nowhere to escape. It instinctively attempted to burrow into the earth, only to discover that its form had been immobilized by the power of the void. Subsequently, it was drawn into the bag as a sacred herb. Its offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. Most sacred herbs, even those of divine quality, lack significant power. Of course, there are exceptions. In this instance, it was successfully captured. Boom! At that moment, an inexplicable array was triggered. It turned out the vermilion fruit tree had rooted itself upon an array, intending to ensnare the unwary. A blazing divine light, akin to heavenly retribution, descended upon Xiao Tian. Even his ability to become ethereal was futile, as he found himself ensnared by the array. After all, his current strength was somewhat lacking in the face of such a formidable celestial array. In the realm of true unity, even when the array was activated, he could directly become ethereal and disregard those assaults. Xiao Tian, the sixth child, instinctively faded into nothingness to evade danger. However, due to his neural response, it was not as effective as the divine arrays, and his vital energy was still captured by the grand formation. In an instant, the kitchen god brandished his cleaver, augmenting its size and power, shielding himself beneath it. The fearsome radiance of the array, reaching the level of a divine strike, descended upon the kitchen god's blade, only to be absorbed without so much as a splash of water. That was a close call. It seems that entering the divine array zone still carries its perils. Xiao Tian secretly wiped away the cold sweat and departed from that area, having successfully acquired the Zhugua tree. It was exceedingly perilous. I was nearly overwhelmed by despair just moments ago. As Xiao Tian emerged from the rain-shrouded area, the warrior goddess Yumarin eagerly threw herself into his arms. Expressing her anxiety, sensing her trembling form and the traces of despair upon her face, he gently wiped away her tears and reassured her, "Rest assured. Since I dared to enter, I surely possess some confidence. In the future, there is no need for concern when faced with such situations." After soothing the warrior goddess for a while, Xiao Tian took the risk of seizing 2 sacred herbs, one resembling a golden apple tree, and the other, a stalk of silver wheat, its silvery ears towering high, each grain the size of a thumb, glimmering with a dazzling light and exuding an enchanting fragrance of wheat. As for the remaining herbs, it was not that Xiao Tian was unwilling to collect them. Rather, they were simply no longer present. It was hard to fathom that within the Kunping-S layer, only 3 sacred herbs existed, all appearing to have been birthed in the past few millennia. Indeed, most of the sacred herbs, and possibly even divine medicines, have been squandered by that prodigal offspring of the Kunping. Prodigal offspring? Cough. Xiao Tian thought of some unsatisfactory nicknames, his countenance darkening. It is said that one misstep can lead to eternal regret. Once a nickname is established, it tends to proliferate endlessly. That rascal sure how often brings up such things with his incessant mutterings. Come, maiden. I shall take you to a wondrous place where Sure How and the others are diligently cultivating. If you do not strive, you will surely be surpassed by Huolinger. Even the divine birds like the Bai Fong and the Laikong Modi are laboring there, for it is the most precious location on the island. Alas, only those who have opened the 10 celestial domains can withstand its challenges, Xiao Tian stated. Thus, equipped with ample resources for cultivation, Xiao Tian and the warrior goddess Yumarin ventured forth to deepen their training. After all, if possible, he wished to nurture Yumarin, ensuring that she could at least reach a level beyond true immortality, sparing her from worries about insufficient lifespan. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's 7th child encountered an unexpected visitor. He was originally seated on a ghostly ship, fishing while assisting others in retrieving their remains, maximizing his own strengths. However, he was taken aback to find a fellow practitioner, a woman stealthily engaged in similar endeavors, utilizing her methods to refine her beads. This treasure, imbued with the forces of the sun and moon, could automatically absorb the essence of both celestial bodies, and once activated, would unleash the powers of day and night. This was at the very least a divine artifact. Xiao Tian's 7th child understood immediately who this woman was. Not only that, but she also employed underhanded tactics to rob talented individuals entering the compendium's lair. She was a girl of exquisite beauty, appearing no older than 15 or 16, yet exuded an ethereal aura, pristine and unblemished, reminiscent of an ancient maiden with dual pupils. Her visage was extraordinarily enchanting, a rare beauty in the world, undeniably captivating. Describing her as captivating was fitting, for she was a demoness, clutching a large bone club that seemed to be crafted from the hind leg of some pure-blooded ferocious beast, polished to a shine reminiscent of jade. It appeared akin to the pestle used by the Moon Palace's jade rabbit. With a single strike, she knocked over an ancient relic, the moon-gazing rhinoceros, her strength astonishing. The moment the club struck the back of the rhinoceros's head, a new horn sprouted visibly, and it collapsed, unconscious. She then swiftly employed a secret technique to seize the treasure stored within the rhinoceros's celestial domain, not forgetting to saw off its horns, 2 precious silver-white horns. The most invaluable materials from the moon-gazing rhinoceros, which were also the most precious flesh and blood elixirs. Having completed all this, she proceeded to summon the half-golden, half-silver radiant bead, drawing the moon-gazing rhinoceros into it to refine into essence, nourishing her artifact. Her adeptness and fluidity in her actions left Xiao Tian's 7th child in awe. Rendered speechless, instinctively, he produced a brick inscribed with the 4 characters for the heavenly bone forbidden zone. Utilizing the 6th child's innate divine abilities, he traversed the void, observing the demoness as she set her sights on a new target, a golden electric eel, undoubtedly an ancient creature of formidable power, recently unleashing its talents and slaughtering over 30 talented individuals, now preparing to plunder the spoils. The demoness, seizing the opportune moment, emerged as a cascade of light, suddenly appearing behind the golden eel. With a single strike, the eel's head was concaved, meeting an instant demise. It was evident that the demoness was elated, involuntarily bursting into a series of melodious, bell-like laughter, brimming with delight, her voice crisp and enchanting, resonating deeply within the hearts of those who heard it, immersing them in its charm.